Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. The night sinks like water. Uchiha's residence is full of corpses. Uchiha Itachi, with scarlet eyes, squats on a pillar in the center of the courtyard, looking around. He's on the lookout for fish that slip through the cracks, and he's not going to let any Uchiha alive tonight except his own brother. Is it there? Eyes moved slightly. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have noticed something, and his figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already an abandoned wall. A pretty girl with long hair and shawl was looking at him with a complicated expression. Itachi, why? You won't understand, Izumi. Itachi slowly drew out the blade on the back, and the windmill pattern in Scarlet's pupils slowly turned. He had already killed his parents and relatives with his own hands, and of course he would not let go of the girl in front of him. Even so, he has a vague fondness for her. Oh! At this moment, a sigh suddenly sounded. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly, turning his gaze to the source of the sound. What caught my eye was a boy with black and broken hair. He was wearing a white kimono, with a handsome face and fair skin. A long knife with a green handle hung on his waist, and his hands were inserted into his sleeves. He looked like a boy who came to the moon. But I don't know why, but this young man is still wearing a pair of nondescript black-rimmed glasses, which greatly destroys this aesthetic feeling. Wu Yu. Uchiha Wu Yu. Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi had a slightly stunned expression on their faces. The latter was surprised by the other party's clothing and attire, while the former did not expect the dead to be resurrected. That's right. The Uchiha Wu Yu in front of him should have been killed by himself. He clearly remembered that his long knife had pierced the opponent's heart. But what happened to this guy in front of him? Forget about him, Ah Chuan. Wu Yu's eyes at the moment are like a sad and melancholy teenager, looking up at the moon and saying, "From now on, I will steal a battery car to support you." Both Itachi and Izumi showed a bewildered expression on their faces. The wind tonight is a bit noisy. Wu Yu still kept looking up at the sky, as if he didn't notice that Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side had rushed over with a long knife in his hand. Wu Yu, be careful. Uchiha Izumi gave a loud warning, but by now it was too late. The long knife pierced through Wu Yu's chest without hindrance, piercing his heart. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi instinctively felt something was wrong. Uchiha Wu Yu in front of him lowered his head and smiled at him. Pooh! Blood splattered. Itachi knelt down on one knee, looking at his waist in disbelief. A deep gash emerged, staining his clothing. Wu Yu, who was originally standing opposite him, stood behind him at this moment, gently shaking the blood-stained blade in her hand. The night is so beautiful, isn't it? Without looking at Uchiha Itachi who was kneeling on the ground, Wu Yu looked at Uchiha Izumi who was in a dazed state with a smile on his face. Little girl, do you want to come and enjoy the beautiful scenery with me? Chuan was sluggish at first, and then he reacted, the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. I'm your sister. Even though he said that, he still reached out and held the other's palm. Even if it's just a righteous sister who is not related by blood, she is still a sister. In front of Wu Yu, she grew up in her own parents, how could her siblings? That probably won't work, Miyuki won't agree. Wu Yu winked at her. What do you guys call my mother? Chuan looked at him angrily at first, and then his expression showed pain again. Mom, she has. She saw her mother's tragic death with her own eyes, and then opened the three-hook jade. If possible, she didn't want to open her eyes in this way. I'll make a magic trick for you. Wu Yu flipped his wrist, with the blade facing down. Shatter Kyōka Suigetsu. Flap. The sound of the mirror shattering sounded, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Most of the corpses that had been strewn all over the long street had disappeared, and only a few corpses remained, wearing Anbu vests. What's going on here? Quan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. No. It's impossible. Uchiha Itachi was also emotional and shocked. This sword of mine, Kyōka Suigetsu's ability is complete hypnosis. Wu Yu pushed her glasses indifferently, but because the frames were too big, they almost fell off her face. In layman's terms, it can control the opponent's 5 senses, making him completely believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a certain object, which is what the master wants. Complete hypnosis? Dominate the 5 senses. Both Chuan and Itachi were shocked and gasped. How can there be such a terrifying ability in this world, and the source of the ability is a weapon? Don't treat Zanpakuto as a dead thing, it is alive. Wu Yu caressed the blade and smiled. To use its ability, you need to perform the hypnosis ceremony. Well, that is, after seeing the liberation of this sword. Okay. Seeing the liberation of this knife. Uchiha Itachi seemed to think of something, with a face full of surprise. Ah, that's right. Wu Yu nodded with a smile, and said, I entrusted Chief Fugaku to convene the clan meeting the day before yesterday. After all, you are usually active in Anbu, so it's not easy for you to come back. Uchiha Izumi thought of another layer and took a breath. So, you already knew Itachi would do such a thing. I'm not the only one who knows this. Wu Yu didn't deny it, looking sideways. Right, Lord Hokage. In the dark shadows, the silhouette of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually appeared. Certainly. It wasn't just him who came, but also his right-hand man, dear friend, Shimura Danzo. As well as the Roots, Anbu members, and a dozen Jainin of Konoha. Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurane Ui, Anko. It's all familiar faces, I'm glad to meet you. Wu Yu greeted with a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. At the same time, he patted Quan's palm, signaling to the other party not to be nervous. Uchiha Wu Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath and called out the boy's name. Yes, Lord Hokage. Wu Yu bowed slightly, expressing a Konoha shinobi's respect for Hokage. Tell the old man, what's going on here? Itachi became like this, did you do it? I'm enforcing the family law, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi blatantly killed the patriarch and resisted arrest after I found out. I enforce the family law here, right? What? Except for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the rest of Konoha shinobi were all shocked. Uchiha Itachi killed his old father? What is this picture? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, looked at Uchiha Itachi, who looked sluggish, and then turned his gaze to Wu Yu. You said Itachi killed his father, do you have evidence? Master Hokage, I. Wu Yu stopped Chuan who wanted to testify, and smiled slightly. Evidence, I think Master Hokage and advisor Danzo should have already understood it, right? Chapter 2. Hiss. Hearing this, all the ninjas in Konoha couldn't help being surprised, and gasped. What does this Uchiha Wu Yu mean? His words were clearly aimed at Hokage-sama and advisor Danzo. Leaving aside the Danzo advisors, they believe that Hokage-sama would never do such a thing. Master Hokage is their Hokage of Konoha, he is a perfect example of the will of fire with both virtue and art, high integrity and integrity. How could he secretly attack Uchiha's patriarch? It's impossible. Slander. This damned Uchiha Wu Yu slandered their Hokage-sama. All the Konoha shinobi players stared at Wu Yu, their faces full of anger. Only Kakashi's eyes wandered, thoughtful. Humph, a mere brat dares to talk nonsense here. Shimura Danzo looked gloomy, and knocked the cane on the ground in his hand. Go, take him down for me. If you dare to resist, kill him on the spot. Yes. The root members behind Danzo responded, holding kunao and ninja knife, and charged towards Wu Yu. Although Lord Danzo's order is to take down, only those who dare to resist will be killed. But they, as subordinates, knew very well that their boss had already murdered him. So without the slightest hesitation, these root members directly used their killer moves. Ninjutsu, kunao, and shuriken are all hype, and there is no mercy in their shots. One of the Gen members seemed to catch Wu Yu's opening and stabbed the Chunin knife directly into his lower back. You. Wu Yu was caught off guard, his expression seemed surprised. Got it. Under the mask of this Roots member, a cruel smile curved his mouth, and his eyes revealed a morbid twist of pleasure. Wow, what a ruthless strike! A gentle voice sounded, and the Root members turned pale with fright. But seeing the Uchiha family boy who was supposed to be attacked by them appeared on the right side of them at this moment, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. And in their eyes, the target that should have been attacked by the Root member turned into their Lord Danzo at this moment. This, how could? The members of the Root department were full of tremors, and the expressions under the masks fell into a dull state. Danzo. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked and gasped. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? All the ninjas present were also full of disbelief. They clearly saw that Wu Yu was being attacked, but in a daze, they turned into Danzo's advisor again. Pooh! The blade drew a brilliant silver arc in mid-air, and the members at the root were bleeding and fell to the ground. Swish! Wu Yu flicked the blood off the blade in a graceful manner, and put the blade back into its sheath. This is Kyōka Suigetsu. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have a little understanding, with a complex expression on his face. You just seemed to be explaining the power of your knife to me, but it was actually for the hypnosis ceremony. I understand so quickly. Wu Yu smiled gently, her eyes full of praise. As expected of Itachi-kun with Hokage thinking. It sounded ironic to Uchiha Itachi. And even if you understand it, so what? With this kind of ability that can be called unsolvable, there is no way to break the situation. Uchiha Wu Yu, what is your purpose? Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that it was tricky at this time, and he was afraid that his close relatives and friends were still in the hands of the other party. I should ask you this question, Master Hokage. Wu Yu walked up to Danzo, pinched his cheek with his right hand, and stretched out his left hand to his right eye. Tore off the wrapped gauze, and directly pulled out his eyeballs. Ah! Danzo let out a stern scream, and everyone was extremely moved when they heard it. But seeing the scarlet eyeball in Wu Yu's hand, their gazes turned into astonishment again. Is this Sharingan? Danzo consultant, where did you get it? Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared angrily, rushing forward regardless, waving the big stick in his hand. Uchiha Wu Yu, you are too much. Danzo is his close friend and relative, and it is absolutely impossible for him to just watch as he was subjected to such cruel treatment. Oh! Wu Yu flipped her wrist, and the scarlet eyeball just disappeared into the palm of her hand. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely, he said with a smile, I advise you not to bluff, it will make you look weak. Boom! The big stick fell directly on the top of Wu Yu's head, making a huge muffled sound. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was holding a stick, opened his eyes wide, and saw that Wu Yu on the opposite side completely blocked his attack with only one hand. The strong wind is overflowing, and the white clothes are flying. The corners of Wu Yu's mouth were slightly curved, her expression was calm. The picture of this scene also made all the Konoha shinobi participants gasp in disbelief. It would be fine if he used the ability called Kyōka Suigetsu, but at the moment he is obviously useless. With only one palm of his own, he blocked Master Hokage's powerful attack. Puff! The sword flashed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's body fell slowly. His eyes were wide open, and there was a deep sense of indisputability remaining on his face. Master Hokage! Damn BD! Konoha's ninjas couldn't hold back and wanted to step forward, but Kakashi stopped him with his body. Don't be impulsive, Master Hokage is not dead. There is no need to doubt that these people must have also fallen for that horrible Kyōka Suigetsu. At this time, rushing up is mostly to deliver food, and may accidentally injure teammates. Wu Yu. Taking a breath, Kakashi stepped out of the crowd. I don't know what Itachi, Hokage-sama, and Elder Danzo did to you Uchiha clan, and I won't persuade you to give up revenge. However, if you want to continue to endanger the village, please step over my dead body. Me too. Yu Haihong also stood up, her eyes were very complicated. There are also Anko, Might Guy, Yamashiro Aoba. All the Konoha shinobi present seem to be ready to die for Konoha. They know that their power can't stop Wu Yu, Kyōka Suigetsu's power is too big. Even apart from Kyōka Suigetsu, Wu Yu's own strength is unfathomable. As strong as third Hokage, he was instantly killed by the opponent. If such an existence really wanted to do any damage to the village, no one would be able to stop it. But people like Kakashi stood up because they were part of Konoha. Interesting, you guys made me look like a villainous boss. Wu Yu curled his mouth and flipped the long knife in his hand. At this time, shouldn't it be more appropriate for me to kill my sister first to prove the Tao? As he spoke, he looked at Yu Haihong meaningfully. The girl didn't speak, just looked at Wu Yu quietly. His gaze was firm, but the affection revealed was not hidden. Tisk, forget it. Wu Yu couldn't stand the look, and turned his head helplessly. The time is coming. What? All the Konoha shinobi were astonished, but they saw two figures suddenly appearing beside Wu Yu like a flash. Mr. Wu Yu, I have received Suzuki. Chapter 3. There are two figures, one big and one small. The youngest one is a boy, about 7 or 8 years old, looks very cute, but the little face is full of daze and confusion. He is Uchiha Suzuki, the youngest son of the Uchiha patriarch. And the older one is a bright and charming girl. Her brown hair reached her ears, and she had a smile as warm as the sun on her face. How is it possible? Seeing the girl's appearance, Kakashi was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Lin. Not only him, but the rest of the ninjas also opened their eyes. These people have more or less had contact with Zhang Helen, so naturally they won't admit their mistake. The girl in front of her is the dead Lin, but why? Could it be impure world reincarnation? Kakashi knows this technique, and he has seen Danzo's research after staying at the root. But the appearance of the impure world reincarnation is different from that of a living person after all, but the Lin in front of him is alive and well, exactly the same as before or at the time. Wait, there seems to be a difference. Kakashi keenly found that Lin's forehead and both sides of the ears were covered with a strange substance called white. It doesn't affect the aesthetics, but these features can still be seen. Long time no see, Kakashi-kun. Lin waved her hand and greeted Kakashi, Kurenai and others, and everyone from Konoha. Really Lin? You're not dead. Wait. Lin's appearance and body don't seem to have changed from before. Anko seems to be very concerned about this aspect, and directly named the key points. Did you notice it? Lin blinked at her and said, I'm dead, and I shouldn't be considered alive now. Strictly speaking, my name should be Arankar now. Arankar? Everyone was stunned, this word was too unfamiliar to them. Lin, is your current state controlled by Wu Yu? Kakashi still decided to use the state of impure world reincarnation to interpret the current Nohara Lin. Since it is impure world reincarnation, Wu Yu, as the caster, should also be the controller of Nohara Lin. No, Mr. Wu Yu is a good person. There was a dazzling smile on Nohara Lin's face, and it could be seen that it was completely sincere. He doesn't impose his will on others. However, she didn't see that the corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched suddenly, who was standing behind and was explaining the situation to Suzuki. God is such a good person, can this word be used indiscriminately? You mean? Kakashi seemed to have thought of something, with an expression of disbelief. Well, I decided to do things for Mr. Wu Yu myself. Nohara Lin nodded with a smile and said, I have a good life here, so you don't have to worry about Mr. Kakashi. Lin, you. Kakashi could hear the other party's sincerity, but he couldn't understand it. Lin used to love the village so much that she even gave her life. But why did he make such a choice now? Stop bewitching me with sweet words, Kakashi. The air twisted, and a man with a Uzumaki mask suddenly appeared, standing on the side roof. Lin will never return to you, hypocritical Konoha. Who are you? Kakashi showed seriousness on his face, and this was another guy who couldn't figure out the depth. Humph, you don't deserve to know my name. Uzumaki's masked man spoke coldly and condescendingly. You are from Wu Yu. Uchiha Itachi felt bad when he saw the masked man appear. You made an appointment to destroy the Uchiha clan together, but you are an undercover agent? I don't belong to anyone, I just do what I want to do. The masked man sneered and said, the ultimate goal is to eliminate this hypocritical Konoha and cleanse this dirty ninja world. Obito, are you starting again? Lin frowned and looked at him, asking, are you done? Ah, Aunt Mikoto and the others have already been brought back. The masked man broke his skills in an instant and scratched his head. Obito. Kakashi's eyes widened with disbelief. Stupid Kakashi. Uchiha Obito took off the mask on his face, revealing a face that was a bit out of place. If it wasn't for Lin, you might never know my identity in your life. It's really you. Kakashi took a breath, not knowing what expression to use for a while. It was obviously a big crisis for Konoha. Why did it become like this now? What is this scene of acquaintance? Should I feel happy or miserable now? Kakashi's thoughts were in a mess at the moment, but Wu Yu said softly, it's time to go. Where are you guys going? Kakashi regained his senses and stared at the two friends in front of him. Obito snorted coldly and turned his face away, as if he didn't bother to answer. Lin was still smiling, and said softly, go where we should go, Kakashi-kun. Hum. The air vibrated, and there was a soft hum. Amidst the stunned, dull, and unbelievable eyes of all the ninjas, a huge hole was torn open in the sky. Indistinctly, a few figures could still be seen standing on the edge of the gap. Red-haired, that family crest is the Uzumaki clan. How is this possible? Aren't they exterminated? That person is Tsunagakure's hero. Scorch-style Hakura. What are those masked monsters? In addition to these human figures, there are looming horror monsters wearing white masks and pointed noses. Click! Several golden beams of light pierced through the gap, enveloping Wu Yu, Chuan, Suzuki, Obito, and Lin. Boom! The clods on the ground cracked open, and the figures of several people began to rise gradually. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally woke up from a short coma at this time, stared at Wu Yu and said loudly, Uchiha Wu Yu, what exactly do you want to do? Of course it's to go to a higher level. Condescending, Wu Yu's tone was indifferent. What is a higher realm? The ninjas below were stunned, they felt that Wu Yu's realm was already high enough. With only one person, they can make the entire Konoha defenseless. You are so unscrupulous, it will only bring you down. Danzo roared. His eyes, the distinguished heavenly gods he worked so hard to get. BD, bloody BD. You're so arrogant, Danzo. Wu Yu took off the black-rimmed glasses on her face and gently crushed them. Comb your hair back. From the beginning, no one is standing in the sky. Whether it's you, me, or God, but the empty window period of the throne of the sky is over. Next, I will stand in the sky. Chapter 4. The country of Sichuan, Black Rock City. Black's Hollow opened in the center of the city, and figures of Wu Yu and the others walked out of the hollow. Master Wu Yu. Master Wu Yu is back. The leader really made Konoha lose face this time. The people surrounding him greeted him one after another, with cheerful smiles on their faces. Thank you everyone. Wu Yu didn't put on airs, and the smile on his face was also very gentle. Let's have a meeting later to discuss the next plan and direction of Shimogawa Kingdom. Yes. Everyone echoed. Also, bring these Minos Grandes back to the factory. Wu Yu pointed to those Jillians who were standing stupidly, and said, "It's fine to put on a posture, and put them on the side of the road to scare the children." Several ninjas of the Uzumaki tribe took the lead, opened the sealing scroll and sealed Jillian in, then turned and left. This is the country of Sichuan. Looking at the environment in front of him, Chuan was stunned. She had been to this country 2 years ago when she was on a mission. At that time, the place was full of starvation and decay. But now? Clean streets, spacious houses, people wearing neat clothes and happy smiles on their faces. Is this still the country of Sichuan in her impression? Uchiha Chuan looked at Wu Yu in front of him, feeling very strange. She knew that such a big change in the Kawanokai was definitely related to her younger brother, but she really couldn't figure out how the other party did it. Suzuki. Spring. Among the crowd, 2 well-known beautiful women waved to this side. Suzuki Izumi's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly greeted him with one voice. Mother. Wu Yu didn't bother the reunion of the 2 families, and glanced at Obito who was fawning over Lin, then turned and walked towards the central building. Master Wu Yu. Pushing open the office door, I saw a red-haired woman dressed as a professional woman standing there, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, do you want to replenish your magic?" The woman's name is Uzumaki Rina, and she was brought back by Wu Yu from Cao Ninja Village. After her husband died, she had a daughter named Xianglin. That's right. She is the poor woman in the original book who was sucked into a human body in Cao Ren Village. Wu Yu brought her back, which can be regarded as a great meritorious deed. As for whether to restore magic or not, Wu Yu actually didn't care much. Mainly, Rina's mother is more enthusiastic and proactive. He didn't want to make people feel bad. Cough. Coughing lightly, Wu Yu lowered her voice. I've got business to do now, I'll see you later. Okay. Uzumaki Rina nodded sensibly, left the room, and closed the door gently. Call. Wu Yu slumped down on the sofa by the window, tapped her finger lightly, and a light curtain appeared in front of her. Familiar interface, familiar style. No matter how many times she has seen it, Wu Yu has a sense of déjà vu when facing it. That's right. This thing is the cheat he obtained by traveling to this world, and it is also the capital of his life. The full name is Sand Sculpture Netizen Exchange Group. There are not many members in the group, including Wu Yu, the group leader. There are only 3. Wu Yu himself was the most advanced group and automatically obtained the status of group owner. After waiting for a full 8 years, Xiaolao Fei came in. Then half a year ago, Aizen joined the group. Now Wu Yu is 13 years old, and Xiaolao Fei should be regarded as a childhood sweetheart in the form of a netizen. But it is not. Wu Yu spent 5 full years on Wu Yu's side, but half a month had passed on Xiaolao Fei's side. In layman's terms, Wu Yu met Xiaolao Fei when she was 8 years old, and she was 16 years old. Now Wu Yu is 12 years old, and she is still 16. This is not a childhood sweetheart at all, more like the other party is playing a little boy development game. According to Aizen's explanation, the time flow and rules of each world are different. Only when the group chat is open, the time will be fully synchronized. Reminder, the owner of the Sand Sculpture Group closed the live broadcast room, and the live broadcast will last for 60 minutes. Audience size, 2 people. You get 120 points. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, how is it? Brother, that wave of performance just now was okay, right? Poisonous old fat, well, I can give you 10 points. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, full marks? Poisonous old fat, full marks are 100. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, damn, is it that bad? Poisonous old fat, if it weren't for your face, you wouldn't even get 10 points. In other words, you are worth 10 points just because you have this face. You know what I mean? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Fatty Xia, you are going too far. Poisonous old fat, well, it's only 5 points now. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I'm too lazy to tell you, what do you think? Man with hairspray, not bad. Although there are many flaws in the details, but the other party is not himself, so Aizen did not correct it. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, let me just say, Brother Ran still understands me. What is Xiaolao fat, spicy chicken? Poison-tongued old man, hat, now even pervert wives dare to mock others at will? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what hammer talk are you talking about? Poisonous old fat, still pretending to be me? Do you really think I don't know what replenishing magic is? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I think everyone has the right to pursue love. You can't completely deny someone's love just because someone is the mother of a child. You are immoral kidnapping. Poisonous old fat, such a shameless face is worthy of you. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, recently, there is a lack of a printing factory, please help? Don't worry, there are shares and dividends. Poison-tongued old fat, who cares about your dividends? I can't use your ninja money here. You shameless old thief, even lied to my hard-earned manuscript fee. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, easy to say, easy to say. Everyone taught well. I, Uchiha Wuyu, can be what I am today, thanks to everyone's hard work and cultivation. Poisonous old man? Man with hairspray hands, well said, Mr. Wuyu. Also please don't say any more. He, Aizensuke, has lived for more than 110 years, and he has never seen such a speechless guy. Leaving aside his personality traits, it depends on what he did in the country of Sichuan. It sounds nice. It only took nearly half a year to build the entire Sichuan kingdom from scratch in an orderly manner, and even built a complete industry and industrial chain. The achievements are outstanding and admirable. But his way of making a fortune is so bad that Aizen doesn't even know how to complain. To lure the group members to invest in building a factory, saying that it is a share dividend system, and the result is to distribute ninja coins to others, there is no one in the factory, and there is a lack of labor, so you borrow Minos Grande from yourself to enter the factory. Nima, is this what carbon-based organisms can do? Even Aizen didn't expect to have such an operation, it's just amazing. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, you all misunderstood me. This country of Chuan has just started, and now there is a lot of waste waiting to be rebuilt. You have to believe me, today's pay is tomorrow's harvest. I, Uchiha Wuyu, am by no means ungrateful. If you don't believe me, I can swear it here in the name of the ancestor of our Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 5. Poisonous Old Man. The Man with the Hairspray Hand. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what's the matter, isn't it sincere enough for me to swear by my ancestors? Poisonous old fat, sincerity is a ghost. If Uchiha Madara saw you being so filial, I'm afraid he would jump out of the coffin in an instant and beat your head to pieces. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, how come, I respect him so much. Poisonous old fat, ah yes, 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 respect, you have to spit every day, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Shi Yu-chan. Poisonous old man? You, why do you call me that? Sounds pretty gross. Hey, goosebumps came up. Said so on the surface, but in reality, Xiao's Hikiyoshiu's cheeks were flushed, and her little brain couldn't help but start to associate it. Could this guy feel sorry for himself and want to make up for it in another way? Do you want to promise yourself when the time comes? But just agreeing to him, isn't it a bit too hasty? Xiao's Hikiyoshiu, who had something on her mind, couldn't help but began to shake her legs, and her beautiful legs tied with black couldn't help but wave after layer. A man next to him who was drinking coffee with his girlfriend couldn't help but look straight at him, and then he was slapped back to reality by his girlfriend. Xiao's Hikiyoshiu didn't care about the sight of these men, or she was used to it long ago. Staring fixedly at the light curtain in front of him, he wanted to see how someone would reply. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Shi Yu-chan, listen to my advice. Don't tell the truth in the future, you can't do this. If you want to find a boyfriend in the future, tell them the truth when you come up, they will not accept it. Learn to be tactful, do you know what I mean? Tactfully. Poison-tongued old man, I'll taunt your sister. I have been brewing in my heart for a long time, but I finally gave her this? Damn it, you really can't expect anything from this BD group leader. Angry, go to school. Turning off the group chat, stood up and left the coffee shop. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, actually went offline directly? Say nothing? Man with hairspray, interesting. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? The man with the hairspray hand, nothing, just a little bit of a sigh. It turns out that Mr. Wu Yu also has things that he is not good at dealing with. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hey, don't make me so omnipotent, okay? I'm just a common person. The man with the hairspray hand, let's take it as you. Common people have ghosts. Although the method of making a fortune in Chuanzi country is indeed not very legitimate, and it is full of tricks and abductions, but it takes skill to develop a barren country within half a year. Even if you don't talk about it. Just gathering the ninjas scattered around the ninja world like the Uzumaki survivors, and allowing them to fully integrate into the country of Chuan in a short period of time, and respecting Wu Yu, the young leader from the bottom of their hearts, this is not common humans can do it. Thinking of this, Aizen couldn't help but recall the slogan when the country of Chuan was just started, the country of Chuan is not the country of Chuan, who belongs to any tribe. The country of the river is the country of all the people of the country of the river. This sentence is very simple to read, but the vision, implication, and thoughts in it are extremely far-reaching. Even if it is placed in Soul Society, it can be applied. Then, let me see how far you can go. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Aizen closed the group chat interface in front of him, picked up the scroll of sealing technique uploaded by Wu Yu, and started researching with great interest. He is also very curious about the extraordinary power of another world. When I first joined the group, I studied the nature and characteristics of chakra. A lot has been gained, and those Minos Grandes sent to the ninja world are the products of research. Hollow and Shinigami are originally invisible things. They are like evil spirits and ghosts in human legendary, invisible and intangible. But these Minos Grande in the ninja world can not only be captured by ninjas with naked eyes, but also touch and seal them. This is the result of Aizen transformation. He has perfectly blended chakra and Minos Grande. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, so, now I'm the only one left? You too, can you have a little respect for the group leader? With a whisper, Wu Yu also closed the chat group interface. Standing up, she was about to ask Rina's mother to make up for her demons. Suddenly sensed something again, and quickly sat back on the sofa. Sister, are you awake? In front of Wu Yu's chest, a thin and translucent figure floated leisurely, nodding towards him. This figure is full of alcoholic red hair and is wearing a plain white kimono. She looked pretty, and looked at Wu Yu with teasing and ridiculing expressions, obviously knowing what he was going to do. This translucent figure is Uzumaki Kushina, wife of Konoha 4th Hokage. Wu Yu had nothing to do with her at first, until one day she had a big belly and stuffed a piece of candy into Wu Yu's hand. In the pretense of eating her candy, he will recognize her as a sister in the future. At that time, my sister also said earnestly that a boy as cute as Wu Yu needs a sister who can cover him, so that he can thrive. And then, my sister got mad by herself. At the beginning of the Nine Tails battle, Wu Yu was still young, and Cheat was also in a state of incomplete awakening, failing to save sister and her husband. It wasn't until Aizen entered the group half a year ago that Wu Yu really gained the power to change her destiny. Sister's soul was also pulled back from the Pure Land by him using impure world reincarnation, but sister's husband was nowhere to be found. The soul is in the belly of the Shinigami, but the body is gone. Obito dug 3 feet in the 4th generation's tomb, but only found an empty coffin. Wu Yu estimated that when Orochimaru defected, he took the corpse of 4th Hokage as a souvenir. Although Obito said that he would definitely make Orochimaru pay the price and get back the teacher's body. But now 2 months have passed, except for the first time Orochimaru ran away, I have never heard any news about Orochimaru from him. This damn love brain is now full of Lin. So speechless. Wu Yu complained secretly in his heart, and saw Kushina who was opposite had approached him. Both arms are raised in the shape of teeth and claws, looking very angry. Cough, gone. Wu Yu glanced at the other party's neckline, feeling a little hot all over her body. Seeing his expression, Kushina's eyes became more playful. As if thinking of some prank idea that is still playing, the whole light and fluffy body lay on Wu Yu's head, and gnawed while holding it. Hiss, sister. Don't. In order to nourish Kushina's soul body, Wu Yu kept her inside the Hokyaku in his heart. So in the past 6 months, the two of them have been in a state of symbiosis, regardless of each other. The two had long since known how many times they had met honestly, and Kushina didn't think such a prank was too much. Wu Yu, I have something to tell you. The air spiraled and twisted, and Obito's figure gradually appeared. Then, take a panoramic view of the scene in front of you. Chapter 6. Chuanziguo, the chief's office. Oh, you mean that Nagato wants to talk to me face to face? Wu Yu nodded slightly and said, no problem, where is the location? The outskirts of the Land of Rain. Obito said with a blank expression, they may indeed plan to talk, but they probably want to try your hand. You should be prepared. No problem, I'm pretty strong. Wu Yu blinked and said, but you actually care about me, Tuesday. Shut up. Obito twitched the corner of his mouth and broke his defense, I told you not to use that strange address. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, Tuesday. UBD. Who cares about you, stop being so sentimental. Uchiha Obito was so angry that if he couldn't beat him, he would have pinned the opponent to the ground and exploded. Like, this guy treats himself that way. Think about 4 months ago, this guy found himself saying that he could resurrect Lin and make up for his regrets. Obito was not happy at the time, but angry, just like the anger of Lin being touched. He didn't believe that Wu Yu could do it, and at the same time, he didn't want Wu Yu to do it. If Lin could be resurrected so simply, what was the reason for his long-term efforts and so many insane things? Obito didn't want to become a clown, so he chose to kill Wu Yu. Then, he was pressed to the ground by the other party that day and gave him a hard hammer. It was very painful, unprecedented pain. This kind of pain not only comes from the body, but also from the soul. Such pain also seemed to wake up Obito, who was sinking into the abyss. In the end, he decided to cooperate with the other party. Ah, yes. Wu Yu sat back on the chair and crossed his hands. So, Black-White Zetsu decided to cooperate. Now that he has accepted Obito, he certainly won't let it go. No matter White Zetsu or Black Zetsu, they are all very useful employees. And there is no need to eat and drink, it is simply the first choice for gold medal workers and unscrupulous bosses. Well, Wu Yu doesn't think that she is a black-hearted boss, but the country of Chuanzi is waiting to be done after all. Everyone pays a little bit more labor for a better tomorrow in the ninja world. Since they were locked up by you, they have fallen into autism. Obito whispered. On the other hand, A-Fei seems to have the intention to cooperate. That Uzumaki face White Zetsu who has a good relationship with you. Wu Yu nodded and said, ask him what conditions he has, and try to satisfy him if it's not too much. Well, he just wants an independent free space to complete the creation of his artworks. Obito's expression was a bit difficult to express. What kind of art is that? To put it bluntly, it's a pile of poop. Artwork. Well, a work of art. Obito and Wu Yu looked at each other. Chi fell silent. Okay, promise him. Wu Yu took a breath and didn't ask any more questions. Obito nodded, got up and walked to the door. The body paused, and hesitantly asked, Wu Yu, you and Mrs. Kushina. Hey? I'm familiar with you, I'll sue you for slander if you talk so nonsense. Wu Yu's expression was very serious, and her tone was very serious. My relationship with my sister is pure. What about you and Miss Rina? Clear and clean. I understand. Obito slammed the door tremblingly, regret flashed in his eyes. Teacher, I'm sorry for you. Understand what? Wu Yu scratched his head, somewhat incomprehensible. Uzumaki Kushina got out of his body at this time, pointed at Wu Yu and pointed at himself, and then clenched his small fist. Don't talk nonsense, we are innocent. Wu Yu spread her hands, shook her head and said, these days, there are always people who like to make up their minds. Can't there be sincere friendship between men and women? What a hell! Kushina's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes at him. Then he opened the skirt of his kimono and made a blood-spraying motion. Slander, you are slander. Wu Yu sat up abruptly, excitedly said, I didn't spoil your body. And you are in the state of a soul now, with a fart body. Kushina's expression suddenly became a little stiff, and she looked at him dangerously. Red's hair was flying behind his back, indicating that the owner was on the verge of rage. Cough, okay. Wu Yu raised her hands in surrender, and said calmly, I'm a bit greedy, but... Before he finished speaking, Kushina reached out his hand, looking like he was going to hit someone, but in the end he just touched his cheek. After half a year of symbiosis, the mutual understanding between the two has reached a level that is difficult for others to understand. With Kushina's actions, Wu Yu immediately knew what she was thinking. Have you made up your mind, sister? Kushina didn't speak, just smiled. The smile is soft and bright. Okay, I understand. Wu Yu took a breath, nodded and said, we'll start tomorrow. He is already quite skilled at transforming Arankar. Coupled with Aizen's technical support and Hagyaku bonus, accidents will hardly happen. But this is her elder sister after all, Wu Yu thinks she should be more careful. Greeting Kushina back to rest in Hagyaku, he opened the group chat interface. Sand Sculpture Group Leader at, Brother Ran comes out. Poisonous old man? Is this a soul in the early morning? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, there is business, be good. Poisonous old fat, your business is not doing business, so your name should be changed to Don't Do Business. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Shi Yuchen, aren't you afraid of being pouted if you hate the group leader so much? Poisonous old man, oh, I'm so scared. If you don't do business, you are going to tease me, what should I do? So scary. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, good guy, I think you are looking for your own death. At that time, even if you beg for mercy, it's useless, and it won't be over until you roll your eyes. Poisonous old fat, hee, I'm looking forward to it. Although pretending to be disdainful on the surface, Zaya's Hikihoshiu's face was about to smoke at this moment. Thinking about that scene, I am ashamed to death. Seeing the expression on her face, the classmates next to her felt like they had seen a ghost. Why is Kaolin Flower in Legendary about to become a steam princess? Which BD did it? The man with hairspray hands, here I come, Mr. Wu Yu. Something? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, I have something to do, let me borrow your Hagyaku tomorrow. Poisonous old fat, don't you have it yourself, you copied it from the group. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, I want to transfer Arankar to my sister, I'm afraid one is not enough. Poisonous old man, sister? Kushina? You guy, are you finally starting to attack the people around you? Pervert wife charge. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what are you talking about? We are innocent, and the sun and the moon can learn from each other. Poisonous old fat, bah. Man with hairspray, no problem. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, thank you Brother Ran. I swear by the name of Uchiha Madara. From now on, your business will be my business. When you need help, I will never frown. In violation of this oath, my ancestor Uchiha Madara will be struck by lightning. Hint, Hashirama's little padded jacket joins the group. Poisonous old man? Sand Sculpture Group Leader? The man with the hairspray hand. Chapter 7. Congratulations that you have joined the Sand Sculpture Netizen Exchange Group, I wish you a pleasant chat. Listening to the conversation in his mind, Uchiha Madara's conscious body instinctively frowned, with a pensive expression on his face. The place where he is now is the Pure Land. In Ninja World Legendary, after entering the Pure Land, the soul still has consciousness and can carry out activities. But these are all made up. After death, if you enter the Pure Land, you will fall into a deep sleep directly. The same is true for Uchiha Madara, but he is awakened by an inexplicable beep. The voice asked him if he wanted to join some chat group. Out of curiosity, he agreed. Then he received a stream of indoctrination, which made him understand the various functions of this so-called chat group. Connecting all worlds, the existence of different worlds converges. In this group, you can upload your own abilities and memories to earn points, and you can also use points to buy other people's abilities and memories. All kinds of miracles were simply beyond his imagination. If there is a God in the world, then the existence that created this chat group is definitely the real God. Far beyond even Sage of Six Paths. After all, even the Sage of Six Paths in Legendary can only be tossed in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara took a breath and looked around. One by one soul consciousness floats in the Pure Land space, like fireflies flickering in the night sky. The other conscious bodies have their eyes closed, but only his eyes are open. He tried to move his conscious body, but found that he was restrained by an invisible force and couldn't move at all. Boring. Uchiha Madara thought so, gave up struggling, and turned to the group chat. He began to try to send out information according to the previous system prompts. Hashirama's little padded jacket? Poison tongue old fat, the newcomer has spoken, at. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, I saw it, no need to remind. Poisonous old fat, aren't you going to say something? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, welcome newcomers. Since you are here, everyone is your own. But first, let me introduce myself as usual in this group. Hashirama's little padded jacket, introduce yourself? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, yes, this will allow you to integrate into our group faster. The format of the introduction is also very simple, just briefly summarize yourself. Name, age, occupation, hobbies, whether there is a spouse, and orientation. Poisonous old man? Orientation? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Shi Yu-chan, do you have anything to add? Poisonous old fat, no, nothing. She originally wondered if it was a bit too much for someone to introduce her orientation, but suddenly she became interested. How will this Uchiha Madara answer? Is his orientation male or female? Zayas Hikiyoshihu also knew that his personality as a fun person was a bit bad. But, it's really interesting. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, so Rookie Sauce, please start your performance. The man with the hairspray hand, Your Excellency, the group leader, shouldn't it be better to add personal life goals in the self-introduction? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, I agree. Ha 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 ha. In reality, Wu Yu almost burst out laughing. He understood, Brother Ran also wanted to have fun. What is Uchiha Madara's life goal? Brother Ran, who has seen Hokage's memory, must know it. But at this time, let people say it in the group, isn't this a public execution? Moreover, he also deliberately changed the title of Mr. Wu Yu to His Excellency, the leader of the group, because he was afraid that Uchiha Madara would recognize Wu Yu's identity in reality. The black hand is tight, it is worthy of Aizen. Poisonous old fat, I also agree, newcomer sauce, please start. For some reason, Uchiha Madara felt a very subtle and strange atmosphere from these people's words. It can't be considered malicious, but more like some kind of inexplicable expectation. But he couldn't understand, what was there for them to expect from him? How strange! Uchiha Madara frowned, and began to think about replying, my name is Uchiha Madara, and the exact age is not clear. Occupation should be a ninja? No particular hobbies, just don't like being around stupid guys. Sand sculpture group leader, well, what else? Poisonous old man, you only said the most basic, and you didn't say anything important. Spouses, orientations, and life goals. They were not surprised by their own names, which means that they are not from the ninja world. Uchiha Madara is very confident. If he is a member of the ninja world, he will never heard of his name as Shura of the ninja world. But looking at the plain performance of these people, it is obvious that they are not surprised by their names. This makes Uchiha Madara think that these people are definitely not from the ninja world. It never occurred to him that his screen name had already exposed his identity. Hashirama's little padded jacket, I don't have a spouse, and my orientation is normal. As for the goal of life, it is to make the world I live in be peaceful forever. Poison-tongued old man, what kind of answer is this? It's not enough to just use an orientation. Zayas Uchiha was very disappointed, feeling that he didn't get the answer at all. Hashirama's little padded jacket? Sand sculpture group leader, Shi Yuchan means that what is normal in your eyes may be abnormal in the eyes of others. So, please don't play tricks, newcomer Chan, and answer this question head on. Is your orientation male or female? Hashirama's little padded jacket, is there something wrong with you? Sand sculpture group owner, something is wrong? I don't think so, this is a normal communication, Madara-san. Hashirama's little padded jacket, do you call this normal communication? Ask someone you just met by staring at their orientation, is this a normal communication gesture? Could it be that the exchanges I had in the ninja world were abnormal? The man with hairspray, we will be companions in the future. So whether this companion is qualified or not, it is natural to have to consider all aspects. So this is indeed normal communication, Mr. Madara. Hashirama's little padded jacket. Uchiha Madara didn't know what to say. He felt that what the hairspray man said made sense, but it seemed weird. Sand sculpture group leader, just answer whether the orientation is male or female. With Madara-san's spirit of wanting to make the world peaceful, shouldn't it be embarrassing? Uchiha Madara couldn't hold back his violent temper immediately. Would he be embarrassed? Would he be shy as a dignified Shura? If it does not exist, reply directly, female. Sand sculpture group owner, no, Madara-san. The name Hashirama doesn't look like a woman at all. Hashirama's little padded jacket? Where did you hear this name? Are you from the ninja world? Sand sculpture group leader, I swear in the name of my ancestors, I am definitely not from the ninja world. Otherwise, my ancestors would be heartbroken by black tigers, and there would be no P. Chapter 8. Hiss. Seeing the message from the group leader, even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but gasp. Vicious. This oath is really vicious, and for some reason, he somehow feels the same way. Quickly dispelling this terrible feeling in my mind, Uchiha Madara sent a message, Group leader, do you have any grudge against your ancestor? He felt that there was hatred, otherwise why would he swear with such vicious words? Sand sculpture group leader, how is that possible? My patriarch is noble and unparalleled, my admiration for him is like a torrential river, how could there be hatred? If you don't believe me, ask everyone in the group. Poisonous old fatty, cough, his ancestor is indeed, a good person. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Shiwa-chan, your tone is not firm. What does it mean to be a good person? The patriarch once let go of family grievances for his lover, kept his name incognito for his faith, and taught good young people to see the dangers of society. Don't you feel moved by such a noble sentiment? Poisonous old man. Zaya's Uchiha covered her face, not knowing how to complain. The man with hairspray, it's really touching. I remember his final ending was to save an innocent mother, giving up his own life. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes, the ancestor is too great. Madara-san, what do you think? Hashirama's little padded jacket, it sounds like a good person, but I think this kind of sacrifice for a so-called mother is just a small way. True love should embrace the whole world. For example, Uchiha Madara himself, he feels that his kind of love is working hard for world peace. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, well, what you said makes sense. Wu Yu almost nodded and laughed. Is this the one in Legendary who complained about herself? Yes, as expected of Madara-san. Hashirama's little padded jacket, but, it seems that this has nothing to do with my previous question. Since the group leader is not from the ninja world, why does he know the name Hashirama? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, well, is there a possibility? You didn't notice your screen name? Username? Uchiha Madara frowned, staring at the light curtain in front of him and began to glance. Then, his eyes widened. Hashirama's little padded jacket? Is this Lao Zi's screen name? Hashirama's little padded jacket, who made this damn screen name, change it for me. Poisonous old fat, it was matched by the group chat system itself, and it is impossible to change it. Look at me and Aizen, there is no group leader, who is the normal online name. Zaya's Uchiha was also furious because of this hateful online name, but now she has been ruined. There is a fart for being angry, and it can't be replaced anyway. Hashirama's little padded jacket, what a jerk. Uchiha Madara felt extremely ashamed. What is Hashirama's little padded jacket? He is a majestic ninja Shura, will he always show his net name to others in the future? No, the current situation should be pretty good. These people only know their own names, but they don't know their status in the ninja world. That being said, it shouldn't be a big problem. Man with hairspray hands, Mr. Madara, I have a question that I would like to know. Hashirama's little padded jacket? What? The man with hairspray hands, you should be in the Pure Land now, how does your soul feel? Hashirama's little padded jacket? You, how do you know? The man with the hairspray hand, because you said that you don't know your age. According to my inference, there should be twists and turns in your memory, you woke up from a deep sleep, right? Poisonous old fat, maybe they just don't want to reveal their age? The man with the hairspray hand, it is possible, but I still believe in my inference. Hashirama's little padded jacket, you are very smart. You can make such an inference based on just a few words, you should be considered a character in your world, right? The man with the hairspray, ordinary, just the captain of the 5th team. So, Mr. Madara's current state is to cut off the link of Gedo statue and commit suicide? Hashirama's little padded jacket? Uchiha Madara's face was full of bewilderment, with an expression of disbelief. How does this guy even know the Gedo statue? Is it also an inference? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Totally unreasonable. Man with hairspray, is it hard to understand? As long as you know the plot of Hokage, you can make a little guess. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, you said, what Hokage plot? The man with hairspray hands, the Hokage ninja storyline. Ninja Shiulo use Hibo Madara, god of ninja Senju Hashirama. Sage of 6 paths, Rin Egan. Destiny child Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Poisonous old fat, and their beautiful mother. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, stop making trouble. Didn't you see Brother Ren was talking about business, so don't interrupt me. Hashirama's little padded jacket, didn't you say that you are not from the ninja world? Don't know anything about the ninja world? Uchiha Madara frowned, feeling cheated. The man with the hairspray hand, Your Excellency, the group leader, did say that he is not from the ninja world, but none of us said that we don't know anything about the ninja world. If you don't believe it, you can look through the chat history. Poisonous old fat, well, by the way, you can also look at the first frame at the top of the memory area. After reading it, you should know the answers to many questions. Uchiha Madara took a breath, and jumped to the memory area interface with his mind. On the first frame at the top, there are 4 big characters Hokage Ninja written on it. This is free memory, no need to spend credits. Uchiha Madara clicked directly to receive, and a stream of information poured into his mind instantly. From the immersive perspective of God, read the whole story of Hokage Ninja. From the beginning of Akatsuki's organization to collect tailed beasts, he was summoned in the 4th Ninja World War. Then became 10 Tails Jinkraki, and finally got backstabbed by Black Zetsu. The so-called Project Tsuki no Mi, all my efforts are actually making wedding dresses for others. Grief and indignation. At this moment, Uchiha Madara only felt a kind of deep grief and anger lingering in his mind. Sand Sculpture Group owner, Madara-san, are you okay? In fact, you don't have to be depressed about your life. After all, you already know the Hokage plot by now, don't you? Think about tomorrow, think about the future. Maybe there will be more desperate things waiting for you. Are you looking forward to it? Poisonous old fat, Madara-san said thank you for your comfort, he is much better now. And please stop comforting him, that is the greatest kindness to him. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what are you talking about? Madara-san is my dearest group member. My feelings for him are as strong, clear, and pure as I have for my ancestors. Poisonous old man. Hashirama's little padded jacket. The man with the hairspray hand. Chapter 9. Kawa no Kuni, Meeting Room. Sitting on the main seat, Wu Yu faced the representatives of Kawa no Kok in front of him, said with a smile on his face and in a gentle tone, we just finished talking about the resettlement of the Uchiha clan and the population development of Kawa no Kok. Do you have anything else to ask? Supplementary. My lord, I have a question to ask. Uzumaki Gongsuk, the 6th elder of the Uzumaki clan, raised his hands. You said. Wu Yu nodded. Are we really going to publish this in the newspaper? Uzumaki took out the sample of the newspaper in his hand tremblingly, and said with a complicated expression, it's a little sinful. Everyone turned their gazes to the headlines of the newspaper, all of them couldn't help but twitch. But I saw that it said, Ninja God returned, and found that her boyfriend was sold to a custom shop. With one order, 100,000 ninjas came to join her. Cough. Even Wu Yu's face was a little unnatural, she turned her head slightly, and couldn't bear to look directly. It's just a gimmick and the story in it is not real history. You should see a sign that says do not take your seat. Everyone present was silent. Even if you marked it right, but your title, everyone will be right. This is the story of Senju Akiwa and Uchiha Aben, and there is no other meaning. Wu Yu explained with a serious face, the final interpretation right belongs to this newspaper. Is there any problem? No, no more. Uzumaki put down his hand with the corner of his mouth twitching. Today he really saw the excellence of leader Wu Yu. It is worthy of being the leader who can write the ideological textbooks of Dechuan country, and they still have too much to learn. Since you have no questions, let's adjourn the meeting. Wu Yu waved his hands and stood up. The sun sets and the sun sets. Wu Yu returned to her home, just in time to see Chuan sitting on the sofa full of worries, with a sad face. What's the matter, are you still thinking of a hot man? Wu Yu sat down next to the titular sister and teased. Because they are family members, when the Uchiha family moved here, Chuan and her mother Miyuki were also arranged in Wu Yu's home. No, I don't have that kind of relationship with him at all. Chuan rolled his eyes at him and said, I'm thinking about what I can do in the future. It seems that there is no need for ninjas here in Sichuan Kingdom. It's not that the kingdom of Chuan doesn't need ninjas. Shaking his head, Wu Yu chuckled, it's just that we don't need ninjas who can only kill people. We need ninjas who can irrigate rice fields with water-style skills, and we also need ninjas who can build with earth-style skills. The ninja of the house. But I only know fire-style. Then why don't I arrange for you to enter the factory? Your hands are so beautiful, it's a pity not to screw the screws. Uchiha Chuan frowned and said, I always feel like you are fooling me. How come, what's the relationship between us? Wu Yu acted righteously. Uchiha Izumi stared at him and asked, that Uzumaki Rina, what does that have to do with you? Why does she have a key to the house? A clean working relationship, don't think about it. Wu Yu reached out and patted her on the head, then stood up. I'm going to take a nap for a while, Miyuki came back and called me. That's Mom. Call me Mom. Uchiha Izumi slapped his hand off, gritted his teeth and said, it's not big or small. Wu Yu ignored him, went straight upstairs and returned to her room, and locked the door behind her. After changing his clothes, he opened a dark voice and walked in. When he appeared again, Uzumaki Rina was already waiting for him here. Unlike the work clothes during the day, Rina has changed into a pink nurse's outfit at this time and is sitting by the bed. Seeing Wu Yu appear, she greeted her with a smile on her face. My lord, it's time to mend the magic. Wu Yu, where were you just now? During the meal time, Chuan looked at his nominal younger brother with doubts. In the room, fell asleep. Wu Yu replied vaguely after biting the chicken chop in the bowl. Impossible, I obviously called you so loud. Sleeping to death, I'm a little tired these days. I do not believe. Chuan, Wu Yu is really busy. Miyuki, who was next to her, stopped her daughter's intention to continue speaking, and said softly, I have to worry about the development of the country of Sichuan, and the population growth of the country of Sichuan. These words obviously mean something. As someone who has been there, she is obviously the trick of her adopted son and his secretary. This made her feel a little complicated and a little tasteless. It felt like the watery cabbage that I had worked so hard to raise, but was beaten by other sows. However, she really didn't expect that the other party would control the entire country of Sichuan without making a sound, and build the country of Sichuan so well. Now it is a heroic feat to save the entire Uchiha tribe by himself. The child has grown up and turned into a truly outstanding man who can stand on his own. Thinking about the grand ambitions of the other party holding her hand when she was a child and saying that she would marry her mother when she grew up, Miyuki couldn't help but feel a little lost. That should be a joke, right? Yeah, Miyuki-chan is right. Wu Yu didn't see the lost expression on Miyuki's face, his gaze was attracted by the interaction in the chat group at the moment. Poisonous old man, Madara sang. I asked you to blow up the photos, but you have such a disappointed expression on your face that I don't know how to complain. Hashirama's little padded jacket, do I still have to face the bleak life with a smile? It doesn't matter anymore. To others, the whole Hokage ninja may be an inspirational youthful blood story, but to Madara it is like an execution ground. After watching the Hokage plot, his soul-body consciousness was a bit depressed. The man with the hairspray hand, Mr. Madara, are you willing to be bound by fate? Seeing this message, Wu Yu was taken aback, and immediately understood that Brother Ran was about to exert his strength. This big flicker from Soul Society once almost flicked the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo. And this guy is a pure-blood fun guy. As long as he finds something interesting, he is even willing to work hard and pay a high price. Now, Brother Ran is obviously eyeing Uchiha Madara. He noticed that Madara's will seemed to be a little depressed, which he didn't want to see. Aizen finds it boring and uninteresting to watch a man in a slump having fun. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The same is true for watching fun, only to see people high-spirited and striving to make progress, but suddenly find that greater despair is brewing above their heads. The sense of gap at that moment is what lazy people want to see most. So what Aizen has to do now is to let Uchiha Madara stand up first. Only when he gets up, will there be more interesting things to watch. I have to say that Brother Ran is really a bad guy, too bad. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu edited the message and sent it out. Madara-san, you don't want to be separated from Hashirama forever, do you? Chapter 10. Poisonous Old Man. As an old group member, Sasuke Uchiha knew Wu Yu and Aizen quite well, and immediately understood that these two guys didn't really want to comfort Uchiha Madara at all. Judging from this posture, it should be planned to work together and cheat Uchiha Madara? What a pity, Madara-san. As a companion in the group, all she can do for Uchiha Madara now is silence. As for reminding Uchiha Madara not to be fooled, Sasuke Uchiha never thought about this question. She is a woman of the generation, how dare she destroy the good deeds of the leader of the group? And how could she remind such an interesting thing? Hashirama's little padded jacket, what do you mean? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, it's not interesting. Madara-san, have you forgotten what I said earlier? My admiration for you is like that of my ancestors. Seeing you so depressed now, I can't bear it. After the message was sent, Wu Yu drank the miso soup in the spring bowl and smacked her lips. Damn it, don't you have it yourself? Chuan looked a little annoyed. Your bowl is more fragrant. Wu Yu replied casually, ignoring Quan's muttering in a low voice, and continued to stare at the group chat in front of her. Hashirama's little padded jacket, I have nothing for you to admire. If it was Madara before, maybe he wouldn't feel anything wrong, but now he feels that the word admiration is a bit harsh. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes, there are too many. Madara-san, there are so many shining spots on your body that it blinds my eyes. Just like your self-confidence, the unparalleled self-confidence in the world. Even though you haven't even gone to elementary school, you still want to think about how to make the world peaceful, which is full of philosophical issues. This kind of self-confidence, my group leader would like to call you the strongest. Poisonous old fat, pft. Sasuke Uchiha almost spit out the milk tea from his mouth, so he could only cover his mouth and hold back a hard laugh. This Wu Yu sometimes speaks in a bad way. Hashirama's little padded jacket, I can hear it, you guys are mocking me, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, how come, this is a longing. The man with hairspray hands, longing is the furthest distance from understanding. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Brother Ran, you suddenly popped out such a line, it's a bit confusing for me. The man with hairspray hands, in terms of facts, your vision is not your understanding of Madara. Only by letting go of this longing can you truly understand Madara. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, ah, is that so? Hashirama's little padded jacket, I don't need your understanding. Especially you, Aizen-suke. The mastermind behind Soul Society, Hueco Mundo. A guy like you doesn't think about letting others understand you from the bottom of your heart. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, no, Brother Ran is actually a very nice person. It's just that he doesn't bother to communicate with those who don't understand him, but once he can communicate, he is still very righteous. Hashirama's little padded jacket, Group Leader, I advise you not to be fooled by him. People like Aizen-suke don't really understand anyone. Nor will anyone really understand him. Everything he shows is just a disguise. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hey, is it so scary? Wu Yu almost laughed out loud, this Uchiha Madara seems to be a bit persecuted after watching Hokage. But also understandable. After all, he was hurt too deeply by Black Zetsu in the original anime, and he has an instinctive fear of this Black Hand who hides the sixth type. And if you only look at the Shinigami anime plot, few people really understand Aizen. But the truth is, it's not that Aizen doesn't want to make friends. It's just that most people can't really understand him. He developed a withdrawn personality since he was a child, and this withdrawn personality became more obvious when he grew up. But his method of hiding emotions is very powerful. Ordinary people only think that he is gentle and soft, so they don't see the cold blade hidden behind this softness. To put it simply, Aizen was extremely lacking in love when he was a child, and became emotionally deformed when he grew up. I want to make friends, but I am afraid that the other party will not accept the true self. So just stop paying, flatten the world, and then create a whole new world that you want. Why does Wu Yu know this? Because he has seen all of Aizen's memories. The man with the hairspray hand, I see. It seems that Mr. Madara has a deep prejudice against me. Hashirama's little padded jacket, stereotypes? That's not a prejudice, it's just a little opinion of you, Aizen-suke. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, damn, Madara-san. When did you become a master of humanity? Could it be that because of watching a Hokage, I awakened to a new job? Grass, isn't this amazing? Hashirama's little padded jacket, shut up, you group leaders really don't have the slightest sense of crisis. You know what kind of guy this Aizen is, but you still dare to let him talk nonsense? Wu Yu really couldn't hold back this time, the corner of her mouth twitched. Madara-san, do you want to see what you said? Brother Ran is indeed the behind-the-scenes boss of the Soul Society, yes, what you Madara-san did in the ninja world are noble. At this moment, the expression on Uchiha Madara's face was a bit embarrassed. Hey, I am different from him. Poisonous old fat, that's true. Aizen at least worked as a teacher, you didn't even go to elementary school. In the end, he turned into a tool man pitifully, and became a manure for Black Zetsu's old mother. Hashirama's little padded jacket, shut up, you stupid girl who didn't even get a man. Poisonous old man? Hashirama's little padded jacket, am I wrong, Zayas Hikihoshiu? In the end, a Nulun also chose Megami Kato, what a pity. If I'm not wrong, you must not be in a good mood after watching your ending, right? Poisonous old fat, thank you, I'm fine. Zayas Hikihoshiu's eyelids trembled. Unbelievable, she was taunted by an old monster from the ninja world. If she really liked a Nulun, she would probably be crazy now. Hashirama's little padded jacket, forced to smile? Humph, what an ugly expression. Poisonous old fatty, ah yes yes yes, you are so handsome when the black tiger has your heart ripped out. Uchiha Madara broke the defense in an instant and didn't want to talk anymore. However, the term Hi-Hu digs out his heart is inexplicably familiar to him, as if he has seen it before. Man with hairspray, don't you want revenge, Madara? Hashirama's little padded jacket, what do you mean? The man with the hairspray hand, now you are bound by the rules of the Pure Land, and there are only two ways to break the situation. Return to the ninja world by impure world reincarnation, or become a Shinigami. Sand Sculpture Group owner, let me think about it, impure world reincarnation is a bit bad. You don't know how long it is before the Fourth World War, do you have to wait for several years? Let Black Zetsu live happily for several years, can you stand it? After sending the message, Wu Yu opened her mouth with an ah. Chuan, who was next to him, picked up a chicken chop with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth with a disgusted face, then turned his head away, not wanting him to see his red cheeks. Poisonous old fat, indeed. Kazuma Jayakashiwa has now also decided to join Uchiha Madara's front. This guy dared to mock him, so don't blame him for making trouble. Man with hairspray, your points shouldn't buy Ryutsu. But it doesn't matter, I can upload the sealed state to you, and you can try to see if you can comprehend the power of Shinigami. Hashirama's little padded jacket, what's the price for me? Uchiha Madara was heartbroken, and he really wanted revenge. He couldn't bear to let Black Zetsu go out and have a good time outside for a few years. Chapter 11. Sand Sculpture Group Leader. Humph, is there a price? Needless to say, of course it is your body. Hashirama's little padded jacket? Poisonous old man. The man with the hairspray hand. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, don't be nervous, just enliven the atmosphere. Besides, you are in the state of a soul, and you don't have a body. The man with the hairspray, Your Excellency, the group leader, is right. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Changing to Wu Yu now is a bit dazed. Brother Ran is really playing for real? But why Uchiha Madara? Isn't Ichimaru Jin enough for you? The man with the hairspray hand, I need your soul and body to cooperate with me to complete the experiment. Hashirama's little padded jacket, an experiment? He knew that Aizen had absolutely no good intentions. Think about it too. As the mastermind behind the Soul Society, the sixth son who is hundreds of times more powerful than Black Zetsu, how could he be willing to help himself? But what kind of experiment is this experiment? Man with hairspray, of course, you can choose to refuse. Hashirama's little padded jacket, tell me first, what kind of experiment is it? Man with hairspray, you seem nervous? Hashirama's little padded jacket, nervous? Are you prodding me, Aizen? You seem to have got something wrong. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one of those idiots who are bewitched by you. Your rhetoric is useless to me. Now tell me, what kind of experiment is this? This guy is still putting on this bluff until now. Wu Yu covered her head, speechless. Even an outsider like him can see that this Madara ancestor is really nervous. It wasn't exactly fear, but he was still a little scared of Aizen. After all, I have seen Kenbaru's death, and knowing the opponent's methods is almost impossible to guard against. Now Aizen said the word experiment again, which made Uchiha Madara's vigilance towards him increased to the extreme. I am afraid that I will be treated as experimental material by him like Hirako Shinji in Kenbaru. The man with the hairspray hand, I see, it is indeed Mr. Madara who stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Your insight is really amazing. Did you actually see through my intention? Aizen is obviously acting, very maliciously acting. Hashirama's little padded jacket, answer my question, Aizen. What kind of experiment do you want to do on me? Hint, Aizen uploaded the sealed state of the weapon, price, 200 points. Man with hairspray, your points should be enough, take it. Hashirama's little padded jacket, humph. Just upload the sealed state directly, because you are afraid that I will reject you, right? But if you do this, don't you worry that I will turn my back on you? Having said that, Uchiha Madara still bought the sealed state at an extremely fast speed. He had previously uploaded his abilities in the group, such as Chakra in the body, Fire Style, Eternal Manjiki, Uchiha Fluid Technique and so on. Wu Yu and others were also very supportive, earning him a lot of points once. It's a pity that the most valuable Rinnegan on his body has been judged not to belong to him by the group chat system. That thing was already Nagato's property, and he had to pick off Nagato's eyeballs if he wanted to get it back. But it's not a big problem. Although he can't afford Aizen's Ryutsu for the time being, the price of a sealed state is still not in his eyes. The man with the hairspray hand, I believe that Shura, who is dignified in the ninja world, would not do such a thing. Hashirama's little padded jacket, ha 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 ha, that's not necessarily the case. The man with hairspray? Hashirama's little padded jacket, who said that I, Uchiha Madara, can't renege on my debt? Especially your account of Aizensuke, I don't need to admit it at all. Uchiha Madara seemed to be able to see Aizen's ugly face at this time, which made him very happy. And as the sealed state of the light grey hilt floated in front of him, Uchiha Madara also felt strange power flowing around him. Is this spiritual power? Trying to move his fingers, Uchiha Madara suddenly found that the rules that bound him had indeed loosened. As long as he continues to transform and absorb spiritual power through Zanpakuto, he will soon be completely free from bondage. And all of this was done by him from Aizen for nothing with his extraordinary wisdom. It's very exciting to think about it. He, Uchiha Madara, will not only be able to get out of trouble and return to the ninja world soon, but he will also plot against Aizen, the mastermind behind the Soul Society. Awesome, he is so awesome. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Madara-san, you. Hashirama's little padded jacket, I advise you not to be too naive, this is the reality of the world. Poisonous old man, the reality is that you take other people's things and do nothing, and eat bully meals? Uchiha Madara's expression is a little unnatural, but he still needs face. But the mouth is very hard, after all, I bought this sealed state with points, did I promise him to help him do the experiment? This is just his Aizensuke's wishful thinking. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Madara-san, isn't what you said a little shameless? Judging from the plots of the original book, Uchiha Madara is indeed not a good thing. He cheated every grandmaster, but never as brazenly as he is now. Did seeing what Black Zetsu did to him change him, or was there a shameless gene lurking inside him? Hiss. So, does the same Uchiha have this gene? No, definitely not. How could such a pure and innocent boy have shameless genes? Thinking this way in his heart, he opened his mouth again. This time it was Miyuki who fed him. The fried chicken cutlet was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, very delicious. Well, Miyuki's fingers are also quite fragrant. It was Chuan, with a scary expression on his face, as if he wanted to eat people. Wu Yu panicked and leaned into Miyuki's arms again. I'm full. Chuan let go of the bowl in his hand with a bang, and went upstairs angrily. Miyuki looked a little embarrassed, Wu Yu waved her hand to signal her not to panic, and continued to watch the group. Hashirama's little padded jacket, do you think I'm shameless? Whatever you want, why do I, Uchiha Madara, have to explain to people? So far today, I'm happy. Ha 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 ha. Poisonous old fat, he is offline. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, yes, it's offline. The fool. Poisonous old fat, I never expected that Uchiha Madara would actually renege on his debts. It's outrageous. The owner of the Sand Sculpture Group, after all, he is the ancestor I admire and look forward to the most. Can I be an ancestor without these two brushes? Now which patriarch doesn't know how to order special skills and magic skills? Don't look down on your ancestors, girl. Poisonous old fat, it is indeed worthy of being the person who is in your blood. But if he is so reckless, will your plan come to naught? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, plan? Didn't that thing start after he entered the group chat? Poisonous old fat, the experiment that Aizen said? Man with hairspray, ah. From the time he took the knife, it was already an experimental product. Chapter 12. Early morning twilight. Wu Yu woke up slowly from a deep sleep, glanced at Kushina lying on the edge of her bed, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Sister, the soul body does not need to sleep. Stop pretending. Kushina's eyes widened suddenly, with an unhappy expression. She just wanted to miss the feeling of sleeping, what to do? And having a beautiful woman like yourself to sleep with, you guys still dislike him? Cough, don't get me wrong. Seeing that this elder sister seemed about to lose her temper, Wu Yu quickly said, I'm afraid that I might do something impulsive, you know, men in the morning. Kushina immediately understood and raised her eyebrows. I don't even care, you care about a fart. She pretended to be calm. If she hadn't seen her cheeks getting redder and redder, she might have thought that this elder sister had seen a lot of things in the world. Sister, I have to change clothes. Seeing that the other party was still staring curiously, Wu Yu reminded him a little speechlessly. Kushina finally regained consciousness at this time, folded her hands on her chest and curled her lips, pretending to be disdainful. Then it turned into a stream of light and got into his chest. Dressed up, Wu Yu went downstairs. Humph! Chuan, who was sitting in the living room eating breakfast, turned his head away when he saw him. Hey! Wu Yu walked towards her quickly and stood behind her. What is this? Chuan didn't want to talk to him at first, but he was very curious. Turning his head, what came into view was a big pink plush rabbit. The girl's heart was immediately poked, her eyes sparkled. Who lost it? No one wants me to lose it. Give me. Then don't be angry. Humph! Chuan frowned softly, took the big rabbit with both hands, and rubbed his face. Wu Yu also laughed and began to enjoy her own breakfast. Wu Yu. The girl hugged the big rabbit, but still couldn't help but said, "Can you, don't talk to mom." She can naturally see that the relationship between her mother and the other party is unusual, and she doesn't look like Kamen's mother at all. And this guy Wu Yu has never called mother mother, but Miyuki sauce. This made the girl feel a sense of crisis. She never thought of blocking her mother's pursuit of happiness. If it was another man, even a boy, she would bless her. But why Wu Yu? What if the other party is with her mother? You can't marry your own mother together, it's too inappropriate. Cough, Ah Chuan. Wu Yu put down the chopsticks in his hand, and said earnestly, "Aren't you thinking too much? Miyuki and I are innocent, how can you think about it?" Chuan was immediately annoyed, and said angrily, "Don't think I didn't see it, you obviously lay your pillow on her leg that day, and kissed. Isn't that the intimacy of mother and son?" Wu Yu blinked, and said without any sense of shame, "We are really innocent, and we won't lie to you." Chuan believed it a little bit, leaning his body on Wu Yu's shoulder, and asked in a seductive tone, "Then, what about you and me? A pure and innocent relationship between siblings." Wu Yu sat upright and said seriously, "Go to hell." Chuan hit him on the head with the big rabbit in his hand, and ran upstairs slowly. "Aren't you going to turn the screws today? The factory is on holiday." Quan's voice came coldly. Wu Yu frowned and muttered in a low voice, "Are you going to have a holiday every now and then? I think the sixth elder, the factory director, doesn't want to work anymore." He got up, opened the door and walked out of the room. South Area, Research Base. Master Chief. Master Wu Yu. Seeing Wu Yu walk in, the researchers in white coats crowded around to say hello. "Thank you everyone." Wu Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "How is the research on that project going? Breakthrough progress?" The answer was a female researcher with ear-length short hair, her face full of excitement. "We have discovered the genetic code of Lei Weijiu, and now we can breed Lei Weijiu on a large scale." "Very good." Wu Yu nodded and said, "However, the names of Lei and Niu need to be changed. This is our own cattle from the country of Chuan, which will be called Chuan Weijiu from now on. After the breeding is successful, we will sell a batch first, and the price will be reduced by 50% compared to the country of Thunder. But in this case, our cost. Don't worry about the cost, just do as I tell you." Wu Yu did not explain to her what low-price dumping is, and this ninja-dominated world hardly has this concept of economics. Leaving the experimental farm, Wu Yu continued down and walked into a dark door. Click! The moment Wu Yu entered the door also closed. The picture in front of me showed a huge open land, with humanoid creatures soaked in liquid lined up on both sides. Leader. With a flickering figure, Yaking, wearing a black backless suit, appeared in front of Wu Yu, bowing slightly. On both sides of her forehead, there are white curves extending like armor, an A7 character is printed on the right side of her neck. Yet. Wu Yu sized her up and said softly, "Is everything ready?" Yaking nodded slightly, and clapped his hands to the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and the entire surface began to subside. But in the middle, there is a huge high platform rising up. Stone pillars are erected around the high platform, and thick special chains extend from both sides. Sister, it's all right. Kushina's soul body came out from Wu Yu's chest and rushed towards the high platform. Those chains seemed to sense something, and they wound up automatically, binding her soul tightly. Crash! A mass of milky white strange substance sprayed out from the waist and abdomen of Kushina's soul body, and gradually spread, enveloping her entire body. All kinds of past experiences kept flashing back in Kushina's mind: pain, excitement, anger, sadness, all kinds of emotions kept churning, impacting her mind. Gilu, Gilu. The strange substance of milk and white is still rising, like a huge cocoon, wrapping Kushina's whole body layer by layer. After a few minutes, it gradually took shape. Wu Yu walked up slowly, two hagyaku that matched each other were suspended on his shoulders. Click! The huge cocoon split open in the middle, and a white jade-like arm came out of the gap. Click! Click! More cocoons were peeled off, and Kushina wearing a kimono was also printed in Wu Yu's eyes. Sister! Before Wu Yu could open his mouth to say something, that touch of red had already rushed towards him. Open your arms and hug him tightly. Then, the two mouths were printed together. Soft, warm, and fragrant. Chapter 13. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, thank you, Brother Ran. Things settled, Hagyaku, I've put the platform. This platform is not a platform for trading, but a rental platform exclusive to the group owner. There is no need to spend points at all, as long as the group members are willing to borrow, they can get them directly. The previous Minos Grande research materials and the production machines that Kazuma Kashiwa gave him were all transmitted from this platform. In this group, the privilege of the group leader is simply outrageous. Apart from this rental platform, the group owner can refresh the free portal once every day at 12 o'clock in the group time. Go directly to the location of the designated group members without any consumption. However, since the appearance of this group, Wu Yu has only used this function on Zaya's Haikihoshiu. There is also an item copy function. This group can upload the abilities that they already have, and everyone can buy them, and they can't buy them all. It is equivalent to this ability being copied countless copies by the group system. But items don't work. Items are unique and belong to a one-shot deal. For example, Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu, once uploaded and purchased, Kyōka Suigetsu will become someone else's property. The same goes for Hagyaku. Only the group leader is an exception. The group owner can directly buy the replica, that is, the owner of the item still has the ownership of the item after buying it. This is also why Wu Yu also has Kyōka Suigetsu and Hagyaku. Moreover, no matter what the group owner buys, it is half price. Man with hairspray hands, no thanks, I got some interesting data here too. Hagyaku in his hands has never left his side since it was completed. But this time when I sent it to the ninja world, I encountered another Hagyaku, which made some subtle changes. It seems that it has been promoted to a new stage. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, you felt it too, I thought it was an illusion. Man with hairspray hands, if things go on like this, maybe Urahara Kisuk's Hagyaku won't be needed anymore. Just in time, I can give you an interesting gift after a while. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, you have made me look forward to it. Brother Ran's gift must be a good thing. As for what it is, Wu Yu is also a little confused. Well, it's not the finished Arankar, is it? Nilu? Holly Bell? Poisonous old fat, you wouldn't give him the finished Arankar, would you? Nilu? Holly Bell? FK. This old man's ya, why did he want to go with him? Wu Yu took a breath, her face full of astonishment. Could this woman be a roundworm in my stomach? Hairspray man, not Arankar, don't worry. Poisonous old fat, it's better not. She is already under a lot of pressure just to compete with those ninja women for men, what if you add those Arankars? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Ha 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 ha, Shiwa-chan, you are the real deal. How can you think of brother Ran so much? My brother Ran won't give you any weird things. Anything weird? In the night palace, Aizen looked at the strange head in front of him, which he had already dissected half, and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. This shouldn't be weird, right? Captain Aizen, you're in a daze again. Standing at the door of the anatomy room, Ichimaru-jin leaned on the threshold and said with a smile, "You've been in a daze more and more recently. Is there something wrong with your body?" "Ah, it's okay." Aizen stopped what he was doing and retracted Hagyaku. "Just came across something really interesting. It's really curious that you can describe it as funny." Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes and smiled. What he said was half truth and half false. Curiosity is true curiosity, but there is also the meaning of inquiry behind curiosity. He really wanted to know why Aizen was so weird lately. Originally, he often liked to observe that kid named Kurosaki Ichigo, but now he seems to have lost interest in him. "I often soak in the research room and do my own research, and I always come up with strange and novel ideas. This is not right." Ichimaru-jin instinctively felt that this Aizen seemed to be very different from before. This is not a good signal. It means that the other party will become more difficult to understand and do things more mysteriously. People are usually willing to change because they see that they have a more excellent possibility. Aizen seemed to see the other person's thoughts, and said gently, "Silver, you want to try to understand me, right?" Ichimaru-jin's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. "Captain Aizen, you can really joke." "Maybe." Aizen glanced at him lightly, turned his back and said meaningfully, "I can tell you directly, Yin. I'm researching a method that can heal the damage of the soul." In an instant, Ichimaru-jin's squinted eyes opened, an array of light burst out from the blue pupils. It was obvious that his mind was disturbed. The corners of Aizen's mouth curled up, pretending not to notice. His eyes turned back to the group chat interface in front of him. "Poison-tongued Lao Fat, Mr. Unscrupulous, I think your mood is a little bit wrong today." "Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Poisonous old fat, you seem to be a little hyperactive, and it's not common hyperactivity. You guy, did you do something?" "Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what stupid things are you talking about? What can I do?" "Don't think about it. I am exhausted every day to make Kawa no Kuno a better place." "Poisonous old fat, you want to cover it up, what have you guys done? Is it Kushina? My god, you just became Arankar today and you murdered him?" FK. Wu Yu was a little flustered at this time, thinking that the other party was really a roundworm in her stomach. "How do you even know this?" Taking a breath, he pulled the quill to cover Kushina's fair skin. "We are innocent." "Don't talk nonsense, I will sue you for slander." "Poisonous old fat, do you dare to start a live broadcast?" "So, she is very aware? How the hell did you guess that?" The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched, and she sent out a message, "It's late at night, it's not so good. It will disturb the people." Poison-tongued old man, a pervert wife accuser who preys on other mothers, disgusting. Sand Sculpture Group Leader. The man with the hairspray hand, "Mr. Wu Yu, you've got me off the line." Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "Brother Ran, I want to say that sister did it first." "Do you believe it?" Man with hairspray hands, "I'll go back to Soul Society first, I'll talk about it later." Wu Yu froze with a surprised expression. "You sent so many words, can't you just say I believe?" "Damn it, she was the one who started it first. Although I didn't refuse, but let's not talk about the facts, people have to distinguish between priorities, right? I'm so passive. But then again, I really didn't expect that when Arankar reshaped his body, even that kind of place would be repaired. Kushina's mother, who has children, is still popular, which is outrageous." Chapter 14. It makes no sense. Konoha, in Hokage's office. Danzo slapped the newspaper in his hand on the table suddenly, with an extremely angry expression on his face. This Ninja World Daily is really unreasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting at the main seat, took a breath and did not speak. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura, who were separated on both sides of him, looked at each other, and finally lowered their eyelids. I can understand your mood, Danzo. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the silence again. Although it is made up, it is still a bit too much. Check, you must check it carefully. Danzo's face moved slightly, and his hands on crutches were trembling. If you find out where the headquarters of this Ninja World Daily is, this old man will definitely make them pay the price. Well, it seems that there is no need to check it. Mitokado Homura was silent for a moment, then reached out and pointed to the newspaper. There is a mark on the header of this page. The copyright of Juanzi country is reserved, and those who violate it will be held accountable. The country of Sichuan. Danzo froze for a moment, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face, but he quickly covered it up. That country of Chuan, which is in the middle of the ninja world, dares to do such a thing. Yet, I didn't expect them to make up Ninja Return. How dare they arrange that the old man is Konoha's criminal culprit? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dan spoke at the same time and looked at each other. When the words fell, there was a slight sluggish expression on his expression. Ninja God is back. The culprit. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at the newspaper, and sure enough, he found the headline of the culprit. At this time, Danzo also saw the return of Ninja God, and his face trembled even more. Senju a green flower. Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, and said, how about sending them a letter of condemnation? Do you think just a reprimand is enough, Hiruzen? Danzo tapped the crutch in his hand, and said coldly, how dare the country of Sichuan make such malicious slander? If you don't give them an unforgettable, doesn't it appear that we have no one in Konoha? Danzo, you should know what's going on with our Konoha right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, took a breath and said, reckless action may allow other ninja villages to take advantage of it. Uchiha defected, and he and Danzo were also beaten to a half by Uchiha Wuyu. Although this matter was given a gag order, it was still unstoppable. At this time, it is obviously not a wise move to attack the country of Sichuan. You're too pedantic, Hiruzen. Danzo snorted coldly, and said, we should find a target at this time to stand up, so that we can deter those xiao xiao. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but this time he did not directly refute, thinking about the feasibility in his mind. But in the end, the idea of seeking stability prevailed, shook his head and said, our Konoha is a peace-loving ninja village, and we cannot invade other countries just because of a few words of slander. Danzo frowned and looked at him coldly. After a while, the brows suddenly loosened again, and said lightly, as expected of you, Hiruzen. I understand what you mean, I will handle this matter well. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment, looking at the back of his old friend going away, with a slightly confused expression. What do you understand? What did I say? Chuanziguo, the chief's office. Wu Yu leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest his mind. Uzumaki Rina, who was wearing a business suit, stood behind him, kneading his head and shoulders skillfully. Pfft! Ha 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 ha! Laughter from the side broke the silence of the office, and Kushina, who was wearing a sakura-colored kimono, sat on the back of the sofa, her two little white feet dangling around. Holding a newspaper in her hand, she pointed to the headline and asked, is this Uchiha Aben Uchiha Madara? Senju Quiwa is Shode? How did you come up with this idea? Sister, don't talk nonsense. Wu Yu did not open her closed eyes, and wrote lightly, this article is purely fictitious, and any similarity is a coincidence. It is a love story between Quiwa and Aben, and has nothing to do with the ninja world in reality. I don't believe it. Kushina rolled her eyes, then suddenly sighed again. Wu Yu still didn't open her eyes, and asked softly, "Are you missing your son?" Kushina has a straightforward personality and doesn't hide it. At the beginning, I was considering Minato's last wish. He wanted Naruto to grow up in Muyen, so I didn't let you bring him here. But now, in the state of soul body, she has seen with her own eyes how her son lives. It can be described as inferior to pigs and dogs, and it is more than 100 times miserable than when she became Jinchuriki. That's why Wu Yu often took care of her in the dark when she was still in Konoha, which gave Naruto a little warmth in his heart. Now that I have torn my face with Konoha, even this bit of warmth will be extinguished. Kushina herself has regained the nourishment of love, the more the better. But mother can't enjoy it here, and son can suffer in Konoha, right? Then bring him back, I'll go now. Wu Yu opened his eyes and said. The mother thought it was only right for her son, and it was only right for her son to be with his mother, and no one deserved to stop him. Kushina is from the country of Kawa, and so is Naruto. Take back your own family, is there any hesitation? Don't be so anxious. Kushina likes Wu Yu's affection and righteousness very much, which is also one of his most attractive qualities to her. I want to prepare a big welcome party for Naruto. Good. I still want to pick him up myself. Okay. Wu Yu was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly stopped, and said with a complicated expression, "Let Yeking accompany you, your black cavity technique is not yet proficient. It's not unskilled, it's simply messing around." This sister doesn't have the slightest understanding of the black cavity theory, but Ryutsu is too strong. With such a swipe, it can swallow half of the country of Sichuan. You look down on me. How come? It's just insurance. Just look down on me, wait for Naruto to come back, I won't let him call you Shimai. That's called father? No way, if brother Minato finds out, will he touch me? Bah! Tricked his wife away and robbed his son. Sister, you liar. No, it's a lie. Uzumaki Rina just watched the interaction between the two of them quietly, with a soft smile in his eyes. Boom boom boom. It was at this time that there was a rhythmic knock on the door outside the house. Chapter 15. Enter. Squeak, the door opens. Walking in is Uzumaki's face white Zetsu, who has surrendered to Kawa no Kuni in order to have an independent art studio. Certainly. His so-called works of art are a bit hard to describe, but people's dreams should not be laughed at. Wu Yu is willing to help everyone's dreams and fill the ninja world with love. Hi sir, have you pooped today? Well, worthy of Uzumaki face white Zetsu. This way of greeting was not killed by Uchiha Madara back then, and it was his fate. Uzumaki Rina and Kushina were also taken aback by his way of greeting, their faces full of bewilderment. Very smooth, thank you. Wu Yu was very calm, still smiling. As long as they are the people of the country of Sichuan, he will be very patient, even if the other party's greeting is a bit strange. Then I don't worry. When I was with Lord Madara, I was worried every day that his poop would not be smooth. Uzumaki's face white Zetsu's tone seemed to be a little nostalgic. Sometimes I even want to give him a pass with wood style. Not to mention Rina and Kushina, even Wu Yu felt something was wrong. I always feel a little cool in the back, and a chill runs along the spine and goes straight to the brain. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu said with a serious face, if Patriarch Madara knows that you are so filial, he will be very relieved to be here. People feel the same way, they really care about Madara-sama. Hey, let's get down to business. Is there any information from Konoha? This Uzumaki face white Zetsu was specially placed by Wu Yu in Konoha to find out the news, and he came back at this moment probably because of some new trends there. Ah, that fierce-faced Shimura-dan seems to be coming to our place. Uzumaki-faced white Zetsu scratched his head and said, they've already left. Danzo is coming to the country of Sichuan. Wu Yu frowned, wondering, does he know that I am the leader of the country of Sichuan? Impossible, if he knew, he would not dare to come in person. How could Danzo dare to trouble Wu Yu without being fully sure of cracking Kyōka Suigetsu? He is not a fool. Well, it seems that the article of the Ninja World Daily has made him angry. Uzumaki replied with a white face, it is said that it is going to teach our newspaper a painful lesson. I know, it's the article about the culprit, right? Kushina sneered, and interjected, I think this article is written lightly, he is not the culprit. And it's the abyss and darkness of Konoha. Tisk, Uncle Junyang is still immature. Wu Yu also picked up the newspaper and looked at it, sighing in his mouth. Uzumaki Junyang, the author of this article. At the same time, he is also one of the editors-in-chief of the Kawanokuni newspaper. Right, I just said that this article is still light on Danzo's crimes. Kushina pursed her lips, not saving face at all because the other party was of her own race. It's not that the writing is light, it's that I didn't grasp the main idea at all. Shaking his head, Wu Yu said, if I were to write an article about Danzo, I would never criticize him. Instead, I would praise and flatter him, it's best to praise him as Konoha's savior. With this operation, several people present were stunned. Wu Yu. Kushina looked at him angrily, and said, you guy has a bag on your head, right? Danzo treats you and Uchiha so well, and you still flatter him. Sister, don't be angry, what do you think of Danzo? Disgusting. Ugly schemer, an idiot who does more than bring about success. Konoha has a cancerous tumor, he has done all kinds of bad things. That's right. Wu Yu nodded in agreement with her elder sister's statement, and said with a smile, as long as Konoha has something like Danzo, it will never be able to truly take off and rise. But, what does this have to do with our country of Sichuan? Kushina stared blankly, her beautiful big eyes suddenly rounded. She got it, really got it all. It is true that Danzo is a cancer of Konoha, but Konoha and Kawano country are obviously hostile, and they will fight sooner or later. The more nourishing this cancerous tumor of Konoha lives, the more beneficial it will be to the country of Kawa. So, they really shouldn't black Danzo, but they should praise him. No wonder. It's no wonder that before Wu Yu left Konoha, he could easily kill Danzo, but he kept him. It turns out that the purpose is to let Danzo continue to corrupt Konoha, right? This kid has too many eyes. Kushina looked at her little lover with a complicated expression, feeling sorry for Muyemo in her heart. Continue to follow up on Danzo's movements, I want to know the specific time when he entered the country of Sichuan. Wu Yu gave an order to Uzumaki's face White Zetsu. Okay, sir. Uzumaki White Zetsu nodded, turned, and left through the gate. Since the last time Obito broke in suddenly, this office has been covered by Wu Yu with a special enchantment. If you want to get in and out, you can only go through the main entrance. Neither space-time ninjutsu nor ground drilling will work. When Danzo comes over, I'll send him away. Kushina was eager to try. Sister, don't you underestimate yourself a little bit? Wu Yu rubbed the center of her brows, and said speechlessly, if you punch him down, he'll probably be turned into scum. Besides, when it comes to the lips of our country of Sichuan, how can the meat be let go so easily? Rina's eyes lit up, and said, the leader wants to. Humph, advisor Konoha's ransom should be quite a lot, right? Wu Yu stood up and looked out the window. Our country of Sichuan is waiting to be rebuilt, and there is a big gap in funds. Hiss. Kushina took a breath, her face full of bewilderment. Also, can you still play like this? Mother Rina, please prepare a luxury suite in the underground dungeon. Wu Yu turned her gaze to her secretary, and said indifferently, be consistent with Konoha's status as a consultant, and be more generous. Well, I'll go now. Rina responded and left the office. Sister thinks this is inappropriate. Wu Yu turned her gaze to Kushina, but saw that the other person's expression seemed a little incredulous. No. Uzumaki Kushina's whole face puffed up, and he said angrily, "What did you call Rina just now?" He raised his foot and walked in front of Wu Yu aggressively. "Ah, that. I also want." "What?" "I don't care." Kushina threw herself on Wu Yu with her whole body, and put her arms on his shoulders. "Call me." After becoming an Arankar, it is still a perfect Arankar. Kushina's strength became so terrifying that Wu Yu couldn't break free even if she was caught off guard. The two of them kept sticking to each other at this moment, overlapping each other. Kushina mother. Wu Yu can only compromise. "Ha ha ha ha, you're so good." Kushina laughed smugly, and moved her mouth together. Chapter 16. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "Hello, good afternoon." Poison-tongued old man, "What's the matter? It's only morning on my side." Sand Sculpture Group Owner, "Have you had breakfast?" Poisonous old fat, "No, but Ying Lily went to buy it for me." Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "That Sundara Lee is willing to buy you breakfast? What kind of pie method did you use?" In the original plot of the passerby heroine, the relationship between the two girls, Irari and Kazuma Shiwa, is both rivals in love and enemies of joy. Almost every time they meet, they bicker and mock each other. Zayas Hikiyoshiu has a poisonous tongue and a black belly, while Ying Lily is arrogant and unyielding. In a sense, the two can be said to be incompatible. Now Ying Lily would be willing to buy breakfast for Kazuma Shiwa, which is unreasonable. Wu Yu felt that there was some inside story about the pie transaction. Poisonous old fat, "Do you want to know?" "You can ask me." Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "How can I beg for help in my whole life? Unless you're wearing a maid outfit with cute cat ear headbands to style it, then I might give it a little thought." Poisonous old fat, "Hee hee, there is everything in the dream." Zayas Hikiyoshiu was very angry. He had already paid so much, why are you just thinking about it? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, "My Madara ancestor is not online yet?" The man with the hairspray hand, "According to my estimation, it will take at least half a month for him to complete the initial transformation. During this period, he might not be in the mood to go online." Poisonous old fat, "Transformation? I remember it didn't take that long to transform into a Shinigami, right? In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo was stabbed and then changed?" Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "That's because Kurosaki Ichigo has the power of Shinigami himself, girl." Poison-tongued old man, "Unscrupulous mister, don't you think that your way of addressing women is a bit like a pervert who blows whistles on the street?" Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "What nonsense are you talking about? Pervert will be infected by my pure aura when he sees me, let's get rid of the evil from now on." Poisonous old fat, "Hee hee." Zayas Hikiyoshiu almost believed it, "Really?" The man with hairspray, "Madara's transformation is slower not only because he doesn't have the power of Shinigami, but also because the rules of the two worlds are different. There was no spiritual power in the ninja world, and there was no chakra in the Shinigami world. To combine and transform these two different forces into each other requires a process." Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "That's how it is, I raised my posture." Poisonous old fat, "Posture? Which pose? The one you use with Kushina?" Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "Why do you always like to dirty people's innocence? Promise me, study cultural lessons well, and watch less weird things, okay? Those are unhealthy, it is simply misleading." Poisonous old fat, "Is your kidney okay recently?" Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Poisonous old man, "I feel that the messages you send out are always weak, empty." Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Wu Yu's eyes were wide open, her face full of disbelief. "Is this Shiwachana monster? How can I feel this? Can the text sent out in the chat group still emit breath? What the hell?" At the moment, he was sitting in the main seat of the office with messy hair, bags under his eyes were a little black, and his clothes were quite messy. Lying on the sofa, Kushina's face was full of red, and she looked like a red peony that had been moistened by mountain spring water. The office battle went on and on for 4 hours, from early morning to noon. On the surface, Wu Yu was miserable, but he felt that he had won. After all, he can still sit here and chat consciously, but Aja has already completely laid down. Poisonous old fatty, sure enough, it's false, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Hat, why don't you try it yourself? Poison-tongued old man, think beautifully. Zaya's Hikyoshia shook her legs, her heart was not at peace. This guy is hinting, is he really hinting? But trying to impress me just by hint? How can it be? You should at least confess your love first, BD. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Brother Ran, what kind of Arankar do you think the Madara ancestor will become when he comes out? Bird head or pig head? Wait, shouldn't it become a Tauren? Poisonous old man? Arankar? What Arankar? Shouldn't it be Shinigami? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hey, don't you know? Poisonous old fat, know what? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I thought with the tacit understanding of our trio, you should know. Unexpectedly. I made a wrong payment, and it was a wrong payment after all. Poison-tongued old man, speak human words, UBD. The man with hairspray, it's actually very simple. Inside the Zanpakuto I gave to Madara, the inner core of the void is sealed. Poisonous old fat, can it still be like this? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, did you forget that Brother Ran uploaded a sealed state before? At that time the price was 100 points. But the price that the ancestor Madara bought was 200 points, so you don't think it's wrong with such an obvious price difference? Poisonous old fat, I didn't realize this at all. Seeing the message sent by Wu Yu, she remembered that Aizen had indeed uploaded the common sealed state before, and the value was indeed 100 points. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, so you need to practice your observation skills, otherwise you will have to help count the money if you are sold. Poisonous old fat, go to hell. The man with hairspray hands, the system mechanism of our group will give special explanations for harmful items to prevent group members from being deceived. So I purposely wiped out all the consciousness on that head, leaving only pure harmless power in that knife. Poisonous old fatty, the two of you are really insidious. Zaya's Hikyoshia was convinced, really convinced. Even the protection mechanism of the group has been found loopholes, it is simply heaven-defying. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, thinking about it, the ancestor of Madara still felt that he had tricked Brother Ran, so he was very proud. Soon the ancestor Madara will find out that the clown is actually himself. Poisonous old fat, hearing what you said, I suddenly looked forward to it. Will he explode with anger when he finds out the truth? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, no, I will let him know that it is his own fault. Then, he should accept this power calmly. Poison-tongued old man, do you really feel that your conscience doesn't hurt if you cheat your ancestors so much? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, it hurts a bit, but what should I do then? Am I for myself? No, everything is for the peace of the ninja world. My ancestor is so upright and righteous, I think he will understand me. Xiao's Hikyoshiyu's mouth twitched, and finally couldn't help but spit out, God, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, it's obviously your bad taste to trick others. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Shi Yu-chan, how can you think of me and Brother Ran so much? I, Uchiha Wu Yu, swear here that everything we do is for the common people in the ninja world. If there is even the slightest falsehood, my ancestor Uchiha Madara was exhumed on the spot, and he has been separated from Hashirama ever since. Chapter 17. Seeing Wu Yu's poisonous oath in front of her, Xiao's Hikyoshia really didn't know what to say. Is it poisonous? Of course this is poisonous. The viciousness can be felt through the screen. But this viciousness has nothing to do with Wu Yu, and all the pain has been borne by Uchiha Madara. Their Uchiha family has such descendants, it is really smoke from the ancestral grave. Shaking his head speechlessly, Kazuma Jayakishiu sat on a rocking chair in the park, looking at the street in the distance. You haven't come yet? How slow, that blonde loser. Or just run away and not wait for her. Zayas Hikiyoshiu thought about it, and finally decided to wait. As a human being, you still can't break your word. Even a shameless person like a certain group leader will abide by this basic rule. Shisya's Hikiyoshiu, she can't be inferior to that shameless person, can she? But it's so boring. The dog group leader and Aizen are also offline. That guy is so anxious, maybe he will go to Kushina again? Damn it, this damn wife accusation. Zayas Hikiyoshiu felt a little green on the top of his head, and became annoyed. Why don't you try the power of eternal Mangeki while this is the time? After buying this thing, she hasn't tried it yet. Taking a breath, Kazuma Jayakishiu closed her eyes and opened them again, the original black eyes turned scarlet. Raise your hands, with your index and middle fingers stretched out. Susanoo. Boom. Jean Blue's titan instantly covered Kazuma Jayakishiu's body surface, and a chilling terrifying aura spread out. Controlling Susanoo, he raised the lightsaber in his hand and waved it lightly, a bright blue sword light surged. Click! The ground in front of him was directly divided like a knife cutting butter, and the knife marks continued to spread forward. In an instant, ditches tens of meters long formed impressively on the mountains of the park. Hey! Zayas Hikiyoshiu was very satisfied with the effect he had created, and he put his hands on his chest very much. This is us Uchiha, the power of God. Slap! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded. Zayas Hikiyoshiu was slightly startled, and turned his head with a stiff face. I saw a girl with gold double ponytails standing behind her with a dazed expression, her eyes staring round. The yakisoba bread that was originally held by the blonde girl fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. Looking at Kazuma Jayakishiu's scarlet eyes and Susanoo who looked like a demon god, the girl's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. The world of Hokage, the country of Kawa. Mrs. 4th Hokage. Master Kushina. Seeing Kushina sitting on the sofa at home, Izumi and Miyuki looked dull. Hey, how are you all? Kushina also waved her hand and greeted them with a smile. Long time no see, Izumi-chan. Miyuki is getting more and more beautiful. In fact, she saw the mother and daughter almost every day when she stayed in Hogyaku, but it's not easy to talk about it. Are you Arankar? Chuan seemed to understand something, staring at Kushina. But unlike Lin and other Arankars she saw, there was no trace of Arankar on Kushina's face in front of her, which could be called flawless. It's Arankar. Kushina nodded with a smile, and said, but I only show the characteristics of Arankar when I return to the blade. Returning to the blade. Chuan was stunned, with a startled expression. She has never heard of this term since she came to the country of Sichuan. It's the liberation of the real power of the Arankars. Wu Yu, who was standing next to Miyuki and helping to cook the hot pot, explained, this new form is called Gui Ren. Excellent. Chuan asked with interest. She hasn't changed her mentality yet, and feels that ninjas should still focus on strength. And because of the awakening of Sangguyu, her heart swelled slightly. Barely, it's not bad. Wu Yu shrugged and began to boil vegetables in the hot pot. Aha, I'm here to visit you this time. Kushina also changed the subject, saying, I will live next door to you from now on, please give me your advice. Ah, that's our pleasure. Master Kushina is too polite. Chuan and Miyuki were slightly taken aback, and responded quickly. They didn't ask about 4th Hokage's situation at this time, after all, it was someone else's family business. Dinner is over. Izumi and Miyuki greeted each other and went out for a walk. Today is Thursday, and there is a city fair in the evening, and they want to go and see what novelties there are. At the moment there are only Kushina and Wu Yu left in the house, they are full of food and drink, always thinking about other things. Boom boom boom. Just halfway through the work, there was a knock on the door outside. Dressing quickly, Wu Yu got up and went to open the door. Unexpectedly, it was not Izumi and Miyuki who were fighting back, but Uchiha Mikoto standing outside the door. The wife of the former Uchiha patriarch doesn't seem to be doing well recently, and she has lost a lot of weight. There was also melancholy and dullness in the eyes, and the whole person looked like an eggplant beaten by frost, completely wilted. I can also understand. After all, the eldest son became a traitor to the tribe, and the husband voluntarily died because he was ashamed of the tribe, and was killed by the eldest son. The entire Uchiha family was also implicated and forced to leave Konoha. She Uchiha Mikoto as a wife should have gone with her husband. But considering how pitiful the youngest son has no father and mother, he forced his will and decided to survive. Support is temporarily supported, but the quality of life is really bad. The shame of being the wife of the former patriarch made her afraid to meet her former clansmen. The younger son who learned the truth has become more and more extreme recently, always clamoring to seek revenge from the elder son. In addition, every time she closes her eyes before going to bed, she always recalls the scene of her husband being killed by her eldest son, which makes her panic and sad. These turbulent emotions have already destroyed her to the brink of collapse. That's why she came here to visit Wu Yu, wanting to hear his opinion. If possible, she would also like to ask for a job to distract herself. But before she could speak, she saw someone who surprised her. Kushina. Long time no see, Mikoto. Kushina hurriedly rushed to Uchiha Mikoto, holding her hand. I would have liked to visit you tomorrow. The old friends reunited, and the haze on Uchiha Mikoto's face finally dissipated a little, showing a smile. He was going to ask about the specific details of the other party's resurrection, but he was stunned as if he had seen a ghost. She saw the big red strawberry on the left side of Kushina's neck. Delicate and charming, it is brand new. Then he turned his gaze to Wu Yu in a daze, and found that there was one on the right side of his neck. The smile on Uchiha Mikoto's face gradually hardened. Chapter 18. Early morning. After the regular meeting in the morning, Wu Yu returned to her office. You said, did Mikoto discover something? There seemed to be something wrong when she came home last night. Kushina got out directly from his chest, half lying on the sofa that gradually became his own. Although she nominally moved to live next door to Wu Yu, she still nestled in the hugyaku on Wu Yu's chest most of the time. The euphemistic name is that you are used to living in it, and you can't sleep if you don't go in. That empty home was just to occupy a place for Naruto to marry his wife in the future. Don't look like it, she must have discovered it. Wu Yu sighed, and said, the strawberry is so obvious, how could it not be discovered? They say don't play so crazy. Shut up, who knew she would come to visit? Kushina didn't admit her mistake at all, and said confidently, have you thought about it? What job do you want to give her? I don't know where there are vacancies right now. Wu Yu turned her gaze to the secretary behind her, and the conversation between the two was not hidden from her. If anyone in this world knows Wu Yu best, it must be these two women in the room. Mother Rina, what's your opinion? I still need an assistant over there. Rina thought for a while and said, if Mrs. Mikoto is willing. Well, that's settled then. Wu Yu nodded and opened the group chat interface. There is nothing else to do next, you can go to the water. The man with the hairspray hand, I don't think there is any need to use illusions, you can tell her directly. Poisonous old fat, I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. Sand Sculpture Group owner, what happened? Poisonous old fat, you are finally here. Quick, look through the chat history. Help me sort this out. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows, and opened the chat history lock in the background with the group owner's authority to start checking. Gradually, his expression became very exciting, and he laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, shit. Goddamn Kai Suzuo was bumped into by Eri. Shiwa-chan, you are such a little genius. Poisonous old man, I want you to help me find a way, not to make you laugh at me. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I understand what you mean, but I can't help it. Why are you so handsome? Just drive Susan in the park, I'll give you up if I don't support the wall. Poisonous old man, shut up, it's not your fault. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Poisonous old fat, who made you log off in such a hurry, what should I do if I am bored waiting for her? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, bored and drive Susan in the park? What are you doing, Uchiha Madara? No, my ancestor Madara may not be as handsome as you. Poisonous old fat, damn it, you're just going to make sarcastic remarks there, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, my opinion is similar to that of Brother Ran, so let's be honest. Lies are not a good thing, they are addictive. When a lie appears, it usually takes countless lies to complete. Poisonous old fat, then I can use the Sharingan illusion to directly delete her memory, can't I? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Sharingan's illusion is not so versatile. Over time, those illusions will be dispelled, unless you have distinguished heavenly gods. Wait, how about I give you Shisui's distinguished heavenly god's eye? It's useless for him to stay on, Kyōka Suigetsu is enough. Poisonous old fat, no, it's disgusting. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Poisonous old fat, those are the eyes that are picked out from other people's eyeballs. I don't know how many strange things I have seen with these eyes, don't you feel disgusted? The owner of the Sand Sculpture Group, I didn't think anything at first, but now that you say it like this, I have a sense of pictures. Poisonous old fat, that's right, so I resolutely resist the replacement of other people's organs. Although this kind of thing is considered normal in your Hokage world, all kinds of people's eyeballs are pretending to be yourself, but I still can't accept it. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, so you still plan to have a showdown? Just tell her, your real name is Uchiha Shiwa? Poisonous old fat, I think, I still have to wait and see. This shameful name made the courage she had worked up with great difficulty immediately nullified. It's not impossible to change the name, the key is that the wood has no expression at all. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, Aizensuke. Poisonous old man? Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Aizen, who was still observing the strange hair in front of him, finally turned his attention to the group chat screen, raised his eyebrows. Oh, this is really a familiar screen name. Hashirama's little padded jacket, shut up, UBD. You tell me, what did you do to me? Poisonous old fat, the transformation is complete? Hashirama's little padded jacket, a makeover? Poisonous old fat, that's right, isn't it a Shinigami transformation? Is something wrong? Zaya's Hikyoshia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, she almost slipped her tongue just now. Hashirama's little padded jacket, hey, Shinigami? Aizensuke. Do you dare to tell me the truth, what you gave me is sealed state? You dark man. Hey? Looking at the message sent by Uchiha Madara, Wu Yu raised her eyebrows with a puzzled expression. Has this guy really turned into Arankar? But is this too fast? According to the time in the ninja world, only about 4 days have passed. Could Brother Ran's deduction be wrong? No, wait. Wu Yu suddenly realized that Ninja World and Pure Land seemed to belong to different time and space. That being the case, the flow rate of time may also be different. Thinking this way in her heart, Wu Yu secretly deleted all their previous chat records, and sent a message, "What's going on? The man with hairspray hands, it seems that you have indeed completed the transformation, how do you feel?" Hashirama's little padded jacket, I'm asking you a question. Man with hairspray, what I give you is the sealed state. Uchiha Madara gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. BD, do you dare to do it or not? Wu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing, but still pretended to send out a message. Oh, what's going on? Don't quarrel, everyone. Bitter BCH, full of green tea flavor. Man with hairspray, so, what do you think I recognize? The sealed state was purchased by yourself through the trading platform, remember what you said at the time? Poisonous old man, who said that I, Uchiha Madara, can't renege on my debt? Hashirama's little padded jacket. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Wu Yu couldn't bear it anymore, and laughed so hard that she thumped the table. He could imagine that Uchiha Madara's face must be very dark now. This Shiyu-chan is absolutely unambiguous in her black mouth. Chapter 19. Wu Yu. Master Chief. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing out loud in reality, but finally attracted the attention of Kushina and Rina. After all, how can a normal person pound the table and giggle like a fool? This kid won't have a brain problem, right? I'm fine. Wu Yu took a breath, waved her hands and said, I just thought of something happy. What happy thing? Uzumaki and the two girls said in unison. My ancestor's grave is smoking, ha 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 ha. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing again as she spoke. The grave of the ancestor. Uzumaki and the two women looked at each other, they really didn't know where the joke was in this sentence. Don't worry about me, these are trivial matters. Taking a breath, Wu Yu gradually calmed down. I've already prepared the serial novel for the next issue of the newspaper, please send it to the newspaper office for me. Naturally, the two women would not refuse such a trivial matter. They looked down at the manuscript and took a deep breath. This time there is a character called Hyaga Akyong, and he even took care of Aben when he lost his memory. The relationship between Qiwa and Aben has been tested. Watching the two women leave the office muttering, Wu Yu turned his gaze to the group chat again. Poisonous old fat, so, Madara-san, you are now Arankar? Hashirama's little cotton jacket, Aizensuke. This thing was definitely done by an insidious man like you. Man with hairspray hands, I can ignore your slander, Madara. But don't you think your current behavior is a bit ugly? This is not quite like the style of Ninja Shura. Hashirama's little padded jacket, hey, I don't need you to tell me. Uchiha Madara took a breath, and he seemed to feel that his current posture was a bit like a shrew cursing. But at this moment, his heart is already full of anger, and he is 80% sure that the way he is now has absolutely something to do with that BD Aizen. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, calm down. Calm down, Madara-san. Hashirama's little padded jacket, if you guys are in my situation, can you calm down? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, it should be possible. Madara-san, you remember what you said yourself, this is reality. Then you still advised me not to be too naive? Poisonous old fat, yes. What else do you say that you are very happy now, why do I, Uchiha Madara, need to explain to others? Pfft, ha 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 ha. Wu Yu thumped the table again, nearly dying of laughter. This is so true, dead memories are attacking me. Hashirama's little padded jacket. Damn, why was I so stupid back then? Uchiha Madara really wants to go back to the past at this moment and poke herself out again. He was happy at that time, but now he is in a mess. If I had known this was the case, I might as well have agreed to do that experiment with Aizen. Wait, experiment? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched, that's it. Aizen UBD, this is what you call an experiment? Got it, he finally got it all. This guy waited for him from the beginning, and set a trap for himself to jump. In the end, he jumped in stupidly, and he was so proud. Go FK it. This Aizen is so insidious, it is hundreds of times more insidious than that damn black Zetsu. What the hell, how could there be such an insidious BD in this world? Hairspray man, this is wishful thinking on my part, Madara. I will return this sentence to you now. Hashirama's little padded jacket, Uchiha Madara wants to kill at this moment. Not to kill others, but to kill himself. Kill the self who used to be so badass. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Madara-san, don't get angry. I think Brother Ran is actually thinking about it, at least it is true that you have gained power, right? It doesn't matter if you have some flaws. Hashirama's little padded jacket, this power, Uchiha Madara would rather not. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, then you don't plan to transform the ninja world with your own hands? Don't want Destiny Child to see your strength, Uchiha Madara? Don't want to make Black Zetsu pay the price? Hashirama's little padded jacket. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, how could he not want to? Want to go crazy, okay? But his current posture and strength are a bit overwhelming. Man with hairspray hands, Madara, if you really don't want Arankar's power, I can also help you recover it. Aizen knew very well what it meant to strike while the iron was hot, and he had even guessed how Uchiha Madara would reply after sending this sentence. He will definitely say, "Hey, do you think I still believe you?" Hashirama's little padded jacket, "Humph, do you think I'll still trust you?" The corners of Aizen's mouth curled up, as expected. Really easy to understand, Madara. Still, even Aizen is a little curious about what Uchiha Madara's hollow will look like now. So secretive, is it really hard to see people? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, anyway, it's already like this, why don't you give it a try? Poisonous old fat, that's right. If you really can't accept Hollow's self, you might as well give it a try. Maybe, can Hollow's power be really taken back? Hashirama's little padded jacket, forget it, who knows if this guy will do more vicious things. In fact, Uchiha Madara thought about it carefully, even Hollow did give him strength. Although the posture is a bit embarrassing to meet people, people in the ninja world are ignorant after all, so how can they know Hollow? As long as you are strong enough, that flaw is really nothing. Wu Yu saw what he was thinking, and started to fight. Don't forget it. Otherwise, I will use the identity of the group owner to do notarization. If Brother Ran can't let you take back the power of Hollow, I'll ban him for 2 months. Die brother, do you agree? Man with hairspray, I have no problem. Poisonous old man, Aizen agreed, what do you think of Madara-san? Uchiha Madara is a bit out of control at this time. If it had been the moment when he had just found out that he had been transformed into Arankar, he would have agreed without hesitation. But now after talking and communicating with these group members, the sense of shame in his heart has gradually disappeared. Moreover, he also found that his strength had improved significantly compared to his heyday, and he was a little reluctant to give up. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Madara-san? What are you still hesitating about? Are you reluctant? Hashirama's little padded jacket, it's ridiculous, I didn't expect you to be so dull as a group leader. How ridiculous! Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Hashirama's little padded jacket, do you think I was really angry at being Arankarized just now? Ha 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 ha, such low-level thinking is simply too ridiculous. Poisonous old man. Zayas Hikiyoshiu has been unable to complain, even a child can tell whether you are angry or not, okay? Act hard. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, then you were just now. At this time, Uchiha Madara was already sweating on his forehead, but he still forced himself to hold his respect. How can I return what I, Uchiha Madara, took back? Such surging power. Aizen-suke, I really want to thank you for your research. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 20. This person seems to be about to be played to death. Seeing Uchiha Madara laughing wildly in the group, Kazuma Jayakashiba's lips trembled. Her compassion began to flood again, and she always felt that such Uchiha Madara was too pitiful. Who would have thought that he, who is a dignified ninja Shura, would be played for a fool in the chat group? Wu Yu's words, Aizen's skills, and then using the information gap to deceive Uchiha Madara, this wave directly made him step into the deep pit directly. then retreated to lure Uchiha Madara into the pit a few floors deeper. Now, a layer of cement has been sealed on the top of the pit, completely blocking his back path. This man has completely turned into meat on a chopping board. Perhaps, he himself realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't get out, right? When the truth is fully revealed, will he just go crazy? Zayas Hikiyoshiu sighed inwardly, picked up the soda on the table and drank it. Suddenly, Fulan had an idea: if he invested in the Fat House Happy Water in the ninja world, would he be able to make a lot of money? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. But soon, Zayas Hikiyoshiu stopped the overflowing thoughts. Turning to the group chat, I found that Uchiha Madara's profile picture was grey again. Poison-tongued old man, patriarch is offline again? Sand sculpture group leader, pft, why are you also called patriarch? What's wrong with you? Could it be that you? Zayas Hikiyoshiu showed anticipation. Did this guy get enlightened? The surface remained calm, sending out a message. Could it be something? You're not thinking about something dirty, are you? Hey, it's disgusting. Or, why not just call you Mr. Dirty in the future? Sand sculpture group leader, are you trying to steal my ancestor from me? You have such a vicious heart. My patriarch is high-spirited, bright, and majestic. How can you covet it at this young age? Very good, I really can't expect anything from this idiot. The corners of Zayas Hikiyoshiu's mouth twitched crazily, and she really wanted to hit someone right now. The man with hairspray hands, Madara is going to find the gate to go out from the Pure Land, afraid that the chat group will be distracted. Sand sculpture group leader, but brother ran and I think this is nonsense, he must be ashamed to see people after he recovered. Poisonous old man, by the way, is Uchiha's blood sometimes quite nervous? Sand sculpture group leader, what are you talking about? How can you say that about us Uchiha? Although we do sometimes like to pretend, be arrogant, and go to extremes and want to destroy the world. But those are the diseases of a few people, you can't cover the whole Uchiha. At least, I should be normal, right? Poisonous old fat, when you ask this sentence, you should be a little forced. Sand sculpture group leader, no, I am absolutely normal. Brother Dai, what do you think? The man with the hairspray hand, you just think you are normal. Aizen decided to skip this topic, sometimes it hurts feelings too much. Sand sculpture group leader, as a result, before the ancestor Madara went offline, we didn't know what point he was ashamed of. This wave of combat operations is a bit of a failure. The man with hairspray hands, he walked too hastily, and he didn't show his speaking skills. Poisonous old fat, failed the battle? I think he is almost fooled by you, okay? Leading the way by the nose belongs to yes. Sand sculpture group leader, the real goal has not been achieved, it is simply too curious. Why do you feel ashamed when you obviously don't have any mask marks on your face? Poisonous old fatty, wait, you guys tricked him into posting photos? Sand sculpture group owner, well, judging from the photos taken, it is quite normal. I don't even know where the shame lies. Picture. Kashuma Jayakashiwa clicked on the picture, and what she saw was the cheek of Uchiha Madara she knew well. Very young, not in the form of an old man. He wears a black-grey robe with a zanpakut hanging from his waist. Poisonous old fat, like Kushina, he is also the perfect Arankar? Only when returning to the blade will the mask form appear. Hairspray hand man, no, Kushina's Arankar evolved through Hagyaku's fusion of Wuyu's consciousness. Uniquely unique, Madara does not have Hagyaku. Poisonous old fat, that's weird. Sand sculpture group leader, let's talk about it later, I have a good friend who came to the kingdom of Sichuan as a guest. Poisonous old man? The leader of the sand sculpture group, he is the cancer of Konoha, the darkness of the ninja world, and the god among pig teammates. He can always turn magic into decay, he will always make loved ones hurt and enemies happy. He is our good friend of Kawa no Kuni, Mr. Shimura Danzo. God damn, Danzo is a friend. Zayas Uchiha felt that this group leader was a bit outrageous. Can that guy Danzo be used as a friend? Wait, if Konoha is an enemy, it seems that they are indeed friends? Thinking of this in his heart, Zayas Uchiha suddenly felt a stare. Turning her head, she found that Ying Lily had woken up from the previous lethargy. Are you okay? Do I need to change your pants? You don't have to worry about it. Ying Lily was very angry, feeling that she was underestimated. But soon she whispered again, those are all fake, right? The ones I saw. What do you say is false? Zayas Uchiha's eyes turned into scarlet red, and three kuyus slowly turned in her pupils. Ying Lily's expression suddenly became a little stiff, and her body trembled slightly. Unconsciously, she quietly moved back twice. You have discovered my secret. Kashoma Jayakashiu's evil taste suddenly surged up, and Sharingan stared at the other party, and followed her 2 steps forward. What price do you think you should pay? Gulp. Ying Lily swallowed her saliva, feeling cold sweat starting to ooze from the palms of her hands. You, don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. The voice was so small that I almost couldn't hear it clearly. Pfft. Zayas Uchiha finally couldn't help laughing, stretched out his hand and patted her on the head. Just kidding, idiot. UBD. Ying Lily squeezed her fists, revealing her little tiger teeth. She felt that she could at least have a 50-50th relationship with the other party before, but now she is completely suppressed. I was in a bad mood, but I couldn't help being curious. From time to time, he glanced at Kashoma Jayakashiu's eyes, and asked in a low voice, is it really Sharingan? The Hokage ninja. Fake, it's colored contact lenses. Liar. No, and ask. But it's really incredible. Sharingan. Why do you have it? Could it be that the history we have learned is all fake, and the real situation is that the former island country was called Ninja World? Tisk, you actually discovered it. Zayas Uchiha nodded, and said in a serious tone, not bad, actually my real name is Uchiha Shiu, and my ancestor's name is Uchiha Madara. The corner of Ying Lily's mouth twitched, and she couldn't tell whether what the other party said was true or not. But Uchiha Shiwa. Chapter 21. The sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. A team of 6 people is walking on the border between the Kingdom of Sichuan and the Kingdom of Fire. The remaining 5 defend the man in the middle, Danzo and his roots. 2 days ago, that guy Hiruzen warned him that Konoha is a peace-loving ninja village, and he can't invade other countries just because of a few slanders. As an old buddy, Danzo understood the hidden meaning of his words at that time, not to invade openly, but to sneak in. So, Danzo brought people over without hesitation. Sneak in quietly and kill the person behind the newspaper office. Then take the opportunity to take over the newspaper and make it a tool in his hands. That's right. Danzo's real purpose is to take that newspaper office for his own use, and his vision has seen the potential behind the newspaper office. That newspaper was able to spread from the country of Sichuan to the country of Fire, and even into Konoha. Obviously it has a certain ability to influence. And the damn person in charge only used it to arrange himself and serialize short stories, which is simply overkill. If he, Danzo, becomes the master behind this newspaper, he will definitely use it to strengthen his reputation and suppress his opponents. By then, wouldn't the position of Hokage be at his fingertips? Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly felt that he was full of energy, and his steps became much lighter. However, the further he went to the depths of the country, he felt that something was wrong here. The periphery was okay just now, but after entering the hinterland of the country of Sichuan, he realized that he seemed to be being targeted by something, but the perception that emanated did not bring him any feedback. An ambush hidden in the shadows? Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at the hooded young ninja beside him. The other party nodded in understanding, stretched out his hand, and black bugs all around landed on his index finger. The chakra emanating from the young ninja enveloped Xiao Chang, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head slightly. Nothing suspicious, Lord Danzo. Illusion. Danzo frowned, still a little puzzled in his heart. However, a Baramae's detection ability of home parasites is second to none in Konoha, and he doesn't believe that anyone in this small country of Sichuan can escape detection. Master Danzo, there are suspicious signs ahead, said the root member responsible for opening the way. I saw something strange. Weird stuff? Danzo raised his eyebrows and stepped forward quickly. What came into view was the khaki plane that had been reclaimed, and it was obvious that the thick and straight steel bars were embedded in the surface of the plane. What is this? Danzo narrowed his eyes, feeling puzzled inside. Raising his eyes, he saw that the entire area around him had been reclaimed. If he remembers correctly, this place should have been a hilly area in the kingdom of Sichuan. Why did it become like this now? Who did it? Those ninjas in the country of Chuan. It should not be possible. Danzo has carefully analyzed these neighboring small countries. There is no doubt that the country of rain is the strongest, while the country of rivers is the worst. The ninjas of Kawa no Ninja are far inferior to those grass ninjas who sell information. The whole country doesn't even know if there is Jainin. Not only that, the country of Kawa is also the poorest among the surrounding small countries. Their ninjas can hardly get commissioned tasks from big countries, and the so-called domestic nobles are actually some powerful landlords who have mastered the farmland. How can such a poor and weak country achieve such a miraculous feat? There is a problem in the country of Sichuan. Danzo took a breath and said in a low voice, I want to go back, Mr. Danzo. Danzo felt an unusually familiar voice suddenly sounded, and suddenly raised his head, only to find that he and the others were surrounded unknowingly. How can it be? Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. When did these people appear? How did it appear again? He didn't see clearly at all. Not only did the eyes fail to see clearly, even the perception ninjutsu could not detect the breath of these people. What's the matter? Taking a breath, Danzo looked at the source of the sound with a gloomy expression. A familiar face came into view, and he was so shocked that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Uchiha. Shisui. Can't go wrong. The guy in front of him was indeed Uchiha Shisui, the boy whose eyeball he had plucked out. According to Uchiha Itachi, the other party should have committed suicide by throwing himself into the river. But why? It appeared in front of his eyes now. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi lied to the whole Konoha? Don't get me wrong, Master Danzo. Shisui curled his mouth. His smile was still the sunny and cheerful Danzo was familiar with, in stark contrast to his gloomy Konoha darkness. I am dead. Not alive now, but Arankar. Arankar? Danzo couldn't help frowning at this term, and immediately thought of no Harolin who appeared on the night Uchiha collectively defected. The so-called Arankar. Shisui brushed aside his forehead bangs, and pointed to the white substance covering his right eye. You can understand it as a dead man wearing a mask. Danzo took a breath, then looked at the group of people around Shisui again. Sure enough, there were bone-like masks left on their faces, and this discovery made his whole heart sink to the bottom of the valley. You guys are from Uchiha Wuyu. He got it all. It turns out that the person behind the newspaper office is actually Uchiha Wuyu. And this guy has secretly controlled the entire Sichuan kingdom, but Konoha didn't notice it. The group of people in the intelligence department all eat poop. Danzo wanted to curse, but suddenly found that he was also the head of Konoha's intelligence department, which made him even more depressed. Slightly offended, Lord Danzo. The smile on Shisui's face subsided, and he said softly, our leader Wu Yu needs to invite you to the country of Sichuan as a guest. Swish. Before the words fell, Danzo felt his eyes blur for a while. Bang bang bang. Several afterimages remained in the air, and the guards he brought didn't even have time to react, their bodies had already fallen to the ground. What? Danzo's pupils constricted and his mouth opened wide, but Shisui was already standing opposite him like a ghost. A fist magnified in his eyes. The last image Danzo's eyes captured was the 4 engraved on the back of the opponent's hand. Chapter 22. Dark Dungeon. Danzo gradually woke up from the coma, looking around. What is this place? His brain hadn't fully reacted for a while, and his expression was still a little dazed. After a while, he suddenly woke up. Kawa no Kuni, Arankar, Uchiha Shisui. I am captured. Oh, that person is awake. Humph, my physical fitness is really poor. A mocking voice sounded, and Danzo looked at the source of the sound. What caught his eyes were 2 creatures with rather strange shapes. One black and one white, neither looks human. He's looking at us. White's strange biological tone was playful. Hey, did you get caught by Uchiha Wuyu too? What happened? Danzo froze for a moment, then asked in confusion, what did you say? Oh, you are so stupid. White's strange creature showed disgust, and pointed to the dungeon in front of him. According to the standards of the country of Sichuan, those who are imprisoned here have committed crimes. After a pause, he looked at Black's strange creature again. For example, he and I were both convicted of subverting the ninja world. It is said that we will be imprisoned here for 2,000 years. 2,000 years. Danzo took a breath and opened his mouth wide. Shut up, idiot. Black's strange creature's tone was a little annoyed, and he looked at White's strange creature and said, this is not something to be proud of. Oh, it's boring because you can't do anything here. White's strange creature found a comfortable place to lie down, and said leisurely, finally, a newcomer came in. Who are you? Danzo narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. We're amazing. White's strange creature didn't hide anything, and said, my name is White Zetsu, and his name is Black Zetsu. And you, Cyclops? Cyclops? The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched, and the expression on his face became a little more gloomy. He opened his mouth to announce his famous name, but he heard that Black's strange creature said hoarsely, his name is Danzo, advisor Konoha. So he is the culprit. White Zetsu realized suddenly. The corner of Danzo's mouth twitched again, damn ninja daily. Idiot. Black Zetsu glanced at White Zetsu and said hoarsely, you have collected information in Konoha before, so you should know about him. I forgot. White Zetsu shrugged his shoulders and said, who would remember this kind of brat? Exactly. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. Him? Danzo was so angry that the veins on his forehead twitched violently, and he was about to release ninjutsu when he stood up. But before he could seal the madra, he felt that the chakra in his body was empty. This idiot seems to think he can use ninjutsu here. What an idiot, don't even see where this is. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's mocking voices sounded again, and Danzo's face turned livid and purple for a while. Chinnan, Research Institute. Wu Yu, who watched this scene with the monitoring bacteria, sighed, and said with a little distress, if this continues, advisor Danzo will be blown up. Who put them together? Standing next to him, Uchiha Obito felt speechless, this guy is really a joke. Why don't you stop it? Uzumaki volunteered with White Zetsu's face and said, by the way, you can go and deliver a meal to them. They have prepared a big meal for the main body today. Well, Danzo's consultant came to our country of Sichuan, and he really wanted to receive him with heart. Wu Yu nodded slightly, and said in a serious tone, but I'm afraid he won't be used to the water and soil, and he won't be used to the food of our country of Sichuan. Ah, what to do then? Uzumaki asked White Zetsu. Send him the hollow capsule we recently developed. Wu Yu waved his hand and said lightly, I believe that this well-prepared love lunch will definitely satisfy advisor Danzo. Hollow capsules? Hearing these 4 words, even Uchiha Obito gasped unconsciously. Can that thing be eaten as food? I'm afraid that if you eat it, you will die on the spot. Don't worry, now our theoretical research on living hollow has matured. Wu Yu patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Danzo consultant will not have any major problems, at most it will become empty. So isn't that a big deal? The corners of Obito's mouth twitched wildly, and the cheeks under the mask couldn't hold back. It's not that he has never seen this thing before, it is an irrational beast. Infinite strength, tireless, fearless pain, even if injured can quickly regenerate. If it wasn't for the ability to control them with a special India, it would be a disaster to let these things run rampant. Obito felt that it would be more satisfying to commit suicide if he made himself a void. This guy is really dark, are you sure he isn't avenging himself? Atu, are you thinking about something impolite? Wu Yu tilted her head and asked with doubts on her face. How is it possible? Obito's forehead under the mask was covered with cold sweat, and he said in a serious tone, I just admire your plan, very much. At this moment, his desire to survive was overwhelming. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction, and said, in a few days, Kushina will go to Konoha to bring Naruto back. She wants to hold a welcome party, so you can come over when the time comes. Obito was silent for a moment, shaking his head. Forget it. You've already apologized to elder sister, has she accepted a lot? Wu Yu sighed and said, although I beat you up, at least it means the matter is over. Obito turned his face away, and said in a sad tone, Ms. Kushina's side is indeed over, but with the teachers, I'm afraid I'll never be able to forgive myself. I'm sorry teacher. If it wasn't for him to make Orochimaru run away, Mrs. Kushina wouldn't. Cough cough. Wu Yu coughed twice in embarrassment, of course he knew what the other party meant. But he couldn't answer, so he had to change the subject. Has the Xia organization confirmed the time? The morning after tomorrow, Obito replied. Okay, keep watching here. Wu Yu turned around and said, if you have any questions, come to the office to find me. I stare. Yeah, I'm a kind person. Can't see advisor Danzo suffering. Hollow's process is still quite miserable, alas. Looking at the slightly bleak back of the other party, Obito had 1,000 words in his throat, and finally evolved into a muffled damn. Chapter 23. Konoha, Hokage Office. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly sat up from the main seat, his right hand holding the pipe trembled slightly, and said in astonishment, you said that Cloud Shinobi Village is coming to Konoha for a negotiation. Yes, Hiruzen. Mitokado Homura handed him the paperwork in his hand and took a breath. And they're on their way now. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table in front of him with a livid face. They didn't visit for anything at all, they must have another purpose. I guess I have received news that the Uchiha clan has betrayed Konoha. Mitokado Homura naturally didn't think they were just here for a simple visit, and said in a low tone, want to find out our reality. It's okay if it's just to find out the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little ugly, thinking of the messy things he did during the previous visits to Cloud Shinobi Village. He had a bad premonition in his heart. You mean that Cloud Shinobi wants to take this opportunity to harm us Konoha? How many of them came to Konoha this time? There are a total of 10 on the list, led by Cloud Shinobi Village Jainin Krai. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent again, frowning. There are only 10 people, and it is estimated that they will not be able to do any big things if they want to. Not everyone is as monstrous as Uchiha Wu Yu, who can kill the entire Konoha with one blow. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually regained his composure, took a breath and said, let's line up the hotel where they are staying first, and then set up secret guards around the hotel. It is absolutely impossible to drive people away directly, but it has to be guarded against. Okay, I see. Mitokado Homura nodded and was about to turn and leave. Wait, there's no news about Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him, frowning. Where did he go? Mitokado Homura also had a complex expression on his face and said, no news yet, I only know that he has a few close guards. This guy, why did he leave the village at this juncture? Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to curse. When you don't need him, you always stand in the way, and when you need him, he is gone. Chuanziguo, the chief's office. Sitting at the table, Wu Yu held a bitten apple in his hand, and a group chat interface appeared in front of him. Poisonous old man, Madara-san hasn't found the exit yet? Hashirama's little padded jacket, I have a hunch, I'll find it soon. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Premonition? Hashirama's little padded jacket, my hunch has always been accurate. When I first started Rinnegan, I had a hunch that I would be successful. The result came true. Even talking about it now, Uchiha Madara feels very proud. Poisonous old man, then you didn't have a premonition that Black Zetsu would say something heartfelt to you? Hashirama's little padded jacket. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Pft, Shi Yu-chan should save some face for others. People are reminiscing about their glorious moments, so it's not good for you to have a dimensionality reduction blow all of a sudden. But with Madara-san's temperament, he shouldn't be serious, right? Uchiha gritted his teeth and sent a message, wait for me to get out, Black Zetsu must die. Poisonous old fat, then did you find the door? Hashirama's little padded jacket, looking for trouble? Poisonous old fat, hey? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Madara-san asked if you were looking for trouble and had to demolish him? Poisonous old man, Shi Yu, swear here. If I deliberately seek trouble, my ancestor will never be able to find a partner, and will be single until death. Uchiha Madara was silent for a long time, frowning, you also have a grudge against your ancestor? Pfft, ha 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 ha. Wu Yu laughed so hard that her mouth split open and her eyes narrowed. This is so funny, he feels that Uchiha Madara is probably a little suspicious of life. Do young people nowadays swear by their ancestors at every turn? Poison-tongued old man, my ancestor is a good man, who worked hard for the happiness of all mankind. As a result, he was plotted against by the traitor, and even the whole body was not left behind. Such a good person, how could I have any grudge against him? Hashirama's little padded jacket, sorry, your ancestor is really miserable. Uchiha Madara thought of himself inexplicably. He was also plotted against by a traitor, and his body was directly exploded, not even the whole body was left behind. Poisonous old fat, it's nothing, I think the old ancestor should also think about it under the 9 springs. This girl is also good at acting. Wu Yu complained inwardly, biting the apple in her hand, sorry. Although our ancestor is dead, his spirit lives on forever. To die for the happiness of mankind, the ancestor deserved his death. Poison-tongued old man, patriarch deserved his death. The man with the hairspray hand, patriarch deserved his death. Hashirama's little padded jacket? At this moment, Uchiha Madara also had the urge to follow suit. However, I felt weird inside. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, that's right. I don't know what plans Madara-san has after leaving the Pure Land. Why don't you tell us and we can help you refer to it? Hashirama's little padded jacket, there is no strict plan, just a rough route. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, oh? That can be regarded as a main line, let's talk about it. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, get rid of Black Zetsu first. This is Uchiha Madara's obsession and must be done first. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I can understand, then what? Hashirama's little cotton jacket, go Konoha, become Hokage. Poisonous old fat, pfft. Zayas Hikyoshi really couldn't help laughing, what the hell is this? The big boss of the Hokage world, Uchiha Madara, wants to become Hokage, that's outrageous. Uchiha Madara was slightly upset, is it funny? Poisonous old fat, it's quite funny, don't you really think that you can make the world peaceful just by becoming Hokage? No way, no way. Does anyone really think peace is that simple? Hashirama's little padded jacket, I'd like to hear your opinion. How do you think peace can be achieved in the ninja world? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, has Madara-san ever heard what it means to smash the old world and build a new world? Find a stronghold to establish an armed regime, concentrate on cultivating forces, and when the time is right, smash the old order of the entire ninja world and establish a new order. Do you think this solution is better? Hey! Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the group leader with admiration. Thinking about it, this is indeed the case. Establishing a new order means dancing on a new stage. What kind of dancing posture is up to you? Isn't it more interesting than following the old rules on the old stage? This guy can be the leader of the group, and he really has two brushes. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, Uchiha Madara sent a message, it's a good proposal. So in your opinion, where is it more appropriate to place the stronghold? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, well, let me think about it. I must find a place that is not easy to be noticed and where I can develop with peace of mind. Then it is not very far away from several major countries, and the supply of resources can keep up. Or, the Kingdom of Kawa? Chapter 24. Slap. After the message was sent out, Wu Yu threw the eaten apple into the trash can and closed her eyes lightly. He was going to change his posture and the water flowed, always keeping his eyes open and a little dry. You can also send messages with your eyes closed. As long as you don't log out voluntarily, you can also open the group chat interface in highly consciousness. Anyway, it is very convenient to have a conversation with your mind, and you don't need to spare your hands to type. As soon as he closed his eyes, two soft palms also climbed up to his temples, kneading them gently and skillfully. Wu Yu knew it must be Rina and didn't care. Enjoying the secretary's massage comfortably, my mind sank into the group chat again. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, the Madara ancestor is offline again. Poisonous old fatty, that's right, I'm in a hurry again. The man with hairspray hands, this time I should be really anxious. Madara has now firmly believed in her future. Poisonous old fat, but that road ahead is hopeless. Tisk tisk, I tried every means to lure him to the country of Sichuan, just to deceive the master and destroy the ancestors, right? What a bad fellow. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, you may not believe me, but I just want to see how he turns into Arankar. Real. Poisonous old fat, what a ghost. On the surface, you tell the ancestors to be more affectionate, and you will never be vague when stabbing a knife in the back. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, this is a false proposition, did you get confused when you played with Ying Lily? Poisonous old man, watch your wording, you filthy lord. What are you playing with? My orientation is normal, unlike some people who have special hobbies. Even though she said that, she was not ambiguous. This blonde-haired defeated dog gave her a fright, and she almost thought that the Uchiha clan really existed in the island country before. However, the other party seemed to have come to his senses, and Zayas Hikihoshiya felt a little pity. Hey, you should give me enough time, right? Sitting opposite Zayas Hikihoshiya, Ying Lily bared her teeth and said, I've already treated you to milk tea. Zayas Hikihoshiya raised his eyebrows, picked up the milk tea and said, so, what exactly do you want to know? The truth. Tell me the truth. Don't fool me with Uchiha Shiwa, any fool knows it's fake. Some idiot just asked me if the moon was created by Sage of Six Paths. Shut up, I was just probing. Yes, it was just probing. Ying Lily shook her head in embarrassment, her two gold ponytails dangling slightly. You tell the truth now. I've already told you the truth, but you don't believe me. Kazuma Jayakashiu slightly curved his lips and said, my Sharingan is indeed from Uchiha Madara. Ying Lily obviously didn't believe it, she grinned and said, "You're lying. It's impossible." "Well, if I lie, my ancestor Uchiha Madara's grave will be exhumed and his body will be exposed in the wilderness. Is that okay?" Zayas Hikiyoshiu swore on the spot and turned his attention to the group chat. Sand sculpture group owner, what is a special hobby? Who has a special hobby? The innocent sibling relationship, would you say it is a special hobby? Tisk, I can't talk today, goodbye. Poisonous old man, hat, are you going to find your mothers again? Sand sculpture group owner, go find Danzo and see if my old friend is doing well. Turning off the group chat, Wu Yu felt that gentle hand still kneading her temple. It's just that it seems that because of being too tired, the strength has become a little lighter. Thanks for your hard work. Wu Yu reached out and grabbed Rina's catkin, put it to her mouth and kissed it, rubbing it lightly. Immediately, I suddenly felt something was wrong. This finger is obviously longer than Rina. The owner of the finger also seemed to be made a little stiff by this, and retracted his hand like a frightened little animal. Wu Yu turned her head in embarrassment, and what caught her eyes was Mrs. Mikato's blushing pretty face. She is now Rina's assistant and just joined the job today. Wearing the same black office uniform as Rina, it outlines the exquisite curves of the body. Ah, sorry. It's okay, the leader didn't do it on purpose. What about Rina and Kushina? They said that they went to the electronics factory to investigate, and they said that new chakra capacitors were produced. Okay, I'm going to the research institute now. You can get off work if you're free, and you'll pick up Suzuki later, right? Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and stretched her muscles, opened the door and left the office. Uchiha Mikato watched his leaving back, looked down at the index finger of his left hand, and his cheeks were blushing again. In the dark dungeon, incandescent lights flickered. Ah! Painful howls came from Danzo's throat, and his expression looked extremely painful. The veins on his forehead and neck were bulging, and he clenched his fists tightly. Did he have a bad stomach? White Zetsu looked at the other party's miserable state with a puzzled expression on his face. Idiot! Black Zetsu pointed to the milky white substance oozing from Danzo's mouth, and said hoarsely, "Can't you tell, this is hollow?" Although the Uzumaki face White Zetsu has betrayed them and turned to Uchiha Wu Yu, he still comes to talk with them when he is free, and tells about all kinds of knowledge about the country of Chuan, so Black Zetsu is not too unfamiliar to hollow. So this is hollow. White Zetsu stared at Danzo with two round eyes, as if observing something novel. Hey, it seems very interesting. Funny fart. Black Zetsu didn't want to talk to this idiot anymore, and fell silent. Although Chakra's perception can no longer be used, it can still be seen from Black Zetsu's perspective that this kind of hollow is by no means a ninja's power. And the technique called Bakud that Uchiha Wu Yu used to capture himself was obviously not from the ninja world either. What is his identity, and why is he so clear about his plan? With such a guy around, can he really save his mother? Questions lingered in Black Zetsu's mind, but could not be answered. Hey, I've decided. Suddenly, White Zetsu's main body said loudly. What? Black Zetsu was a little baffled by him, and his dark face glanced at him. I will surrender, and I will accept hollow. Black Zetsu looked at the miserable-looking Danzo, then at the silly White Zetsu in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Chapter 25. Chuanziguo, the chief's office. Wu Yu stood in front of the mirror, accepting Uchiha Mikato to help him dress up carefully. The hair on the head is combed neatly, and the clothes on the body are also flattened. The whole person looks like a beautiful boy who has stepped out of a painting. Rina should have done this, but the secretary was pulled by Kushina to help prepare Naruto's welcome party because he was too capable. Obito next to him just stood by and watched the scene in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitching violently. First Mrs. Kushina, and then the wife of the former patriarch. Wu Yu, Don't you think it's too much? As for the normal working relationship, Obito doesn't believe it at all. There is no work relationship and you need to help the boss dress up. This FG job is a secretary assistant, not a maid. And seeing the willing face of the wife of the former Uchiha patriarch, he felt even more wrong. Sure enough, this guy must have some special hobbies, right? What's the matter? Wu Yu looked at him as if aware of it, and asked doubtfully, your face seems a bit ugly, are you constipated? Shut up. Obito's lips trembled, and he said very speechlessly, I just think it's boring for you to waste time here. We are going to negotiate with Akatsuki, not go on a blind date. Wu Yu blinked, and pointedly said, how do you know I'm going on a blind date? Obito was stunned, his eyes widened. The country of rain, the wilderness. By the lake in front of the forest, two figures of Konan and Pain stood side by side. Pain's expression was full of indifference, and Purple's rippled pupils were neither sad nor happy. The aura exuding from Konan's body was also very cold, but his eyes glanced at the lake in the distance from time to time. What's the matter? Pain seemed to see that the companion beside him was a little absent-minded, and asked doubtfully, is there any problem with that lake? No, I just thought of something from the past. Konan shook his head slightly, his cold face showing nostalgia. At the beginning, she met the child here. It was an unforgettable and beautiful memory, one of the few good ones left in Konan's mind. At that time, she was still a pure and innocent little girl. She was ambushed and almost died when she was performing a mission alone. It was the child who showed up to save him, even if he was seriously injured, he had to stand in front of him. That silly look is still fresh in Konan's memory. Later, in order to heal the child, Konan did not return to the organization. At that time, Nagato and Yahiko almost went crazy. It was also because of that encounter that Konan understood other emotions besides friendship and family affection. But considering the age gap between the two, she still suppressed this sprouting emotion. Until today. Konan thought that this emotion had faded away with her painful experience and the passage of time, but looking at the calm lake in front of her, her heart was still filled with waves. Only then did I realize that I still couldn't forget it. Swish swish swish. Several figures flashed and appeared around the two of them. A uniform red cloud robe with a black background, with a scratched forehead protector on his forehead. It seems that today's meeting is very important. Kakuzu's voice was a little low, and he looked around Jodeo. It turned out to be with the main body. It's really rare for all the staff to assemble. Lo Kuo-chai Zhang said with a grin. Mr. Orochimaru doesn't seem to be here. A ninja who looked a little older with his hair combed back said. His name is Zhang Hua, and he is Kakuzu's new partner. Originally a wandering ninja, his strength in the organization was considered the bottom. But he is very popular, and he can say a few words to anyone. Orochimaru has left the organization. Scorpion said indifferently, like a cold machine. According to the information I have, he seems to be being hunted down recently. Being hunted down? This aroused the interest of several people present. Orochimaru is Konoha's son in any way, and he is also famous in the entire ninja world. How could such a guy be hunted down? Who is so good? Just about to let Xia unfold and talk about it, their leader suddenly said in a serious tone, here we come. The air swirls, and two figures slowly appear. Obito in the black robe with the Uzumaki mask and the well-groomed boy in the white kimono standing beside him. Aha, everyone is here. The young man with a long knife on his waist took a step forward, and enthusiastically waved his hands and said, hello, everyone in the Xia organization. Everyone in the Xia organization looked at each other with question marks all over their heads. What's going on with this guy? He seems very familiar. You are. Konan's beautiful eyes widened, staring fixedly at the boy's side face, and said in disbelief, Wu Yu. Memories from the past flooded into my mind, and the child in my memory overlapped with the boy in front of me. His appearance basically didn't change, but the boy's face had faded from its original innocence. "Long time no see, Sister Nan." The boy turned sideways, with the corners of his mouth curled up. "Then here's a long lost." Before he finished speaking, the person disappeared in place. The white clothes fluttered, and the handsome cheeks were flawless. Conan's beautiful eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the young man who was so close in front of him. Immediately, I felt a touch of softness on my lips. I don't know if I didn't react or I didn't want to resist, my body was tense, and I let the opponent do what I wanted. Silence. The people around were stunned by the scene in front of them, and stood there stupidly with their mouths wide open. Call. Still, Pain reacted quickly enough and shot directly without hesitation. The sound of piercing the air came, directly attacking Wu Yu opposite Conan. But before he touched Wu Yu's body, the other party suddenly disappeared like teleportation. "Let's say hello." After the last words fell, Wu Yu's body had already returned to Obito's side. If it wasn't for the fact that the touch just now was so real and clear, Conan would have thought he was hallucinating. "That's how you say hello?" Obito's mouth twitched wildly under his mask. He felt that it was outrageous. Is this guy too good for women? Everyone in the world is a sister, and even Conan from the Xiao organization has an affair with him? Besides, you really came here for a blind date. Chapter 26. Wu Yu blinked and smiled at Conan. "I greet Nanji like this every time, right?" No answer. The girl Conan is still a little dizzy up to now, the touch of her lips touching just now made her so familiar. It seems that time has returned to the past, the moment when the two met. What an incredible kid, who the hell is he? Lo Kuo-chai Zhang asked in a low voice. Even a fool can see that the other party has a story with Conan. After seeing the other party doing that kind of thing, Conan is not angry. "I'm afraid something interesting will happen next." Kakuzu answered irrelevantly, with a playful tone. Although they are ruthless and merciless, they also have desires. In the eyes of everyone in the Akatsuki organization, the leader and Conan are inseparable, they should be a couple, but they never thought that a young boy would be forced in here. What is this, a love triangle? But the leader can be regarded as really calm, even at this time, he still has that dead face expression. As everyone knows, at this moment Nagato's heart is also full of curiosity and exploration. Like everyone else present, he could also see that the relationship between Conan and Wu Yu was extraordinary. It's definitely not a nodding acquaintance, but the kind that really has a story. But if this is the case, the problem arises. Conan has been wandering with him and Yahiko since he was a child, and later worshipped Jiraiya as a teacher and Seo founded the Akatsuki organization. Later, Yahiko died, and the original Akatsuki members were almost wiped out. Since then, he and Conan have supported each other, not to mention completely inseparable, at least they are in a state of being together most of the time. That being the case, when did Conan establish a relationship with the boy in front of him? Wait, could it be that time 4 years ago? Nagato reacted suddenly, and manipulated Pain to look at Conan with astonished eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. 4 years ago, was this boy 10 years old? This Conan, isn't it a bit? Taking a breath, he finally suppressed his complicated emotions, and turned his gaze to the boy opposite. Now that he knows that the other party has this relationship with Conan, his attitude is not as cold as before. But what Pain is now curious about is what the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara brought this boy to. Is he trying to blackmail Conan with him? I was secretly vigilant, but I heard the young man suddenly say, "Ah, yes. I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is Uchiha Wu Yu. The current leader of Chuanziguo. The leader of the country of Chuan?" Not to mention the other Akatsuki members, even Conan couldn't help opening his eyes. Leader? What's going on in the country of Sichuan, it's too much of a joke to let a child be the leader, isn't it? And why did the members of the Konoha Uchiha family go to the country of Chuan to become the leader? I asked Atu to bring me here. Wu Yu ignored the thoughts of these people, glanced at Obito, and smiled. There is something I want to talk about. Atu? Pain and Konan also turned their eyes to Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a mask. His eyes were slightly cold. This guy is really a liar, he is not Uchiha Madara at all. Wu Yu. Konan took a breath, his mind gradually calmed down, and he said in a flat tone, "What do you want to talk about?" She told herself in her heart that she was no longer the innocent girl who was fishing and catching shrimps by the lake with the other party. She experienced loss, experienced pain, and thus completed the transformation. She is now the angel of Rain Shinobi Village, the messenger of God. There should no longer be the moods and emotions of ordinary people. That's right. Konan had already made up his mind like this, even secretly freezing his heart completely. She believed that even the young man in front of her could not break it. Ah, that! Wu Yu's handsome brows were raised, and her tone was shy and gentle. I actually want to have a relationship with Sister Nan, is that okay? Boom! The ice wrapped in Konan's heart exploded instantly, turning into a puddle of spring water. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her mind was lost, and her whole body froze in place as if she had been electrocuted. The red glow painted her cheeks, bright and moving. Sluggish. Everyone in the entire Akatsuki organization also fell into a sluggish state at this moment. They looked at Konan, who was in a shy state, then at Wu Yu, and finally fixed their eyes on Pain. This group of people is also frantically making up their minds. Could it be that the reason the leader summoned them is to deal with this young love rival in front of him? But this is obviously a private matter. Using the power of the organization to overwhelm others with force, don't you, the leader, be a bit disrespectful of martial arts? Only Obito's face is calm, he doesn't care anymore. This negotiation was strange from the beginning. It can even be said to be expected to develop into what it is now? Get over it. Really? What's wrong with Sister Nan? Seeing Konan, who was shy and silent, Wu Yu blinked and asked, "Don't you want to?" Konan recovered from his shy and joyful state, and his face suddenly became very disappointed. Wu Yu, Yes, I am willing, but at this time, I really can't accept the other party. Leaving the organization is embracing happiness, but leaving friends in the abyss of loneliness, this kind of thing Konan can't do. And ask yourself, is she really suitable for the boy in front of you? Her hands were already bloody, but the boy was still as white as jade and flawless. I am not good enough for him. Oh, I see. Wu Yu nodded slightly, as if she understood something. Sister Nan is because she can't bear to part with her partners, right? It's very simple. Let them all come to the country of Sichuan with you, won't it be over? Konan listened to the first half of the boy's sentence and thought that the other party had understood what he meant and was about to let go, but the second half made her dumbfounded. All with you to the country of Kawasaki? How is this possible? These Xia organization members are not kind people, each one is rebellious and cruel. If it weren't for Pain's strength being strong enough, it would be impossible to gather them under his command. Not to mention Nagato. He has his own ambitions and plans in his heart, and he does not hesitate to fall into darkness for this, so how could he be willing to give up these and run to the country of Sichuan? However, Wu Yu didn't care about Konan's rather speechless expression, and continued, "Our country of Sichuan is now in a state of waste, and you all have to work hard when you come here." Swish! At the moment Wu Yu said this, the murderous intent had already locked him in. Just like what Konan thought, these members of the Akatsuki organization were killed out of the sea of corpses and blood. How could they follow Wu Yu just because of a word? Not only will they not follow him, but they will be very angry because of this sentence. The other party's tone and attitude were even more arrogant than Pain's, as if in the other party's eyes, they members of the Akatsuki organization, were like Konan's dowry, which was dispensable at all. Can't bear it, absolutely can't bear it. Chapter 27. Wu Yu. Obito obviously sensed the murderous intent, and glanced at the boy beside him. What he meant was to ask the other party if he wanted to do something directly, and he was actually quite disdainful towards these members of the Akatsuki organization. The entire Akatsuki organization, including Pain, is more troublesome for him. But he knew where Nagato was hiding, and if he just sneaked in and backstabbed, Pain would be a muggle too. It's okay, Tuesday. Waving his hands, Wu Yu smiled and said, everyone is so enthusiastic, they must be looking forward to a better life after going to the kingdom of Sichuan, right? Brat, you. Lo Kuo-chai Zhang was full of anger, and was about to curse. But at this moment, Pain said in a cold tone, I can agree to your request, but you have to win me first. It's unbelievable, the leader actually wants to do it himself. Oh, this is interesting. The power of the Eye of Legendary makes people look forward to. Hearing that the leader of his family took the initiative to invite the fight, the members of the Akatsuki organization who were planning to do it were startled for a moment, and stopped their movements in unison. Pain. Konan looked shocked, and looked at his friend with a worried expression. Of course she was not worried about Pain, but for Wu Yu. She knew very well how strong Pain was. He could call himself a god, and of course he also had the power to match a god. It's not that Konan has no confidence in Wu Yu, but that Pain is too clueless. Attraction, repulsion, plus the planetary devastation that can seal everything, she really can't imagine anyone else who can be Pain's opponent. Even though Wu Yu has grown up very fast these years, facing Pain who owns Rin Egan, he may only be abused. Of course Konan doesn't want to see this scene, she will feel bad. How is it? Pain gave Konan a reassuring look, showing that he was measured. Turning his gaze to Wu Yu again, he said indifferently, Uchiha Wu Yu, are you willing to accept my conditions? To be reasonable, Nagato is quite optimistic about the boy in front of him. With a handsome appearance and not weak strength, he is also the leader of the Kawano country and a member of the Uchiha family. He is quite satisfied with such a young man with Konan. Although there may be some flaws in the age difference between the two, as long as you and I like these two people, this small problem can be completely ignored. Nagato is willing to agree to this marriage. It's just that the young man in front of him still needs education. He is too arrogant. Nagato can also understand this arrogance, after all, he is young at heart, and the other party is undoubtedly a genius. Just relying on him to dodge his own attack for an instant, it is not something ordinary people can do. What's more, even the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara before had a vaguely juvenile leader. It can be seen from this that this young man is indeed extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary, there is a limit after all. Acting so arrogantly and recklessly will invite disaster. Whether it is for the future growth of the boy or for the happiness of Konan, he will teach the boy a profound lesson today. Really want to fight? Wu Yu blinked, spread his hands and said, isn't that good? Why, are you afraid? Pain said in a flat tone with slight provocation, you can say that we want to bring our entire Akatsuki organization back to the country of Sichuan, but you don't have enough ability to do such a thing. I'm a little scared. Wu Yu smiled slightly and said, after all, your body is also Sister Nan's companion. I'm a little afraid of breaking you. The tone is very gentle, and the smile is very sunny. But what he said was very arrogant, as if he didn't take this god seriously. Pain opened his eyes slightly and frowned slightly. He didn't talk nonsense, and rushed directly to where Wu Yu was, raising his right arm. God Luo Tian's sign. Boom! There was a loud bang. The terrifying repulsion swayed towards the surroundings, and the smoke and dust filled the air. Did you avoid it? Pain slowly walked out from the smoke and dust, his pale purple pupils turned in ripples, and the red cloud robe with a black background made a dignified sound. "Behind you!" Wu Yu's voice sounded suddenly, and when Pain turned his head in astonishment, he raised a finger. The 61 six-stick light prison of Bakud. Bang bang bang! Several petal-shaped light sheets appeared out of thin air, binding Pain's entire body firmly. "What's this?" Pain tried hard to break free, but found that he couldn't move an inch. "Bakud." Wu Yu still had a smile on his face, and said softly, "It uses spiritual power instead of chakra. So even if you have Rinnegan, it won't help you with such power." Startled, dazed. No matter the other Akatsuki members or Konan present, they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. They originally wanted to bet that the boy could survive a few tricks, but the reality brought them such a huge shock and contrast. Pain. That invincible Akatsuki organization leader Pain. To be controlled so easily by the opponent, he only made one move during the whole battle. If it wasn't for the fact that the members of Xiao Xiao's organization more or less knew Pain's character and personality, and if they didn't see Conan's face full of bewilderment and astonishment at the moment, they might have wondered if Pain was playing them. Wheeze. A piercing sound came from behind Wu Yu. It was Lo Kuo-chai Zhang wielding a beheading knife. Seeing that his leader was restrained, he raised the knife to Wu Yu without hesitation to rescue him. This guy is brave and loyal. However, before her body was close to Wu Yu, she suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure descending from the sky. Poof! Without any ability to resist, Lo Kuo-chai Zhang fell to his knees directly. "Like I said before, I don't want to do it." Wu Yu turned around, still smiling. But an overwhelming sense of oppression rose from his body, covering the entire area like the sky collapsing. After all, if you want to run over the ants without trampling them to death, it's hard to control the force. Except for Konan, all members of the Akatsuki organization knelt down on one knee under this pressure, with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. It's useless to grit your teeth, and it's even more impossible to resist. Just under the pressure from the opponent, they even found it very difficult to breathe. Horrible. It's too scary. Let alone touching such a gap, they can't even look up. No month. Wu Yu, who was standing in the field calmly, suddenly heard a groan. Turning his head in surprise, he saw that Obito was also kneeling on the ground at this moment, his body trembling. "UBD, why did you count me in?" Chapter 28. Kawa no Kuni, the reception station of the Eastern District. Sitting in a wheelchair, Nagato looked out of the window, and what he saw was prosperity and peace. Reflected by the sunset glow of gold, the entire street extending from the reception station is bustling with people. Among these people are the Uzumaki clan he is familiar with, as well as Uchiha, and several other unknown ninja clans. The clothes on their bodies are all wearing their respective family crests, but there is no alienation in their eyes from each other, but they are very close to each other. Nagato could tell that the smiles on their faces were genuine. Even the problem of ninja conflicts that cannot be solved by major ninja villages has been realized in this small country of Sichuan. Uchiha Wu Yu, what an incredible boy! Nagato sighed with admiration. Not only is the opponent's strength so terrifying that it makes people feel desperate, but his views on peace and execution ability make him very ashamed. In comparison, what have I done all these years? Squeak! There was a knock on the door, and Konan walked in calmly with a sheet of paper. "How?" Turning his head away, Nagato asked in a mocking tone, "What does your sweetheart need us to do?" "Nagato, don't talk nonsense." Konan blushed and said hastily, "We haven't." "Do you care about age?" Nagato shook his head, and said in a tone of someone who has experienced it, "I don't think it's necessary at all. As long as you two are in love, it's not a problem at all. I used to care a little bit about age, but not now." "Then what do you care about?" "Care about his hobbies and orientation." Nagato froze for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Would you like to hear what you have said? Hobbies and orientations? You are a little boy who is passionate about 9-year-old boys, how dare you say such a thing? Certainly. It is impossible for Nagato to explain this directly, he wants to save some face for Konan. Konan also couldn't explain directly, and she couldn't explain the scene she saw in the chief's office. At that moment, Konan felt a little green. But compared to himself, that fourth Hokage seems to be more pitiful. I remember that 2 days ago she still thought that Wu Yu's child was as white as jade and flawless. But now, she just wanted to strangle her innocent self. What immaculate person would do that in an office? Moreover, there is a relay next to it. This way of playing, Konan has never seen in those weird comic books before. In other words, can that thing really be swallowed? Konan's thoughts gradually went astray, and his complexion became more and more red. She didn't realize it until Nagato coughed lightly. We're talking about business, this is for you. What is this? Nagato found the report in the other party's hand and narrowed his eyes. There are existing jobs in Chuanziguo. Konan blinked and said, you pick the one you like, and Wu Yu will heal your leg tomorrow. Leg treatment. Nagato's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Well, according to what he said. Konan spread his hands and said, now the country of Chuan is in disrepair, and all jobs are in short supply. But the country of Sichuan has regulations that disabled people do not need to participate in labor, so they have to fix your leg first. For this reason, he wants to cure my leg. Nagato's mouth twitched, he didn't know how to complain. He would be very grateful if the legs could be healed, but the purpose of the other party was to let him participate in labor? A collection of angels and demons, hey? It should be. Konan tilted his head, feeling a little embarrassed. It is a very good and powerful reason to treat other people's disabilities in order to get them to work. Nagato stopped talking and focused on the report in front of him. After staring at it for a few minutes, he raised his head blankly. What are these? Jobs are jobs that are short of people. Konan blinked. I know it's work, but aren't these jobs a bit strange? Nagato's mouth twitched crazily, and he said a little uncontrollably, we are ninjas, right? The jobs above, pregnant Soukare workers. Because there is a shortage of people for this position. It's not a question of whether there is a shortage of people, the key is that none of this is what a ninja should do, right? As for entrusting tasks, ninjas should be doing entrusting tasks, right? Nagato, there are no quests in Kawa no Kuni. And even the defensive troops are not ninjas. Not a ninja. Yes, it's Arankar. According to Wu Yu, only by freeing ninjas from the inherent impression of killing tools can the foundation of peace in the ninja world be truly achieved. Hey? Nagato was startled when he heard this, with a pensive expression on his face. After a long while, he gradually came back to his senses and nodded. He's right, I have to admit. But anyway, nurses for pregnant sows. Chuanziguo, the chief's office. Our orders for Kawa no Weijiu in the land of wines have increased by 40% this week. Standing opposite Wu Yu, Uchiha Mikoto reported with a document in hand, as well as Chuan draft beer, sales in the land of thunder have also increased. Increased by 2%. Not bad, but not enough. Wu Yu nodded slightly, and said, Chuanzi Weijiu must seize 80% of the market share within 2 months at least, and only then can we cross Lazi Weijiu in one step. The progress will be a little slower. At the end, her body trembled suddenly. What's the matter, sir? Uchiha Mikoto looked puzzled. Cough, it's nothing. Wu Yu waved her hand and said, you've worked hard, Mrs. Mikoto. There's nothing else to do next, so you can pick up Suzuki earlier. Okay. Uchiha Mikoto still felt a little weird, but didn't think much, turned and left the office. After a while, Kushina's red head came out from under the table. The neckline of the kimono was slightly open, her eyes were watery, and her cheeks were blushing. "Sister, it's not good for you to be so naughty." Wu Yu put his head between her neck and kissed her. "It's not all you taught." Kushina rolled her eyes and leaned her whole body against him. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Wu Yu patted Kushina's slender waist and motioned her to sit on the sofa. "Please come in." It was Uzumaki's face white Zetsu who walked in, and his tone seemed excited. "Boss, my spore clone heard great news in Konoha. It's bigger than flying POO." The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched, and said, "Don't get excited, just speak slowly. The mission from Cloud Shinobi Village visited Konoha today." Uzumaki's face white Zetsu's tone was jumpy, and his voice was cadenced. "But it's a visit, but their purpose is actually Uzumaki Naruto." Boom! The terrifying Ryutsu in Kushina's body burst out instantly, and all the creatures in the entire Black Rock City were immediately enveloped by a breathless and oppressive feeling. Chapter 29. A dark night enveloped the sky, and the curtain of the sky was dotted with a few stars. On Konoha's East Street, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the middle of the street in full armor with a gloomy expression. Behind him, several Konoha Anbu with masks on their faces fell to the ground, dead or alive. Guests of Cloud Shinobi Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the group of Cloud Shinobi who had no apologies on their faces, and said angrily, "What do you mean? Master Hokage, we should ask you this question." As the representative of the Cloud Shinobi mission, the dark-skinned Kray took a step forward and said solemnly, "We just wanted to see the beautiful night scenery of Konoha, but your subordinates stopped us and wanted to attack us. Is this how you treat our Cloud Shinobi envoy? What the hell is watching the night scene? There is a fart night scene to see. Presumptuous." Standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura shouted angrily. "The person who injured our Konoha is still here turning black and white. You Konoha's Anbu attacked us for no reason, why don't you allow us to fight back?" Kray retorted, not retreating at all. "I used to hear that Konoha is a country of etiquette, but today I have gained knowledge." "Humph! You!" Mitokado Homura was really shocked by the shamelessness of the Cloud Shinobi Village emissary in front of him, such a natural tone, how shameless it was to the ultimate. "Forget it, Homura." Sarutobi Hiruzen is also lip-smacking, and he really wants to smash Cloud Shinobi into meat sauce with a stick in his hand. But considering the hard-won peace, he endured it. "Guests of Cloud Shinobi Village, this is Konoha Forbidden Land, please go back." "Forbidden area?" Kray raised his eyebrows, and pointedly said, "I remember that this was Uchiha's residence when I came last time, so why did it become Konoha's forbidden area? Could it be that Uchiha is no longer in Konoha?" "Sure enough, the purpose is to find out whether the Uchiha clan has defected or not." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura looked at each other, understanding each other. But before they opened their mouths to say anything, a purple firework suddenly lit up in the sky. The corner of Kray's mouth curled up, and he suddenly changed his attitude. "Since it is Konoha Forbidden Land, we are indeed a bit abrupt. The night is getting dark, so farewell." As soon as the words fell, a loud and ear-piercing eagle whistle suddenly sounded over the entire Konoha sky. "Damn it!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed drastically, and he was filled with anger. "So your target is Nine Tails?" Without any hesitation, he waved his stick in his hand and threw it at the Cloud Shinobi in front of him. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Bang Bang was embraced by one of the muscular Cloud Shinobi with both hands, and blue chakra emerged from his body like an armor. And as he used his abilities, his original appearance also changed drastically. Armor of lightning style. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, "You are fourth Raikage." "It's been a long time, Mr. Hokage." Fourth Raikage laughed wildly, and said to his subordinates behind him, "Kray and I hold them back, and you go to the agreed place to meet Xi." Yes. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi respectfully responded and turned to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to chase, but fourth Raikage didn't give him the chance at all. The envy he brought was also blocked by Kray, who could use Landong, and couldn't get away at all. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious inside, his whole face was livid with anger. Your Excellency Raikage, aren't you afraid that Konoha will go to war with Cloud Shinobi Village if you do something like this? It's too late to stop now. Stop! Fourth Raikage grinned, and said in an arrogant tone, since Lao Zi decided to do such a thing, how could there be any reason to stop? If they succeed in Cloud Shinobi Village this time, are you afraid that Konoha will start a war? LOL. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he was about to explode at this moment, not only at fourth Raikage for being shameless, but also at himself for being stupid. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that the real purpose of Cloud Shinobi Village was Nine Tails, and he thought that the other party was only here for Uchiha. Now it's too late to react, and I only hope that the Konoha Shinobi followers who heard the alarm can stop the conspiracy of Cloud Shinobi Village. Under the darkness of night, most of Konoha's ninjas were indeed alarmed by the sudden siren. Dressed up, jumping and shuttling on the roof. Among them, Kakashi, Yamashiro Aoba, and Shiranui Genma gathered together and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto's residence. Boom! There was a bang on Konoha East Street, and the smoke and dust filled the air. Fourth Raikage was surrounded by lightning, his hair stood on end, and his face was stern. Sarutobi Hiruzen was panting slightly, holding the club tightly in his hand. Swish swish swish! Several figures flashed over, they were the Konoha Shinobi followers who heard the movement. Under Might Guy's leaf great whirlwind, Kray was kicked to the ground. That's it, fourth Raikage. Although the physical condition of the opposite fourth Raikage may not be as good, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that the victory is already in hand. I advise you to catch him without a fight. Humph, just get caught. Fourth Raikage sneered and said, if Lao Zi wants to leave, who in Konoha can stop you? Besides, it's not our battlefield. UBD. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, but he had to admit that what the other said was reasonable. Since Minato's death, the entire ninja world may never find someone who is faster than fourth Raikage in front of him. Without preparation, if the opponent really wants to run, no one can stop Konoha. So the key point this time is still with Naruto. If Naruto is taken away by Cloud Shinobi, then Konoha may really be doomed this time. Just when the battlefield was at a stalemate, no one noticed that the sky above them suddenly cracked. Boom! White's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of fourth Raikage and third Hokage. What? Everyone present was taken aback by this sudden change, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. Ah, a familiar face. The figure slowly raised his head, and everyone present gasped. He was wearing a white shirt, but his skin was the color of wheat. The slightly curly, mushroom-like hairstyle might seem comical, but the cheeks that were revealed were chilling. Milk White's bone-like substance covered most of his face above the mouth, making his whole body look like a ghost crawling out of hell, exuding a tyrannical aura. You are Romy. Fourth Raikage took a breath and called out the other person's name in disbelief. Long time no see, Master Raikage. Looking at Raikage, the mushroom-headed man grinned and said, Number 47 Arankar Romy, greetings to you. Chapter 30. Arankar? This novel vocabulary made most of the ninjas present look at each other in dismay, confused. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen had a pensive expression on his face, he seemed to have heard this term somewhere. By the way, Nohara Lin. The girl who appeared on the night of Uchiha's defection was also a Konoha shinobi. After death, he was revived by some means, claiming to be Arankar. But that girl belongs to Wu Yu, so does this Romy? Romy. Fourth Raikage stared at the other party, frowning and said, I remember, you should be dead. Yet, Master Raikage arranged to cut off the back during the mission. The man with the afro also had a nostalgic tone, and whispered, it was easily killed by the ninja of Iwagakure. Fourth Raikage didn't care about anything else, and asked straightforwardly, so, are you coming back from the dead to take revenge on Laozi? Don't get me wrong, of course it's not like that. The man with the afro shook his head slightly, and said, speaking of which, I have to thank Mr. Raikage. If it wasn't for this tragic experience, I would never have met that great leader. Great leader? Fourth Raikage pondered. From this point of view, this Romi should have been rescued by a certain organization or someone. And it seems that he was completely conquered by that person, completely standing on the other side. This made Fourth Raikage a little unhappy, and he also had a strong killing intent in his heart. Their Cloud Shinobi village will never allow any rebellion, no matter what the reason is, the treasonous village must die. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also thinking at this time, the great leader the other party was talking about should be Uchiha Wuyu, right? From this point of view, the opponent's power is probably not small. Ah, the leader who can truly rule this world. Wise, powerful, and desirable. Romi seems to have sensed Raikage's killing intent, but he didn't care at all, and said in a narcissistic way, to follow his back, I, Romi, would give everything. Having said that, he paused for a moment, and looked at the ninjas around him again. And you hypocritical ninjas are all obstacles in the way of the great leader. I will destroy you and remove all obstacles for the great leader. Is this guy, cerebral palsy? Including Raikage, all the ninjas present looked foolish. Destroy them? Does this guy really know what he's talking about? Is there any ninja present that is below Jainin level? There are still two shadows, and the other party actually put on such brazen words that they want to destroy them? Choke. Romi suddenly pulled out the blade hanging from his waist, and whispered to the guarded eyes of all the ninjas, clean them up, iguana. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Romui's body, and the strange dark blue energy enveloped his whole body. The wind is overflowing, flying sand and rocks. Romi Yi showed his figure again, but his whole person had changed greatly. His head has completely turned into a bone lizard form, and Sun Yan's fangs are exposed. His whole body was also covered by bone structure, his two palms turned into lizard claws, with a long tail dragging behind his back, exuding a depressing and tyrannical aura all over his body. What is this? All the ninjas were shocked by his appearance. Is this really human? It's coming. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the lizard monster opposite had disappeared in place. Boom! Deep Green's figure flew out, and it turned out to be Might Guy. As Konoha's top physical ninja, he couldn't even defend against a single attack from the lizard monster. Weak, too weak. Standing on the ground with both feet, Romi had a cruel smile on his face. You hypocritical ninjas really can't keep up with this era, ha 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 ha. Fire style great fireball technique. Earth style soil piercing technique. Just as Romi laughed wildly, several Konoha shinobi also took the opportunity to release ninjutsu. Tangerine Red's giant great fireball was wrapped in sharp earth thorns and shot toward Romi. Boom! The ninjutsu directly hit Romi's body and exploded on his body surface. But before the flames dissipated, Romi's claws had already torn apart the flames, with a mocking expression on his face. It's really good fire-style ninjutsu, but it's a pity that it can't even be used to warm up. How can this be? All the ninjas turned pale with fright, with expressions of horror on their faces. To break the fire-style ninjutsu with only his own claws? Come and try my fire. As he spoke, a dark red flame suddenly rose from Romi's right paw, and even with a few meters away, he could still feel the blazing heat rushing towards his face. Swish! A bright red light flashed across, and the broken arm flew up, and was instantly turned into ashes in mid-air. Now, Konoha Jainin, who had previously released fire-style ninjutsu, had been retreated by the collar by fourth Raikage. His eyes were wide open, his face was full of panic, and his entire left arm had disappeared. Lord Raikage! Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene with a complicated face. Let's put aside our grievances for now, Hokage. Fourth Raikage said in a rough voice, first concentrate on dealing with the monster in front of you. Ha, what a hypocrisy! Romi sneered, and said, it's so ridiculous to covet other people's tail beasts and let them put down their grievances. Ninjas are really hypocritical idiots. Shut up, you monster! Fourth Raikage seemed to be enraged, and his body rushed forward like an electric shot, raised his right arm, and formed a knife in his hand. Lateral bolt of pain. The hand knife was entwined with lightning, and it slashed towards Romi's neck. Slap! Romi easily raised his paw to block it, and said with a sneer, Master Raikage, do you think I'm still the same Chunin I used to be? As soon as the words fell, there was a bang. A huge stick struck out suddenly and hit Romi Yi on the right shoulder. This blow was so powerful that Romi Yi's entire body was sent flying. Before his body fell to the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already planted the stick in his hand on the ground, and his hands quickly formed seals. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. The huge Earth Dragon rose high, opened its mouth, and spit out streams of earth like cannonballs. At this time, Raikage also made madras with both hands and opened his mouth. Lightning-style Thunder Bombardment. Jean Blue's lightning-style ninjutsu spurts, entwining the earth flow that burst out earlier. The two ninjutsu merged into one, and directly hit Romi who just landed. Rumble. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the entire area was filled with electricity and smoke. Did you kill it? It should be, as expected of Raikage and Hokage. What is the origin of this monster? All the ninjas in Konoha were discussing in one go, but suddenly they heard a familiar voice from the smoke. It hurts, it really hurts. As expected of Ying, it's quite powerful. Chapter 31. Tread tread. Romi's figure walked out from the smoke screen. Apart from the charred surface of his body, there was no obvious injury. Go, are you kidding? Monster. This guy is a monster. Can we really beat this kind of thing? All the ninjas present gasped, with unbelievably horrified expressions on their faces. Swish! Romi's figure moved again, appearing opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen as if teleport. The claws wrapped in flames slashed down, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Master Hokage! All the Konoha shinobi followers shouted warning, and Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly raised his stick to block. Clang! With a crisp sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed ah with the stick in his hand. The main body of Bang Bang is his summoning beast demon, which can be regarded as an indestructible body in a sense, but under Romi Yi's attack, it feels like his soul will be torn apart. Go to hell! Fourth Raikage took advantage of this gap to dodge behind Romi, and Jean Blue's lightning wrapped around his body, and he punched out. But before Fourth Raikage's fist got close to Romi, the tail on the other's back suddenly lifted. With a snap, it hit Fourth Raikage's waist and abdomen like a steel whip. The burly figure flew upside down and hit the ground hard. At the same time, Romi also raised his other paw towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the dark red flame gradually approached him. Go and save Hokage-sama! Seeing the critical situation, the Konoha shinobi forgot their fear of Romi. But before they could take any action, a figure bursting with blue brilliance shot towards Romi in an instant. Boom! Romi Yi flew out sideways, with a little astonishment on his face. Before his body landed, the blue figure stood above his landing point as if he had expected it. Keep your legs together and kick straight down. Boom! Romi's body was directly pierced through the ground, creating a huge deep pit. Yes, damn it! Standing up from the pit with difficulty, Romi's bony surface on half of his body had already fallen off, and he stared at the opposite side with an expression of disbelief on his face. Who are you guys? Konoha's blue monster, Might Guy. Guy was posing with blue steam blooming all over his body. On the other side, the southwest block of Konoha. There is a very powerful chakra energy fluctuation over there. Is Hokage-sama alright? Genma Shiranui faced the east, with a little worried expression on his face. Trust Master Hokage. Yamashiro Aoba said calmly, that's our Konoha's Hokage. Compared to worrying about Mr. Hokage, the situation here is probably more serious. Kakashi looked solemn and tensed up. They have discovered that Naruto has been hijacked by Cloud Shinobi, and are now chasing the hijacker. But the strength of the opponent is not weak, especially the lightning-style illusion. It is difficult for people to tell the truth from the fake. Found it? Shanshiro Aoba suddenly said, pointing to the street on the right. That guy and the fox boy are down there. Several people accelerated and fell onto the street, blocking the hijacker's way. Kakashi's left eye was shining with scarlet light, and he was holding kunai hang in his hand. That's it, Cloud Shinobi's Nozomi. He recognized the other party's identity. The blonde hair and fair skin were very recognizable. The opponent is Raikage's right-hand man, Xi, who is known as the genius of Cloud Shinobi. In order to steal Konoha's tailed beast, the Cloud Shinobi really worked hard. Even such a guy was sent over. However, Kakashi will never let Naruto leave Konoha. Not only because Nine Tails is Konoha's strategic resource, but also because Naruto is the child of the teacher and his wife. As a disciple, how could he watch the children of his teacher and his wife get hurt? Kakashi of Konoha. Nozomi carried the sleeping Naruto in his left hand, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. It's a blessing. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. Not just him. At this moment, Kakashi, Yamashiro Aoba, and Shiranui Genma also fell into a state of stiffness. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat oozes from their foreheads. Pressure. A sudden sense of terrifying oppression enveloped them. The air unknowingly became sticky, and the pressure poured into the body from all directions, extending to all limbs. Their bodies began to bend unconsciously, unable to move at all. Plop, plop. Yamashiro Aoba and Shiranui Genma rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Swish. At this moment, the oppressive feeling suddenly disappeared, and Kakashi and Cloud Shinobi who were opposite also regained their ability to move. But neither of them moved at the moment, and there was an extremely horrified expression on their faces. What is going on? The two looked at each other, and each saw the fear and shock in the other's eyes. In other words, the sense of oppression just now didn't seem to be caused by either of them. Could it be that there are other people here? As if confirming their thoughts, a red-haired figure in white slowly walked out of the side alleyway. Long time no see, Kakashi. Moonlight fell, revealing the fair cheeks of the red-haired figure. The familiar appearance, familiar voice, and familiar smile made Kakashi stunned and couldn't help but gasp. Kushina, Master's wife. Ah! You've grown up, Kakashi. Kushina walked over slowly, reaching out to hug Naruto on Kakashi's shoulders. Subconsciously, Xi raised her hand to block it. Click! Before the palm touched Kushina's body, his entire arm was twisted into a twisted shape by an invisible force. The miserable cry echoed over the entire area. Kushina hugged Naruto peacefully, without looking at Xi from the beginning to the end. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Kakashi gasped, his eyes widened. Just now, what kind of power is that? My wife, Mrs. Kushina, why did she become so weird? I'm here to pick up Naruto, Kakashi. Kushina said in a soft voice, unhurriedly, you don't think you want to stop me, do you? Chapter 32. Kakashi didn't answer, and said in a long silence, you will come back to life. Is it related to Uchiha Wuyu? You've already met Lin, right? Kushina bent down and touched her son's head, and said lightly, in this case, you should have the answer in your heart. Arankar, is it? Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He really wanted to know what Arankar was, but he didn't ask. Just by talking to Mrs. Kushina in front of him, he has already heard that there is a gap between the other party and Konoha. Kakashi knew that this could not be blamed on Mrs. Kushina in front of him. After all, both husband and wife died fighting for Konoha, leaving Naruto as an orphan living in the world. But how did the Konoha executives treat Naruto, the son of a hero? Directly conceal the identity of the other party and package it as the incarnation of Nine Tails. Let the villagers and ninjas who don't know the truth bully and abuse. In this regard, the third Hokage not only did not stop it, but sometimes watched it quietly not far away. According to Hokage, this kind of pain is for Naruto to better understand what is the will of fire. How can he not be angry if he treats his own flesh and blood like this? Yes, Arankar. Kushina said softly with an exclamation tone, stretching out her index finger and pointing at the center of her son's eyebrows. Uzumaki Naruto trembled, and slowly opened Azure's eyes. You, who are you? Hearing the same oral habit as her own, Kushina showed a warm smile, like a red peony blooming under the moon. Naruto blinked, and felt that this big sister instinctively made him very close. Turning his head sideways, he saw Kakashi standing not far away. Ah, that white-haired ninja. I think I've seen you before. I was the one you threw at your face that day with a rancid milk box. Kakashi said calmly with a blank face. Ahahaha. Naruto's expression became a little awkward. He turned his face and changed the subject bluntly. By the way, what's going on now? I remember I was sleeping at home. Who are they? He looked at the unconscious man who fell on the ground. A few ninjas from the past. Don't worry about them. Kushina said with a gentle smile on her face. I'm here to take you home, Naruto. Home? Naruto scratched his head, confused, but my house seems to be over there. As he spoke, he pointed to the block where he lived. It's not our home here, it's our real home. Kushina pinched his little face and said apologetically, it's warm there, and you won't be hated by anyone. Naruto was taken aback, his eyes revealed eagerness. Is there really such a place? Me, can I go? Kushina wanted to say 1,000 words at this moment, but in the end she just nodded gently and said with a smile, of course, you can. I'm going. Thank you, kind big sister. Although I'm glad you called me older sister, I'm your mother. My own mother. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm Uzumaki Kushina. You are my child, understand now. Naruto's eyes were wide open, and there was great shock in his small eyes. Mother? I just fell asleep and woke up with my mother? At the same time, on the other side of Konoha. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Romi's body was sent flying again by the might guy who opened the seventh gate, smashing through dozens of walls behind him. But even so, he still didn't fall down, and struggled to get up again. It's amazing perseverance. Might guy was also panting at this time, and there were obvious scars on his right leg and waist. Even if you have reached this point, do you still want to continue fighting? Don't underestimate me, Konoha beast. The corner of Romi's mouth was bleeding, his body was already in disarray, and the bone structure covering the body surface was riddled with holes. For the sake of the great leader, these mere pains are nothing. We will definitely win the final victory. So that's it, I've understood your enlightenment. Might guy took a breath, his whole body chakra was concentrated on one point, and his hands showed a strange Indian pattern. Then in order to respond to this awareness, I will use my full strength. Day Tiger. Boom. The surrounding air was condensed and compressed at this moment, finally forming a huge ferocious tiger. Opening his bloody mouth, he roared and bit at Romi. Is there such a trick? As expected, I am still too weak. Looking at the vicious tiger in front of him, Romi couldn't move even if he wanted to. Even in his heyday, he might not be able to escape the sense of restraint that was squeezed and fixed by the air. In fact, not to mention him, the other ninjas present were also quite awed by Might Guy's move. Many Konoha shinobi fans know Might Guy, but they don't know that this idiot who always runs towards the sunset and shouts youth at every turn is so terrifying. And fourth Raikage, who was also dumbfounded at this time, felt a chill down his spine. He had heard about the power of the 8 inner gates, so he didn't pay much attention to it at first. After all, the rumors said that the 8 gates could reach cage level when fully opened. But now that he actually saw it, he felt that the rumors were all lies. 7th gate has already reached such strength, and 8th gate is only cage level? Could it be the movie of First Hokage? Roar! The ferocious tiger condensed by the air cannons rushed down and was about to devour Romy. But at this moment, a female figure in a backless dress suddenly appeared, blocking Romy's front. But she saw her slowly raising her right hand, facing the vicious tiger with 5 fingers open. Snapped! Just with a seemingly casual grip, the entire tiger head dissipated into nothingness in an instant. The tyrannical airflow surged towards the surroundings, and people unconsciously raised their arms to block in front of them. When they opened their eyes again, the figure and Romy had disappeared. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone swallowed involuntarily, with their mouths wide open as if they could swallow a big duck egg. Just now, what happened? That kind of attack that was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to level the entire street was actually crushed by someone with one hand? Hallucination? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think it was a hallucination, because he had already recognized the identity of the woman in the backless dress. Sand Shinobi's hero, Hakura. The southwest block of Konoha. Yekang, who was carrying Romy, suddenly appeared beside Kushina. Seeing this scene, Kakashi seemed to be on the verge of a formidable enemy, and his face was full of vigilance. Kushina glanced at Romy, who was about to get cold, frowned and said, "It looks miserable, who made it?" "Might Guy, opened the 7th gate." Yekang replied flatly. "It's not surprising, Guy still has some skills." Kushina no longer entangled in this matter, and greeted her son. "Let's go, Naruto." Oh, good mother." Naruto ran over in a hurry. Their mother and son have already recognized each other, and Naruto, who has a mother, naturally chooses to go to the country of Sichuan with his mother. What's more, his elder brother Wu Yu is also in the country of Sichuan. In his heart, that exists like a father. Click! Yekang tapped the air in front of him lightly with his fingers, and Black's cavity opened in response, looking like a giant beast that chooses to eat people. "Ms. Kushina." Seeing that the other party was about to leave with Naruto, Kakashi finally couldn't help but said, "Ms. Minato didn't become Arankar, did she?" "Yes, what do you want to say?" Kushina stopped in front of the black cavity and asked with a smile. Kakashi's voice was very soft, but he said firmly, "I think Mr. Minato may not want Naruto." "You know, Kakashi." The smile on Kushina's face was still there, but her tone was slightly cold. "Wu Yu doesn't want me to fight with others, because some bad things will happen, such as this." He raised his right arm and waved it casually. Boom! The earth trembled and there were constant explosions. In Kakashi's horrified eyes, a gully with a width of more than 10 meters suddenly formed, and continued to extend forward, and finally traversed the entire Konoha. "Kakashi, you don't want Konoha to be destroyed by me just like that, do you?" After the words fell, the person had disappeared in place. Chapter 33. Kawa no Kuni, Kushina's house. Except for Obito, who still has heart knots, basically everyone who knew Kushina came. The living room of the whole house was full of jubilation, and everyone who could see was the little aunt and the big sister. Naruto, who was only 7 years old, left his hometown suddenly, and he was still a little scared. Although the mother who looks like the big sister said that it is very warm here and no one will bully him, but he still has a little social fear instinctively. Looking at the room full of people in front of him, he had a timid expression on his face. Until he saw a black-haired little boy with a stinky face huddled in a corner. "It's you." Naruto immediately stepped forward, pointed at the boy, and said loudly, "Fart Sasuke." "Humph, idiot Naruto." The little boy raised his neck and said calmly, "Did you just find me now?" "You, why are you here?" Naruto was a little delighted and a little surprised. "The country of Chuan is my home now, why can't I be here?" I heard from Grandpa third generation that your family was evicted from the village because they couldn't pay the mortgage. Is that so?" When Naruto said this, everyone present was startled. They knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely have another explanation for Uchiha leaving Konoha. But I didn't expect that this guy would use such a weird reason. Uchiha's family was evicted because they couldn't pay the mortgage? Oh, how underestimated the heritage of the Uchiha family. Sasuke was also half dead from anger, his cheeks flushed and said, "Fart. Our Uchiha family will never owe a mortgage. Ever. Mr. Sasuke, you are screaming too loudly." A little red-haired girl came over, patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, "In this kind of public place, you must be civilized and polite. You forgot what the teacher taught in class today. Is it? Don't worry about it, Xianglin." Sasuke shrank his neck, but still pretended to be very tough and said, "That's not okay, I'm the class monitor." Xianglin pointed to the class monitor badge on his chest, grinned and said, "Sasuke-kun, you don't want to be fined to copy notes a dozen times on this happy day, do you? Are you a devil?" Sasuke's eyes were wide open, fear was written on his immature face, and he said quickly, "No, I was wrong." "Very good." Xianglin nodded in satisfaction, and turned his gaze to Naruto not far away. "Student, welcome to our Kawanokuni Central Elementary School. I will be your monitor from now on." Squad leader. Naruto hadn't heard this word before, and their ninja school didn't have a squad leader either. "Yes, remember to do your homework well and listen carefully in the future." Xianglin patted him on the shoulder, with the attitude of an old codger looking at a young man. "Don't be punished for copying notes like Mr. Sasuke." "Okay, okay." For some reason, Naruto felt that the other party's aura was so strong at this moment, and he had a sense of sight of a big sister. The mothers next to me saw this scene with smiles on their faces, like 100 flowers blooming. "Xianglin is really nice, she suits my taste." Kushina blinked and sighed, "If I were still a ninja, I would definitely accept her as my apprentice." "That's a pity, my Xianglin is really unlucky." Rina sighed in a joking tone. "Actually, if you can't be my disciple, you can use another method." Kushina seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. "I can be her adoptive mother, and let her call me mother in the future." "Okay." Rina didn't think there was anything wrong. In a real sense, Kushina was already considered her daughter's foster mother. After all, the daughter and Naruto have a common adoptive father. Listening to the conversation between the two, Uchiha Mikoto had a clear mind, and looked at his son calmly, with a slightly pensive expression. Chuan and Miyuki didn't think much about it, they didn't know the relationship between Kushina and Wuyu, they were just happy for the reunion of Naruto's mother and son. "Speaking of which, why hasn't Wuyu come here yet?" Chuan asked suspiciously. "He's rehabilitating Roma Yi, after all, he's injured quite badly." Kushina replied with a smile. Izumi fell into silence. She had learned all about the trip to Konoha from Mrs. Kushina before, and now she still finds it a little unbelievable. That Romi was just a Chunin from Cloud Shinobi Village. Just because of the power of Arankarization, under the combination of 4th Raikage and 3rd Hokage, they fought back and forth with each other. If it wasn't for the Might Guy who opened the 7th gate and didn't talk about martial arts to save the field, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if you don't die, you will peel off your skin. Hearing such a terrible record, Chuan was stunned. If it wasn't for Mrs. Kushina who said it, she would never have believed it. This is simply too nonsense, like the Arabian Nights. But the fact is indeed like this, after being transformed into Arankar, even Junyang can be so fierce. Although Mrs. Kushina also said that it is because Romi is very adaptable to Arankarization, so she can exert this excess combat power. But even if the adaptability is not perfect, the bonus is at least twice as high. Twice the strength bonus, this is already extremely terrifying for ninjas. No wonder Wu Yu always emphasizes that they don't need fighting ninjas in the kingdom of Sichuan. Who the hell still use ninjas if there is Arankar? At this time, Chuan remembered what his stinky brother said to him earlier, that Arankar's strength is just average. Is this average? Then what is he, even worse than a paramecium? Suddenly, Quan's heart was filled with resentment. Oh, I seem to be late. Black's cavity opened, and Wu Yu's figure appeared. Has it started yet? Not yet. Miyuki smiled lightly, and stepped forward to help him straighten his somewhat messy collar. You, the host, are not here, so the welcome party can't be held. Aha, let me take a look at our little protagonist first. Wu Yu looked at Naruto. Brother Wu Yu. Naruto also showed excitement on his face, and trotted over quickly. I miss you so much. This kid, I haven't seen him for a few days, but he's hungry and thin. Wu Yu reached out and touched his head, leaned over and whispered, but from now on, I can't call him big brother, I'll call him Shushu. Eh? Naruto froze for a moment, still not quite understanding what the situation was. Dad. A sweet and greasy voice sounded. Xiao Xianglin changed her previous demeanor of a big sister in the astonished eyes of Sasuke and Naruto, and opened her arms to hug Wu Yu's waist. She rubbed her little face against his stomach, and said happily, Ah, the smell of daddy. Dad, Dad. Seeing the scene in front of them, except for Rina, the girls were all slightly stunned. Most of them know the delicate relationship between Rina and Wu Yu, but is it a bit? Kushina's eyes were shining brightly, and she, who likes exciting games, suddenly felt an eagerness to try. But there are a lot of people here, how about trying it at night? Chapter 34. Early morning. Uzumaki Naruto woke up from sleep, opened his eyes, the surrounding environment made him very strange. After a little stunned, he realized that he was no longer in Konoha. This is the country of Chuan, his mother's home, and his future home. There are a lot of amiable big sisters, little aunts, mothers, Wu Yu big Shushu, and that stinky Sasuke. He likes it here. Even if he only stayed here for one day, he already fell in love with it from the bottom of his heart. Although there is also a third-generation grandfather on Konoha who treats me very well, visiting and comforting me from time to time, and giving me living expenses. But most people's eyes are full of malice, inexplicable malice. Grandpa third generation said that this is a test of the will of fire, but Naruto doesn't like this test. Will of fire may be good, but he still chooses mom. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with my mother. When we first met, he was super gentle, and his smile was full of healing, which dispelled the little haze in his heart. This familiar feeling from the soul also made Naruto feel the warmth of maternal love. Until the end of the welcome party, I accidentally said that Rina aunt is more like a mother than her. Then, he was lightly flicked on the head by his mother. Naruto could feel that his mother's movements were really light. But even so, he still flew out. At that moment, he seemed to see a handsome blonde guy smiling at him. The big sisters and little aunts around were also panicked, and even Sasuke's mother was going to ask her son to give him artificial respiration. Naruto was very confused at that time, wondering what artificial respiration is. But in the end, his curiosity was still not satisfied. Brother Wu Yu just touched his head lightly, and he felt better. With a dazed head, he was also dragged home by his mother. On the way, Naruto finally realized that he was beaten by his mother, right? This mother can actually beat someone. Is it said to be super gentle, or is it said to be full of warmth? Naruto felt that it was outrageous. His mother's gentleness at the beginning couldn't be an act, right? But forget it. He is a sensible boy and shouldn't be so picky. Although he still felt that Rina Aunt was indeed more like a mother than a mother, but it was better than nothing. But now that he has a mother, where is his father? I heard people say that father is always with mother. Could it be that brother Wu Yu is his father? If so, why do you call him Shushu? Naruto didn't quite understand and scratched his head. And Xianglin is called Wu Yu's brother and father. Are you and Xianglin brother and sister? Or siblings? A lot of questions were bothering him, making Naruto a little distracted for a while. Naruto, are you up yet? Mother's voice sounded outside the door. Naruto was startled, and opened the door in pajamas. Go wash and change clothes, and then have breakfast. Kushina ordered with her hands on her hips, like a big sister's head. I will send you to school later, I have to work. Work? Naruto scratched his head and said, is Mom a ninja from the kingdom of Kawa? Mom is not a ninja, but a bodyguard. Kushina raised her head proudly, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved. Specially protecting you, Wu Yu, so awesome. It's amazing. Naruto's eyes sparkled with little stars, and he said loudly, I will also be like my mother in the future, and be Wu Yu's bodyguard. Kushina's pretty face suddenly collapsed, and she refused bluntly, shut up, you can't. Eh? Why? Humph, because you are not a mother like my mother. Naruto's eyes flashed in small circles, and he was a little dazed. But soon, he put this question behind him, and after breakfast, he was full of anticipation and ready to go to school. I heard that Xianglin and that stinky fart Suzuki are both in the same class as me, so school life must be very interesting. Naruto started a new and colorful life in the country of Chuan, but Konoha was gloomy. Last night there was a big battle in the village for no reason. Although no one was killed, only the unlucky Jainin lost an arm, but the battle losses were very heavy. It's troublesome, Hiruzen. As third Hokage's confidant, Midokado Homura was too worried to sleep last night. The entire sewer pipe from the southwestern district to the northeastern district was blown up, and now all the toilets in every household are useless. We only have a few dry toilets in Konoha, which is not enough at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. No wonder he smelled a very subtle smell when he came to the office building. And Midokado Homura wiped the lenses of his glasses, and continued, I just made a budget for this restoration project, at least 200 million. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said with a sinking face, pack up the bill and send it to Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage promises to compensate us for half of the loss. This was discussed last night. The might guy who drove the 7th gate stopped there, and the 4th Raikage agreed decisively. According to that Raikage, their Cloud Shinobi is not afraid of 8 inner gates, but this time they really did something a little out of place. The problem of funding is just a trivial matter. Midokado Homura nodded and said, the key is the aftermath of this war. How do we explain it to everyone? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer directly, but asked, Danzo hasn't come back yet. He misses his best friend so much at this moment, and he really can't bear without him. He couldn't carry such a big cauldron. No, even those root members didn't receive his message. Midokado Homura paused, then said softly, why don't we push this all to Yakang? Anyway, she did take 9 away in the end tails. By the way, send a letter of condemnation to Tsunagakuer, and ask them for an explanation. I don't know whether it is out of selfishness or for the sake of Konoha's own safety. Kakashi did not report to the high level about Kushina, only saying that Hakura took Naruto away in the end. Isn't that good? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little moved, but still hesitantly said, Yakura, he is now Uchiha Wuyu's person. But she is also Tsunagakure's hero. Mitokado Homura smiled calmly and said, as long as this hero status is not removed, they Tsunagaku will be responsible for it. Makes sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded in agreement, looking out the window. However, our intelligence department still has to continue to follow up and find the foothold of Uchiha Wuyu and his group as soon as possible. And our best friend Danzo, Konoha really can't do without him. Chapter 35. The country of Chuan, the dungeon. At this moment, Danzo, who was being talked about by his close friends, was looking at himself in the mirror and fell into a sluggish state. The left half of his face has been covered by Milky White's bone mask, which looks extremely hideous. In the dark eye sockets, there appeared dark yellow pupils that were brutal like beasts. This is the old man. Danzo stared at the mirror, looked left and right, and even opened his mouth. In the mirror, the left half of the skull-like face also opened its mouth. That picture could scare a child into tears. Congratulations, Master Danzo. Standing outside the cell, Uchiha Shisui smiled and said, you have successfully completed Hollow's transformation. Your current strength is much stronger than before. Hollow transformation. Danzo narrowed his eyes and turned to Shisui. Is it an existence like you? Although there is a slight difference, you can say that. Shisui scratched his head, turned his face away and said, Chief Wu Yu thinks that you came to the country of Sichuan with great difficulty, and specially bought some souvenirs for you to take back. Not to mention Danzo, even Shisui is a bit overwhelmed with this local product. He came in alone, but now he looks like a monster. Humph, don't lie to me here. Danzo snorted coldly, and said, you gang of Konoha traitors can be killed if you want, don't think that giving me such a little benefit will make me submit. Benefit? Shisui blinked and looked at Danzo with dull eyes. What is the benefit of this guy's perception? Shouldn't it be hollow? Did he think that Leader Wu Yu gave him hollow capsules out of kindness? Hiss. Shisui was so overwhelmed by his speculation that he couldn't help but gasp. Don't talk, is it because I feel ashamed and angry because I was seen through by the old man? Danzo sneered and said, playing with the old man, you Uchiha are still a little tender. Master Danzo, you are right. What else could Shisui say? He just felt that he was really stupid before. I actually pinned my hope of peace on such an idiot, I am so unjustly dead. Hearing the other party's confession, Danzo couldn't help showing a smug smile on his face. But soon the smile faded back again, and he said with a straight face, humph. Instead of engaging in these low-level schemes, why not just say? What exactly does Uchiha Wu Yu want this old man to do? Or does he want to have S**X with Konoha? To get back together, do you need the old man to lead the way? The fool. The corner of Shisui's mouth twitched, and suddenly he had a headache. After being punched down by such a combination of Danzo, he felt a little dazed. The minds of the two are not on the same channel at all, what the hell are they talking about? The gods are back together, how did your brain grow? Ah Shui, repeat what I said next. At this time, Wu Yu's voice sounded in Shisui's ear. Shisui gathered himself together, and nodded imperceptibly. He knew that he could see the picture of the dungeon from the research institute, so he didn't think it was strange. Our leader has always admired Mr. Danzo. He thinks that Mr. Danzo is a hero who truly guards the underground of Konoha. The foundation of Konoha hides merit and fame deeply. Humph, this Uchiha Wu Yu is quite knowledgeable. He also said that you are noble, and that you are the most outstanding disciple of Master Second Hokage. It was simply the biggest mistake of his life that Master Tobirama didn't choose you as Hokage. Danzo's pupil shrank, and he suddenly felt a confidant towards Wu Yu. Decades. 4 decades. No one has ever said that to Danzo, only this Uchiha Wu Yu. But he is a Uchiha. Why is he a Uchiha? Seeing Danzo's expression in front of him was sometimes sad and sometimes intoxicated, Shisui was so frightfully speechless, and forced himself not to roll his eyes. Our leader's admiration for you is like the waves of the Nanhi River, surging and surging. In his eyes, you are as shining as his Madara ancestor. Madara, is that Uchiha Madara? Danzo nodded slightly, using ninja Shura to target him. The root of Konoha was barely enough. Shisui is also a little skeptical about life at this time. Is this Danzo really as powerful as Wu Yu said? Can you still match Uchiha Madara? Are you kidding me? But you are still a little bit worse than the Madara ancestor. What? Power. You lack power. The ancestor of Madara shook the ninja world back then, and a pair of eternal Mangeki is almost unstoppable. If you have the matching power, the prosperity of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world are almost within reach. Danzo thought for a while and nodded slightly. Indeed, he does not have enough strength. If he is strong enough, he will be imprisoned here? So for the future of the entire ninja world, our leader decided to give you the power of Hollow. He doesn't ask for anything in return. He only hopes that you can benefit the ninja world in the future and create glory for the ninja world. The old man understands. Danzo took a breath and put his hands behind his back. Acting really like an underappreciated, ambitious hero. That leader of yours wants to recruit the old man. He doesn't even call Uchiha Wu Yu directly, but uses the chief. Obviously, he really regarded Wu Yu as a confidant. Unfortunately, why Uchiha? Hearing Danzo's words, not only Shisui, but even Wu Yu who was in the research institute showed a panic expression on his face. The gods are recruiting you, our small temple in the country of Chuanzi can't accommodate you, a god tier, well, let's go. You go. However, the old man was born to be Konoha's man. Death is Konoha's ghost. Danzo snorted coldly and said, let your leader stop wishful thinking. Call. At this moment, Shisui and Wu Yu both heaved a sigh of relief, and felt a sense of gratitude for their survival after the catastrophe. Our leader, I know how you feel about Konoha, Mr. Danzo. Shisui considered his tone and improvised, that's why I didn't think about subduing a hero like you, Mr. Danzo. He still has some vision. However, we will not let Master Danzo go so easily. A hero like you needs to be exchanged with a matching price. Do you think we are right? Humph, what price do you want? If Konoha suffers heavy losses, this old man would rather die than surrender. Don't worry, it's just a ransom. The Konoha family has a big business. Do you think 50 million ransom is appropriate? 50 million? I'm not that cheap, 500 million. Bring me a pen and paper, and I'll write a letter to Hiruzen myself. Chapter 36. As a result, Danzo not only wrote a letter, but also took a few photos with him. Rina, Kushina, and Mikoto in the office looked at the photos and letters on Wu Yu's desk, their faces lost in thought. To be fair, they have never seen such outrageous things in their lives. Not only did he feel that his ransom was too little, but he also took the initiative to take blackmail photos for others. This Danzo is really as expected of my old friend. Wu Yu sighed, carefully stuffing the photo into the envelope. We can make a fortune, thanks to this old friend. Now I finally understand why Minato was always moaning and sighing back then. Kushina said with a complicated face, with such an idiot as Hokage's assistant, it's really strange that things can be done. I have Konoha Danzo in the country of Sichuan, great things can happen. Wu Yu sighed again and opened the group chat interface. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hello, Taizi. What are you doing? Poisonous old fat, what else can I do besides go to school? So annoying, why do I still have to go to school when I can drive Susanoo? Sand Sculpture Group Leader? When you ask this question, your thinking is not firm. You are still a student, what do students think if they don't study well? You didn't work so hard in school, how can you 996 in the future? Poisonous old man, die, I'd rather stay at home and write novels. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, where's Brother Ran? The man with hairspray hands, I'm doing the final fusion experiment, and it's almost finished. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, look at Brother Ran. Self-employed, self-made, and even a huge group like Arankar Limited in Hueco Mundo. Even with such achievements, he still does not forget his original intention and insists on doing it himself. Look at you again, Shiwa-chan. Can you sleep like this? Poisonous old fat, hee, I slept soundly, thank you. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, my ancestor is not online yet? Poison-tongued old fat, I went to the meeting earlier, but I still can't find the exit. By the way, is the Pure Land that big? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, I haven't been there, and I don't know. Hint, mentally handicapped women join this group. Reminder, this group is full of 5 people, and the group function upgrade has started. Reminder, the group function has been upgraded, and the shuttle function has been activated. The group owner's rights and interests are updated, please check the group owner in time. The man with hairspray, interesting, here is a newcomer. Poisonous old fat, hey, the shuttle function has been added? Is this shuttle the shuttle I thought it was? I'm going to check out the manual. Hashirama's little padded jacket, what's happening, why did the message box pop up suddenly? The man with hairspray hands, every time you join a newcomer, all members will be reminded, and it was the same when you joined the group last time. Hashirama's little padded jacket, boring, waste of my time. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, don't say that, Madara-san. Treat newcomers with a little more sincerity and love. Look at the screen name of this newcomer, mentally handicapped female nerve. How fresh and refined, how unique. Aren't you curious about the identity of this new group member? Hashirama's little padded jacket, I'm not interested, it's better to find the Pure Land exit if you have time. Having said that, Uchiha Madara doesn't seem to want to go offline at all. This guy also pretends to be aloof on the surface, but he is actually an 8 trigrams man in his heart. Poisonous old fat, yes, it is not as important as you go to the country of Sichuan to open up the new world, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I believe that Madara-san will be able to make great achievements in the country of Sichuan, and there is no one in the sky or on earth. The gravel of the 5 major countries is not half as good as yours. Hashirama's little padded jacket, isn't that a matter of course? The chickens and dogs of the 5 major countries are vulnerable. The decadent ninja world will surely usher in a new transformation by me, Uchiha Madara. In this regard, Uchiha Madara is very confident. His Arankarization has increased a bit during this time, and now he surpasses the self from the impure world reincarnation in the original book in all aspects. When he sees the light of day again, he will definitely give the entire ninja world a big surprise. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, alright, as expected of Madara-san. Poisonous old fat, awesome. However, there are not many descriptions of Kawa no Kuni in Hokage's original work. Does Madara-san know the specific situation of Kawano country? Don't roll over. Her words obviously meant something, but they didn't reveal the mystery. Hashirama's little padded jacket, overturned? I Uchiha Madara will roll over? It's ridiculous. You girl, who do you think you are talking to? Even though I don't pay much attention to the 5 major kingdoms of ninjas, the mere country of Chuan. In that small area, he can completely cover it with a few ninjutsu. Will he roll over? Poisonous old fat, I am relieved to see you so confident, come on. Hashirama's little padded jacket, girl, your worries are meaningless. I, Uchiha Madara, already possess the power beyond the world, even if Hashirama is resurrected, what can I do? Ha. Good guy, Patriarch Madara started laughing wildly again. Wu Yu took the apple from Rina and kissed her on the face. The secretary's mother smiled softly, picked up the documents on the table and spread them out. It was sent by Konan in front. The members of the Akatsuki organization have already filled out their positions. Well, just read it to me. Wu Yu was eating and didn't intend to read it. It goes without saying that Konan, as the future leader's wife, will definitely arrange for you in the office in the future. Rina stroked the hair at the temples and said softly. Neither she nor Kushina will ask Wu Yu for any title, as long as they can be by his side. But Konan is different. She is a serious girl, and she still has to be married by an official matchmaker. Don't worry. Wu Yu could also understand their thoughts, and waved her hand without accepting the rebuttal. If you want to marry, you can stay together. I never discriminate. You are all my wings, no matter how big or small. Uchiha Mikoto covered his mouth in surprise. Apparently he did not expect Wu Yu to make such an outburst. Kushina rolled his eyes, thinking that he should be the largest in terms of size. Rina still smiled gently, basically as long as it is she will not refute Wu Yu's proposal. Keep talking. Wu Yu snapped a bite of the apple and said. Scorpion seems to be very interested in the construction machinery department of the research institute. Zhang Hua and Pipa Zhang have chosen the positions of newspaper commentator and pioneer respectively. Kakuzu's intention is to become an accountant in the finance department. Nagato-san is healed by you, ready to go to work in the milk workshop. Wu Yu almost couldn't sit still and fell off the chair. Others can say that they are professional counterparts. What the hell is this Nagato? Cow, milk workshop? God Luo Tian sign, milk squirting? Make cows feel pain, right? What the hell, this picture feels. Chapter 37. Wu Yu originally thought that there was nothing in this ninja world that could shock and surprise him. But in fact, he found that he was still too blind and arrogant. Even if he thought about it, he probably couldn't figure it out. Why did Nagato apply for a job in the milk workshop? How on earth is this career span conceivable, from terrorist leader to apron-wearing milkman? Can't understand, Wu Yu really can't understand. But even if he couldn't understand, he didn't intend to interfere with the other party's choice. After finishing today's report work, Rina took Mikoto to the research institute. There are a lot of materials and reports that need to be recycled, which is also the responsibility of the secretary and assistant. Wu Yu continued to stare at the group chat intently, pretending not to see Kushina approaching her quietly. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, the newcomer hasn't shown up yet? How fat for? Poisonous old fat, probably busy? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Tisk, this is not acceptable. We can't let our group of bosses wait like this, it's better to do something. Madara-san, why don't you give it a try? After the message was sent, Kushina suddenly stretched out his hands to cover Wu Yu's eyes from behind. Then she put her mouth close to his ear and said softly, Father Wu Yu, do you want to have lunch? You still have to ask? The corners of Wu Yu's mouth curved slightly, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Come. Kushina's body bent down, and Wu Yu's neck met her. The entire office began to make some strange noises. Hashirama's little padded jacket, why me? Poison-tongued old man, because Madara-san hasn't tried AI Terran yet, let's try it. Very interesting. Uchiha Madara looked a little alert, and raised her eyebrows, are you trying to trick me? Sand Sculpture Group owner, no. Poisonous old man, Madara-san, do you have a paranoia of persecution? It's just for you to be a newcomer, do you have so many others? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes, that won't work. Poison-tongued old man, no way, what a ghost, why are you talking so strangely today? Cherish words like gold, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, I'm busy. There are many things. Poisonous old man, there are many things about hammers, don't think I don't know you are a slacker. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Sometimes I do something serious. Poisonous old fat man, serious business. Grass, I get it. UBD, you are really occasionally doing serious things, that is, most of the time not doing serious things. So what is the so-called unscrupulous thing here? Zayas Hikiyoshiu is not a fool, of course she understands. This wave can be regarded as a face-to-face bullhead, and he even chatted with himself, the suffering master, in the group in a serious manner. Squeeze. Too much deception. Hashirama's little padded jacket. So, what does the group leader do? Uchiha Madara is actually a little curious. He didn't see the memory of the group leader in this group. Zayas Hikiyoshiu took a breath, and directly broke the news. He is a time traveler. As for which world he traveled to, let him talk to you in detail when he has time. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, traveler? The man with the hairspray hand, the existence that enters from one world to another is called a time traveler. Most of them are gifted and loved by some magical power. Uchiha Madara frowned, with thoughtful eyes. So, the current group leader is not actually in his original world? Don't you feel uncomfortable when you suddenly come to an unfamiliar environment? He didn't worry about which world the group leader went to, but wanted to know the feeling of time travel itself. Put yourself in the shoes of others. If you suddenly enter a strange world, Uchiha Madara will be very uncomfortable. Poisonous old man, Madara-san, don't underestimate the existence of the group of traversers. Not only will they not feel uncomfortable in the slightest, but most of them will be able to get along like ducks in water, and the harem will bloom everywhere. Hashirama's little padded jacket, oh? From the looks of it, it's really an interesting group. Men with hairspray hands, don't underestimate them, Madara. Travelers are not just fun. Poisonous old fat, yes. It's not as simple as being funny. If the Aborigines meet such people, they will probably suffer. Hashirama's little padded jacket, I always feel that you have something to say. Sand sculpture group leader, everyone just wants to give you a reminder. Be careful when encountering time travelers. This group of people is likely to be the sixth child, and it is hard to guard against. And the ability is also strange, always give you some new tricks. Poisonous old man, oh, you're done? Sand sculpture group leader, what's the end? I don't understand what you're talking about. I was just correcting the file just now and found something very interesting. The message was sent, and Wu Yu patted Kushina. The opponent understood and turned his body. Hairspray hand man, interesting thing? Sand sculpture group owner, yes. It's just that the leader of a terrorist on my side has changed his job and changed to a very wonderful new job. Hashirama's little padded jacket, according to you, these time travelers are not good people? Neither is the group owner? Sand sculpture group leader, oh my god. I am such a pure-hearted young man, you actually say that I am not a good person? Poison-tongued old fat, you are a ghost with a pure nature, you pervert. The man with hairspray hands, travelers are also a collective term for people, and there are naturally good and bad people. It is reckless and stupid to affirm a group or deny a group altogether, Madara. Hashirama's little padded jacket, UBD, don't preach to me here. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one of those idiots who can be fooled by you. Poisonous old man, I believe in you, Madara-san. But where did you get your zanpakuto from? Hashirama's little padded jacket. Mentally disabled female nerve, hey? Ah? Did you see the message I sent? It's really strange, saying that you can chat with people from other world, but you can't send messages at all? What a piece of crap. Poisonous old man? Hashirama's little padded jacket? Sand sculpture group leader, I've seen it, this lady neurotic. According to group practice, please introduce yourself now. Mentally disabled female nerve, hey, did you see that? Did you really see it? Is it true? Are you all from other world? Poisonous old fat, this newcomer, why does he feel weird? Man with hairspray hands, you should know her online name. Poison-tongued old fat, mentally retarded female nerves. Hey, is there another abnormal person in our group? Sand sculpture group leader, I suddenly don't know how to complain about your words. Besides this, are there other abnormal people in our group? Poisonous old man, you should ask in reverse, how many are normal? Mentally disabled female nerves, are you mocking me? I can tell, you bastards are mocking me, right? I am the goddess of water, how dare you mock me? You are such big eggs. Hashirama's little padded jacket? Poisonous old fat, egg. Chapter 38. Sand sculpture group leader, probably a typo, right? Poisonous old fat, are you kidding? Sending messages with your mind can still make typos? Sand sculpture group leader, others may not, but this rookie Zhang probably has this possibility. Wu Yu already knew who this newcomer was, and from her self-disclosure of her identity as the goddess of water, coupled with this mentally handicapped screen name, all betrayed her deeply. Such a troublesome person actually joined the group. Wu Yu felt a little pain in the head. Father Wu Yu, why did you stop? Kushina's doubtful voice sounded. Cough, come. The fierce battle broke out again, and the office was in dire straits. The man with hairspray, it seems that this newcomer is really different. Poisonous old fat, this is different, why do I feel a little sad? Mind transmission can also make typos, how frankly is this mentally retarded? Zaya's Uchiha felt terrible just thinking about it, this newcomer was like a black hole in her eyes. Hashirama's little padded jacket, newcomer, how about your self-introduction? Mentally disabled female nerves, don't order the goddess. Who do you otherworlders think you are? Does the brave know? The brave men who have passed from me can be ranked from the surface to the heaven. Show me some respect. Heaven, reincarnation reception. It looks like a small office here, and the black and white floors are spliced into a simple space. Apart from the ground, there are no walls, no zenith, and it is surrounded by dense darkness, but there are faint streamers like stars flickering. A pretty girl with blue hair from the previous day was sitting at a desk with a pile of weird snacks on it, staring at the light curtain in front of her without blinking her eyes. The girl looks about 15 or 16 years old, and she is wearing a shiny yui. The appearance is very delicate, the figure is very predictable, and the temperament is faintly extraordinary. She is the goddess of water, Akiya, who is so popular in the entire heaven. This day's work has just ended, and Akiya is preparing to enjoy her leisurely happy time. Watch anime, watch dramas, and eat some snacks. Suddenly, a voice sounded in her mind. Invite her to join some kind of sand sculpture netizen exchange group, saying that she can communicate with existences in different worlds. Akiya, who likes to have fun, of course agreed without hesitation, and soon after receiving a series of information streams on how to use this group, Akiya didn't pay much attention to it, and only memorized a few keywords. Then after a pass operation, I found that I couldn't send the message at all. Akiya was very angry and wanted to question this damn group. In the end, she didn't get a response, so she dug out the memory of the information she had received before and began to compare and check it carefully. She closed a series of auxiliary interfaces that popped up one after another, and entered the interface where she could chat. Akiya was very happy to finally be able to talk to these otherworld sand sculpture netizens. But this happy mood didn't last long, and she saw someone mocking her. She, the majestic goddess of water. Aqua, who is regarded as an idol by the descendants of goddesses in the entire celestial world, is the #1 existence in the reincarnation business of the celestial world. To be ridiculed by a group of otherworld people, is there any magic? What? #1 is actually a certain junior goddess? Oh, does she dare to say it in front of her? No, she dare not. The goddess of the younger generation once spread rumors that she had neglected her duties and secretly withheld the rewards given to the reincarnated people. Without hesitation, Akiya decisively exposed the fact that this junior goddess had patted her breasts. So much so that the younger goddess now walks around when she sees herself, like a defeated dog. How could she, Akiya, who had such a strong record, let a group of unknown otherworld people scold her for being mentally retarded? Temperament counterattacked on the spot, angrily scolding these people for their audacity. Although she accidentally entered a typo in her mind, she felt that she had achieved her goal. She, Aqua. At that time, it was obvious that this group of Xiao Xiao was shocked. But this group of Xiao 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 is still stubborn and still trying to order her, a goddess, to introduce herself? A joke, a joke. Go drink my mother's bath water. Hairspray hand man, goddess. Skyline? Brave? Interesting, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Poison-tongued old man, you probably have this type of comic books in the present world. However, is this newcomer really a goddess? Hashirama's little padded jacket, god? Regardless of whether you are a god or not, if you want to threaten me Uchiha Madara, no existence is qualified to do so. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Madara-san Haki. But this god may not be the same as the god you know, this thing is just a stupid idiot. You don't have to be serious with her. Mentally disabled female nerve, hey, the group leader over there. How dare you call this goddess a fool? Do you believe it or not that I summoned 100,000 brave men to dig up your ancestral grave? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, is there such a good thing? Wu Yu even trembled with excitement, causing Kushina to groan. Father Wu Yu, take it easy. Akiya was instantly stunned by his words, with a confused expression. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, if you don't dig it, you'll be a dog, hurry up. Mentally handicapped female nerves, are you? Do you have any enmity with your ancestors? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what nonsense are you talking about? My admiration for my ancestors is like a surging river. How can you slander me? I just think you idiot can't do it. Not to mention 100,000 heroes, I bet you don't even remember the name of the reincarnated person you picked up last time. Mentally disabled female nerve, well, what does that matter? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I don't even remember the name, how do you call it? How about you open a live broadcast for us to perform? If you can really summon them, you don't need to do it yourself, I'll dig my ancestors' grave on the spot. Dare? Hiss. Aqua took a breath and opened her eyes wide. This group owner has something. He seems to be very knowledgeable about the professional knowledge of the heavens, and he may not be able to deter the other party with just verbal threats. Make a decisive decision and send a message, This goddess is compassionate and does not have the same knowledge as you. Bye-bye. Poisonous old man? What does she mean by goodbye? The man with the hairspray hand, if I guessed right, he probably planned to run away. Sand Sculpture Group Leader at Baoer, let me tell you another amazing truth. This group doesn't have an active exit button, so don't try to run away if you come in. Unless, my group leader kicks you out. Akiya's pupils constricted, her face full of astonishment. How could it be? Why? How could there be such an overlord clause, damn it? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, please, if you make me happy, maybe I will fulfill your request. Akiya turned pale with shock, and said, what do you guys want to do to this goddess? I warn you, don't mess around. If you turn my into the heavens will not let you go. Not even Hashirama's little padded jacket? Poisonous old man? Sand Sculpture Group Leader. Chapter 39. Poisonous old fat, is she really a goddess? Zaya's Uchiha felt that it was outrageous, what a thief. She has read a lot of otherworld comics and light novels, and she has a good understanding of the profession of goddess who guides reincarnated people. Almost all of these goddesses are noble and radiant, and they do their best to treat the reincarnations they receive, and some are even willing to sacrifice their lives to save the world. But the guy in front of her who claimed to be a goddess completely subverted her inherent impression of the goddess. Willfulness, arrogance, bad conversation, and when emotional, everything that comes out turns into a bunch of bad asterisks. Can this thing be called a goddess? Sand Sculpture Group owner, I know what you are surprised about. But I have to tell you with regret that she is indeed the true goddess of water in her world. Mentally disabled female nerves, this goddess is genuine. Don't think that if you say a few good words here, the goddess will submit to you. Put away those dirty thoughts in your heart. Just because you want to FK this goddess, you are thousands of years too early. Hashirama's little padded jacket? What is she trying to say? Uchiha Madara was deeply curious, and wanted to uncover the asterisk to see the text inside. Man with hairspray hands, don't go into this, Madara. It's still too early for you. Hashirama's little padded jacket, are you looking down on me? Damn, it's too early. How can he say that he lived to be in his 90s before dying? What scene hasn't he seen? Poisonous old man, Aizen means that you are too simple, and you are not suitable for such taboo knowledge. Sand Sculpture Group leader, yes, I will understand when you really have a good relationship with Hashirama. What does it mean to be good with Hashirama, UBD? The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched fiercely, his face flushed with anger. Get lost. Sand Sculpture Group leader at mentally handicapped female nerve, yes. You're right, that's about it, let me quickly introduce myself. I'm still busy here. Poisonous old fat, pervert. Zayas Hikihoshiu obviously knew what the other party was up to, and this feeling of being bullied in front of her made her feel uncomfortable again. Mentally disabled female nerves, you admitted it, right? You really admitted it, right? It is a sin to have such undeserved illusions about the pure and white goddess. It is a great sin. Although this goddess can understand you, after all, the charm of this goddess is unparalleled and unique. But this sin is unforgivable. Sand Sculpture Group leader, no, don't worry. Mentally disabled female nerves? Sand Sculpture Group leader, it is impossible for me to have that kind of fantasy about you, don't worry. Mentally disabled female nerve, what are you talking about? Why do you still deny it when you have already admitted it? Is it useful for you to deny it now? Oh, I see. You guys are trying to hit this goddess on purpose to make me think I'm not attractive enough, right? Then you sneak in again? What an insidious man, but this goddess has already seen through you. After the message was sent, Akua showed a smug smile on his face. This stupid man still thinks his strategy is useful? Thinking too much, you are still a tadpole when this goddess is playing with her mind. Sand Sculpture Group owner, no, it has nothing to do with whether you are attractive or not. It's mainly a legal issue. Akua raised her eyebrows, showing doubts. The law? Sand Sculpture Group leader, yes. It's against the law here, to lay hands on someone with an intellectual disability. Poisonous old fat, pft, ha. Zayas Hikihoshiya burst out laughing, what the hell is breaking the law against the mentally handicapped? This Wu Yu's mouth is also really poisonous, and he should give half of his reputation as a poisonous tongue. Intellectually disabled female nerve, intellectually disabled people? Isn't that mentally handicapped? Speaking of which, if it is true to attack the mentally retarded, it is true. Wait, the mentally retarded you are talking about is me, right? Akua suddenly woke up in the middle of speaking, and forgot to delete all the words typed with her mind. And after she sent this message, the whole group was silent for several minutes, and no one spoke. The silence was even a little scary. Akia's defense was broken a bit, she was trembling all over, and her expression was a little stiff. Nah. Talk to me, talk to me. If I do this again, I will be angry, I will be really angry. The goddess is going to be angry. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, ahem, you haven't introduced yourself yet. As a newcomer, this is a necessary process. Mentally disabled female nerve, you answer my question. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, let's introduce first, let's talk after the introduction. Considering your particularity, let me give you a head start. Your name is Akiya, and then report your age, gender, occupation, orientation, and marriage status in sequence, and finally a photo. What is specialness, BD? Akiya felt very angry, and always felt that there was something in the eccentric words of the group leader. But considering that he might not get an answer if he continued to mess around, he temporarily decided to compromise. Mentally disabled female nerve, age is 4,897 years old, gender is female, occupation is goddess. Orientation, it should be male, right? I never even thought about getting married. Moreover, why does the self-introduction of this chat group have to introduce whether anyone is married? Poisonous old man, more than 4,000 years old, nearly 5,000 years old? The man with hairspray, although I had already prepared myself, it was quite surprising. Is the lifespan of gods so long? Mentally disabled female nerves, humph, this goddess is unique even in the heavens. Today's newborn gods don't have a lifespan longer than this goddess. In the eyes of this goddess, they are all juniors. Poisonous old fat, understood, too old to have friends, right? Mentally disabled female nerves, friends, or something. This goddess doesn't need it at all. Not at all. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, it's okay, everyone will be your friend after joining the group. We will not look down on you because of your special hobbies or intellectual disabilities. After all, mental retardation is born, and you don't want to be like this. Mentally disabled female nerves, shut up, you BD herd owner. Why do you say that someone is mentally retarded? What evidence do you have? Wu Yu just waited for her to ask, and threw the memory into the group directly. Hint, the owner of the Sand Sculpture Group uploaded the memory blessings for a beautiful world. It's just a click away, and you don't even need to spend points. After extraction, these memories will be instilled into the buyer's mind in a state similar to data flow, and the buyer will browse through all the plots from the perspective of God. After reading the memory, Akiya was stunned, with a face full of disbelief. What is this? It's not me at all, no way. My majestic goddess will actually become a bonus for the reincarnated? This is a loophole in the rules, this is cheating. Poisonous old man, Akiya, let's put these questions aside, I want to know now. Are you wearing panties? Chapter 40. Hashirama's little padded jacket, I see, this woman is indeed not the kind of god I know. In Uchiha Madara's view, gods possess, if not omnipotence, terrifying power. But this Akiya, scary can be regarded as scary, but not the scary brought about by her power. Retarded. Judging from the performance of Akiya in memory, this guy is undoubtedly mentally retarded. Not only is he mentally retarded, but he also loves to show off and make his own decisions. It is simply the existence of dragging down the entire team on his own. Even if Uchiha Madara has such a teammate, he is afraid. Man with hairspray, what a pity, Madara. You don't have enough points to buy her divine power. Otherwise, you may be able to get out of trouble very easily. Uchiha Madara showed disdain and sent a message, hey, why do you think I need her divine power to get out of trouble? And it is said to be divine power, but the actual points required are only comparable to your Ryutsu, can this be considered divine power? Poisonous old man, your chakra sales points are not as good as 1/3 of the two of them, why do you have the face to mock others? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, you don't understand this, do you? Our Madara Sanko is the king of mouth in Legendary. You can lose in a fight, but you can't lose with your mouth. Even if you are pressed and rubbed on the ground, you still have to say that I see through everything. Poisonous old fatty, got it, you're so tsundere, right? Uchiha Madara's forehead was throbbing with veins, and his fists were clenched. You two bastards. Mentally disabled female nerves, the goddess is back. Finally transferred Sato Kazuma's resume, it scared me to death. What ABD, how could it be possible to defeat the devil by following that kind of guy? Hashirama's little padded jacket, is there a possibility that you are holding back? Mentally disabled female nerves, you, what are you talking about? How could this goddess hold back? How rude, you are blasphemy. Hashirama's little padded jacket, are you worthy of being called a god? Mentally disabled female nerves, I am a goddess recognized by the heavens, why am I not worthy? I get it, you red-eyed guy is jealous of me, right? Jealous of this goddess having a group of loyal followers? What about you? And you? To be beaten to death by his own son-in-law Black Zetsu, ha 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 ha. What a joke. Hashirama's little padded jacket, what the hell? Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth fiercely. Akia's wave of ridicule almost made him feel like being pierced by thousands of arrows. It hurts too much. It would be fine if it was someone like the group leader or Aizen who mocked him, but this guy is still mentally retarded. He, Uchiha Madara, can't be said to be mentally retarded. Mentally handicapped female nerves, humph, just red eyes. If you want to mock this goddess, you are 5,000 years too early. Poisonous old man, Akia sauce, are you ready to put on your panties? Akia's complacent expression suddenly collapsed, and she was furious. Shut up. We are all women, can you stop paying attention to these weird places? I said that Aqua is not me at all, that's a lie. People, how can people not wear panties? Sand sculpture group leader, but you are a goddess, not a human being. Mentally handicapped female nerve, I think I still have something to do, so I will leave. I couldn't chat for a day, her wise image has been completely destroyed by the memory uploaded by the group owner. From a pure and shining goddess to a mentally handicapped person who doesn't wear panties, it's hard to turn over now. Hate, hate. Akua hammered the ground with one hand, tears streaming down his face. In the past, she was very disdainful of the phenomenon of social death, but now after experiencing it herself, she realized that she was wrong. This thing will really kill the gods. Poisonous old fatty, she's offline, won't this girl's mentality collapse? Sand sculpture group leader, don't underestimate her, a god who is more than 5,000 years old can't lose his mind so easily. However, her supernatural power is really useful. Wu Yu, who was infused with divine power at this moment, felt the majestic and surging energy in her body. This energy is also mixed with the divinity of water, which is endless. Compared with his original self, his current strength has increased by at least 50%. Why does Akia, who has such a powerful force, act so hip-stretching in the original book? The main reason is that she is not good at fighting, and her priesthood is also biased towards assistance. Secondly, after coming to Otherworld, all the divine power in her body has been recovered, and her level has returned to 0, leaving only the profession of high priest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat even a toad. Hashirama's little padded jacket, you actually bought her supernatural power? That kind of power shouldn't match your fighting style, right? Uchiha Madara knew that Wu Yu had a Zanpakuto and should have taken the Shinigami route, but didn't know that his Zanpakuto was Kyōka Suigetsu and had a Hagyaku on his body. After all, it is an item copied from the group owner's privilege, and Uchiha Madara didn't know that the group owner's privilege was such a bug. Sand sculpture group leader? Do you really read the group announcements with ulterior motives? If you really read it, you probably wouldn't ask such a silly question. Poisonous old fat, it is indeed a bit silly. The man with hairspray hands, perhaps Madara's dislike of reading has become a subconscious habit. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, shut up, enough of you guys. Once again being used as a target for fire, Uchiha Madara's mentality is about to collapse. As long as you love reading, right? If you didn't go to school when you were young, you will be insulted like this, right? Poisonous old fat, the members of our group have the function of energy conversion, which is stated in the announcement. The so-called energy transformation means that all purchased energy can be neutralized and become universal energy. This universal energy can be spiritual power, divine power, or chakra, do you understand? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, how can it be like this? That is, all purchased energy can be superimposed infinitely? Poisonous old fat, ahoy, that's right. However, the energy conversion function is limited to the energy you have already purchased. For example, if you have not purchased spiritual power yet, you have to use Zanpakuto to convert chakra into spiritual power bit by bit. Hashirama's little padded jacket, so it's like this. It's getting late, and it's time for me to continue on my way. Can he say he is sour? Cannot. He is Uchiha Madara, he must not show any envy, jealousy, or hatred. With only a few points, he will earn enough sooner or later. The man with the hairspray hand at, the gift has been sent to the platform. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, okay. I'm going to unpack. Turning off the group chat, will you sit upright? The fighting in the office is over, and Kushina is back in Hagyoku to rest, and he is now alone in the office. Rubbing her hands together with anticipation, Wu Yu consciously linked into the rental platform dedicated to the group owner, and waved her right hand in the air. Pada! A strange ghost with only half of his body left appeared before his eyes. Wu Yu's eyes widened, and she was suddenly stunned. This shit, a gift. Chapter 41. The originally spacious office has now been occupied by half of the space. Wu Yu stood next to the head of the dead body, with a pensive expression on his face. Is this thing a gift from Brother Ran? Empty corpse? Wu Yu could tell that this head was the Grand Fisher from the Shinigami world. It was the special void that devoured Kurosaki Ichigo's mother back then and brought a huge shadow to the protagonist. Its ability is quite special, a bit like an anglerfish. Use the small lantern on the head to disguise as a soul to lure humans and Shinigami with enough spiritual power to approach, and then devour them. But no matter how special it is, this thing is essentially just trash. Its real combat power is probably not even up to Jillian. What does Aizen mean by giving him this thing as a gift? Is it pure bad taste? Wu Yu narrowed her eyes, a little bit disbelieving. Brother Ran, he has bad tastes. For example, he likes to talk about others, expose their scars, and also loves to shake other people's beliefs, and he never tires of it. But he was never stingy. Since he said he would give himself a gift, it couldn't be this kind of waste that even dogs wouldn't eat. There may be other meanings here. Wu Yu calmed down. Instead of asking Aizen, she began to think about it herself. It stands to reason that Su's body would dissipate after being killed, but the Grand Fisher still had a corpse. If Wu Yu guessed correctly, it was because Aizen infused chakra into its body. But why would it be like this, just to keep its carcass for preservation experiments? With doubts on his face, Wu Yu stretched out his hand as if to fiddle with the tentacles on the top of its head. As a result, with a buzz, colorful rays of light burst out, and finally a illusory humanoid body condensed above the head of the head. Hiss! Wu Yu suddenly gasped, as if struck by lightning. This humanoid body is obviously a woman, with orange wavy hair, soft cheeks, and a graceful figure, fair skin like jade, and a dark gold brilliance blooming all over her body. Even Kurosaki Masaki? Wu Yu recognized her, so she felt very unbelievable. Shinigami world protagonist, mother of Kurosaki Ichigo. He was also a pure-blooded Quincy master, who was later easily killed by Grand Fisher after Yuhabok used Holy Blessing to seize his power. But in Death Kanbaru, it only said that Kurosaki Masaki was killed by Grand Fisher, and it didn't say that her soul was devoured. But why? Her soul is in the Grand Fisher body. Moreover, even if the soul swallowed by Su should have already become a part of Su, how could she still appear? Could it be? Just as Wu Yu was thinking this way, the hugyaku on his chest suddenly sensed it. It spontaneously came out from Wu Yu's chest, floating in mid-air. Swish! Kurosaki Masaki's soul body is like a tourist returning home, directly drilled into his hugyaku. Understood. At this moment, Wu Yu finally understood everything. This is a gift from Brother Ran, it's really a big gift. He even used some fragments of hugyaku, so that Kurosaki Masaki's soul can be perfectly separated from the Grand Fisher body. Good guy, what the hell is Wu Yu calling him a good guy? At the limit of his original thinking, Aizen might send him an Espada-class Arankar. For example, Holly Bell, Nilu, etc., never expected that Brother Ran would pack them for him Kurosaki Ichigo FG. But why? Wu Yu can't understand this idea. Why is Kurosaki Ichigo's mother? Could it be that Brother Ran really believed Shi Yuchan's nonsense, and felt that he was a pervert married woman? Only interested in other mothers? No way, Brother Ran should belong to the kind of person who can see clearly. Wu Yu lowered his head in thought. Kushina's figure also came out from hugyaku, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why is there someone here at home?" It was delivered by someone else. Wu Yu sighed and pointed to the Grand Fisher in front of him. "Here, this is the packing box." Soul Society. Kushina knew about the Shinigami world, and the Minos Grande and Arankar's powers in Chuanziguo all came from that world, and Wu Yu didn't hide this from her. Yet. Nodding, Wu Yu sighed helplessly. Her name is Kurosaki Masaki, and she is also a poor woman separated from her child. Kushina froze for a moment, and suddenly his expression became a little weird. This kind of weirdness probably seems to be complicated with suddenness, probably trying to understand something. "Sister, it's not what you think." Wu Yu waved his hands, feeling that he should explain. "I really don't have any special hobbies. I won't lie to you. I didn't say anything just now." Kushina's face became even weirder. What might have been just doubts before has now become a certainty. "Sister. I'll help you have a good talk with this lady, but I think you still. Forget it, I have no position to say anything about you." With that said, Kushina burrowed into hugyaku again. Wu Yu faced out of the window with her hands behind her back, suddenly feeling that this year's autumn wind is a bit bleak. 2 days later, Konoha. Standing by the windowsill, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt the bleakness of the autumn wind. The third Hokage's originally tall and straight body had become stooped, and his face was sallow and haggard. "When I woke up yesterday, Konoha's repair project cost far exceeded the budget, from the original 200 million to 800 million. Mitokado Homura, who is mainly in charge of the budget, did not expect that the replacement of the sewer pipes and the respreading of the capacitor equipment would cost such a huge amount of money. The most important thing is that Konoha had already delivered the 200 million budget statement to Cloud Shinobi Village, and they decisively sent the 100 million compensation. Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely not recognize the extra money now. In other words, Konoha will pay 700 million to make up for the loss in this battle. A total of 700 million, how many S-level missions does this have to do to fill it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is really cool at this moment, just like the withered yellow leaves floating outside the window. "Hiruzen, you have to hold on." Mitokado Homura supported his crumbling body, and said affectionately, "Konoha still needs your support, and the will of fire still needs you to continue." "I'm fine." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand weakly and said, Danzo's side. "Master Hokage, a letter from Advisor Danzo." "Quick! Give me the letter." Sarutobi Hiruzen braced himself and took the letter. His eyes swept away, and he was taken aback. With a stunned expression and a little disbelief, he couldn't help but look down again. His face began to tremble, and his legs gradually lost their support. Damn! With a roar, his eyes darkened, and he passed out directly. Master Hokage. Hiruzen. Chapter 42. My friend Hiruzen. The old man was investigating the enemy's situation in the country of Sichuan recently, and accidentally encountered Arankar Uchiha Shisui. Although he led the crowd to fight hard, he still missed and was captured, feeling extremely ashamed. Now I am in prison, and I need an old friend to raise 500 million yuan to help me out of trouble. When the old man returns to Konoha, he will surely regain his glory. Danzo's own handwriting. The letter was only a few hundred words, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lying in the hospital, read it over and over dozens of times. There is no doubt that this letter was indeed written by his close friend Danzo. Not to mention that there are photos of that close friend in the letter, not only frontal photos but also profile photos. His body was still wrapped in bandages, and he still had the familiar gloomy expression. But for some reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen always felt a little smug about his close friend. It seems that the photo taken by this thing is not a blackmail photo at all, but an artistic photo. Hiruzen, what's the matter? Mitokado Homura, who was sitting next to him, asked softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered and asked, what else do you think can be done? What else can they do but pay? Is it true that the dignified Hokage assistant is imprisoned and ignored? As for sending people to rob people? Give me a break. What kind of strength those Arankars are, they, the Konoha shinobi, already have a concrete understanding. If you want to rob people, you probably won't be enough to send as many ninjas. Well. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, and his whole body became a little older. 700 million plus 500 million, or 1.2 billion. This pair of Konohas has already been injured, and it is estimated that they will not recover in a few years. And this time the threat to Tsunagakure also failed, and the other party didn't recognize it at all. I even feel that Konoha is just talking nonsense. Their hero Yekeng was entrapped by the evil mist shinobi ninja on the way to Kirigakure peace talks a few years ago. Konoha choreographed and insulted their hero in such a way, Tsunagakure strongly condemns it. The wording was strong and the tone was innocent. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to laugh when he saw the reply at the time, what the hell is he on the way to Kirigakure peace talks? The death of Hakura is obviously a deal between your Tsunagakure executives and Kirigakure. Do you really think their intelligence department is a vegetarian? However, Tsunagakure refused to admit it, and Konoha couldn't force it too much. They are still allies with only a strip of water, and it is not good for anyone to tear their faces apart. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to the letter in front of him. The country of Chuan. I really didn't expect that this Uchiha Wuyu is so powerful. Regret. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very regretful from the bottom of his heart. If he had known that this series of things would happen, he would have tried his best to prevent Uchiha Itachi's genocide plan. Not only was this thing unsuccessful, it also dragged the entire Konoha into the abyss of destruction. Arankar alone is already so strong, so what kind of power does Uchiha Wuyu himself have? But then again, Uchiha Wuyu's stronghold is really in the country of Chuanyo? He made the ninja daily? Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion became a little strange, and his brows were raised. He thought of Uchiha Aben in Return of Ninja God. That guy turned so hard that he even blackened his own ancestor? Kawa no Kuni, meeting room. Hey? Sarutobi Hiruzen fainted after receiving Danzo's letter. Wuyu blinked and said in surprise, his ability to accept is not very good. Together with Danzo's ransom, Konoha has lost at least 1.2 billion this time, plus only 9 taels. Obito, who was sitting on his right hand, looked complicated, and sighed, it's impossible for him to wake up. It's a miracle. Money is nothing but something outside of the body, Master Hokage still has to be careful. The 6th elder Uzumaki on the left shook his head, facing Wuyu and said, because of being polite, do we want to send some condolences to Master Hokage? I really want it. Wu Yu nodded approvingly, and said, Rina, later on you will pick 2 bastards from the farm and give them to Ah-Fei to send them over. Okay, sir. Rina, who was sitting behind Wu Yu, nodded and wrote down this. It was the first time to participate in the meeting, and Nagato, who was selected as the representative of the Akatsuki organization, twitched his mouth, not knowing how to complain. You say that money is something outside of your body, but you ask someone for 500 million? And give BD as a condolence item? I think people are not mad yet, let's add another fire, right? Really, this country of Sichuan is so poisonous from the leader to the representatives of the parliament. Boss, Konoha has already written us a letter to reply. A white Zetsu avatar who was a communication officer got out of the ground and said respectfully, they are willing to pay the ransom, but beg us to return Uzumaki Naruto. The entire conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their attention to their leader. Return. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows, and said helplessly, it seems that Master Hokage is really old, and his memory has broken down. Uzumaki Naruto belongs to the Uzumaki family, and has always been a citizen of our country of Sichuan. How could he use the word restitution? That's right, this wording is simply too much. Uzumaki sixth elder decisively nodded in agreement. Write a letter to Konoha to warn him not to mention this again. Nagato tried to join in and made a proposal. The letter is to be written, but it shouldn't be such a warning. Wu Yu shook his head and stood up from the main seat. The Uzumaki family in the country of Sichuan once regarded Konoha as a sibling, close friend, and even married the Princess Kushina to Konoha. Now his son is ruthlessly abused and insulted by Konoha's people, but Konoha's high-level officials don't care about it. Can you be worthy of the brotherhood between my Uzumaki family and Konoha? My country of Sichuan is very sad. I wanted to bring the young people back home to save the situation. But I was stopped by Kakashi from Konoha Shinobi on the way, so I had no choice but to fight back. The country of Chuanzi hereby hopes that Konoha will give us an explanation, and also give an explanation to the deeply grieved Uzumaki people. Don't let your siblings bleed and cry. Good. As soon as Wu Yu finished speaking, the sixth elder Uzumaki immediately stood up and clapped his hands. The leader is indeed a leader, he is really a role model for our generation. This kind of down-to-earth and moral high ground anti-customer will definitely make that Konoha speechless. Looking at Wu Yu with a calm face, and then at several other conference delegates who looked excited, Nagato opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally fell silent. The decision-makers of the country of Sichuan, are they a little bit stupid? Chapter 43. After the meeting, Wu Yu returned to the office. Master Chief. Uchiha Mikoto greeted him softly when he saw him enter the door. Ms. Mikoto, keep busy. Wu Yu waved her hand and said, Rina has something to do, so she won't be back for a while. I see. Uchiha Mikoto nodded and continued to organize the documents in his hand. Wu Yu just walked slowly to the desk and sat down, closing her eyes lightly, sinking into the group chat. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, they are here today? Poisonous old fat, Madara-san found the exit. Wu Yu was startled, and raised her brows. Wow, that's really congratulations. May our Madara-san conquer the country of Chuan as soon as possible, and pass the flowers of peace to the entire ninja world. As he said that, his palm was ready to press against the contactor on the desk. If Uchiha Madara really walked out of the Pure Land at this time, he had to make his subordinates prepare early. Poisonous old fat, but he can't open the door. Wu Yu lowered her hand, expressing her doubts. Hashirama's little padded jacket, the passage from the Pure Land to the ninja world is blocked, and with my current strength, there is no way to break through it in an instant. Mentally disabled female nerves, let me tell you, group leader. This red-eyed guy is now like a groundhog, digging dirt and making holes, so interesting. Creak. The blue veins on Uchiha Madara's forehead twitched, and the ridicule of this mentally retarded goddess always made him very angry. San Sculpture Group owner, there is a sense of picture. Madara-san, thank you for your hard work. For this ninja world, you really worked too hard. It is unreasonable not to give you a Lifetime Achievement Award in this wave of the 5 major countries. After the message was sent, Wu Yu felt someone gently kneading her head. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw Mrs. Mikoto with red cheeks but serious expression. What's the matter? Isn't the strength appropriate? No, it's quite appropriate. Wu Yu wanted her not to do this, but in the end she decided to close her eyes and enjoy it. Hashirama's little padded jacket, well, I don't need their gratitude. Uchiha Madara feels that this is for the ideal in her heart, and has nothing to do with others. As long as the dream can be realized, what are these sufferings now? San Sculpture Group leader, understand, you continue. It's so strange, why is the passage between Pure Land and Ninja World blocked? This sounds a little unreasonable, right? Poisonous old fat, that's right. If they were really blocked, how did the ninja people enter the Pure Land? Moreover, how does Impure World reincarnation summon people from the Pure Land? Mentally disabled female nerves, poo-poo, the guy with red eyes must have found the wrong channel, right? After digging all morning, I ended up digging in the wrong place? San Sculpture Group leader, by the way. Madara-san, why are you sure this is the exit to the ninja world? Hashirama's little padded jacket, in addition to being an exit to the ninja world, could it be other passages? San Sculpture Group leader, so, you are actually not sure, right? Hashirama's little padded jacket. Poisonous old man. Man with hairspray, interesting. As expected of you, Madara. Even though Aizen is a little speechless at the moment, this Uchiha Madara is quite unexpected in a sense. Mentally disabled female nerve, speak up, red-eyed idiot. Why do not you speak? Tell us a little bit about how you feel about digging the soil for so long, let us see it. Poisonous old man, no need to shout, he is offline. San Sculpture Group leader, you won't be autistic, will you? Wu Yu changed his sitting position, and Uchiha Madara Mikoto took advantage of the opportunity to help him squeeze his shoulders. Mentally disabled female nerves, ha 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 ha, you really are an idiot. Do you want to rule the world with this IQ? I laughed to death, I really laughed to death. I haven't seen such a joke in 40 years. San Sculpture Group owner, you can sign Sato Kazuma, so that your daily life is a joke. Being swallowed by a giant toad, being chased by an undead, being used as a bait to lure a crocodile, as long as you like, you can choose any joke you want today. Mentally disabled female nerves, shut up. You bloody herd lord. Who would sign that dead nit that offended the goddess? Dead nit shouldn't be alive. San Sculpture Group leader? Map cannon, right? Poisonous old fat, so, what happened to you, knight? Eat your rice or dig your ancestral grave. Come on, let's see the joke. Ah, sorry. You were born as a god, you don't even have an ancestral grave, right? Mentally disabled female nerves? How dare you mock this goddess? Poisonous old fat, why not? To ridicule others naturally also deserves to be ridiculed by others. People are short to admit and stand firm after being beaten. Akia, don't you really think that being a goddess means being superior? Akia was made a little angry by this sentence, and sneered at the corner of her mouth, isn't this a goddess? San Sculpture Group leader, damn it, it must be. Master Akia is so brilliant that she is worshipped by the world. Apart from not wearing panties, drinking, laziness, willful crying, cowardice, arrogance, and mental retardation, there are no shortcomings. Master Aqua, my god. Mentally disabled female nerves, BD. People obviously have no disabilities in intelligence. Poisonous old fat, so except for the incomplete intelligence, you recognize all other shortcomings, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what did Master Akiya say? You are mentally retarded, who in the entire heavens and myriad worlds don't know. Aqua of Sky Blue, the invincible mentally handicapped goddess, her brain is not as big as a peanut. Mentally disabled female nerves? I don't agree. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, please listen to the question. Xiaoming's father has 3 children, the eldest is called Dawa, the second is called Airway, what is the name of the third? Mentally disabled female nerves, of course it's called Sanwa. You also want to test me on this kind of question? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akiya is really powerful, so who is Xiaoming? Akiya frowned lightly on Blue, and thought hard, 4th child. As soon as the message was sent, the whole person froze. 3 children, how could there be a 4th child? But without the 4th child, where did Xiaoming come from? This topic is so strange. Poisonous old man. The man with the hairspray hand. Chapter 44. Sunset on the West Mountain, the setting sun is like blood. Then. I'll take my leave, sir. Uchiha Mikoto bent down slightly after tidying Wu Yu's messy collar, ready to leave. Wait, Mikoto. Kushina quickly got out of Wu Yu's chest and grabbed her arm. I happen to be picking up Naruto too, let's go together. Uchiha Mikoto was stunned for a moment, she still hadn't figured out why her best friend always appeared in such a strange way. But he quickly came back to his senses and nodded slightly. Good. The 2 women left the office arm in arm. But before leaving, Kushina still gave Wu Yu a meaningful expression. Click. The door closed and the office fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, the translucent figure of Kurosaki Masaki slowly floated out. Looking at Wu Yu, she said softly, "Thank you." As a pure-blooded Quincy in the Shinigami world, Kurosaki Masaki's soul body is obviously more solid than the soul of a ninja in this world, and even her soul body can speak and affect reality. There's no need to thank you. Wu Yu scratched his head, a little embarrassed and said, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Although it was because of Wu Yu Hagyaku's nourishment that she regained her complete memory and consciousness. But strictly speaking, it should be Aizen who saved her. If Aizen hadn't split the soul of Kurosaki Masaki with the Hagyaku fragments, she would have been completely annihilated with the death of the ghost. I didn't expect death to come to the ninja world. Kurosaki Masaki smiled slightly, his expression full of sunshine and optimism. What an amazing place, and Mrs. Kushina is, interesting. The exchanges and conversations between wives are not as immature as those between little girls. There is nothing intriguing, it's just that the parents are short-sighted. The two shared their mental journeys and life experiences with each other, and then had an in-depth exchange on educating children. Certainly. In the end, there was no agreement on education. Kushina is obviously the type who beats up children if they don't obey, she is simple and rude. Kurosaki Masaki is not the same, she is the typical Yamato Nadeshiko type, and she advocates communicating with children. The two mothers talked with the duck, and had to change the subject. What are Masaki's future plans? As the host of Hagyaku, Wu Yu can hear their conversation if she wants to. But he doesn't like to pry into other people's privacy, so he doesn't know what the two of them talked about. I'm your property now, of course I'm following your arrangement. Kurosaki Masaki tilted her head and blinked. Ma'am, don't be joking. Wu Yu was very embarrassed, he never thought that anyone was his property. People are equal, and their personality and will are independent. He doesn't want anyone's will to be imposed on him. I also don't like to impose my will on others. Ha 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 ha, it's exactly what Mrs. Kushina said. Kurosaki Masaki covered her mouth and chuckled, Mr. Wu Yu is a very cute little boy. If I didn't already have a child, maybe I would really be moved. Oh. Tisk, it really is a problem. Wu Yu pursed her lips, feeling resentful towards Brother Ran again in her heart. His character is not a completely passive type, otherwise he would not be aggressive towards Konan at the beginning. But this kind of aggression will only work on people who are acquainted, Mrs. Masaki in front of me. It's only the 4th day of acquaintance. Facing the unfamiliar young mother, Wu Yu couldn't use those tricks at all. Speaking of which, I'm dead now. Kurosaki Masaki stretched out her index finger and pointed at her chin, and said to herself a little cutely, is this considered reincarnation? Shouldn't it be better to start a new life? Your family members definitely don't think so, but this kind of thing mainly depends on your own wishes. Wu Yu replied seriously, I can't make decisions for you, people's wishes should come from their own heart. It's amazing that I can say such philosophical words even though I'm still a child. Kurosaki Masaki reached out and patted his head with a smile. Then please take care of me from now on, my little master. Wu Yu froze in place with a dazed face, staring blankly at her. Little, what the hell is little master? What cosplay are you playing here? What you said before the emotional self fell on deaf ears, right? Kurosaki Masaki looked at his expression and covered her mouth with a coquettish smile, her brows and eyes curved like a little fox. Mrs. Masaki, I think. Before Wu Yu could speak again, Kurosaki Masaki went straight into Hagyaku in his chest. This skillful movement is almost like withdrawing from Kushina. Gan. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched fiercely, and she directly opened the group chat interface. Sand Sculpture Group Leader at, Brother Dai. Thank you so much. You have caused me a lot of trouble this wave. Poisonous old man? Aizen paused when he was copying the paperwork, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I have been using it for several days, but now I feel that it is troublesome. Sand Sculpture Group Leader. Would you like to see what you are talking about? What do you mean it has been used for several days? Am I that kind of person? Moreover, how can the soul body be used? This Aizen is outrageous. How could you think of sending this kind of gift here? The man with the hairspray hand, the soul body is more useful than the living beings with the flesh. Hosted in your Hagyaku, you can use Hagyaku to forcibly deprive her of her memory and consciousness, and instill her with a memory and consciousness that is only loyal to you. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Humanoid Cup, right? Poisonous old fat, cup? Wu Yu shook his head, quite sighing, I underestimated you before, Brother Ran. You're pretty playful in a way too. The man with hairspray hands, human thinking can diverge infinitely, as long as you can think of it. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I can't think of it at all. You are a big-eyed, abstinent person on the surface, but I didn't expect that your thinking behind the scenes would be so filthy. I misread you. Wu Yu beat her chest and felt that her pure brother Ran had changed. Man with hairspray hands, I'm not interested in these, and I haven't put them into action. Just to give you a feasible proposal. Poisonous old fat, so, what exactly did Aizen send you? At. Sand Sculpture Group Leader. People. Poisonous old man? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Kurosaki Ichigo, his mother. Zayas Hikiyoshi's eyes were wide open, her face full of disbelief. FK, Aizen UFG. Chapter 45. 5 days later, the country of Sichuan. In the chief's office, Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto and Rina sat side by side on the sofa, looking at the projection screen in front of them. Mrs. Masaki, who just became Arankar yesterday, did not show up. She is trying to combine Quincy's spiritual power with Arankar Ryutsu in Hagyaku. Of course, this is not an easy process, requiring a long time and delicate operation. Slap. After Wu Yu stretched out his palm and patted it lightly, the curtain gradually revealed the picture. Oh, there it is. Leader Wu Yu is amazing. It's like watching a movie. Haha, what a joke. Wu Yu waved his hands calmly, and also cast his eyes on the curtain in front of him. In the screen, it is Danzo who has walked into Konoha. Being able to monitor remotely is what surveillance bacteria do. The source, of course, is Aizen, a diligent scientific researcher. He tried to change the characteristic that the surveillance bacteria need to swallow spirit particles to survive, and only need to swallow chakra energy to operate. Clearly, he succeeded. Shimura Dan's in the picture is full of spirits, and there is no sense of humiliation of being a prisoner at all on his face. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen and others walking towards him, there was a touch of pride in their eyes. Danzo. Hiruzen. The best friends reunited again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of complexity. They Konoha really stumbled this time because of the country of Chuan, and paid an extremely heavy price. A total of 1.4 billion was in vain, and he wanted the other party to return 9 taels, but he was scolded inexplicably. It's outrageous. What bullying and abuse, what going home to save yourself, what being forced to fight back. What the hell are you talking about? As a Jinkraki, being bullied and abused since childhood is not a traditional performing arts? Which village in the entire ninja world is not like this? Why should Konoha suffer such groundless accusations? And it's even more far-fetched to go home and save yourself. The home of the Uzumaki clan is obviously in Uzumaki village, so it has something to do with your country of Chuanxio. What kind of home is it? Certainly. To say that the most outrageous thing here is to have to fight back. Really? At that time, Kakashi may have indeed blocked it, but you forcefully blew up the entire sewer pipe from the southwest to the northeast of Konoha, and destroyed all the capacitors? What a last resort! And even after doing such a thing, this letter still condemns Konoha as an act of hegemony at the end? In view of this, they have to pay more to redeem people? This FR is simply too deceitful. Sarutobi Hiruzen has never been humiliated like this since he was a child, either as an individual or as a Hokage. After reading this letter, my blood vessels will explode. Finally holding back his anger, he returned home from the hospital. It turned out that Uchiha Wuyu sent him 2 bastards with a note attached to it, saying that it was a condolence item from the country of Sichuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold back, and bled the BD on the spot. Dog, this Uchiha Wuyu is a dog. And the dog has arrived ultimate. A disgusting person with no dead ends in all directions. What's even more exasperating is that you can't beat this disgusting thing. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, shook his head and said, Danzo, you are too impulsive this time. During your absence, our Konoha suffered a very serious loss. I heard about it when I was on the road, Hiruzen. Danzo's face was expressionless and his tone was indifferent. Swung by Uchiha Wuyu and even lost 9 taels. It's not just a show. That's 1.4 billion, 1.4 billion. Money is nothing but possessions. Hiruzen, you are too utilitarian. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, looking at his best friend with surprise on his face. He just wanted to ask if what this guy was talking about was human words, something outside his body? How can the village develop without these extraneous possessions? Without these extraneous things, where do your root members get their wages? After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm relieved to hear you say that. I allocated 700 million from your root funds. Since it's something outside of your body, you shouldn't care about it, right? Danzo's original calm expression suddenly disappeared, and his whole face turned livid. Hiruzen, this is no joke. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, and turned his face away. Hiruzen, you. Danzo, things outside your body. You can't be too utilitarian. Pooh. Hearing the conversation between the two, the Kushina girls on the sofa almost laughed their heads off. These two guys are really close friends. Stabbing each other is unequivocally yes. Hiruzen, you will regret it. This time I went to Kawa no Kuno just to make meat tickets. I also brought back Uchiha Wuyu's biggest secret. Seeing what Danzo in the curtain said, all the girls in Kushina turned their attention to the boy beside him. Wuyu still had a calm face, and said with a soft smile, "Why do you think he was able to bring back that secret?" The girls of Kushina suddenly looked stunned, and continued to cast their eyes on the curtain. Facing Danzo's threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen just sneered, and said, "Danzo, I am Hokage. What did you just say? Uchiha Wuyu's secret." Subconsciously, I wanted to say that classic line, but I quickly realized it. "You and the old man come here." Danzo looked around and hooked Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two walked through Konoha's block all the way to the root's base. After dispersing everyone in the base with his hand, Danzo pulled off the bandages on his face and body. Hiss! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who had turned into a living person in front of him, gasped, opened his eyes wide and said, This is... Humph, this is hollow." Danzo raised his arms, half of his cheeks covered by a bone mask were full of arrogance. "Old man, is this Arankar worth the 700 million you paid?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking, his heart was filled with shock at this moment. Arankar. My best friend turned into Arankar too. This is simply something that he can't imagine. Not only that, the old man also obtained the origin of Hollow. But Danzo hadn't finished showing off at this time, and took out a small bottle from his pocket, which contained pure white wriggling substance. Since then, Konoha has also been able to mass-produce Arankar. This one is worth hundreds of millions. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely speechless as if struck by lightning. His body trembled slightly, and he felt that his whole body was hit by a huge shock and joy. Chapter 46. Production Arankar. This is really something that Sarutobi Hiruzen never even dreamed about. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, this Arankar manufacturing method should be the unique core technology of Uchiha Wuyu. In any case, there is no possibility of leakage. But the best friend in front of me is obviously just a prisoner of the other party, but unexpectedly brought this technology back from the country of Sichuan. How did he do it? Humph, Uchiha Wuyu is a genius, but he doesn't know people. Danzo raised his head with a faint pride on his face and said, "It's better to cherish talents like this old man." Hearing Danzo's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but trembled. Cherish talents? You, the leader of the root, dare to say it? How do you cherish talents? You don't have any compulsion in your heart, do you? So, someone from Chuanzi country has taken refuge with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked tentatively, and you also stole the core technology for making Arankar for you. Strictly speaking, it doesn't count as a person from Kawano country. Danzo chuckled and said, "Come out, White Zetsu." Master Danzo. A white creature wrapped in a pitcher plant-like plant slowly drilled out of the ground, revealing its real body. White Zetsu body. The girls of Kushina also looked confused when they saw this strange creature, and turned their eyes to Wuyu. It betrayed. What do you think? The girls of Kushina suddenly realized again, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. This Wuyu is really wicked. First, he used the so-called hollow as bait, and then used the white Zetsu body to bury nails there. It makes Danzo really think that he is the favorite of his destiny, and it is estimated that he will find out that the clown is himself in the end. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen in the curtain also opened his eyes wide with surprise. It's called White Zetsu. Satisfied with his best friend's shock, Danzo snorted softly, "It's the partner I met in Kawa no Kak. In fact, he is a cellmate, but Danzo is also a decent person who wants to face." Ostensibly Wuyu refused to hollow White Zetsu's body, causing the guy to become irritated and decide to switch to Danzo. In fact, this is a latent task assigned by Wuyu to the White Zetsu body. The White Zetsu body did not resist this. That's how the guy played with Uchiha Madara, and now he's more comfortable with Danzo. After Danzo briefly explained the purpose and usage of white zetsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed and patted his best friend on the shoulder. "My friend, you really brought a big gift to Konoha this time." "Humph. It's all for Konoha." Danzo raised his neck proudly, pretending to be understated. "Next, as long as the hollow adaptation is made to Konoha's ninja, we Konoha will be invincible again." In that case, the old man proposed to declare war on the country of Sichuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face also became serious. He had already thought of this kind of bird breath, but the mighty Arankar of Kawagaku made him intimidated. But now that Konoha also has Hollow's technology, what's the matter? FK it. "Don't worry, Hiruzen." Danzo was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Even Arankar needs to grow and evolve, and the Arankar born in a short period of time is definitely not the opponent of the kingdom of Sichuan. Then we wait. Hollow still needs some time. Besides, I'm afraid it's a bit unsafe to declare war on the country of Sichuan. Have you forgotten that Uchiha Wuyu also has the special power of Kyōka Suigetsu?" "You mean? When the hollow of our Konoha shinobi is completed, let's have a meeting with the 5 cages." Slap! Wuyu closed the curtain in front of her, and the whole office fell into silence. After a long silence, Uchiha Mikoto worried, "Listen to them, want to encourage the whole ninja world to fight against us. Don't worry, it doesn't matter how many times you come." Without Wuyu's opening, Kushina said confidently, "Danzo and the old man of 3rd generation don't know what the real Arankar is, and they will know that the clown is themselves." After following Wuyu for half a year, Kushina has learned a lot of slang. Uchiha Mikoto nodded slightly and said nothing more. "Do you want to notify others first?" Rina asked softly. "I'll notify you when the time comes, so don't worry." Wuyu waved his hand with a smile, sat back at his desk, and opened the group chat interface. "Everything is under control. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Madara-san hasn't appeared yet? Poisonous old fat, as you said, he must be autistic. Mentally disabled female nerve, ha ha ha, that idiot. Ha 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 ha, I just want to laugh when I think about it. Why is he such an idiot, digging without checking the information? Groundhogs aren't that stupid, are they? Poisonous old man, Miss Akia. I think you are the least qualified to laugh at other people's stupidity." The smile on Akia's face froze immediately, and an angry expression appeared on her face. "You actually mocked this goddess again? Apologize to me quickly. Otherwise, I will cast a curse on you. Are you afraid of the curse of the goddess? Poisonous old fat, if you were the Devil King, I might be afraid. Mentally disabled female nerve, UBD. He's the same BD as the Ghost Herd Master. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Why am I such in a hole, Aquasama? In my eyes, you are the unique goddess in the heavens and the world, and I have great admiration for you. In a sense, I am also a member of the Axis cult. Mentally disabled female nerves, I don't believe you. You guys are praising others on the surface, but you must be thinking about something impolite in your heart, right? Surely so. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hey, Master Aqua saw through it. Did you drink some wisdom potion? Poison-tongued old man, Pucci, ha 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 ha. Mentally disabled female nerves, there is no such potion, UBD. And I don't need to drink that kind of potion at all, I am not mentally retarded. No. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, please listen to the question. Xiaoming has a pumpkin in his left hand and a watermelon in his right hand, and they hit Xiaoming's head at the same time, which one hurts? Akia was silent for a moment, frowned in thought, and then her eyes lit up. Of course it's a pumpkin, it must be a pumpkin. Right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, no, it's a headache. Mentally disabled female nerves? Me. Yes. Whether a pumpkin or a watermelon is hit on the head, it must be a headache. Such a simple question. Why didn't she expect it to be a headache? Is she really retarded? Aqua once again plunged into self-doubt. Chapter 47. Poison-tongued old man, Akia child, I feel hopeless. The man with hairspray hands, maybe the goddesses in the world over there seldom use their brains? Aizen felt that it wasn't just Aqua who had this kind of situation, many goddesses who appeared in that world didn't seem to be very serious. In other words, Eris, who was regarded by Aqua as a junior, was slightly better, but only slightly. Poison-tongued old fat, I was made to cry by a brain teaser, completely subverting the image of a goddess. The owner of the sand sculpture group, you don't have to care too much if you don't have an image, as long as people live happily in this world, it's over. Well, anyway, I am quite happy now. At this time, Wu Yu had already got off work and was wandering on the street towards her home. At the corner, I met Mrs. Mikoto who was picking up the child. Master Chief. Hi, Suzuki is just after school. Ah, I stopped by and bought some fresh vegetables at the market. The leader just got off work, so don't work too hard. Thanks to Mrs. Mikoto's help, it wasn't too hard. Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks turned a little red, and she felt that the young leader in front of her meant something. You don't need to call me Lord Leader from now on, just by my name. Wu Yu stepped forward and touched Sasuke's small head, feeling a little prickly. How was it at school? It's okay. Sasuke was a little unaccustomed to the intimacy of the other party, turned his face slightly, but did not avoid it. Don't keep thinking about revenge. Wu Yu smiled and comforted her, kids should be more cheerful and do more homework when they go home. Sasuke was taken aback, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Uchiha Mikoto also covered his mouth with a smile on his face. After staying in Chuanzi country for nearly half a month, she has gradually come out of the haze of that night. And my youngest son has become a lot more cheerful recently. Thanks to the young leader in front of him. If you have the opportunity, you still have to repay it. Somehow, Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks turned red again, thinking of some way to repay. Sasuke, who was standing beside him, glanced at his mother, and then turned his gaze to Wu Yu opposite, his expression lost in thought. Should I have a new father? Poisonous old fat, of course you are happy, you have opened a big harem at a young age. Moreover, all the members of the harem are mother fans. Sand sculpture group leader, it started again. Shiwa-chan, you can't do this. Who opened the harem, what mother fans? Can your mind not be so dirty? What does a pure relationship between a man and a woman say to you? Poison-tongued old man, what a pure relationship between a man and a woman, you don't even believe it. Sand sculpture group leader, Wang. Poisonous old man. The corner of Sasuke mouth twitched violently, it's better to frankly don't know how to complain now. This dog group leader really doesn't have the slightest sense of shame. I am also a fool, why do I like such a man? Hateful. Your complexion is a little ugly, Sasuke. Ying Lily, who was standing next to her on the school's rooftop, raised her eyebrows. Food poisoning are you? Food poisoning won't affect me in any way. Sasuke turned her head and said, maybe it's morning sickness. Click. Ying Lily's eyes widened as if struck by lightning. What? Isn't it normal for the situation to become like this after having a boyfriend? Kazuma Jayakishita shrugged and said, who will pay attention to protection when the atmosphere is here? Hiss. Ying Lily took another breath, shocked by the other party's horrific remarks. At the same time, I was also very curious, and asked hesitantly, do you really have a boyfriend? Kazumi Hilshiu nodded calmly. When? Why did you suddenly have a boyfriend? What about a new lun? Are you planning to give up a new lun? Ah, you like to chase yourself. You. Ying Lily didn't know what to say, she was a little confused. She knew very early on that the girl in front of her had a crush on her childhood sweetheart, which was also one of the important reasons why she couldn't see each other well. But I didn't expect that Suigetsu would be so easy to fall in love with someone else, and she was pregnant with someone else's child? Impossible, this should be fake, right? Ying Lily couldn't believe it, and asked tentatively, is that boyfriend of yours from our school? You met him? I have seen. Well, half a month ago in the alleyway of the shopping street. Ying Lily was stunned, and began to recall in her mind, half a month ago, the alleyway of the shopping street? Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her face full of disbelief. What you said is... that's him. Kazuma Jayakashiya curled her mouth, with a sweet smile on her face. That was the first time she met a certain group leader in reality. At that time, she was blocked by a group of bad guys in an alley, and the situation was relatively dangerous. The group leader teleported from the ninja world without hesitation, and descended in front of him like a hero. Suigetsu complained about this kind of behavior at that time. It was a very cliché hero saving the beauty drama, and the film and television works were all badly shot. But she had to admit that her heart was indeed shaken severely at that time. They then spend the day wandering around the city. It's like a young couple in love dating. Until late at night, the other party sent her back to the door of the house, and the farewell was imminent. Suigetsu's mind became hot, and he kissed the other party's face. She felt that this should be regarded as a kiss of love, which was equivalent to branding this guy with her own stamp. However, that BD Wu didn't play his cards according to common sense at all. Thinking of this, Suigetsu gritted his teeth. Obviously this guy should belong to him alone, but in the end, he actually found so many mothers. Simply hateful. Kazuma Jayakashiwa was gnashing her teeth here, while Irari was still in a state of pupil shock. In the shopping street half a month ago, she did meet Kazuma Jayakashiwa unexpectedly. There was indeed a super cute boy standing beside the other party, but it was a real man. Child. Not even 10 years old. What the hell is this hill of clouds? What the hell is she? To actually attack a boy who is less than 10 years old, and make himself pregnant. Incredible. Ying Lily now feels that her worldview is about to collapse completely, and it is hundreds of times more shocking than when she saw Susanoo of Kazuma Jayakashiwa. Should she call the police? Chapter 48. The night is getting darker, and the sky is dotted with stars. Delicious. Wu Yu chewed the tempura in her mouth and gave her adoptive mother a thumbs up. It's incredible, Miyuki-chan's craftsmanship is getting better and better. As long as Wu Yu likes it. Uchiha Miyuki was very happy, her smiling eyes narrowed. Speaking of which, Miyuki and Izumi are at least 80% similar in appearance. Even the tear moles under the eyelids are carved out of the same mold, and Miyuki is like a grown-up spring. But compared to Izumi, who has a twisted and dishonest personality, Miyuki's character is more gentle and graceful. Wu Yu glanced at Chuan and sighed slightly. I don't know when this girl will grow up, it's really worrying. What are you looking at? Chuan asked with a puffy face, as if sensing his impolite gaze. No, I just wanted to ask how your work in the factory is going. Wu Yu blinked and changed the subject directly. That's it, it's boring. In addition to screwing the screws every day, I oil the equipment, which makes me look like a screw. Have you thought about doing something else? Being your secretary? Well, I mean go to school. Are you going to arrange for me to be a teacher? I don't know if it will work, but I can try. Chuan thought about it, and it turned out that being a teacher is more interesting than screwing a screw. And I'm a Jainin anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem to be a teacher in school, right? No, I asked you to go back to school in the first grade of junior high school. Wu Yu shook his head and said, after all, you are only 13 years old. It's really not good for you to just enter the factory like this. I'm full. Chuan immediately put the bowl down, stood up angrily and left the table. Does this guy actually want to go back to school and treat himself like a child? What a jerk. I'm serious. It's true that 13 years old is not suitable for entering the factory. You should go back to class. Shut up, you're only 13 years old. My moon is older than yours. I am the leader, and the leader has privileges. I am the elder sister of the leader. Well, you go back to school for a while. If you can pass the exam, how about you come to be my secretary? Are you serious? Right. Okay. It's a deal. Seeing Mei Zizi running upstairs, Wu Yu curled up into a mocking smile. Just this silly sister, still want to pass? Wu Yu, don't bully Chuan too much. Miyuki had already seen through everything, and shook her head helplessly. Believe me, going to school is good for her. Wu Yu waved her hand and said, knowledge can change your destiny, and learning can make you brilliant. A life without homework is incomplete. A little girl only thinks about love and love in her mind. I'm doing it for her own good. Do you think she will thank you? Miyuki rolled her pretty big eyes, packed the dishes and walked into the kitchen. Wu Yu, who was about to go back to the room to find Rina to mend his magic, paused, and a group chat light curtain popped up in front of him. Poison tongue old fat at, hello. Didn't bother you? Sand sculpture group leader? What are you talking about? What a good thing. You are so strange, inexplicable. Poisonous old fat, hee hee, keep pretending. Whose turn is it to sit in bed today? Is it Kushina's mother, Miyuki's mother, or Mikoto's mother? Ah, could it be Rina's mother? So, why does she always guess so accurately? Wu Yu felt that it was outrageous. Sure enough, Zaya's Hikihoshiya was a roundworm in her stomach, right? He took a breath and pretended to be calm. You can insult me, but don't insult my relationship with the wives. We are innocent, and the sun and the moon can learn from each other. The man with the hairspray, humph. Sand sculpture group leader? Man with hairspray, nothing. Don't mind me. Sand sculpture group leader, how could you not care? You suddenly sneered, do you know how much it hurts the child? Tell the truth, brother die. Don't you believe me too? Man with hairspray hands, oh, the sakura flowers in Siritii seem to be much more colorful this year than in previous years. Although I am not a person who likes to appreciate flowers, I will still be unconsciously happy when I see the beautiful scenery in front of me. Sand sculpture group leader, changing the topic is so blunt, brother Ran, you have changed. You were not like this in the past, at least you were sincere and not so secretive back then. Tell me, what changed you? Poisonous old man, besides you, a shameless group leader with crooked members, who else? Sand sculpture group leader, why did Shi Yuchan say that? I am such a good boy who is kind by nature and has always treated people sincerely. How can I have such power? Brother Weiren, the real god can't do it. Poisonous old fat, are you underestimating your own ability to pollute? Fulho has to call you Moon Lord when he sees you, you know? Even I. Sand sculpture group leader? What are you? Zaya's Hikihoshiu took a deep breath and sent a message, even I was led astray by UBD, and a big incident happened. Ying Lily is going to call the police now. Mentally disabled female nerve, hey? Why was I so explosive when I first joined the group? Ying pair? It's that little yellow-haired guy who wants to grab a man from you in the world over there, right? Why did she call the police? What did you do to them? Could it be Sand sculpture group leader, Shi Yu-chan? Although lilies are good, they are useless for eggs. If you really want to do this, then I have no choice but to go all out to help you achieve good things. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's face turned red, and veins popped up on his forehead. You think beautiful, go find your mothers. Akiya felt that she had heard some terrible secret, and she sat upright on the chair. What moms? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, then I'm leaving, I won't bother you. Poisonous old fat, wait, stop. I have something to tell you. During this period of time, I may go to your side, and you can arrange it for me. I will take Ying Lily with me. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, no way, Axia, are you serious? I'm still a child, how can you? Blue veins popped out of Zayas Hikiyoshiu's forehead, and his whole body was trembling. Shut up, don't force me to swear. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, understood. When the time comes, all of you can come here, you don't need to bring any V50 package, I don't miss that kind of thing. Poison-tongued old man, I'll eat you to death. Haha. Seeing Zayas Hikiyoshiu's reply before going offline, Wu Yu turned and went upstairs in a good mood. Mentally disabled female nerves, so, what mothers? What did I miss? Chapter 49. Late at night, Kushina's house. Father Wu Yu, take it easy, Naruto is still sleeping next door, don't wake him up. I don't know how to complain about your words, but you are the one who yells the loudest. Because Kushina is very enthusiastic, haha. Humph, Rina, you're not so bad. You can still think of using that method, you really know how to play. He. Slow down, don't break the bed in a while. The battle in the whole room was very fierce, and Wu Yu never lost the wind with one enemy and two. But at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in his mind, and the group chat screen also popped out. Nima, who is at 8 in the middle of the night? Wu Yu's expression was a little annoyed, but he didn't stop fighting, and glanced at the light curtain. Hashirama's little padded jacket, ha 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 ha, Lao Zi is out of trouble. At all members. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what the hell? Wu Yu was startled all over, and almost lost his strength. Kushina was also staggered forward by his sudden movement, and exclaimed in his mouth. Slow down. I want to die. Poisonous old man? The man with hairspray, this is really unexpected. Mentally disabled female nerve, impossible, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. How could you get out of trouble, you obviously didn't even find the right passage. I get it, you're lying to us, aren't you? This goddess has seen through everything. Hashirama's little padded jacket, hey, do I have to make such a joke with you? Picture look at the ground under my feet, is it real land? Zayas Hikiyoshiu stared at the photo, Uchiha Madara stepped on the yellow ground, that is indeed the real ground. But this also aroused her strong curiosity, it's really, incredible. How did you get out of trouble? Could it be that the blocked passage really leads to the ninja world? But this is unreasonable. Uchiha Madara beamed with pride, sending a message, it turns out it was, and my hunch was right. The owner of the Sand Sculpture Group, Nayubi, Nayupai, you deserve to be Madara-san. Your spirit of Yugong Yushin is simply beyond my imagination. My group leader would like to call you the most reckless. He said so on the surface, but he was wondering whether he should stop fighting and find someone to meet the ancestor of the Uchiha family. But seeing that the two girls, Kushina and Rina, had changed their fighting postures with anticipation, he immediately threw this idea out of the blue. The ancestor of Madara has never seen such a scene, so he should not pay attention to this boring formalism. Hashirama's little padded jacket, are you laughing at me, kid? If you want to achieve the goals you set, you don't need to care about the process, as long as you care about the results. Don't you understand this simple truth? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I see, Madara-san is indeed worthy of being an experienced life mentor. This shining light blinded my dog's eyes. Just like the project Tsuki no Mi you executed, although the result is that the black tiger has your heart cut out,
it still cannot conceal the glory of your life. Uchiha Madara broke the defense immediately, and wanted to yell, UF*CK. Mentally disabled female nerves, pft, ha 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 ha. Killing me. You ghost herd owner is really evil, you only attack people's weaknesses. Hihu poked his heart out, this adjective is absolutely perfect. Akua kept hammering the table in front of her with both hands, laughing so hard that tears flowed from her eyes. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, ordinary, after all, I am a disciple of Aquasama. If you don't have this ability, how can you hang out with our goddess who doesn't wear panties? How embarrassing to say it. The smile on Akia's face disappeared immediately, and sullenness appeared on her face. UBD, I wore it today. Poisonous old fat, today? So, only today, right? Mentally disabled female nerves, yes, no. I usually wear it. How could there be such a goddess who doesn't wear panties? How shameful! Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be seen by others? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akia is right, but I remember that there is no one else in your office except you, right? Even if they receive most of the reincarnated people, it's just a formality. Mentally disabled female nerves? Why do you even know this? Can you, as a group owner, still monitor your own group members? No, can't you? You ghost herd owner, what do you want to do to others? Let me tell you, there is no relationship between a simple adult and an adult, and even an adult will never agree to it. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Puff, you think too much. Sending a message, the battle on Wu Yu's side is also approaching a fierce stage. In fact, he is currently controlling himself not to imitate Akua's voice and smile, otherwise it will bring discomfort to his battle. Mentally disabled female nerves, BD, what does your disdainful tone mean? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, nothing. What is Madara-san doing now? Are you ready to enter the country of Sichuan and start a business? If you don't start a live broadcast, everyone is looking forward to how you can flex your muscles. The battle on his side is over, now he can think about who he should use to meet this ancestor. Kushina? I'm afraid not, this mother's character can't stop the car. The fight was too rough, and he was afraid that the Madara ancestor would be beaten to death. Although the Madara ancestor itself is strong enough, and Zanpakuto has also been Arankarized. But compared to Kushina who lived in Hagyaku for half a year and is still perfect Arankar, Ryutsu is still a bit weaker. Kushina can't do it, so Shisui can only be used. These two people should be evenly matched in combat effectiveness now, and Shisui knows how to measure and know how to advance and retreat, so he is indeed the best candidate to meet their ancestors of the Uchiha family. Mentally disabled female nerves, answer me, UBD herd master. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, I don't have time to start any live broadcast, I'm still exploring the nearby terrain. Uchiha Madara frowned, always feeling that the surrounding landscape seemed a bit strange. This is a huge canyon area, the vision on both sides is blocked, and only the starry sky above the head can be seen. He walked at least 10 kilometers along the canyon, but the environment did not change at all. But he is not in a hurry, it should be soon. A light had appeared before his eyes. The man with hairspray, are you sure you are in the ninja world? Hashirama's little padded jacket, ridiculous. Do you want to tell me that the passage I walked leads to your soul society? After sending out the message, Uchiha Madara's body began to accelerate, rushing out of the canyon area. The man with the hairspray, don't you understand? Let me put it another way, Madara. Have you ever thought that you are not on Earth right now? Hashirama's little padded jacket? Uchiha Madara looked slowly to the left. A blue planet floating in the void appeared before his eyes. Chapter 50. In the early morning, the office of the leader of the Kawa no country. Wu Yu sat in front of the desk, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, still thinking about the unfortunate experience of Patriarch Madara a few days ago. It's so FG hilarious. What's funnier than being trapped by the Madara ancestor? It was he who got out, but to the moon. Nima, he can play with this meme for a whole year. Now Uchiha Madara is still thinking about how to get back from the moon, whether it can be done by running on his own 2 legs. Wu Yu gave him a very conscientious suggestion, asking him to find the Tsutsuki family on the moon. It is the family of Tsutsuki who robbed Naruto of his wife in the theatrical version, the descendants of Hamura. The Tsutsuki family has always been in contact with Konoha's Hyuga family, and they often visit each other from time to time. Presumably there should be a channel to the earth. But the theatrical version is not the original plot of the anime after all, so it's hard to say whether it is true or not. If not, the ancestor of Madara could only run back to the earth on his own 2 legs. Maybe there is another way? Wu Yu suddenly thought of a very good idea, maybe he can try it. Boom, boom, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Wu Yu, it's me. Come in, Miss Nan. The door of the office opened, and Konan with light blue-purple hair walked into the office. Her hair today was not tied up and tied into a bun, but let down. She also didn't wear the Akatsuki uniform of the black-bottomed red cloud robe, but a blue-purple dress that matched her hair color. Are you looking for me? Walking up to Wu Yu, Konan showed doubts. She looked around, but found no trace of other women. This is unreasonable. Every time she comes to the office, there are always 3 resident women in this room. Uzumaki Rina, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto. Today is off, they don't have to come to work. As if seeing what she was thinking, Wu Yu stood up and smiled. I called Sister Nan here because I want you to accompany me to a place. Where are you going? Just follow me. Wu Yu opened the black cavity with her fingers at a point in the void, and stretched out her right hand towards Konan. Konan froze slightly, then handed over his white and soft little hand, and put it into Wu Yu's palm. The scene changed for a while. Here is. Konan was surprised to find himself on the shore of a lake. Not far away the sparkling lake water was rippling. Hee, miss you a lot, don't you? With a smile on the corner of Wu Yu's mouth, she said softly, I've been wanting to come here again with Sister Nan, it's just the 2 of us. Well, I have specially prepared something good. What? Before Konan could react, he was dragged towards the lake by Wu Yu. A small boat appeared in the field of vision. Wu Yu, what is this? Dating. Although we have established a relationship, we haven't really dated yet, have we? Who has established a relationship with you? Konan blushed as he spoke, but Wu Yu led him onto the boat without any resistance. The boat set sail, slowly pushing away the waves. How does it feel to be in Chuanziguo? Wu Yu sat on the bow of the boat, playing the role of the boatman. Gently shaking the oars, the boat gradually sailed towards the center of the lake. Not bad. The 2 of them were alone in a quiet environment, which made Konan's heart skip a beat. He lowered his head, a little afraid to look at the boy opposite him. Kakuzu and Xiet are both very satisfied with their current jobs. Zhang Hua and Pipa Shai Zhang occasionally complain. It's not about their jobs, but about how little they need to do and how busy they are every day. Although Nagato didn't say it clearly, I think he likes what he is doing now. He often locks himself in the room alone and thinks about how to increase milk production. How to increase milk production? The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched vaguely, not knowing how to complain about it. Nagato, this guy really only does one thing and loves one thing, right? Never mind. Wu Yu shook her head, and decided not to delve further into this issue. Stop paddling and lean forward. Sister Nan is talking about other people in the Xiao organization, what about you? What do you think? Konan shrank back instinctively, and said softly, I agreed at the beginning, and I will listen to your arrangement. Wu Yu stared at her with aggressive eyes, the tip of her nose was about to touch her upright little nose. Then just be my leader's wife, what do you think? Well. Konan felt that his whole body was going to be paralyzed, and his whole body was burning hot. Moreover, the masculine breath coming towards her made her a little confused. No, I can't. But even so, Konan still refused with a strong tone, too soon. You are still young, not now. The laws of the kingdom of Sichuan do not allow. When she entered this country as an outsider, she naturally knew every aspect of this country first. Education, laws, and various systems and measures. Among them, the laws of the country of Sichuan clearly stipulate that only those who are over 16 years old are eligible for marriage. This thing was written by Wu Yu himself, vividly explaining what it means to lift a rock to shoot yourself in the foot. I am the leader, and I have the privilege of extrajudicial immunity. After failing to achieve his goal, Wu Yu began to act like a rascal. Konan shook his head and said firmly, extrajudicial immunity is only for certain special regulations, and does not include marriage. As the leader, you are the example and representative of the country of Sichuan, let alone breaking the law. Sister Nan, you've been studying this thing all this time? Are you planning to be a law enforcement officer in Black Rock City? Wu Yu had a stomachache at the moment, with a troubled expression on her face. Don't worry. Konan was a little funny when he saw the distressed expression on the other side's face. It was so funny that this little villain was still deflated. I didn't say I wouldn't marry you, but you have to follow the rules, right? After all, our leader made the rules himself, so we can't just follow them, right? Wu Yu felt that he was going to break the defense. He felt stupid now, really. At the beginning, a marriage law clause was set early, but in the end, I became the first victim, and the clown was me. Pooh. Konan finally couldn't help laughing at this moment, like a white snow lotus blooming in the heart of the lake. Wu Yu was a little bit crazy, and the previous depression was also left behind by him. I just feel that Sister Nan at this moment is simply beautiful, so beautiful that it is bubbling. Konan also noticed his gaze, blushed and blinked, and said in a low voice, actually, even if I can't be your wife now, girlfriend, it's still okay. Wu Yu understood instantly, swallowed her saliva, and put her whole face together. Konan also closed his eyes, looking expectant. Pop! There was a light sound on the lake, and the boat gradually began to tremble and shake. It is clearly the lake water in autumn, but it is full of spring. Chapter 51. Late at night, Wu Yu's room. Wu Yu, who was wiping her body with a towel in her hand, paused, and glanced behind her helplessly. Kushina and Masaki, the two residents in his hagyaku, have appeared at some point, standing there on the left and right, looking at him with subtle eyes. Laugh if you want to. Wu Yu turned her head, not seeing anything. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Kurosaki Masaki was all right, although she wanted to laugh but she could still hold it back. Kushina couldn't do it, and just laughed out loud. Awesome, you two are really amazing. I want to know now, how did you do it? The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched, but she finally endured it. He is wet all over now, too lazy to argue with the other party. Kushina didn't stop there, and continued, I didn't expect Konan to look gentle, and he was so enthusiastic for the first time. Is this the kind of contrast you often talk about? I'm going to change clothes now. Wu Yu rolled her eyes and didn't answer. She spread her hands pretending to be calm and said, should you two avoid it? You can change it, anyway, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Kushina didn't want to leave at all, but sat on his bed carelessly. Kurosaki Masaki hesitated for a while, but in the end he chose to stay where he was. Like Kushina said, it's not like I haven't seen it. Wu Yu's hagyaku has no restrictions, so both of them who live in hagyaku can see the outside picture clearly. After so many days, Masaki Kurosaki gradually got used to it. With hagyaku's addition and his own efforts during this period, Kurosaki Masaki has completed the mutual fusion of Arankar and his own Quincy power. She has regained her physical body and is wearing an Arankar uniform similar to Kushina's. Compared with Kushina, who still has a girly look, this protagonist mother from the Shinigami world is obviously more familiar and has a fuller figure. That Arankar uniform looked like an overripe peach. Mrs. Masaki, you've been taken too far. Wu Yu sighed, with a little sadness on her expression. Sister is really a big hole. Bah! You still have the nerve to call me. Kushina spat, and sneered, take Konan to the lake for a boating date, but the boat capsized. Who the hell? Speaking of this, Kushina thought it was funny and capsized the boat. This is so beautiful. I am force majeure. Laughing, it's fine if you lie to others, but you still want to lie to me? Force majeure? It's not that you plan to let others do that. Cough, I'm asleep. Wu Yu coughed twice, interrupting her next words. I still have to get up for work tomorrow. She quickly changed her clothes and lay down on the bed. The consciousness did not fall into a deep sleep, but opened the group chat interface. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, good evening, Ties. Poisonous old fat, it's morning here. Mentally disabled female nerve, Ghost Herd Master. I suddenly remembered that there is a very important question that you haven't answered me yet. What do mothers mean? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, this is a very complicated question, and it is still too early for Aquasama. Mentally disabled female nerves, it's not too early, it's not too early. I'm already a mature goddess, and I know everything I need to know. Tell me quickly, my lord. If you tell me, people can give you a small reward. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akiya, please respect yourself. Poisonous old man, Group Leader, you can't do this. Master Akiya doesn't give out rewards casually. Master Akiya gave you face like this, why don't you take it up? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Asya, are you setting this fire on fire? Be careful playing with fire. Mentally disabled female nerves, the group leader, just tell me. Satisfy your curiosity. How about, you tell me, how about they let you be the holy knight of the goddess of water? Wu Yu took a deep breath, and opened her eyes wide. Please also Master Akiya put away her magical powers, I'm afraid I can't bear it with my small body. Mentally disabled female nerves? You look down on me? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, who said that? Akiya-sama has cultivated martial virtues and ruled the heavens. It is a perfect existence worthy of our Axis cultists dedicating their entire lives to their beliefs. Who dares to look down on us Akiya-sama? I dug his ancestral grave on the spot. Poisonous old fat, pft. Zayas Hikiyoshihu almost spit out the milk tea in his mouth. If she hadn't known that the ancestor of this guy was Uchiha Madara, she would have thought that the other party was a devout follower of Aqua. Hey, what's the matter with you? Ying Lily, who was standing next to her, grinned her little canine teeth and asked rather annoyedly, could it be morning sickness again? Maybe it's about to give birth. Zayas Hikiyoshihu blinked. Do you want me to call you an ambulance now? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Of course not, you are as smart as Aqua. Aqua. Well, she is the goddess of water in the heaven realm. She is also responsible for reincarnating the dead to the other world. She ranks number 1 in her business and is very reliable. I think Arari is just like her. Humph, goddess or something. You still have some vision. Puff. Why are you laughing? I thought of something happy. The two laughed and walked into the school side by side. But they didn't realize that a thin figure was standing in a corner not far from them, staring at their backs. This figure is also wearing a women's private Toyosaki school uniform, with a handsome face, short black hair that reaches the ears, and fair skin. If you look closely, this girl can be considered a rare beauty. But she exudes a faintly isolated aura all over her body, like a chameleon that seems to be integrated with the environment. Pedestrians who passed by her almost subconsciously ignored her existence. It was Megami Kato, the real heroine in the world of passerby heroines. But it seems that it is different from the plain character described in the original book. At this moment, Megami Kato looks at Irori and Kazuma Jayakashiwa's eyes with joy and loneliness. Withdrawing his gaze, Kato Megami took a breath, clenched his fists and muttered, "It seems that he is really back. This time, let me, Kato Megami, stop the tragedy from happening." Chapter 52. Mentally Disabled Female Nerves, the Ghost Herd Owner. Say it, say it. If you don't tell me what mothers are today, don't even think about going offline. Hashirama's little padded jacket, powerless threat, a guy like you can be called a god. What a disappointment. Be reasonable. Uchiha Madara once had expectations and fantasies about God, and at that time he also compared himself to God. He felt that his power was the power of a god, but now that he saw Aqua as a true god, his sense of anticipation suddenly disappeared. If he becomes such a god in the future, he would rather be a member of the common. Mentally disabled female nerve, did I talk to you, you red-eyed idiot? You have dug the soil yourself to the moon. You still have the face to criticize me? If I were you, I would have killed you with a piece of tofu. Hashirama's little padded jacket, a fool swallowed by a toad. Uchiha Madara has been beaten several times in this group, and she has gradually come to understand the essence of quarrels. First of all, you can't get angry casually. If you get angry, you lose. Mentally disabled female nerve, that's not me. I said it all, it's fake. The current goddess is in heaven, heaven. There is no such thing as Sato and Kazuya's real adventure in Otherworld, it's all a fabrication. Hashirama's little padded jacket, ASY girl who doesn't wear panties. Mentally disabled female nerve, what the hell are you? Akiya blew up, this time it really blew up. Burning with anger. She is also a goddess no matter what. She is a goddess. To be ridiculed as a SY girl who doesn't wear panties? How can this be tolerated? How can this be tolerated? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akiya, calm down, calm down. Don't be angry, be good. Mentally disabled female nerves, woohoo, this BD with red eyes is bullying me. As the goddess paladin, shouldn't you take care of it? Ban him for 100 years. Wu Yu was stunned, and took a breath. Master Akiya, don't make such a joke, I really can't afford your knight, you'd better find someone else who is predestined. But Madara-san is indeed a bit too much, why are you bullying us, Aqua-sama? Don't you know it's against the law? Mentally disabled female nerve, yes. Blasphemy against the goddess is a felony, so don't let him off lightly. Hashirama's little padded jacket, want to threaten me? Humph, I, Uchiha Madara, will never give in. Poisonous old fat, the crime mentioned by the group owner here is not blasphemy of the goddess, but another kind of crime. Hashirama's little padded jacket? Mentally disabled female nerves? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, judging from your reaction, it seems that I am troubled. It turns out that you guys exist at the same level, please continue. Uchiha Madara instinctively felt that his words were ambiguous, and frowned. Group leader, you'd better explain it clearly to me. Mentally disabled female nerves, what is an existence of the same magnitude? What are you guys talking about? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, nothing, did Madara-san find Satsuki? Hashirama's little padded jacket, picture. Click on the picture, and what comes into view is a group of people lying on the ground in disarray. Most of them wear retro robes, no forehead protectors on their heads, but their eyes are pure white eyes. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hey, did you really find it? Hashirama's little padded jacket, it's just a chicken and a dog. This kind of thing may also destroy the ninja world in the future? Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara was condescending, looking at the group of Satsuki people who fell on the ground in front of him, with a mocking sneer on his face. Man with hairspray hands, don't underestimate the possibilities, Madara. Too much pride and arrogance can also be the root of your failure. Hashirama's little padded jacket, Laozi will not fail this time. Poisonous old man, if Tsutsuki Sharon gets Tensagen, it will be no worse than your Rinnegan. And people can also manipulate the moon to hit the earth, and you will drop a meteorite. Hashirama's little padded jacket, if I really want to destroy the ninja world, it's much easier than him. Mere Tensagen, On the surface, Uchiha Madara still found a 7 or 8-year-old blue and white-haired child from the fallen Tsutsuki tribe. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, wanting to strangle him directly. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes. That's right. Our Madara-san will change the existence of the entire ninja world in the future. How can we be afraid of a mere Tensagen? Do you know what it means to change the ninja world? It is to make the whole ninja world full of love and peace, instead of solving everything by killing. Changing the mind of a bad person is far more accomplished than destroying the body of a bad person. Seeing this message from Wu Yu, Uchiha Madara frowned. He let go of the grip on Tsutsuki Tonari's neck, and slowly put him down. Forget it, I'll come to you again after the ninja world calms down. Mentally disabled female nerves at, you guys haven't answered my question yet. Don't take the easy way out. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes. I answer you one, you answer me one. Want to play? Mentally handicapped female nerves, okay, you first answer me what are mothers. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, well, that's an idol group. Because this group is full of mothers who have given birth, the group is called mothers. Do you understand now? After sending out the message, Wu Yu felt a soft body next to her. Almost instinctively, Wu Yu reached out and climbed up. Immediately afterwards, he felt something was wrong. This. Why did Kushina's mother suddenly become bigger? Subconsciously opened his eyes, what caught his eyes was the obvious orange hair. Wu Yu's eyes widened, and she quickly let go of her hands. Seeing that the other party seemed to have fallen asleep, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Throw away complicated thoughts and close your eyes again. After a long time, the orange-haired young mother slowly turned to her side, her cheeks blushing. The man with the hairspray hand. Poisonous old man. Zaya's Hikiyoshiu's mouth twitched fiercely, what an idol group. This explanation is simply amazing. Mentally disabled female nerves, idol group? Uchiha Madara obviously hadn't heard of this thing, and frowned, what's the point of that kind of thing? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, idol groups are very powerful, don't underestimate them. Not only can it be used to drain traffic and cover up scandals in the upper class, but it can also harvest leaks and play with unspoken rules. Well, now it's time for me to ask questions. Akiya obviously hasn't recovered from the shock of the idol group, subconsciously sends out a message, just ask. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, please listen to the question. What color are the teeth of black and white newborn babies? Mentally disabled female nerves, of course it is white, so why not ask? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, wrong. Mentally disabled female nerves? Hashirama's little padded jacket? Poisonous old man, how can a baby have teeth, you are mentally retarded. Etc. Madara-san, you seem to have sent a question mark just now. Chapter 53. In the early morning, the Kawanoka Conference Hall. All the representatives of the Kingdom of Sichuan gathered here, staring at the curtain in front of them. The picture that appeared was the scene of the 5 Kages meeting. It seems that Your Excellency Mizukage should have understood the power of the old man at this moment. Danzo was in the center of the venue with a proud face. Who else would you like to try? It can be clearly seen from the picture that the bandages on his body and face have been untied. The bone mask on half of the face looked extremely ferocious, and the dark yellow pupils looked like tyrannical beasts. Has Arankar's technology been leaked? Nagato took a breath with an expression of disbelief. He has not been in the country of Sichuan for a short time, so he naturally knows how powerful Arankar is. His good friend Yahiko has now become Arankar, and his strength is almost 2 dimensions compared to before. Nagato also finally understood at this time why the Kawa no country does not need fighting ninjas. But now, such an important core secret of the country of Sichuan has been obtained by Danzo? This is a big trouble, a big trouble. Nagato, who subconsciously regards Kawanokuni as his hometown, was full of anxiety and looked around. As a result, both the leader and other representatives present remained calm. The older Uzumaki 6th elder even picked his nose and pointed his middle finger at Danzo and the curtain. Nagato paused, then asked weakly, "Everyone. Isn't this a very dangerous thing? You are still too young, little Nagato." Hearing this, the 6th elder Uzumaki turned his eyes and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. "That thing can also be called Arankar." The corners of Nagato's mouth twitched, and veins popped up on his forehead. He could see very clearly that the old guy used this hand to pick his nose just now, but now he used it to pat him on the shoulder? Believe it or not, Luo Tian's sign made you feel pain? Arankar can't be made so easily. Hakura, the deputy director of the Kawanokuni Research Institute and also the representative of Arankar, explained, "The one in Danzo's hand is just the experimental product of the living hollow." Nagato was taken aback, and said, "So? Well, we sent it out on purpose." Yeking nodded, and continued to look at the curtain. Opposite Danzo, 4th Mizukage Yagura fell to the ground panting. That slightly immature cheek was full of depression. Speaking of which, this brother is also quite unlucky. It was controlled by Obito with Sharingan and did a lot of evil things in Kirigakure. It was not until the control was lifted 4 months ago that I regained myself. Yagura originally wanted to send an imperial edict to abdicate and let the virtuous, and hand over the village to more capable people to take care of. In the end, it was opposed by all the mist shinobi ninjas, and everyone said that they should let the past go, and let him continue to lead mist shinobi to become bigger and stronger. In fact, no one wants to take this offer. Today's mist shinobi can be said to be in a semi-paralyzed state. Mist shinobi can die with 7 swords and run as fast as possible. The major blood-successful ninja clans are fragmented, and there is no 1 in 10. The economy is even more sluggish, and the daimyo of the country of water even handed over most of the entrusted tasks to the next-door cloud shinobi village. In such an environment, who dares to say that he can bring Kirigakure to life? Now that Master Mizukage has stated that he has regained his sanity and admitted his mistake to everyone, then you, Mizukage, continue to work on it. Thinking about retiring at a young age? Helpless, Yagura can only bite the bullet and continue to be this Mizukage. These past few months have been conscientious and conscientious. Until he was invited to participate in the 5 Shadows meeting in front of him, he became the target of Danzo Lue by accident. There was almost no room for resistance, and he was directly knocked down. Yagura's heart is really cold at the moment. It's still late autumn, but it's already like the 12th lunar month of winter. Seeing that Yagura, who is Mizukage, was subdued by Danzo so easily, the rest of the cast were surprised. Although neither of them took the real action, it can also be seen that Danzo's strength after Hollow. You Konohas really want to sell this technology to us? 3rd Tsuchikage Onaki frowned and asked in surprise, "Is there any other intention? Ask yourself. If he had obtained such power, he would never be able to sell it. But now Konoha did this, and the reason behind it made Onoki feel confused and suspicious. The era of ninjas is about to pass." Danzo snorted softly, and said lightly, "We Konoha just want to push the entire ninja world to move forward and reach a new height. Whole new heights." Hearing his speech, all the shadows present showed strange expressions. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo still want to follow the example of first Hokage back then and show their strength in front of their films? Are they worthy? Humph. A sneer appeared on Fourth Raikage's rugged face, and he said, "Don't use this kind of rhetoric with Laozi. Tell your real purpose, Danzo." Danzo didn't get angry, and still said in a flat tone, "I hope that everyone can form an alliance with Konoha and defeat the kingdom of Sichuan together. The country of Chuan." Except for Fourth Raikage, who knew part of the inside story, the rest of the shadows felt that they had heard it wrong, and the 5 major villages of the ninja world needed to form an alliance in the broken place of Dachuan country. Slap! Wu Yu turned off the screen on the curtain in front of her and clapped her hands. "Everyone, now the ninja world has formed a coalition to attack us. How do you think we should respond? The 5 major ninja villages, 1 billion for each ninja village." The 6th elder Uzumaki spoke first and said, "The 5 billion war reparations should be about the same. I think 1 billion is not enough, at least 2 billion. Sitting opposite the 6th elder Uzumaki, a fair-skinned middle-aged woman stood up and said, "The 5 great ninja villages bully the weak, and bully our country of Sichuan into impoverishment. Without 10 billion taels, this matter can never be finished. This is a native ninja from the kingdom of Chuan, who was originally the lord of Black Rock City. He was inspired by Wu Yu half a year ago, and brought a dozen of his subordinates to surrender to his command." Listening to the speeches of these representatives, Nagato felt that it was outrageous. This battle hasn't been fought yet, so we're starting to discuss how much the war reparations will cost, right? How can people say that it is also the 5 great ninja villages, so you can eat them like this? The 5 ninja villages are not weak." Wu Yu spoke slowly, attracting everyone's attention. "The shadow of each village is a character that should not be underestimated. Coupled with Hollow's bonus, we still need to be prepared." Nagato nodded secretly, and said in his heart that he is worthy of being the leader, at least he is still a little rational. "Open your mouth, ready to agree. I think the leader. Let Lao Ba and Lao Ju go." Wu Yu waved his hands, turned to Rina and said, "In this period of time, expand the luxury suite, and there may be many people staying." "I see. Then, the meeting is over." Nagato froze on the spot with his mouth open, only feeling that his whole body was messed up in the wind. "Facing the coalition forces of the entire ninja world, do you plan to send only 2 people? Is this what you mean by being ready?" Chapter 54. Well. Nagato dragged his exhausted body back home, and saw Yahiko, who was sitting on a rocking chair holding a newspaper, shaking constantly. "Yo, you're back." Moving away the newspaper, Yahiko smiled brightly. "Yeah, I'm back." Nagato replied weakly, and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. After regaining the mobility of his legs, his daily life is quite fulfilling. In addition to work, I like to cook at home in my spare time, and my cooking skills are getting better and better. Yahiko stood up and asked curiously, "There seems to be something wrong with your expression, what happened?" Nagato was cooking in the kitchen and told what happened during his meeting today. "Send the 8th and the 9th. Yahiko's face was solemn, and he said in thought, "The decision of the leader is indeed a bit unexpected." "Right." Nagato, wearing a plaid apron, walked out of the kitchen with a fried dish as if he had found a confidant, his face full of excitement. "Wu Yu is too. I thought the leader would only send 1 person there." Yahiko scratched his head and sighed, "I'm afraid the ninja alliance will really suffer this time." Nagato was stunned in place, wearing a plaid apron with a dazed face. "What's wrong with you?" Yahiko blinked and looked at his friend suspiciously. Nagato opened his mouth, there were countless words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit out quickly. "Wait." Yahiko interrupted the other person with his hand, raising his eyebrows. "Interesting, we have an intruder here." East Street in Kawa no Kuni Castle. A white-haired ninja with hair like a hedgehog sat in the breakfast shop, staring at the outside of the shop through the door, and murmured, "It's incredible, this is the country of Sichuan." He had come here to collect materials in the early years, and Black Rock City was still in depression at that time. The city walls surrounded by fences, the muddy roads, the people with numb and empty eyes, it's not so much a city, but a bandit stronghold. But right now, this Black Rock City has completely changed its appearance. Neat houses, clean streets, bustling pedestrians, everyone has happy smiles on their faces, and their eyes are full of longing for the future. Such a spiritual head is rare even in the wealthy Fire Nation. This Uchiha Wuyu is really amazing. The white-haired ninja took a breath, with a little sigh on his face. He is one of Konoha Sunan, the well-known Jiraiya in the ninja world. This time, I came here to find Uzumaki Naruto, who was taken away by the country of Chuan. If it's other business in the village, Jiraiya may not bother. But it's different when it comes to Naruto. This is Minato's child after all. The death of Minato and Kushina had already made him feel guilty. If their children had any mishaps, Jiraiya would never forgive himself. According to the information given by Third Hokage, the city should be in danger. After all, it is the base camp of Arankar, and there should be heavily armed Arankar patrolling the streets. Those Arankars are very powerful, even Sunan in Legendary needs to be careful. But after actually entering the city, Jiraiya found that the information given by the old man was outrageously wrong. These Kawa no country residents who come and go are obviously common people. There was no trace of White's bone mask on their faces, nor did they exude any strong aura. Compared with the sinful den of my imagination, this place is more like a peaceful paradise. If possible, he didn't want to destroy this stability. Once you find Naruto, just take him away quietly. Jiraiya made a decision in her heart and was ready to get up and continue collecting information about Naruto. Wait for me, Fart Suzuki. Hurry up, idiot. Who do you call an idiot, BD? Whoever asks is the one who talks. Damn it. I want to fight you. Only by you. You too, you can't always make people worry. The sound of fighting sounded from far and near. Jiraiya followed the source of the sound, and was suddenly taken aback. He saw a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes in a blue and white coat. There are still a few beard-like textures on both sides of the boy's face, which look very eye-catching. Naruto. Jiraiya took a breath, a look of surprise on his face. This is so fake, right? So the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which was snatched from Konoha with great effort, is just like that in the country of Kawago? Is it that Uchiha Wuyu's vigilance is too low, or does he have backup players nearby? After the surprise, Jiraiya's expression gradually became serious again. He has already learned about Uchiha Wuyu's deeds from Third Hokage, this guy who played and applauded the entire Konoha high level. There is no way he is not vigilant. So, there must be protection around Naruto similar to that of Konoha Anbu? Thinking of this, Jiraiya didn't act rashly. He was going to stalk behind them first, and followed them secretly. Speaking of which, why did Xianglin call Wuyu Eda? Dad of Shushu? The idiot Naruto talks a lot. Of course it's because Xianglin's mother is with brother Wuyu, that's why he called him father. You don't even know about this kind of thing, are you an idiot? You BD Suzuki, you want to mess up, don't you? Naruto and the others didn't know that there was an uncle with malicious intentions behind them quietly following them, chatting to themselves. Oh, stop arguing, you two. Xianglin paused, and said, actually, it's not only because of my mother, but I called it that on my own. Because Wuyu's father is very kind to me and my mother and I they all like him. Hey, so we have something in common. Naruto blinked, and smiled, my mother and I also like Wuyu, who is big, sorghum. Suzuki and his mother seem to be the same. Humph. Suzuki turned his face away, as acquiescence. However, Jiraiya was startled behind hearing their childish words. Naruto's mother likes Wuyu? Could it be that Kushina was also resurrected and turned into Arankar? No, no. Speaking of which,
I discovered a very strange thing the day before yesterday. Naruto suddenly stopped and looked at Xianglin. What? Xianglin was confused by him, and his face was full of doubts. You said, should you call me mom, aunt or sister? Of course it's aunt, you idiot. However, I vaguely heard the night before. Mom called Wu Yu Shushu dad. Boom. Hearing this, Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 55. Are you kidding? This is definitely a joke, right? Jiraiya gradually regained her composure from the loss and shook her head slightly. Impossible, Kushinashi, absolutely impossible. And that Uchiha Wu Yu is only 13 years old, Kushina's hobbies should not be so. It's him. Very abruptly, an angry reprimand sounded. This is the person who has been staring at these children for a long time. Jiraiya's body stiffened slightly, and she turned her head too far. What caught his eye was the owner of the breakfast shop, followed by two men in White's uniform. Arankar. Jiraiya gasped, seeing White's bony mask evident on the faces of the two uniformed men. Human traffickers. Anyway, come with us first. The two Arankars did not recognize Jiraiya's identity, and spoke indifferently. Oh no. Of course Jiraiya didn't intend to sit still, she raised her hands and was ready to make a madra. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Boom. There was a muffled sound. Before Jiraiya lost consciousness, only a touch of the familiar wine red was caught in the pupils of his eyes. Kawa no Country, police station. When Jiraiya woke up again, she found that her hands and feet had been put on special metal shackles. Not only that, but he also felt a raw pain in his neck. Raising his hand to touch it, he found that his entire neck was wrapped in a thick bandage. What just happened? That Maju red, is it really? Slap. The desk lamp in front of him was turned on, and the dazzling light shone directly on his face. Name. An indifferent voice sounded, and Jiraiya realized that the two male Arankars were sitting opposite him at the moment. Jiraiya. Although a bit unclear about the situation, Jiraiya also understands what it means to be a gentleman who knows current affairs. And they are at least willing to help him heal his injuries, so he has no reason not to cooperate. Jiraiya. This name is well known in the ninja world, and the two Arankars have also heard of it. It's just that they didn't expect to meet one of the Konoha Sunin in this way and on this occasion. However, the two Arankars were considered professional. Even though they were surprised, they continued to ask, "What is your age?" 45 years old. Gender. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched. This thing still needs to be asked? We are following the procedures, please cooperate. One of the short men, Arankar, said lightly. Wait, stop here for now. Another tall Arankar stopped him, pressing his ear with his right hand, as if he was communicating with someone. This person has a special status, and it says that Madam will come for interrogation in person. Lady? Jiraiya stared blankly, with a stunned expression on his face. Our leader's future wife will be here soon, I hope you can be honest. The tall Arankar explained to Jiraiya, stood up and left the room with the short one. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Jiraiya showed a complicated expression. Is it really Kushina? She has become Uchiha Wu Yu's future wife? This. Squeak. The door opened, and a woman with blue-purple hair entered the room, and she calmly sat opposite Jiraiya. Conan. Eyes widened, Jiraiya's face was filled with astonishment. On the other side, the office of the leader of the country of Kawa. Wu Yu looked at Jiraiya, whose neck was bandaged under the curtain, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Sister, you are too ruthless. If they hadn't given Jiraiya an emergency first aid earlier, Jiraiya would be dead now. Ah ha ha ha. Kushina scratched her head in embarrassment, turned her face away and said, Isn't that the excitement of seeing an acquaintance? Besides, I had already withdrawn my strength.
Wu Yu believed it. With Kushina's current strength, if she doesn't pull back, Jiraiya's head will be cut off directly by her knife. The body of the ninja is not protected by riot soul like Arankar and Shinigami, and it is quite fragile. Although this is the case, I think you have somewhat personal grievances. Wu Yu complained in a low voice. What did you say? Nothing. Third generation old man is really no joke, he even sent teacher Jiraiya to die. Kushina spoke angrily, full of displeasure towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. As third Hokage, he doesn't know how dangerous Kawa no Kono is to Konoha shinobi, but he still lets Jiraiya come and take Naruto away. He really didn't take his disciple's life seriously at all. Third generation is indeed responsible, but it is also his own will. Shrugging, Wu Yu sat back at the desk. Just leave this matter to Sister Nan, she is a professional. Also as a disciple of Jiraiya, the kind-hearted Konan still has a lot of affection for this mentor, and he doesn't have to worry about Jiraiya's life being in danger. Certainly. It is inevitable to suffer a little bit, who made him come to the country of Sichuan to be a human trafficker. Wu Yu didn't intend to take care of this anymore, and opened the group chat interface directly. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Patriarch Madara and Master Akiya are still autistic? Poisonous old fat, maybe, after all, it hasn't been online yet. Speaking of this, Kazuma Jayakishia wanted to laugh. The question mark that Uchiha Madara sent out at the end that day was really a stroke of genius, completely confirming that this guy is of the same magnitude as Aqua. This wave directly caused Uchiha Madara and Akiya to break the defense at the same time, and they couldn't accept that the other party was on the same level as themselves. As a result, both of them are autistic, and they have been offline until now. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Tisk, this mentality still needs to be practiced. Judging from this situation, if the Madara ancestor knows the truth here one day, I am really afraid that he will not be able to catch his breath and die suddenly on the spot. Poisonous old fat, hee. If I didn't know that you were the mastermind behind the scenes, I really thought you were worried about him. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what are you talking about? What is a black hand behind the scenes? I am helping Patriarch Madara to exercise his Xingxing. As the saying goes, a great mission is assigned to the people of Sri Lanka. Old Ancestor is a person who does great things, and peace in the ninja world will depend on him in the future. If he doesn't exercise well, how can he be qualified for the important position of Peace Ambassador? Poison-tongued old fat, what a god, Peace Ambassador, I thank you for your arrangement on behalf of the ancestors. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, that's my ancestor, you want to grab it again, right? Hashirama's little padded jacket at all members, I'm in the ninja world. Chapter 56. Poisonous old fat? Arrived? Mentally disabled female nerves, I will be there when I arrive, why are you shouting in the group? What annoyance! There is still a job here for this goddess. Do you know how much those young men and women who died want to be reincarnated in the other world? You are interrupting here, don't you feel ashamed of them? Hashirama's little padded jacket, having a goddess like you is the most ashamed thing. Mentally disabled female nerves, what are you talking about? UBD, you wait. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, wow, Madara-san really came to the ninja world? Good guy. This wave of ninja world is so peaceful. Come on, let's start. Bring a little shock to the ninja world. Wu Yu first deleted all the previous chat records, then slowly stood up from the desk, and pressed the communicator in front of her. Leader, please order. Yekang's voice 7:30 came from the other side. Let all the people in District 9 evacuate, and then deploy Shisui to the clock tower to stand by. The 3rd and 4th troops set up a 6-fold barrier to cover the entire Black Rock City. Yekang was silent for a moment, then replied, Yes, sir. What happened? Kushina listened to the conversation between the two, and her face became serious. The ninja allied forces are coming? No,
even the ninja allied forces don't need to open the six-fold barrier, right? She knows the terrifying protective power of the enchantment of the country of Sichuan, even far surpassing the six Scarlet Yang formation that can only be used by the four shadows. Such an enchantment, actually want to open 8 layers in a row? It's the ancestor who came. The corners of Wu Yu's mouth curled up, and the expression on his face showed anticipation. Poisonous old fat, Madara-san, start a live broadcast. Kashuma Jayakashiwa is also looking forward to it, not only looking forward to the type of Arankarization of Uchiha Madara, but also looking forward to the way he will make a fool of himself. No matter from which angle you look at it, it should be a great picture. Wu Yu also responded by sending a message, yes, let's broadcast live. I can't wait to see Madara's heroic appearance. Mentally handicapped female nerves, brave and heroic? Bah! I want to see this red-eyed rollover, that scene must be very funny. Ha 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 ha. Akiya couldn't help but start to make up her own brain, and then laughed out loud in her office for no reason. Well, my lord goddess! The young reincarnated who was standing opposite her and waiting to register in the queue was bewildered. Can I choose the ability I want now? Ah, I'm sorry. Akiya regained her reservedness instantly, and said with a smile, you can choose 3 abilities now, and I've been extra merciful in view of how you died. Yes, thank you, goddess. The reincarnated person was so excited that he couldn't help crying. The goddess was simply too benevolent and kind. Akiya didn't care about his gratitude, and focused on the group chat in front of her. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akiya, don't talk nonsense. You are a goddess, you have opened your mouth. If it really turns over, Madara-san will probably hate you for the rest of her life. A sneer appeared on Uchiha's cheeks, with a look of disdain. Just kidding, I, Uchiha Madara, don't care about such useless curses. Mere ninja world, hey. Well, since you want to appreciate the gorgeous stage that I Uchiha Madara has set up for the future, I will satisfy you. Hint, Hashirama's little padded jacket opened the live broadcast room. Reminder, the owner of the Sand Sculpture Group, the old fat man with a poisonous tongue, the mentally handicapped female nerve, and the man with sticky hands joined the live broadcast room, and the current number of viewers in the live broadcast room is 4 people. In the screen, Uchiha Madara is standing among the mountains at this moment. He is not wearing the familiar dark red armor, but a blue-white kimono. The collar was slightly open, and a long knife with a taupe handle hung on his waist. Mentally disabled female nerve, hey, what kind of place is this? Akiya stared at the screen in the live broadcast room in front of her, trying to identify where Uchiha Madara was at the moment by comparing Hokage's memory. But this result is futile after all. And at this time, the young reincarnation opposite her had already chosen the skills she wanted. Master Goddess, please forgive me. Ah, it's all right. Let's go after you've made your choice. Akiya waved her hand, dismissing the reincarnator in a somewhat perfunctory manner. It wasn't until the opponent was swallowed by the magic circle under her feet that she suddenly reacted. Hey? Did you send him to an S-level world just now? His ability value seems to be only suitable for a C-level world. Forget it, it shouldn't matter. Akiya resolutely put this unlucky guy behind her and continued to watch the group. Uchiha Madara in the camera looked around and made a judgment, judging from the terrain, this should be the land of water. It is indeed the land of water. Wu Yu has already recognized the mountain behind him. When he was a Konoha shinobi master 2 years ago, he also went there when he was on a mission in the country of water. Also met future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. But she probably couldn't recognize herself now, after all, Wu Yu would have been disguised. Mentally disabled female nerves, where is the country of water? How far is it from that country of rivers? How long will it take you to go there now? It won't take several days, right? Let's talk first. This goddess doesn't have so much free time to watch you hurry.
Uchiha Madara's expression was neither sad nor happy, and his eyes were disdainful. I didn't force you to watch. Wu Yu found this guy's eyesight a bit strange, and felt that he was a little afraid to look at the camera. No way, this Uchiha Madara. Is it still the kind of character that would be shy in front of the camera? Poisonous old fat, on the right, it seems that someone is coming. The camera in the live room of the group chat is not a fixed angle of view like a mobile phone or a traditional camera, but more like a movie theater. The audience has a special perspective of God, and can even find loopholes that the anchor did not see. Man with hairspray, it's Mist Shinobi. It can be clearly seen from the camera that these people are wearing Mist Shinobi 1.6 forehead protectors on their heads, walking in a hurry. Hashirama's little padded jacket, don't worry about it, my goal is the country of Kawa. As soon as the message was sent, Uchiha Madara was ready to miss this group of people. Hurry up, hurry up. We must arrive at the pier of the Land of Fire within 5 days, and Captain Kisame will meet us there. I heard Captain Kisame seems to have turned into Arankar. Yeah, that white shark face mask looks a little scary. But the strength has indeed become a lot stronger, and it's not in vain. Mizukichi-sama spent 500 million to buy the hollow item. This time, the coalition forces of our 5 major nations besieged the country of Zhuangzi in order to get more hollow items, and this technology came from there. Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly stopped, and the face in the camera showed a ghost-like expression. Chapter 57. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Poisonous old fat? Hairspray hand man, interesting. At this moment, Aizen is participating in the team leader meeting held by the general captain of the first team, but he didn't care at all, and focused on the live broadcast room in front of him. This year's Seirai ceremony will be hosted by the 5th Division. Does Captain Aizen have any comments? Yamamoto Genryuze glanced at him and asked lightly. I have no objection. Although Zhendo was immersed in Uchiha Madara's live broadcast, Aizen was still able to seamlessly respond to the captain's question. However, his slightly perfunctory tone surprised several captains present who know him well. This guy, Aizen, seems to be a little absent-minded. Is this still the humble, polite, serious, and responsible captain of Division 5 that I know? What's the situation? This is mentally disabled female nerves, something is wrong, this seems to be a bit wrong? Arankar? Hollow? Aren't these things only in the world of Shinigami? Why is there also in the world of Hokage? It's so strange. Poisonous old fatty, yes, what's going on? Kazuma Jayakishiu almost burst into laughter at this moment. Uchiha Madara's 6-point dull, 3-point shocked and 1-point puzzled expression was deeply imprinted in her mind. If she hadn't pinched her thigh violently now, she was afraid that she would burst out laughing in class. This is so funny, this is so funny. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I don't think this is an easy matter. Madara-san is better off looking for information? At Hashirama's little cotton jacket. God knows how much perseverance Wu Yu had to use to control himself not to send out this message, ha ha ha. He even took a screenshot of Banlazu's expression in the camera. Uchiha Madara stood still in a daze. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Arankar, Hollow? Is this the ninja world I know? Etc. As if thinking of something suddenly, Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly became angry. Aizen. UBD did this, right? Puff. Seeing this message from Uchiha Madara, Kazuma Jayakishiwa couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud in the class. God damn, it was Aizen, ha 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 ha. No way, this is too funny. Teacher, I'll go out and stand for punishment. Xiaohiki Hoshiu covered her mouth and stood up directly from her seat, and ran out of the class. She wanted to endure it, but she couldn't help it at all. Aizen, who has successfully turned into a villain, is not angry, and his mind is still calm. Why did you come to such a conclusion? Hashirama's little padded jacket, Both Hollow and Arankar are your forte, right? And, you naughty guy can definitely do it. Hairspray, then how do you think I did it? Use the portal in the group to travel to the ninja world and then experiment with Hollow and Arankar on the ninjas there? Hashirama's little padded jacket, you guys admit it? Standing on the roof of the school, Kazuma Jayakashiwa sent a message, Madara-san, that portal can only be used after the group members have enabled the option to allow teleportation. Is your option turned on? Uchiha Madara flipped through the group chat settings tab and fell silent. Apparently, it was closed. In fact, this tab is turned off by default. If you want to force teleportation, only the privilege of the group owner can do it. Then the problem comes. If this isn't what Aizen did, then what? Why do ninjas have Arankar and Hollow? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, why don't we collect information? Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. The figure flickered suddenly, and came to the opposite of the previous group of mist shinobi ninjas. There were no extra words, the scarlet light in the eyes lit up, making this group of people lose their sense of autonomy. Tell me about the so-called Hollow and Arankar situation. 5 minutes later. The group of mist shinobi ninjas have been let go by Uchiha Madara, who himself sits in contemplation beside the hill. Compared with the high-spirited when he first came to the ninja world, his current expression is obviously a little more dazed. Mentally disabled female nerves, Uchiha Wuyu? This person doesn't seem to be in Hokage's original book? What's going on? Why is there such a guy suddenly? And he's also the leader of the country of Chuan? The creator of Hollow? How could he? What are these things? Uchiha Madara didn't know how to answer, he was equally confused. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes, it's unbelievable. How did he make it? Wait, is he a time traveler? Poisonous old fat tongue, there is indeed a possibility. 0129030330 Fila 1544202270. Hashirama's little padded jacket, traveler? Uchiha Madara frowned, he had only talked to this group about the time traveler last time. Now there is a suspected transmigrator in the ninja world, what a coincidence. Mentally disabled female nerves, time traveler, I seem to have heard rumors about this kind of group. It is said that they are making wind and rain everywhere, and they also like to wantonly destroy the world development track originally set by the gods. Even the goddesses of the heavens are very troublesome to them. Poison-tongued old fat, yes, yes. This guy's performance in the ninja world is probably not good. He even sneaked out Arankar and Hollow, and I don't know how many bad things he has done behind his back. Well, you're a little bit proud of your personal grievances. Wu Yu twitched, complaining inwardly. The man with the hairspray hand, what is Madara going to do, go directly to the Kawa no country to find him for a showdown? Hashirama's little padded jacket, no, I'm going to collect some information. He's not quite a slob, maybe he was a little bit. But after seeing himself betrayed by Black Zetsu in his memory, he restrained the reckless thoughts in his heart, and gradually became cautious. Since the guy who is suspected to be a time traveler can create things like Arankar and Hollow, his background should not be simple. Just rushing forward so recklessly, he felt a little inappropriate. 10 minutes later. Uchiha Madara, who moved to the land of fire with continuous ringing, was lost in thought again with a newspaper in his hand. I saw that the headline of the newspaper read Ninja God returns, found her boyfriend sold in a custom shop. In a fit of rage, 100,000 ninjas were summoned to join in the show. Mentally handicapped female nerve, this. Poisonous old fat, pft, ha 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 ha. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, what the hell, ha 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 ha. Chapter 58. LMAO. At this moment, Wu Yu was really laughing out loud. She beat the desk in front of her, and laughed out the tears in her eyes. That's too much, this Madara ancestor is really too much. Even Wu Yu didn't expect that when Uchiha Madara was collecting information, he would find Zhang Ninja World daily. This wave of divine manipulation is really amazing. Hearing his sudden laughter, Rina and Kushina were fine, they might have gotten used to his convulsions from time to time. Mikoto was a little confused. Wu Yu, what are you? Uchiha Madara, I saw the return of Ninja God. Wu Yu felt that she couldn't enjoy herself alone, so she decided to share this matter. Rina, Kushina, and Mikoto were stunned for a moment, and they showed wonderful expressions on their faces. What's his expression now? Release it for us to see. Don't worry, monitoring the bacteria will work. Wu Yu grinned again and turned to the group chat. In the live broadcast room, it can be seen that Uchiha Madara's entire face is black at the moment, like coal that has just been burned. Using a little force with both hands, the whole newspaper was instantly torn to pieces. Too much deception. This is so deceitful. Uchiha Madara has been in the ninja world for decades, and he has never been so angry. The damn Kawano Kuni newspaper, and the author with the pseudonym Snail Baba, Uchiha Madara will definitely make them pay the price. Mentally disabled female nerves, eh? How did you tear it up? I haven't finished watching it yet. Did Hyaga Akyong finally kiss Uchiha Aben? And Senju Quiwa, did she finally find Nanga Shrine? Poisonous old fat, ha 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 ha. Stop talking, I have a stomachache now. Sand Sculpture Group owner, I finished reading it, and I seem to have found it. Senju Quiwa also saw Akyong and Aben hugging each other at the Nanhi Shrine, and the whole person fell into a blackened state. Mentally disabled female nerves, damn. This Aben is really not a good guy. She has already made a lifelong agreement with Senju Quiwa, but she ended up with Akyong. Such a scumbag, just go to death. Poisonous old fat, ha 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 ha, what the hell, you are enough. Mentally disabled female nerve? Hashirama's little cotton jacket, shut up. Uchiha Madara gasped heavily, his chest heaving and falling. It exploded, he felt like he was about to explode. Laozi wanted him to die. Mentally disabled female nerves, what kind of nerves do you have? Can't we discuss the plot in the group? What's hindering you? There are so many things. Wait, you won't bring yourself into that Uchiha Aben, right? Puff puff you. Akiya suddenly recalled the character setting of Uchiha Aben. The head of the Uchiha family in the Sengoku period, with two eyes Mangeki, who can summon the fox fairy as a summoning beast, and has a younger brother who has a good relationship, but was killed by Senju Quiwa's younger brother. Ah, this. Akua swallowed, and suddenly understood why the group leader and Kazuma Jayakashiwa laughed wildly, and also understood why Uchiha Madara was so furious. This guy is clearly Ying's original form. That Senju Quiwa is Senju Hashirama. For a moment, Akiya only felt that this discovery shocked her deeply. So, what is the meaning of Uchiha Madara's screen name? So, what kind of relationship does he have with Senju Hashirama? My god, this is also. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, Madara-san calms down. It was clearly written on the newspaper that this story was purely fictitious, and any resemblance was purely coincidental. Maybe it was made up? Uchiha Madara's originally calm mood was once again turbulent, and his face was sullen. Maybe that was made up. Hashirama and I are innocent, how can this BD make it up like this? Poisonous old fat, innocent. At this moment, Syazhiki Uchiha remembered that a certain BD group leader often described his relationship with those mothers in this way, and it turned out to be a ghost. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes, clean and innocent. Madara-san, everyone in our group absolutely believes in you. I always feel that the group leader has something to say. Uchiha Madara frowned, but didn't go any further. At this time, he also wanted to quickly skip this topic, and suddenly his eyes froze, and he looked to the side. Come out! White strange creature gradually drilled out of the originally empty ground, and its entire face showed a spiral hollow. "Ah, Lord Madara, is it really you?" Uchiha Madara stared at Uzumaki's face White Zetsu in front of him, with a flash of light in his eyes. White Zetsu body and Black Zetsu. He now knows that these things are the creation of Satsuki Kagaya, his enemy. But neither White Zetsu nor Black Zetsu should know that they have discovered that they are 2 or 5 boys. Uchiha Madara decided to give them a surprise. They all betrayed Lord Madara. Uzumaki's face White Zetsu lowered his head, his tone was sad. The guy on the main body joined Konoha, and Black Zetsu is now in the country of Kawa. Uchiha Madara fell into a state of ignorance again, and felt incredible. Of course he knew that these 2 guys betrayed him, they were not his people from the beginning. But they should be the same way, why are they parting ways now? What about Satsuki Kagaya? Your mother doesn't need to be saved? Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment, and gradually regained her composure. Could it be that these 2 guys set up suspicious formations for a reason and agreed to be undercover agents in 2 different camps? They also betrayed their mother. Uzumaki's face White Zetsu once again threw out heavy news. What? Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. Let me tell you the truth now, Madara-sama. In fact, the White Zetsu body and Black Zetsu are not your creations, they are Mother's creations. Click. Uchiha Madara was overwhelmed by his words, and never expected that the other party would show his cards directly to him before he, Chi Zhao, made an attack. Could it be that Uzumaki face White Zetsu has found himself knowing that they are 2 or 5 boys? No, it's not possible. Uchiha Madara directly denied this speculation, and only a few people in the group knew about the fact that he got the Hokage memory. And his allow shuttle function is turned off, and these group members have no possibility of entering this ninja world. So White Zetsu and Black Zetsu not only betrayed themselves, but also betrayed their mother. Are they really parted ways now? Is this FG ninja world still the ninja world I know? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but fell into a situation of doubting life again, took a breath and said, "What about you? Which faction do you belong to now?" Uzumaki's face, White Zetsu's expression was twisted, and he seemed aggrieved and said, I have no other choice. Now I can only temporarily succumb to Uchiha Wuyu. Hey! Chapter 59. Kawa no Kuni's meeting room. Wuyu looked at Uzumaki's face and White Zetsu's enchanting figure in the screen, her whole face turned green with anger. Laozi asked you to act, but Nima didn't let you act like this? How dare you let this ruin my reputation? What the hell is under me? If you don't know how to speak, don't use it, BD. The pictures on the curtain were still circulating, but the entire meeting room fell into a weird silence at the moment. All around, the representatives of Sichuan Kingdom looked at Wu Yu with admiration and shock in Chengdu's eyes. After a long time, all the talents spoke out one after another. Amazing! As expected of the leader. It's hard to get. I think. Wu Yu twitched her lips a little stiffly, and said, what Ah Fei wanted to talk about was subordinates. Yet, we believe in the leader. What the leader says is what he says. Ah, that's right. These bastards. Wu Yu didn't argue anymore, the gang of dog representatives obviously did it on purpose. And he actually found out that Nagato was also in it, the former terrorist leader has also learned badly. Taking a breath, he turned his gaze to the group chat. Hashirama's little padded jacket, what do you think? Poison-tongued old man, the leader of the country of Sichuan, 223, is simply not a thing, even someone like Ah Fei can do it. This is obviously inhumane, it is recommended to kill him immediately. Sending such a message, Xiao's Uchiha was going to laugh like crazy at the moment. This Uzumaki's face is White Zetsu, the acting is really good. Not only did he fool Uchiha Madara, but he also tricked Wu Yu by the way. Crouching down, how did you come up with it? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I think there must be a little misunderstanding here. Poisonous old man? Such a scum, you still speak for him? Group leader, I misunderstood you. Wu Yu's lips trembled, his face full of stomach pain. Don't you think it's strange not to speak for him? It's white zetsu, strictly speaking, it's a plant body. It's genderless, so it's absolutely impossible to have anything under it. Mentally disabled female nerves, yes, plants without gender will definitely not be able to do SX and SX. This Afe must be talking nonsense. Poisonous old fat, still too young, you too. Sand sculpture group leader? Wu Yu suddenly felt something bad in her heart. Poisonous old fat, even if it's a plant, it's not that it can't be used as a tool. Have you ever heard of a cup? Genderless doesn't mean you can't have a hole. Mentally disabled female nerves, hiss. Akia's eyes were wide open, and Bai Blue's eyes were filled with shock. Learned, she really learned this wave. So she can still play like this? The things in those dramas are so weak. Hole. At this moment, even Uchiha Madara had a look of horror on his face. Unconsciously, his eyes glanced at Afe beside him, his eyes swept back and forth on him a few times, and finally fixed on the Uzumaki hole on his face. Hashirama's little quilted jacket, maybe not even a hole? Poisonous old man, pfft. Damn it! Kazuma Jayakashiba obviously didn't expect Uchiha Madara to have such a brain. Does this guy usually pretend to be prudish? Sand sculpture group leader, let go of Afe, he is still a child. Are you a bit too much? And how can a normal person think of using that kind of place? This habit is too strange, pervert can't do such a thing. Poisonous old fat, hat, who knows if the leader of the Sichuan kingdom is a pervert. Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu certainly knew that Wu Yu would not be able to attack Uzumaki White Zetsu, but she just wanted to say it. And after she finished speaking, she felt a sense of revenge. Do you think she won't hold grudges? Mentally disabled female nerve, indeed, we have too little information about him. Most of the things like traversers are beyond common sense. What if he is such a pervert? Wu Yu was silent. What can he say now, straight up and frankly, that he is not such a pervert? Did he arrange for Afe to play it? Obviously impossible. But he wrote down this account. Shi Yuchan's little hoof is waiting for him, to edge. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, what I wanted to ask you just now is not this matter, but the white Zetsu body and black Zetsu. Do you think these two guys will really betray Tsutsuki Kagaya? Uchiha Madara also found himself being led astray at this time, and quickly turned the topic on the right track. He is a serious person, how can he talk about such an unscrupulous topic? The man with the hairspray hand, maybe it's not betrayal but submission. Aizen had already adjourned the meeting at this time, and returned to his 5th Division team building. Changed into a large kimono, knelt on the tatami to write and draw. Although most of his attention was on the chat group, the speed of writing remained undiminished. All the plans for this Jinglingting ceremony will soon come to life on paper. This is what Aizen is capable of. He is not only the behind-the-scenes boss hidden in Godi I-13, but also the first secretary of the Soul Society. In terms of book planning, no one in the entire Soul Society can hold its own. Doing these things is not a job for Aizen, but a hobby. Hashirama's little quilted jacket, surrender? The man with hairspray, in the eyes of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, Tsutsuki Kagaya is the only person they care about. All their plans and goals revolve around Tsutsuki Kagaya. Mentally disabled female nerves, didn't everyone know this a long time ago? Man with hairspray, so. What would they do if someone appeared in the ninja world at this time who they considered, not even Tsutsuki Kagaya could compete with? Poisonous old fat, then I will definitely not try to unseal my mother again, but I would rather my mother be sealed? Uchiha Madara also showed a stunned expression on his face, the person who can't even compete with Tsutsuki Kagaya, the time traveler? The man with hairspray hands, it's just my guess,
whether you need to explore it yourself. Uchiha Madara fell silent again, and he felt that what Aizen said was very likely. Hate to say it, but Uchiha Madara has to admit that Black Zetsu is a true dutiful son. Lurking for thousands of years, using all kinds of means, just to unblock his mother. With such filial piety, it is naturally impossible to betray. Unless the ninja world really has an enemy that it thinks its mother can't deal with when it is unblocked, it is forced to succumb. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, otherwise, Madara-san should not go to the country of Sichuan, it seems a bit dangerous. With your current strength, can you compare to the unsealed Satsuki Kagaya? Wu Yu's current wave is obviously based on retreat, and he knows that someone will cooperate with him. Uchiha Madara did not answer. It is estimated that if he returns to the blade, he should not be worse than Satsuki Kagaya. Mentally disabled female nerves, ha 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 ha, the car overturned. Sure enough, the car overturned. What did you say earlier? The mere ninja world is like a chicken and a dog. The result? Ha 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 ha, I laughed so hard. Uchiha Madara's forehead suddenly burst into blue veins, and he gritted his teeth. Uchiha Madara, will never overturn. Let's go, Lao Zi will be in the country of Sichuan now. Chapter 60. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, Madara-san, calm down. Poisonous old fat, yes, Madara-san must be careful. Uchiha Madara completely ignored the comfort of these two people and rushed forward regardless. The scenery on both sides retreated rapidly, and the surrounding environment was blurred for a while. In the camera, the members of the group also saw the camp tents of the ninja coalition forces stationed in the country of grass. Uchiha Madara ignored these ninja coalition forces, and his only goal was Kawa no Kuni. Mentally disabled female nerves, pfft, you really want to go? It was agreed in advance that I don't care if you overturn. It's your own decision. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akia, what you say now is like adding fuel to the fire. Madara-san doesn't need to talk to her, I think it's better to be more steady. After the message was sent out, Wu Yu sat at the head of the conference room and took a sip of milk tea. It seems that the ancestor of my Uchiha family is about to call. Let's have a cup of milk tea first. This Uchiha Madara seems to be Arankar too. Yeking asked with a frown. She subconsciously thought of the movie Return of Ninja God, and immediately realized it. Ah, yes. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows, but she didn't expect that this girl was also a loyal reader. Maybe I can hold a fan handshake meeting in the ninja world in the future? However, the ancestor Madara didn't make Arankar by me. He relied on his own efforts and used the phantom core sealed by Zanpakuto to transform himself into Arankar. His strength surpassed most of us in the country of Sichuan. Silence. All the representatives of the country of Sichuan fell into silence. More than most espadas, such a million is indeed not to be underestimated. Yeking suddenly realized and nodded, and said, I see, that's why you informed me to transfer the people from the 9th district. Well, I called everyone here to give you an explanation. Wu Yu waved his hand and said lightly, Uchiha Madara is quite strong, but you don't need to panic. Go back to your respective posts and do what you are doing. Believe in us, we are invincible. All the representatives of the kingdom of Chuan immediately stood in awe, saluted Wu Yu one after another, and left the meeting room. Yeking didn't leave, and stood there with a hesitant expression. Deputy Director Yeking, is there anything else? Wu Yu asked suspiciously. My lord, you and Afei. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched, he had already heard Kushina laughing wildly in Hagyaku. Taking a deep breath, he said, Comrade Afei has worked so hard, I decided to transfer him to guard the latrine after he comes back. But, we don't have this position. Wait until he comes back. On the other side, the interrogation room. It's unbelievable, so many things happened in the land of rain after I left. Jiraiya looked at Konan with guilt and emotion. Sorry,
I don't know anything. It's all over, Mr. Jiraiya. Konan smiled slightly and said, I am very happy now, and the Kingdom of Rain will gradually merge into the Kingdom of Rivers in the future. Our wish back then has been fulfilled. This Uchiha Wuyu is indeed very capable. Jiraiya sighed in a tone, and said, I am afraid that few people in the ninja world can match him with this ability and courage. Now that I have seen you find your home with my own eyes, I feel relieved, teacher. It feels a little weird. Konan said that he met Uchiha Wuyu 4 years ago. If the calculation is correct, Uchiha Wuyu should be only 9 years old at that time. Does my disciple still have such a hobby? Ms. Jiraiya, are you thinking something rude? No. The teacher is very happy to see that you are happy now. However, the teacher has a very important question, Naruto's mother. Kushina's current position is Wuyu's bodyguard, personal. Click. Jiraiya froze in place, with a dull expression. Bodyguard? Relying on his rich experience, Jiraiya thought of a lot of strange content just from this position. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts and shook his head slightly. No. Absolutely impossible. That's Kushina. But what Naruto said earlier, calling Uchiha Wuyu's father or something. The thoughts in her heart became extremely complicated, and Jiraiya opened her mouth to ask Konan for an exact answer, but suddenly felt a sense of terrifying oppression suddenly descending. What's going on? Jiraiya swallowed, her face full of horror. It seems that the ancestor has arrived, so I won't accompany you first. Konan stood up from the chair calmly and said, Don't worry about teacher Jiraiya, it's safe here. 0 Fur Flowers 0. The sky above the country of Kawa. Uchiha Madara crossed her arms and stood in the sky with her feet as a pedal, while the Ryotsu all over her body poured down like mountains and seas. Are you Uchiha Madara? A gentle voice sounded, and Uchiha Madara saw a figure in the uniform of white Arankar standing on the top of the clock tower below. Swish! Uchiha Madara shrank his pupils, and saw this figure standing in front of him as if teleported. The most important thing is, the Ryotsu exuded from his body can rival his own. Mentally disabled female nerves, hey, this guy is so familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Poisonous old fat, it's Uchiha Shisui, the former leader of Itachi. The one who got his eyes gouged out by Danzo. Mentally disabled female nerves, I remembered. This guy should be a descendant of Madara's tribe, how can he call him by his first name? It's not polite. Madara, cut him. Hashirama's little padded jacket, shut up, what do you call this guy? Although Uchiha Madara is in the live broadcast state, you can still see the chat messages of the group members sent out in the form of barrage. Mentally disabled female nerves, hey? I am clearly helping you, but you still tell me to shut up? Very good, very good. This goddess is angry, and I decided to support Shisui to cut UABD. Akia's noise didn't affect Uchiha Madara, his body was tense at the moment, and his heart was full of vigilance. It is clear. The Uchiha Shisui in front of him is the same Arankar as him, and his strength is probably not bad. Thinking this way in his heart, but Uchiha Madara didn't show anything on the surface, the pupil of the orangutan stared at Shisui and asked, Where is Uchiha Wuyu? I don't know what you want to do with our leader Wuyu. Shisui's tone was still gentle, and the smile on his face was also bright. Let him hand over Black Zetsu and Waba. Uchiha Madara decided to negotiate first. This is not cowardice, but caution. Black Zetsu and what? Snail Baba. Black Zetsu is indeed in our Kawa no country, but your father. Mentally disabled female nerves? Your father? Madara, is your father also in the country of Sichuan? Poisonous old fat, pft, ha 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 ha. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, laughing to death, ha 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 ha. Chapter 61. Chuanziguo, the Chief's Office. Sitting at the desk, Wu Yu leaned forward and backward with laughter, almost spilling the milk tea she was holding in her hand. Wu Yu, you are such a bad person. Kushina, who was sitting on his lap, also saw the scene in front of him from the curtain, smiled and bit his little ear. Patriarch Madara is probably very angry now. Konan looked at Kushina in Wu Yu's arms, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes and said, "Did you think that this would happen when you chose your pseudonym?" The girls in the office are very clear that the lines that Shisui is speaking now are all directed by Wu Yu remotely. Shisui himself is a cheerful and sunny boy, so he doesn't have such a bad taste. Sister Nan also come to sit. Wu Yu pulled out her other leg and took a picture. No, isn't it good? Compared to the carefree 260 Kushina, Konan was obviously a little shy. Come on. Under Wu Yu's warm invitation, Konan still sat on it. Holding one in each of his left and right hands, Wu Yu explained, I know that the ancestor Madara will definitely be resurrected. This was my original plan. But this pseudonym is really not for messing with him. Just a whim. My lord leader's sudden whim took advantage of the ancestor. Rina, who was standing, covered her mouth and smiled. Speaking of it, this group of girls can be regarded as being led astray by Wu Yu. Just follow him and call Patriarch. It's okay, let's call each other. Wu Yu lightly pinched the top of Miss Nan's belly, the soft feeling made him want to stop. I call him Patriarch, he calls me Baba. Pooh. Several girls laughed out loud, and the whole office was like 100 flowers blooming. Wu Yu glanced at the beautiful scenery, and then turned her attention to the group chat. Mentally disabled female nerve? What are you laughing at? Is my question just now funny? Poisonous old fat, what Uchiha Madara wants to ask is not his father, but the author whose pen name is Wababa. But Shisui probably didn't understand it. Zayas Hikihoshiu certainly knew that this was definitely directed by Wu Yu, but she chose to speak out against her conscience. Mentally disabled female nerves, so, Shisui thinks that Madara is actually asking her father? Pfft, ha 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 ha. This is too funny. Hashirama's little cotton jacket, shut up. Uchiha Madara's face was a little dark, but he felt that Shisui in front of him should be unintentional. After all, the other party's smile was clean and sunny, and it didn't look like he was playing tricks on himself. Taking a breath, Uchiha Madara decided to skip the subject. Forget it, let you hand over Black Zetsu first. If you want to list the things that Uchiha Madara wants to do the most when he returns to the ninja world, then the number one is definitely kill Black Zetsu. It has become his obsession to be forced to stay. The others can be put first, but Black Zetsu must die. This is the bottom line for him, Uchiha Madara. I'm really sorry. Uchiha Shisui scratched his head and apologized slightly. Black Zetsu is now a citizen of our country of Sichuan, our country of Sichuan. Before he finished speaking, Shisui's pupil shrank, and he pressed the handle of the knife with his right hand and drew the knife out of its sheath. Dangling, the two long knives had already collided in one place, and sparks flew everywhere. Don't get me wrong, kid. Uchiha Madara's red pupils were full of indifference, and he said in a flat tone, I'm not negotiating with you, but asking. Then forgive me for not being able to promise you, Uchiha Madara. Shisui confronted him, and pushed him back with force with his right arm. Ah! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and the Ryotsuo around him became manic. The figure flickered and suddenly disappeared in place. Clang! The two long knives collided again, and Uchiha Madara frowned. That's right, you can see my movements clearly. It's a pity, you seem to attach too much importance to Arankar's power and forget what a ninja is. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara raised the index finger and middle finger of his left hand. Fire-style fire extinction. Boom! Fan-shaped orange flames erupted from his mouth, as if covering the sky and covering the sun, burning the sky above the entire Kawa no Kuni red. Such a large-scale ninjutsu, not to mention the country of Chuanzi, even the ninja coalition not far away can see it clearly. Then, what is that? Looks like fire-style ninjutsu. How is it possible? This range is too exaggerated. In the camp of the ninja coalition forces, all the ninjas looked at the country of Chuan, as if they saw a miracle. Danzo, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked softly with a slightly dignified expression. 0. Don't worry, Hiruzen. Waving his hand, Danzo sneered and said, it must be that Uchiha Wuyu already knew the news that our 5 major ninja nations have united, so he was bluffing there. Find more than a dozen Arankars to release ninjutsu, and we can easily do it here too. Relax. Heart, the country of Chuanzi has been a grasshopper after autumn, and it has been dancing for a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, and his dignified expression gradually eased. He felt that his best friend was right. Their side is the coalition of the 5 ninja nations, and there are more than 100 Arankars. No matter how powerful Uchiha Wuyu is, it is impossible to win. Compared to this kind of thing, let's draw up a route to attack the country of Kawa. Danzo greeted him, and the two sat down to the map on the table and began to study the battle plan. In the chat group, Sand Sculpture Group Leader, you really deserve to be Madara-san. Look at the flames and scale. Also, when did you learn the one-handed seal? Is it so awesome? Man with hairspray hands, you researched one-handed knuckles to match Arankar's high-speed combat style? That's a good idea, Madara. Mentally disabled female nerves, it's a pity that it's useless, Shisui clearly has nothing to do. Poisonous old fat, also, you can't say that. At least, the clothes were still burnt. That's right. Uchiha Madara's brute force did burn a few holes in Shisui's suit 1.4, but that's all. Mentally disabled female nerves, what is the use of burning clothes? Think. Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it anymore, the corner of his mouth twitched. Shut up, you mentally retarded. Akiya suddenly jumped into a rage, and her face flushed. UBD, you actually said that word that must never be said. You are finished, this goddess will never forgive you. I want to curse you for being killed by that guy named Uchiha Wuyu, caught in the dungeon and put on 99 different poses, every day besides being fed by him is FG. Hint, mentally disabled female nerves were banned by the group leader for 10,859 minutes. Chapter 62. Hashirama's padded jacket? The man with the hairspray hand. Poisonous old fat, pft, ha 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 ha. Hint, the mentally handicapped female nerve was lifted by the group leader. Mentally disabled female nerves, what are you doing, group leader? Where did they provoke you? If you are so good, give them a ban. Kazuma Jayakashiba laughed so hard that she sent a message, that's right. Akiya-sama is obviously cursing Madara-san for being caught in a dungeon by that Uchiha Wuyu to play in the prison play. Why did you silence him? The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched, but he didn't have time to pay attention now. His battle with Shisui had been fought from the sky to the ground. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, in order to create a healthy and good communication environment in this group, from today onwards, texts with asterisks are not allowed. This group owner will be banned if caught, hereby notify. Mentally disabled female nerves, Overlord Clause, you are Overlord Clause. Living in this world, shouldn't everyone be able to speak freely? Do you understand what freedom of speech is? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I can still distinguish between freedom of speech and hooliganism. Poison tongue old 30 fat, oh, you can still talk about imprisoned play, right? The corners of Wu Yu's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath. I advise you to make mouse tail juice, don't make trouble. This Shi Yu-chan has really become more and more skinny recently. Boom. A loud bang interrupted the conversation of the group members. On the screen in the live broadcast room, Shisui's entire body was smashed into the mountains. Gravel splashed and smoke filled the air. Of course, Uchiha Madara would not let go of this opportunity, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Fire style fire lost. Boom! A meteorite-like fireball spewed out from Uchiha Madara's mouth and shot straight at Shisui's location. The terrifying fireball hit the mountain directly, and the flames soared into the sky, enveloping the entire mountain range. After a while, the flame gradually disappeared. The original lush forest land, only a piece of bare hills remained. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Tisk. Set fire to the bottom of the prison to sit and wear. Madara-san, you can't do this. Mentally disabled female nerves, the most important thing is that after burning the mountain, it may be useless. As if to confirm what Aqua said, Shisui suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. The long knife in his hand shone coldly, and slashed straight towards Madara's right shoulder. Click! The long knife was blocked by Jean Blue's skeleton arm, and the blade was embedded in it. Oh, Susanoo! Shisui curled up his mouth and chuckled, Uchiha Madara, you really don't seem to understand Arankar's fighting style. Scoff! Uchiha Madara's eyes were fixed, and he just watched the opponent's blade cut through Susanoo's body like butter. Boom! Susanoo shattered, and Uchiha Madara's body was far away from Shisui's sword light. Scarlet's pupils glanced at his right shoulder, and a scratch was clearly visible. Use the ninja's experience in fighting against the enemy to deal with Arankar, you will suffer. Uchiha Shisui's smile is still bright, but the tattered hollows on his body are a bit funny. It's true that I underestimated you. Uchiha Madara raised her eyebrows and said, let's ask, how many Arankars like you are there in your country of Sichuan? Ah, my strength is only so-so in Kawa no Kuni. Shisui took off the black gloves on his hands, and showed the numbers on the back of his hands to Uchiha Madara. Barely fourth in the Espada. What? Uchiha Madara was taken aback, with a look of disbelief. Poisonous old man? Mentally disabled female nerves, hey? Espada? I remember it too. God! This Uchiha Wuyu not only made Arankar, but also copied Aizen your Espada? The man with hairspray hands, I really didn't expect to see a familiar existence in the ninja world. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, from this point of view, the leader of the Sichuan kingdom is definitely a time traveler. And he must have seen Shinigami, otherwise he would not have made anything. Poisonous old fat, if it doesn't work, just withdraw, Madara-san. It feels a little bad. Uchiha Madara also felt that it was not good. The fourth in Espada has such strength, how strong is the first three? If these people do not speak martial arts and come to fight, he may really be in trouble. To be cautious, he should retreat now. But he has already launched a live broadcast, if he just retreats in such a desperate manner, Uchiha Madara will lose face? Speaking of which, it's what surprised me. Just when Uchiha Madara was in a dilemma, Shisui put on his gloves again, and said with a smile, a real Arankar like you doesn't seem to be a defective product of the 5 great nations. I wonder how you obtained this power. It has nothing to do with you. Of course, it was impossible for Uchiha Madara to disclose the existence of the chat group to the other party. That's a pity. Shisui sighed, holding the handle of the knife with his right hand. Our leader said that if you answer honestly, you can be captured alive. But now, Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted, and he felt the Ryutsu all over the opponent begin to compress. Crush him, Grey Falcon! Boom! The tyrannical Ryutsu soared into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were stirred up by the force of this Ryutsu. But soon, Shisui restrained his escaping Ryutsu, and did not allow it to extend toward the periphery without 360 degrees. After returning to the blade, his form also changed dramatically. 2 steel-like wings spread out from behind, and a bony mask in the shape of an eagle appeared on his forehead, stuck above his mouth, covering his eyes and nose like a solid helmet. Man with hairspray hands, Madara, I advise you to return to the blade now. Seeing the message from Aizen, Uchiha Madara still hesitated. At this moment, Shisui's eagle-like right claw had already grabbed his shoulder, and directly dragged him away from the ground he was standing on. The whistling wind sounded in my ears, and the surrounding scene was blurred for a while. Uchiha Madara's eyes were wide open, his expression was horrified, he didn't even have any sense just now. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had come to the coastal waters of the Land of Fire. Zero. Shisui spat out his lips, his voice a little cadenced. The dark red light spots are absorbed like particles and converge at the tip of Shisui's claws. Boom! The entire sea area is filled with red light. Like a nuclear explosion, a large mushroom cloud rose from the originally calm sea. The tyrannical air waves are layered on top of each other, rushing and surging towards the surroundings. Crash! In an instant, the sea water poured back, and huge waves churned. Chapter 63. Mentally disabled female nerve? Poison tongue, Madara-san? Madara-san. Mentally disabled female nerve, it's over, it's over. This guy, won't he hang up? What should we do? What should we do? Read a resurrection spell for him? Although Akiya has various problems and is not very smart, she is still very kind by nature. Even though she quarreled with Uchiha Madara from time to time, and was occasionally pd off by the other party, she never thought about letting Madara die. Anyway, they are also my group of friends. If this really died, it would be too sad. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akiya, I think your resurrection spell should be useless to the ninja world. Hairspray Hand Man, different worlds have different world laws. Mentally disabled female nerve, well, what should I do then? How about I try to summon him as a reincarnator? It doesn't seem to work either, my authority can only be applied to the island nation. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, up to now, we can only set up a monument to Madara-san with grief. Then set up 10 tables and 8 tables of banquets, and invite relatives and friends to have a meal. Mentally disabled female nervous, banquet. We hold a banquet when the group of friends die? Is there such a custom? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, this is the only thing we can do for Madara-san, alas. At that time, engrave a ninja revolutionist on his inscription, so that his wish can be fulfilled in another world. Poisonous old fat, pft. Don't want to laugh, but can't help it. God, the ninja world changer, the ninja clown, right. It's just being played as a clown. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Shi-Yu-chan, you can't do this. Our friend Madara-san has just been buried in the ground, and his bones are not cold. You, how can you just laugh out loud like this? After sending the message, Wu Yu felt a certain hand slide down from her belly very skillfully, which made her startled. He looked up at Kushina who was sitting on his left leg. This elder sister still had a face as if nothing had happened, staring at the curtain in front of her as if nothing had happened. Hiss! Wu Yu took a deep breath immediately, and began to climb the rock with her palm along her waist. After a while, her pretty face began to flush. She turned her head slightly and gave him a blank look. That look was not angry, but provocative. Good guy, Wu Yu couldn't bear it anymore. The intensity began to increase, and Kushina's body could be clearly felt to vibrate unconsciously. This also made Konan who was sitting on Wu Yu's other leg feel something. Turning his head with a little doubt, his whole face gradually turned blood red. In a panic, I didn't dare to look anymore. Poisonous old fat, I just laughed, not like someone, have you already used a special way to celebrate? So, how on earth did she know? Wu Yu felt that this was so amazing, did this Shi-Yu-chan really have a telepathic connection with her? No. She obviously didn't feel that way, so it was one-sided? Thinking this way in her heart, it is impossible for Yunyu to admit, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Poisonous old man, hat. Crash. On the screen, the surging tide began to dissipate. Shisui stood with his feet in the air, his wings waving slowly. The pair of eagle eyes stared at the sea level, and said softly, "Did you use Zero to offset my damage at the critical moment? You really deserve to be Uchiha Madara in Legendary." Uchiha Madara, with wet hair, slowly emerged from the horizon, in a mess. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart, only a few strands of cloth remained, and he was holding the handle of the knife in his right hand. Mentally disabled female nerve, "Hey? You are not dead?" Poison-tongued old man, as expected of Madara-san. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "I knew that nothing would happen to us, Madara-san. After all, this is Madara-san. The future of the ninja world depends on him, how could he just let go?" Mentally disabled female nerve, "But didn't you just prepare the inscription and banquet?" Sand Sculpture Group Leader, "Madara-san." Chong Duck. Mentally disabled female nerve, "Hey, don't ignore me." Uchiha Madara didn't care about the quarrel of the group members, he just stared at Shisui in the sky. How many years ago, how many years has he Uchiha Madara not felt this way? Even when facing Senju Hashirama back then, he was at least 50/50ths with the opponent instead of being beaten like a dog like he is now. "I can't stand it, I can't stand this kind of thing." The anger in Uchiha Madara's heart rolled, and the air pressure around her body began to twist and compress sharply. The sea level under the feet was windless and automatic, and the sea water violently separated towards the two sides, forming a huge uzumaki with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Poisonous old fat, wow, Madara-san is planning to return to Blade? Looking forward to it. Mentally disabled female nerves, heh, let me show you what your return to Blade form looks like. Wu Yu and Aizen didn't send a message, but they were all staring at the live broadcast room in front of them. Choke. The blade of Uchiha Madara hanging from his waist was pulled out, holding the handle of the knife with his right hand, and caressing the blade with his left hand. His face was solemn and his eyes were sharp. Mentally disabled female nerve, "Hey? The guy with red eyes, what is that on your chest?" Akiya sent a message out of the blue, and the aura of Uchiha Madara was released immediately. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he did not maintain his posture of preparing to return to the blade, but instead pulled the rags on his body, as if trying to cover his chest. But because the movement range was too large, the cloth strip was directly torn apart with a. The chest, which was half hidden before, was suddenly exposed. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Poisonous old fat? Mentally disabled female nerves, this, well done, this is. The man with the hairspray hand. Uchiha Madara was holding half of the cloth and was stunned in place, with a very stiff expression. His face was blue and white for a while, changing constantly. Stretching out his hand tremblingly, he wanted to cover his chest, but he seemed to feel that doing so was a bit too deliberate, so he could only pretend to be nonchalant and bow back. But this is obviously trying to cover up the truth, and it has no effect at all. Mentally handicapped female nerves, my god, my god. Poisonous old fatty, unexpectedly, it can still be like this? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, it's unimaginable, it's really unimaginable. This wave is so magically operated, okay, how did Madara find you? All the team members were staring at Uchiha Madara's chest in the live broadcast room. A Hashirama face wearing a white bone mask was lying there quietly, very eye-catching. Chapter 64. Uchiha Madara didn't answer, or he couldn't answer any questions at all now. The whole person trembled and swayed, as if his heart and soul had received a huge shock. Shisui, who was standing opposite him, also had a shocked expression at the moment. Uchiha Madara's Arankarized gesture completely exceeded his expectations. That face is obviously Shodai, right? He has seen it many times at Hokage Rock in Konoha, so he is very familiar with it. But why? Why does Shodai's face grow on Uchiha Madara's chest? And it's an Arankarized form wearing a mask? What's going on here? Shisui was a little dazed, but when he heard a bang, Uchiha Madara's body suddenly turned around and disappeared in place. Reminder: Hashirama's little padded jacket closed the live broadcast room. The live broadcast lasted 60 minutes and the number of viewers was 4. A total of 240 points were awarded to the host. Mentally disabled female nerves? What's the situation? Why did you download it? Stop playing? Poisonous old fatty, how can I fight this way? I can't beat it at all. Zaya's Hikihoshiu's expression is similar to Shisui's at the moment, which is also quite unbelievable. Who would have imagined that Uchiha Madara's Arankarized features would appear on Senju Hashirama's face 440, which shocked her for a whole year. Fantastic! This is really amazing. Not to mention her, even Aizen, who has always been calm, was stunned and had an incredible expression at the moment. Senju Hashirama's face will appear on Uchiha Madara's body, which is formed because he transplanted Hashirama cells. But now he is a soul body. Arankar in the soul body, why does the face of Senju Hashirama appear on the chest? And this face replaced his own face and became an Arankarized feature? It's just amazing. The most important thing is that this Arankarization feature is actually different from Arankar in the traditional sense. All other Arankars are rough and full of wild sensuality. Uchiha Madara this Arankarization. Can you imagine a man as big as Senju Hashirama wearing a wreath crown and 2 long tentacles growing on his forehead? It's no wonder that Uchiha Madara didn't dare to show it to others, and it's no wonder that he hesitated when he asked Uchiha Madara to return to the blade. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, damn, even if you win the battle, you will die socially. Wu Yu who sent out this, message, even Kakuzu's mouth is stiff at the moment. Numb. He is completely numb now. Originally, he sent Shisui there just to force out Uchiha Madara's return blade, to see what it was like. As a result, Guiren didn't see it, but he blasted out his strange Arankar. He looked up at the curtain hanging on the wall, monitoring the situation where the bacteria could still be transmitted back to Uchiha Madara. He was sitting in some dark burrow, facing the wall in silence. This wave of direct social death, I am afraid that the ancestor of Madara will not dare to come out to meet people for a while. Wu Yu sighed helplessly, pulled her palm out of Kushina's clothes, and turned off the screen. Forget it, let him be quiet for a while. Mentally disabled female nerves, hey, the guy with red eyes is not online anymore? Pooh, do you feel that your state is embarrassing? Poisonous old fat. Does Master Akiya feel ashamed? Mentally disabled female nerve, I think it's okay, I've seen many creatures with weirder shapes than him. Have you ever heard of a reformed demon? That kind of monster is so ruthless that it even puts its own balls on its forehead. Poisonous old man? Zaya's Hikihoshiu didn't even dare to make up the picture, she was afraid that she would be mentally polluted. Hairspray hand man. Aizen is a bit speechless, so he doesn't quite understand the meaning of that form. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hey, so ruthless. Mentally disabled female nerves, there are even more powerful ones, such as the infinitely proliferating beasts in the abyss, the limb suture monster, even the big devil probably doesn't want to provoke them. Not to mention the big devil, their war goddesses in the heavens will walk around when they encounter such creatures. It's not because of how strong this monster is, but because it's afraid of being disgusted to death. Poisonous old fat, if I didn't know you well, I would have thought you were from the Thulhu mythology. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, laughing, Thulhu has to kneel down and call Big Sister when he meets my Akiya-sama. Otherwise, they won't be able to be this god. Are you joking about being the goddess of wisdom? Poisonous old fat, I have to admit, you are right. Akiya, the goddess of wisdom, is famous all over the world, and she is so terrifying. Mere Thulhu is nothing. Mentally disabled female nerves, you are satirizing this goddess, don't you think I can't hear it? Apologies, apologize to me quickly. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, busy business, farewell. After closing the chat group, Wu Yu glanced at the empty office and got up slowly. Several mothers have already left work to pick up their children, and Conan has to go back to the interrogation room to arrange reform labor for his teacher. Since Jiraiya committed a crime in their country of Sichuan, they have to follow the rules of their country of Sichuan. Conan will not bend the law for personal gain because the other party is his teacher, and his focus is on fairness and justice. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and Wu Yu already knew who it was, and said softly, "Please come in, Mrs. Masaki." "Really?" Kurosaki Masaki stepped into the door, smiling like a flower, and said, "I'm back, little master. Miss me?" He held 2 bags full of ingredients in his hand. It wasn't Wu Yu who ordered her to go grocery shopping, but Mrs. Masaki wanted to go to the market herself. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable just hanging around in Hagyaku all the time. "Ma'am, please don't make such a joke, or I will take it seriously." The two are getting to know each other well now, and Wu Yu is not as restrained as before. "I will let you wear a maid outfit to work in the future, are you afraid?" The little master is really embarrassing. She is already a mother of 3 children, and she still wants to let her wear a maid outfit. "Do you know her size?" "That kind of thing, I can see through it with my eyes." "I see. Uchiha's Sharingan can still be used like this." "It has nothing to do with Sharingan, I am very talented. Others can't learn it." "Ah, that's really amazing." The little master used to see with his eyes. "I thought he was secretly taking measurements at night." Wu Yu was choked up suddenly, thinking that Mrs. Masaki obviously cared about something. But before he could respond, the other party quickly got into Hagyaku again. Sure enough, she was awake that day. Chapter 65. Early morning. Wu Yu yawned and sat at his desk, browsing the documents sent to him by Uchiha Mikoto. Most of them are the profit and loss reports of various industrial chains in the Kawa no Kak, and most of them are on the passing line of small profits, which is much worse than last month. I can also understand. After all, the kingdom of Sichuan can now be regarded as the public enemy of the ninja world. Although the 5 major countries cannot completely give up their dependence on the products of the kingdom of Sichuan, the reduction in orders is inevitable. Wu Yu had expected this a long time ago, so she didn't find it strange. But even though most commodity orders are plummeting, some orders are rising instead of falling. For example, Sichuan Weijiu, Sichuan wine, and Sichuan milk. Especially milk. Since Nagato entered the milk workshop in the country of Kawa, their milk production has increased 8 times within a month. Such an astonishing statistic, even Wu Yu felt inconceivable. Until the day before yesterday, after he personally visited the milking process, he finally understood the reason. Rin-Egan, it can be used to do this kind of thing. This is really a road that has never been imagined. I don't seem to see Mrs. Rina today. Mrs. Mikoto's inquiry interrupted Wu Yu's thoughts. She is not in good health and asked for leave today. Ask for leave? Humph, Rina was overpowered by this guy. Kushina, who was leaning on the sofa, exposed the truth, and said with a light smile, I don't even know how to be sympathetic to Jade at 10 o'clock. Sister-in-law is obviously contributing to the flames, right? Wu Yu retorted unhappily. Kushina turned her head and refused to admit it. Who told you to treat me like that first? Can't I get revenge? How bad, to have her use returning blade form while doing something like that. Common form isn't enough, is it? Transforming yourself into Arankar is just for this. You three. Mikoto felt a big shock inside. She knew that Rina, Kushina, and Conan had already cooked with the young leader, but she didn't expect to be able to play like this. For a conservative traditional woman like her, the truth is a bit subverted. Ahem. Wu Yu coughed twice, and quickly explained, Mrs. Mikoto, don't think about it, we are just playing poker. What else could Mikoto say, as if they were playing poker? Kushina rolled her eyes speechlessly. What are you still covering up at this time? Who in this office doesn't know your tricks, and according to this situation, their 3-person team may soon become 4. Kushina glanced at Mrs. Mikoto, who was blushing, with playful eyes. But she knew that her best friend's heart had already started to grow a little under the meticulous care of a certain young man. As long as there is the right time, it will happen when conditions are ripe. This situation is similar to her own at that time. As for why there are 4 people and not 5 people, because Konan is not good enough for the time being, and his skin is too thin. She passed out immediately after trying it that day. Her endurance has to be strengthened step by step. Uchiha Mikoto is different. Although he has a conservative and traditional character, there is a kind of repressed madness in his bones. Kushina, a best friend and former teammate, has seen her before. So she has no doubt that the other party will definitely join their poker team soon. Of course Wu Yu didn't know what her elder sister was thinking at the moment, and she was focusing on the group chat interface in front of her. Brother Za just posted a plan, and the ceremony of jingling court will be held. Shiba-chan Aquasama is talking in that. Poisonous old fat, listen to me, what kind of courageous ghost house is definitely not allowed? Mentally handicapped female nerves, why? They came up with such a hard decision, why do you deny them? It's jealousy, you are jealous that someone has such a good proposal, right? Poisonous old fat, I am indeed jealous. But I am not jealous of your proposal, but just jealous of your wisdom. After all, she is the goddess of wisdom, Aquasama of heavenly blue. Mentally disabled female nerves, UBD Axia. Poisonous old fat, let me ask you, where is jingling court? Mentally disabled female nerves, humph, isn't it the place where the so-called Shinigami live? So-called Shinigami and not real Shinigami. Although Akia didn't mention it in the group, he still has a lot of disdain for the Shinigami in Jingling Ting. Not even a scythe, what a shit Shinigami. Poisonous old fat, what is Shinigami? Retarded female nerves, dead souls gain Ryatsu, then awaken Zanpakut. Poisonous old man, it seems that you understand the point, dead souls. To put it bluntly, they are ghosts. You let a group of ghosts go to the ghost house to test their courage? 0. Kazuma Jayakashiwa couldn't even imagine how embarrassing it would be. Mentally disabled female nerves, heck, I didn't think of this. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, yes, Shiwa-chan, please forgive me a little. If you want to change to common people, I am afraid that this proposal will not be thought of in 10 years. But if it is Akia-sama, it can be forgiven. Man with hairspray, indeed. Poisonous old fat, that's right, I'm asking too much of Mr. Aku. Mentally disabled female nerve, you. Akia's entire Shendo was stunned. These people are just ganging up to bully her. Is this reasonable? She is dignified and intelligent. The goddess of water has fallen to this place? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, would you like to add a maid cafe project? Poisonous old fat? Mentally retarded girl, pft. Maid cafe at Soul Society? You guys are kidding. This is not a good idea at all, worse than my proposal. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, why not? Does anyone stipulate that Soul Society cannot have maids? Drinking tea is fine, drinking coffee is evil? Poisonous old fat, it's not impossible, but I always feel. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, doesn't conform to the tradition of the Soul Society era? But don't you think the constraints of the era should be broken? The Soul Society has been stagnant and decayed for too long, it's time to play something new. In addition, when is the festival? Mentally disabled female nerve? Poisonous old fat, you are the CO author and want to play, right? Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu's mouth twitched, she thought the other party was making a serious proposal. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, there is no other way, Axia, you don't wear a maid outfit to show me.
Then I can only think of other ways. Poisonous old fat, go to hell, let your idol group wear it for you to see. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's face was blushing, and he muttered that this BD didn't even have a confession, so he really dared to think about it. Go dreaming, a fool will cooperate with him. Kazuma Jayaka, are these the things you plan to bring to the ninja world? Well, they are all daily necessities. Ying Lily's voice came from behind, and Kazuma Jayaka Shiu instinctively responded. There was a moment of silence. Zayas Hikiyoshiu seemed to have just realized something, and suddenly turned around. She saw Ying Lily holding a black and white maid outfit in her hand, which spread out in front of her eyes. So, this is also the meaning of daily life. Chapter 66. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, oh. There are still 2 months left for the Jinglingting Festival, so we should be able to catch up. Wu Yu and Aizen have done experiments with timers before, and the time flow gap between the Shinigami world and the ninja world is not very big. The 2 months over there are roughly equivalent to about 65 days here. The 65 days are probably free for him, and he can take a good stroll in the Shinigami world. Mentally disabled female nerves, Aizen, do you really want to submit the project of this maid cafe? The old man of your chief will not agree to it, right? The man with hairspray, Captain Yamamoto, is indeed a bit pedantic, but his pedantry is only aimed at the hard rules of the Soul Society. What are hard rules? It is also very simple to say, such as the absolute law enforcement power of Central 46, and the regulations of the Soul Society formulated by him on the February 57th. These are all rigid rules. Old Man Shan himself will not violate it, nor will the Shinigami of Godai 13 violate it. Ceremony obviously does not belong to the scope of this. In the eyes of Old Man Shan, it is young people's play. He himself may not like these human things, but he will not force other Shinigami to follow the rules. This point may not be obvious in Shinigami's works, but in fact Shinigami are not a product of backward times. They also read comics, watch movies, play games, and occasionally travel to this world. Poison tongue old fat you pervert. BD. S**X maniac. Xiao's Hikiyoshiu's sudden wave of abuse, not to mention Wu Yu, even Akia was a little confused. Hey? Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Poisonous old fat, it's nothing, I just want to scold you. Now I am much more comfortable, if you are not convinced and want to scold me back, it is fine. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, how could it be, how could I be willing to scold Axia? We have known each other since I was 8 years old, and now 5 years of ups and downs, I have already regarded you as my family. How are you willing to scold you? Zayas Hikiyoshiu's face was on fire, and his heart was pounding. But of course it is impossible for her to show it, pretending to be disdainful. Do you think such provocative words can move me? Quickly put away your disgusting face, goosebumps will rise from hearing it. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, how can this be sensational? I am telling the truth. I love you, Axia. Boom. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's heart beat suddenly, as if being shot by the arrow of the god of love. Today, she was finally confessed by this BD. Damn it, this wooden man. He chose this moment, and it was so sudden. She didn't have the slightest psychological defense at all, this is too foul. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's heartbeat fluctuated violently, feeling that the women's dressing room where she was located was filled with ambiguous pink. At this moment, she even felt that she had no regrets in her life. Mentally handicapped female nerves, hey, it's so nasty. Can you stop doing this? Akia rubbed her arm, only to feel goosebumps all over the floor. But at the same time, I'm a little upset, this guy is clearly a paladin who canonized himself. Did you tell yourself that it's okay to fall in love? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I'm sorry, Master Aqua. But I really can't bear it now. My feelings for Shiwa-chan are so strong and pure, just like an old father treats his daughter. Poisonous old fat? Zaya's Hikihoshiu's originally sweet and joyful expression froze suddenly, and the smile that curled up at the corner of his mouth also became very stiff. Like a jerky clown who's just been recruited into a circus. Mentally disabled female nerves, pfft, ha 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 ha. The man with hairspray, sure enough. Aizen showed the expected expression and pushed the glasses on his face. He knew Wu Yu quite well, so he naturally knew that the other party's words were to avenge the previous crush. But from the perspective of an outsider, what this guy is doing now is like throwing a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds, and the gain outweighs the gain. Wrong. Seriously speaking, it's not a mistake. In another sense, this kind of interaction can also be regarded as flirting between lovers, right? Poison tongue old fat at, UBD. Wife accusation. Die pervert. Die. Turning off the group chat interface in front of me, Kazuma Jayakashiya felt that her chest was about to explode with anger. 0. What is the arrow of Eros? What is ambiguous? What is red? Go to Nyang. The owner of this dog group is a simple dog. He doesn't understand the heart of a girl at all. Picking up the sports bag on the chair, Kazuma Jayakashiya stood up angrily and left the dressing room. Wait for me, Kazumi Hill. Seeing her unhesitating posture, Ying Lily trotted to keep up. What's the matter with you? Why did you get angry all of a sudden? Am I getting angry? Kazuma Jayakashiya turned her gaze to her, and the scarlet pupils shone with a strange light. Hey, the Sharingans are out. Ying Lily said with cold sweat on her forehead, her mouth twitching, I have no doubt now that you might kill someone. Kazumi Hill Shiu's back was filled with black air, and he said coldly, first kill all the pervert wives in this world who don't understand the hearts of girls, what do you think? I think you should calm down. Ying Lily swallowed carefully, she felt that the killing intent of the girl in front of her was serious. Also, what is a pervert who doesn't know the heart of a girl? I don't know where to complain about the scope of your enemy's search. I'm very calm now, calmly looking forward to the end of the world. Is it the end of the world that you made yourself? 9th. How is it possible? I'm not a world-destroying demon king. As he spoke, Zaya's Hikihoshiu's eyes suddenly turned to the right corner. A Jean blue arm holding a lightsaber suddenly condensed on her body, slashing towards that direction. Boom! The entire concrete road was directly cut with a terrifying knife mark tens of meters long, and the green belt trees on both sides were neatly broken into several pieces under the turbulent knife gang. Rocks splashed everywhere, sleepy debris flew. Megami Kato, who has short black hair with head to ear, stares at the light knife parked in front of her nose, and then turns her gaze to the red pair of Sharingan of the girl with long black hair, and swallows lightly. There seems to be something wrong with this Zaya's Hikihoshiu. Chapter 67. Dessert shops along the street. Kazuma Jayakashiwa, Irari, and Kato Megami sat at the long table, and the atmosphere was a little dignified. Are you kidding me? Ying Lily stared at Kato Hui with disbelief on her face and said, you actually said that you died once and came back? How is this possible? I'm so sorry. Megami Kato held the mug in both hands and said softly, I also hope I'm joking. She can still recall the pain when her body was annihilated before she died, and her whole body trembled unconsciously. There are many miraculous things in this world. Kazuma Jayakashiwa interrupted Ying Lily's words, and said softly, rebirth after death does not mean that it is impossible. Because there are chat groups, and even the person I like is a time traveler, so Zaya's Hikihoshiu has a strong ability to accept. And the current Kato Megami probably doesn't know herself and Irari, but the other party knows them both very well, which is unreasonable. They really met after and Yulun also invited them to join the game club and became B0. This world is really amazing. Kato Megami took a breath and slowly raised his head. I even doubt. Senior sister, are you the senior sister I remember? Oh.
Zayas Hikyoshi raised her eyebrows when she heard the meaning behind her words. The me in your original memory is different from now. It's completely different. Megami Kato covered her forehead with her left hand, her face full of confusion. Sharingan, Susanoo or something. Even when she was reborn, she felt that this thing was too outrageous. This is the ability in the anime, she has seen the Hokage ninja too. Why do people in real life have such power? Is this also the power of inheritance? It shouldn't be possible. According to her memories before her rebirth, it will take some time before the opening of the gate to another world for the first time. And the light of inheritance will only appear after the fourth gate to another world is opened. The timing doesn't match up at all. The most important thing is that even if the professions and skills in the light of inheritance are all kinds of strange things, they should follow certain rules. How could they be so random? What kind of occupational skills are Sharingan and Susanoo? Ninjas? The same ninjas as before? Then why does her ninja only have such skills as breath concealment, flaw attack, and action acceleration? Kato Megami didn't believe that the light of inheritance would engage in this kind of differential treatment, so the problem still lies with Kazuma Jayaka Shiwa in front of him. This senior is supposed to be hiding some secret, right? Zayas Hikyoshi didn't know that Megami Kato had so many thoughts in her mind at this moment, and she had already opened the chat group at this time. Poison tongue old fat at, hello. Although you are still angry with someone, after all, the matter is important, and it is not the time to play petty temper. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Axia, you are finally online. Life without you is too difficult, do you know how I have spent this period of time? Living room at home. Wu Yu is opening her mouth, enjoying Mrs. Masaki's feeding service. On today's rest day, Miyuki's mother took Chuan to the market early in the morning to go shopping. I heard that there is a new batch of Chuanbao skin cream on the shelves, which has been well received in the circle of big sisters and little aunts, and Miyuki's mother is also very interested in it. I was even afraid that I would not be able to grab the goods if I moved too slowly, and I didn't even have time to make breakfast. No way, Wu Yu can only trouble Mrs. Masaki. Juzenza volunteered to cook, but Wu Yu resolutely refused. The meal she cooked can't be said to be dark cuisine, it can only be said to be edible if you bite the bullet. This is not survival in the wilderness, of course Wu Yu will not wrong herself. A sister was very angry about this, and decided not to accompany him, a big pig's trotter, but to accompany her son. Wu Yu mourns Naruto. He probably knew that sister's so-called accompanying her son actually wanted her son to try the dishes for her. But for cooking, you still need a little bit of talent. Kushina's talent is clearly not in this. Compared with his elder sister, Mrs. Masaki's cooking can really shine. Even simple ingredients can make super delicious dishes. This culinary skill is even stronger than that of Miyuki sauce, which is somewhat useless and even wants to hire her to be her own exclusive cook. In the end, I gave up this idea, because Miyuki would be sad if she really wanted to do this. It's good to steal it occasionally. Poison-tongued old fat, hee hee. Clothes come out, hands eat, mouths open, and someone warms the bed at night. Do you call this hard? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, I think you misunderstood me. I'm not such a corrupt person, really. If you don't believe me, I swear on my ancestors. Zayas Hikyoshi rolled her eyes. Your ancestor already wanted to call you father, so please let him go. Mentally disabled female nerves, hey. What happened to your ancestor? Why did he want to call you daddy? Akia was a little confused about the relationship here, and felt a little convoluted. Poisonous old fat, the grave was almost collapsed by him. Mentally disabled female nerve? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough. Don't listen to Asya's nonsense, she is still angry. I only have respect and admiration for my ancestors. In my eyes, my ancestors are like the light in the dark, he is the master of my journey. Mentally disabled female nerve, ah, is that so? Akia always felt a little weird, this tone seemed a little familiar. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I swear in the name of my ancestors, it is absolutely true. Poisonous old man, stop talking nonsense, I have something serious to discuss with you. Business? Wu Yu raised her 790 eyebrows and sat up straight. He knew Zaya's Uchiha very well, if it wasn't something important, he would never use this tone. But what business can be done in the daily world of the passerby heroine? Curiosity arose in his heart. Wu Yu opened his mouth and bit down the steamed bun that Mrs. Masaki handed him, and sent a message, say it. Poison tongue old fat, rebirth after death and return to the past, have you heard of this? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, reborn? There are a lot of such existences in online novels, and there are reborn people on your side? Poisonous old fat, you know me, Kato Megami. Mentally disabled female nerve? Hairspray hand man? Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Wu Yu was stunned, with an incredulous expression on his face. Saint Megami? Reborn? Is this something wrong? The so-called reborn people usually have strong regrets and unwillingness, and they go back to the past with their memories to make up for these regrets. And in the story of the passerby heroine, Shangren Hui is clearly the winner in life, right? Successively overthrew her childhood sweetheart Eri and her senior sister Kazuma Jayakashiwa, and became the true heroine. Where does such a penultimate achievement come from, such regrets and unwillingness? Is it really like what netizens cursed in the previous life? A Nulun is actually a useless eunuch, and their lives are not harmonious after marriage? Wu Yu fell into deep thought. Chapter 68. Possible. Wu Yu subconsciously stretched out her hand to the leg beside her, rubbing it back and forth a few times. If you think about it this way, it seems to be a possibility. Empathy. As a normal man, when there are many cute little flowers that have a crush on him, would he choose to pick only one of them? The answer is naturally impossible, most of them will choose to own the whole garden. An Yulun was also different, but he only chose a little flower like a sage. As a result, many netizens also had doubts about him, is it useless? Wu Yu had doubts like this back then. Obviously, Mrs. Yuriko is so cute, it would be too much to just pursue Shengrenhui. Now that Shengrenhui has become a reborn person, this suspicion should be considered solid, right? Otherwise there is no way to explain it. It can't be because the world of the passerby heroine suddenly came with a high energy descending, turning from daily life into a battle scene. Then Megami Kato witnessed the tragic death of his best friend and the fall of the island country, and he was reborn after death because he was unwilling? Pfft, that's not even written in novels. Only fools would believe it. Little master, are you helping me measure the size again? Mrs. Masaki's gentle voice sounded. Wu Yu froze for a moment, turned her head a little stiffly, and looked at the position where her hand was placed. This. Did you get the data? Mrs. Masaki smiled with her eyes narrowed, and she didn't seem very angry. It needs to be measured accurately. Well, I'll try my best. Wu Yu said cheekily without taking back her hand after thinking about it. Mrs. Masaki didn't speak anymore. She picked up another bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Wu Yu maintained this posture and continued to watch the group chat. Poisonous old fat, I also found it hard to believe it at first, but I found that she really knew me and Ying Lily very well. Mentally disabled female nerves, reborn, I seem to have heard of such an existence. It is said that there was a brave man from Otherworld who returned from crusade against monsters and was not rewarded. Instead, he was imprisoned by the princess of the kingdom and tortured day and night in the dungeon. Overwhelmed and reborn after death, the first thing to do is to avenge the kingdom and the princess. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, you are a little familiar with the plot, so it must be stick brave, right? Mentally disabled female nerves, what kind of bravery? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, he is a brave man who uses sticks to break through the world, referred to as stick brave. Can be long or short, can bend and stretch. The strong group, even the monster mother can't handle it. Mentally disabled female nerve? Poisonous old fat, bah, your pervert is really full of yellow trash. Zayas Hikiyoshiu obviously understood the meaning of this so-called stick bravery. Sand sculpture group leader, Asya, in fact, my mind is full of you. Poisonous old fat, get out. She will not be fooled anymore, she has grown up. It is clear that this guy is not talking about love at all, he just wants to compare himself to pornographic trash. Hairspray hand man, didn't Megami Kato tell you the reason for rebirth? Poisonous old fat, no, she probably doesn't know. It is to die in the Big Bang, and then wake up and go back to the past. Mizuki was stunned for a moment, and the hand on Mrs. Masaki's lap also stopped. What? What the hell is the Big Bang? Is my analysis wrong? Akiya also showed a surprised expression on her face. Big Bang? I thought. Poisonous old fat, why? Mentally disabled female nerves, I thought that Anulun was also a useless eunuch, so Kaishin Kato was born again because of unwillingness. How could it be a Big Bang? Really strange. Click. Uchiha felt as if struck by lightning, and this Akiya actually thought of herself together? How could this happen? How could a mere Akiya be able to synchronize her thinking with her own? Something is wrong with this Aqua. Poisonous old fat, why do you think so? Mentally disabled female nerves, if I were a man, I wouldn't just choose Megami Kato. Just pick a small flower in such a big garden? Oh, how is it possible? Anulun would also choose this way, it must be because he is not a normal man. Poison tongue old fat, as a woman, is it really good to think so? Zayas Hikiyoshiu's expression was a bit complicated, she thought of the behavior of a certain dog group leader. This guy is not only picking small flowers, he even uproots the flowers' mothers. Sand sculpture group leader, that is to say, Master Akiya. Your thinking is really wrong. Maybe Lunyekun only likes the sage Hui, and has no interest in other people? And because of the disharmony of married life, he is unwilling to be reborn. How is this possible? Poisonous old fat, I'm afraid only a fool would think so, right? Mentally disabled female nerves, shut up, I'm not an idiot. I'm just reasoning. Sand sculpture group leader, reasonable speculation and bold assumptions can indeed be counted as reasoning. Poisonous old fat? Sand sculpture group leader, what's wrong? Poisonous old fat, you actually agree with her? Sand sculpture group leader, not agreeing. I just think that although Aquasama guessed the facts wrong, there is nothing wrong with inferring things like this. We can't wantonly ridicule people just because of this. Poisonous old man, if I didn't know you quite well, I'm afraid I would have believed you. Zayas Hikiyoshiu showed a sneer expression on his face. Protecting Akiya like this, I'm afraid 80% is similar to Akiya's guess. I think that AI Lun is not good at that, so Megami Kato will be reborn unwillingly, right? It's outrageous. Shouldn't two people pay more attention to feelings when they are together? That kind of thing can only be regarded as an adjustment of feelings, how can it be so important? To be reborn unwillingly for this, how much desire is there? Zayas Hikiyoshiu's complexion complex, Wang's good, looked at Kato Megami in front of him, the girl is delicate and delicate, quiet and quiet, she is not the kind of person who is desperately looking forward to it, right? Sister, what's the matter? As if sensing Kazumajaya Kashiwa's gaze, Megami Kato asked Rei, tilting her head. A little. I have a more private question. Zayas Hikiyoshiu took a breath, and decided that it would be better to ask, she herself was quite curious. It's fine if you don't want to answer. You say. You and Anulun were together in the end, right? I just want to ask you, is the relationship between you relatively unharmonious? Senior sister even knows this kind of thing. Kato Hui opened his mouth slightly, with a surprised expression. Damn, it's still true. Zaya's Hikihoshiu's expression was even more exaggerated than hers, and she froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Chapter 69. Incredible. At this moment, Zaya's Hikihoshiu really felt a little unbelievable. She thought that Akia and Wio were just maliciously slandering her, but she didn't expect that it was actually hit by them. Not to mention Anulun, the gentle and quiet Megami Kato actually has such a side? Sure enough, it is impossible to really see through a certain person with only a small piece of memory. Reality is not a work of fiction. The bits and pieces of life will not be fully shown in the camera. AI Lun also may have some physical disabilities. Kato Megami may have really strong needs in certain aspects. It is impossible to record these. Memory does not represent a complete life. In fact, it's not just these two people, Zaya's Hikihoshiu himself is also the same. The memory of passerby heroine did not show that I liked a certain orientation of the game. Fortunately, I didn't show it, otherwise I would die. Withdrawing her thoughts, Zaya's Hikihoshiu took a breath. Sorry. I was just guessing, didn't expect. It's because of senior sister. Kato Megami said lightly. Ha. Anulun and I also became strangers in the end because of senior sister. To be precise, it was because of senior sister's death. Zaya's Hikihoshiu fell into a daze again. A few minutes later. I bought everything. Ying Lily walked over to 040 and put the packaging bag in her hand on the table. What are you talking about? Talking about my death. Xiao's Haikyu's face was complicated. The relationship is neither Ai Lun nor Kato Megami who needs too much. Is it because of his own death that they become discordant? What the hell? What a stomachache development. Hey! Ying Lily was stunned, her face full of astonishment. People like you will die? Then there will be no living people in the whole world in the future. To be precise, it should be that the senior in my memory will die. Kato Megami explained softly. The current senior is obviously not the Zaya's Hikihoshiu in her memory, she is very sure of this. After all, Susanoo. Expand and talk. Ying Lily's expression was full of curiosity. Just when Kato Megami opened her mouth to explain to her, Kazuma Jayakashiwa also repeated the fact that myself will die in the future in the chat group. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, killed by Nao Shinji? Who is this guy? Wyu searched through the memories of the passerby heroine again and again, but couldn't find the character corresponding to the name at all. Poisonous old fat, Anulun was also at the same table in elementary school, and Ying Lily also knew her. This Nao Shinji is possessed by a ghost from another world, and his consciousness has been eroded. Because Zaya's Hikihoshiu's future inheritance profession is a thunder magician, which has a restraint effect on ghost monsters, so the opponent will take advantage of her about to awaken and strike first. After listening to her description, Wyu scratched her chin speechlessly. Ghosts, thunder mages, monsters. You, a passerby heroine, are not serious in the world. He was still thinking that the daily show would not suddenly become a high-energy battle show, but he was instantly slapped in the face. Is the fool actually himself? The man with hairspray hands, is this a sudden change? Poison-tongue old man, the opening of the gate to another world is quite sudden, right? But according to Kato Megami, there are actually omens. But because the news was blocked, no one knew about it except the top leaders of various countries. Mentally disabled female nerves, why block the news? Poisonous old man, of course, he is afraid of causing social turmoil and chaos. But soon those monsters bloomed everywhere, and they couldn't be blocked anymore. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, those monsters are very powerful? Can't a modern army suppress them? Poisonous old fat, not really. The main reason is that after the door to another world is opened, a certain special position will appear in the radiation area. In addition to firearms that can still be used, modern weapons with electronic components will fail. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, that is indeed a bit troublesome. Advanced modern weapons will have more or less electronic components. If these weapons fail, it is really difficult to face otherworld monsters with special powers. So, why is there such a magical turning point when it is obviously just an everyday world? If the original author of Passerby Heroine knew that his romantic light novel would change, into a battle of otherworld invasion in the future, I don't know what expression he would have. Akia looked quite disdainful, with a face full of contempt. Don't panic, it's just a monster. There is a goddess here. If it doesn't work, I will help you call the brave men of the world to help. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hundreds of thousands of brave warriors join the battle, right? Do you remember the names of a few reincarnated people? Sato Kazuma? Mentally disabled female nerves, shut up, shut up. Don't mention that taboo name. Poisonous tongue old fat Ying Lily and I have packed up, and I will go to your side later. But I have to bring Kato Megami again. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, okay, no problem. But your story is not over yet. How did your death make Anulun and Kato Megami break up? At this time, Mutsuki had already leaned on Kurosaki Masaki's legs as pillows, and was still rubbing her palms. Seeing that the other party didn't stop him, he began to boldly go up gradually. Mrs. Masaki was reading a story with a bound newspaper on the surface, but her cheeks began to turn red unnaturally. Well. Unconsciously, a soft moan sounded. Slap. Before Wu Yu could react, her face was covered by the newspaper. Just got up and took away the newspaper, only to find Mrs. Masaki had disappeared. There were only dots of water stains left on the chair. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, her expression a bit incredulous. This is too poison tongue old fat, not complicated. Ying Lily wanted to avenge me, but Anulun stopped her because of old feelings, and the two parted ways. Knowing the truth of the matter, Kato Megami chose to stand by Ying Lily, and then followed her to Kyoto. Mentally disabled female nerves, this Anulun is also a fool, right? Does he not know that Guy has been possessed by a monster? And he is the enemy who killed you, and he is still protecting him? The expression on Zayas Hikihoshiu's face was completely calm, without any resentment or anger at all. Isn't it stupid? This should be called the Holy Mother? But it is indeed something he can do. The man with hairspray hands, a kind heart that doesn't distinguish between right and wrong, is essentially a kind of evil. Poisonous old fat, indeed. Zayas Hikihoshiu also has a deep understanding of this. After all, it was because of Anulun's kindness that she had a good impression of him at the beginning, but after this good impression disappeared, from the perspective of an outsider, she felt quite disgusting. But it doesn't matter, anyway, it will be a stranger in the future. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, it's a touching story, but my evaluation is a bit bad. Forget it, when will you arrive? The show is about to begin. Mentally disabled female nerves? What a good show. You guys are so self-absorbed that you don't want to show me one? Poisonous old fat, just come. The corners of Kazuma Jayakashiwa's mouth curled up, and she looked at Irari and Kato Megami beside her. Are you ready? Next is the moment to witness the miracle. World Shuttle, start. Hum. With a soft sound, the golden light door slowly opened. Chapter 70. Kawa no Country, Living Room. Ying Lily sat in the spacious and bright lobby, looking around curiously. She remembered that she followed Zayas Hikihoshiu into the door of light. After the dizzying weightlessness, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. Before he had time to look at the surrounding environment, a handsome young man in white clothes appeared in front of him. The moment she saw the boy, she thought of the boy she met in the shopping street more than half a month ago, who followed Kazuma Jayakashiwa. But in just 10 days, he has grown so big. This made Irari very surprised, and at the same time she finally believed what Kazumajaya Kashiwa said earlier, this is the ninja world. The flow of time in the two worlds is completely different. Think about it differently. In a sense, isn't this Nima just cultivated by playing? What's the matter with this guy suddenly a little envious of Xiao's haikyuu? Look at yourself again. Although there is also a childhood sweetheart like an Yulun, but he is simply a fool who doesn't understand style. And according to Kato Megami, that guy actually protected Nao Shinji, who was possessed by a monster in the end, preventing himself from avenging Kazumi Hill? What a Virgin Mary! But think about it, this is indeed something that Guy Lunya can do. Ying Lily can understand, but cannot accept. The Holy Mother is nothing in the modern society ruled by law, but in the cruel environment of alien invasion, you still have a big problem. To describe it with ugly words, this behavior is simply treacherous. Although Ying Lily still has a skeptical attitude towards the foreign world invasion, her inner sense of an Yulun is still affected, unconsciously plummeting. Compared to an Yulun, the young man in front of him is obviously more gentle, and understanding. He treats Xiao's haikyuu well like his own daughter, and even she and Kato Megami are also honored. Moreover, this boy is still a time traveler. Saved the entire Uchiha family with his own efforts, and integrated and summarized the survivors of various ninja circles to settle in the country of Chuan, and he himself became the leader of the country of Chuan. This Nima is just like the hero in the story. Thinking of this, Ying Lily became even more sour. It's no wonder that Zaya's haikyuu always shows off that she has a boyfriend recently. If she has such a boyfriend, she will show off too. But if she didn't know it in advance, she really couldn't believe that this is the ninja world. Those houses and streets full of modern style, as well as the furnishings and appliances in front of them, are almost the same as living in an island town. It's just that the clothes on the residents are quite retro. Through the glass window, Ying Lily looked at the pedestrians on the street. Some people wear clothes, and they can still see the conspicuous family crest. However, Ying Lily can only recognize Uchiha and Uzumaki, and these two can be regarded as relatively familiar families in the entire Hokage anime. It's unbelievable. Megami Kato, who was sitting next to her, also looked out of the window, and said calmly, "I still feel like I'm dreaming." This is also understandable. After all, in her perception, Hokage Ninja is a virtual animation work. But I stand down to earth in the world of this virtual work, of course it will feel like a dream. Yes. Ying Lily nodded in agreement, turned her eyes to Kazumajaya Kashiu on the other side, and said in a sour tone, "You are so lucky. Not only does he have such a great boyfriend, but he also has a way to go to this world. As long as she wants to, she can come here from time to time for a stroll and travel. This King Jane car is much more interesting than watching cosplay at the comic exhibition. Cos is fake, here are real people." Of course Zaya's haikyuu knew what this chick was complaining about, but she also knew it herself. Boyfriend is great? Indeed, Zaya's haikyuu did not deny this. She is not a dishonest character like Ying Lily, she will not hide things and people she likes. I am obviously attracted by the other party, how could I say that the other party is not good against my will? That's lying to yourself. However, it is precisely this kind of excellence that troubled Kazumajaya Kashiu. Because I found that he is not alone, in this world, there are at least a group of people. If it's just a young girl, Zaya's haikyuu is completely worthy. But most of this group of people are young mothers. And the boy I like has absolutely no resistance to these young mothers. This made Zaya's haikyuu feel a lot of pressure, but also helpless. Sometimes even I can only feel aggrieved in the group watching myself being RD by my wife, with the green grassland on my head. Who can she tell about such suffering? Well. Sighing in his heart, Zaya's haikyuu remained calm on the surface, and said ambiguously, "It's okay, generalization. Ask for her flowers." Ying Lily was made even more sour by her Versailles answer, flicking her golden ponytail. she turned her head and ignored her. I've been waiting for a long time. It took me a while to hand over the work. Wu also pushed the door into the hall at this time, and smiled gently, come on, everyone. It's time for us to go to the screening room. Zai's Uchiha brought his friends here, so he naturally had to accompany him all the way. But as the leader, he actually has a lot of work every day. It is very troublesome to leave the post hastily, so a handover is required. Next, Rina's mother will temporarily act as his leader, and Mrs. Mikoto will serve as an assistant. Just as Wu Yu finished speaking, a chat box suddenly popped up in front of her eyes. Poison tongue old fat, you didn't do anything strange during the handover, did you? Sand sculpture group leader? Wu Yu's eyes are a little weird, they are clearly facing each other, why do they still send a group chat about 8:0? Poisonous old fat, answer me. If such a question is asked in reality, it will definitely make Eri and Kato Megami feel weird. That's why Zai's Uchiha chose to be in the group 8. Sand sculpture group leader, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Axia, you make me sad, am I that kind of person? The critical time is too short, and he can't do anything. Poisonous old fat, you know whether you are that kind of person or not. It's fine at other times, in this case you'd better restrain yourself a little bit. Sand sculpture group leader, received, commander. Can we start now? Mentally disabled female nerves, so what kind of show are you watching, and you guys are ignoring me? Sand sculpture group leader, how dare you, Master Akia? You are the goddess of wisdom in our group, we are just afraid that you will not be able to accept that scene. Mentally disabled female nerves? You stupid knight, are you underestimating this goddess? I have lived for thousands of years, what scene have I never seen? Is it or? Could it be bondage *humph, there is nothing this goddess can't accept. Hint, mentally disabled female nerves were banned for 2 hours by the group leader. Sand sculpture group leader, awesome, amazing. As expected of Akia-sama, an admirable existence. Then, have you seen this scene before? Sand sculpture group leader at mentally handicapped female nerve, hi? Master Akia, why don't you answer me? Sand sculpture group leader, Master Akia, you speak, why don't you speak? The man with the hairspray hand. Poisonous old fat, are you a devil? Chapter 71. Crazy 8. After people are banned, this is definitely not something that humans can do. Even if Akia closes the group chat and goes offline at this time, she will still be popped up. I was so angry that I couldn't send a message, I could only watch myself being bullied, this is simply a kind of mental torture. Putting himself in the situation, Shiusia's Haikyuu only felt his scalp go numb. Glancing at Wu with strange eyes, he found that he was still smiling gently on his face. Really? Akia is right, this guy is really a ghost. What's the matter, Shiyu-chan? Wu tilted her head and asked innocently, are you feeling unwell? No, it's okay. In front of Eri and Kato Megami, Kazuma Jayakashiwa was not easy to expose each other, but at this moment she really felt that her skin was getting goosebumps. Poison tongue old fat, you really know how to act. In your previous life, you should have graduated from the Department of Acting at 140, right? Sand sculpture group leader, you may not believe me if I tell you, I am from the Department of Philosophy. Poisonous old man, men and men's philosophy? Sorry, I'm not serious, I underestimated you. Sand sculpture group leader, what are you talking about, Shiwa-chan? I don't understand you at all, don't you want a set meal from Aquasama? Zai's Uchiha was stunned and gritted his teeth, you are cruel. This BD dared to threaten himself, she wrote down the account of Zai's Uchiha. Speaking of. Ying Lily glanced at Mizuki beside her, and said hesitantly, why do you hang a knife around your waist, are you a ninja? Didn't Shiu-chan tell you? Weo blinked, and said with a smile, this knife of mine has a history, it's quite famous. While speaking, she pressed the handle of the knife with her right hand, and slowly drew it out unsheathed. The silver-white blade reflects the cold arc in the sun, and Ying Lily thinks the lines on the blade are very beautiful. Carefully touching it with his hand, he said, could it be the grass pheasant sword? There are only a few well-known knives in Hokage, and the grass pheasant sword is one of them. Putting the knife back into its sheath, Mizuki curled her mouth and smiled softly, her name is Kyōka Suigetsu. Kyōka Suigetsu? Ying Lily froze for a while, with a thoughtful expression on her face. Why, does that sound familiar? Wait. Shinigami? Izansuke's Zanpakuto. Congratulations, you guessed it right. But, how? How did you have Izan's Zanpakuto from Shinigami? It doesn't make sense. Well, it's probably because I have a good relationship with Brother Ran. The corners of Ying Lily's mouth twitched, a strange expression appeared on her face. Let's not talk about whether it is possible for the young boy in front of me to contact Izan, even if he can, just like Izan's careerist style in Shinigami, it is impossible to really have a relationship with anyone, okay? And no matter how good the relationship is, it's impossible to use all Zanpakuto for you, right? Obviously, this guy is bragging. Certainly. Ying Lily didn't care too much about this, it doesn't hurt to make a joke. I'm just a little surprised that such a perfect boy like a hero actually has a middle school side. With that in mind, several people entered the screening room led by Wu. Ying Lily took the initiative to sit on the right side of Zai's Hikihoshiu, and said in a low voice, your man is really interesting. He thought he was very quiet, but Wu's hearing was obviously far superior to that of ordinary people. He smiled calmly and pretended not to hear. Why, are you interested? Zai's Hikihoshiu glanced at the blonde girl beside him, and said lightly, I don't mind. It's useless to mind, people have already cooked mature meals with a group of mothers. And it's really not that she looks down on the other party, just Ying Lily, hey. You, what are you talking about? Sure enough, just as Xiao's Hikihoshiu thought, Ying Lily suddenly exploded like a kitten. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt, and it was even doubtful whether steam would come out of her face. I'm not that shameless woman. To be fair, I kind of hope you are. Zai's Hikihoshiu sighed inexplicably, with a slightly melancholy tone. Ying Lily's expression was a bit confused, looking at Kazumajayakashiu's eyes is like seeing a ghost. Something is wrong with you. If Ying Lily is willing to join her side, although she will not be able to compete with the big army of mothers, at least she is no longer alone. Although Zai's Hikihoshiu thought so in his heart, he didn't say it, but shrugged. So, what do you think is interesting about him? Of course it's a joke. Ying Lily took a few breaths, then gradually calmed down and said, don't you think he is very talented in this field? He can say that he has a good relationship with Izan without changing his face. With this state of mind, and it shouldn't be a problem for us to have a comedian there, right? He can really be a comedian. Not to mention anything else, just saying that the group of dogs swears by their ancestors every day is already funny enough. But Zai's Hikihoshiu changed the subject and said, is there any possibility that he wasn't joking with you? Hat, who else do you miss? Ying Lily curled her lips with a look of disdain. If he really has a good relationship with Izan, I, Ying Lily, will listen to whatever you say in the future. You tell me to face south, I won't face north. Okay. Zai's Hikihoshiu's lips curled up, his eyes turned to Wu, and he whispered, did you hear everything? The corner of Wu's mouth twitched slightly, and she sighed speechlessly. Do you want to play so big? Of course. Zai's Hikihoshiu blinked her eyes, acting very playful, but her tone was extremely firm. She jumped in by herself, I didn't force her. Wu rolled her eyes, although she didn't force her, but isn't this still an inducement? What are you talking about? Ying Lily listened to the two whispering, and always felt that it had something to do with her. He said he was afraid that you couldn't afford to lose. Zai's Hikyoshia replied. How is it possible? Ying Lily suddenly became a little excited, as if she really didn't want to show her bad side in front of a certain boy. 2.9 Ying Lily, will never go back on what I said. Seeing Iriri with a slightly excited expression, Kato Megami on the other side opened her mouth to persuade her. She always felt that Kazuma Jayaka-senpai was obviously digging holes for Iriri. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't know whether to persuade him or not. In terms of Ying Lily's strong self-esteem, her consolation should only add fuel to the fire, right? And Megami Kato was also very curious about how that senior sister would use to cheat Ying Lily. I can't really call Aizen from the Shinigami world to prove it. Thinking this way, I saw a light door slowly open in front of me. A man with slightly brown curly hair and black-rimmed glasses came into view. The black kimono is covered with white feathers, and the voice is magnetic and elegant. It's the first time to meet you, how are you? The entire projection room suddenly became silent. Chapter 72. Gulp. The sound of swallowing and spitting suddenly sounded, especially loud in this quiet environment. Ying Lily covered her heart, her mouth slowly opened wide, her eyes fixed on the figure of the brown-haired man, her pupils constricted violently. Blue, Aizen. Ah, it seems that I don't need to introduce myself anymore. Aizen's voice was gentle, not rushing. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Ms. Sawamura Eri and Ms. Kato Megami. Do you even know our names? The expression on Kato Megami's face was also surprised, but it was not like Ying Lily who almost went into cardiac arrest. It seems that not only Wuyo-kun, but also senior sister is familiar with you. Really, is it really Aizen? The shock in Ying Lily's eyes has not faded away, but at least her emotions have recovered a little. The 5th Division Captain of the Ghost, Aizen Sobugong. Aizen smiled and said lightly, he is also the current master of Hueco Mundo, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Shinigami world in your eyes. Ying Lily didn't know how to respond to these words, but felt that the 28 scenes in front of her were very unreal. What the hell is going on? What is going on? The world in front of me is really the world I know? Something is wrong, this shit is obviously not right. Sharingan, Susanoo, Ninja World, the boy who traversed, the girl who was reborn, that's all, and now there is Aizen from the Shinigami world? Is it to challenge the limits of her ability to accept? Is it to subvert all her cognitions? It doesn't matter, the truth of this world doesn't matter at all. Ying Lily sat down on her chair and decided to lie flat. After Aizen introduced himself, he also sat directly on Wu Yu's left. Of course he wasn't just trying to show his face, he was also here to watch the show. Kato Megami regained his composure, glanced at Aizen, then turned his gaze to Wuzuki, not knowing what he was thinking. Are you willing to bet and admit defeat? Xiao's Hikyoshia whispered next to Ying Lily. At this time, Ying Lily suddenly remembered what she said earlier, and said through gritted teeth, "UBD tricked me. Don't admit it. What do you want me to do? It's very simple. In the future, I will be big and you will be small." What? Before Ying Lily could ask carefully, the curtain hanging in front of her suddenly lit up. The picture flows, and the light and shadow appear. This is... Ying Lily's eyes widened, her expression was astonished. She saw a familiar face again, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Standing next to him are the sullen-looking Konoha advisor Danzo, the green might guy, the pineapple-headed Narashikaku, even 4th Raikage AI? How did these people come together? Ying Lily looked very confused, and they seemed to be marching in a hurry. Where are you going to fight? Is that mask hollow? Kato Megami asked suddenly. Mask? Ying Lily was stunned for a while, and then looked carefully at the curtain. Sure enough, she did see sporadic ninjas wearing strange-looking bone masks. Most of these masks are in the form of animals, which look extremely hideous. It's indeed a preliminary hollow. Aizen nodded, and said lightly, it seems that the fusion experiment of Chakra and Su has gone well on them. The strength is still far behind. Uchiha shook her head and said, it's not 10% of what I expected. Aizen smiled and said, it's inevitable. Even if there is a special energy like chakra in the body, the essence is still the human body. To conduct hollow or Shinigami experiments on the basis of the human body, even I used to never thought about it. To put it bluntly, Su and Shinigami are both soul bodies, and only soul bodies can be hollow or Shinigami. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo wants to become a Shinigami, he also needs to leave the human body. This is an inherent rule of the Shinigami world and cannot be changed. But it is different in the ninja world. The energy of chakra is squeezed out of human cells and spirit. In other words, chakra itself possesses soul qualities. The combination of this soul quality with the human body also has the possibility of the hollow and Shinigami transformation of the physical body. However, to completely turn this possibility into reality, rigorous demonstrations and experiments are still needed. The hollow of these ninja coalition forces is the testing process. Listening to the academic discussion of these two people, Ying Lily felt confused. But she probably still understands that these ninja hollows are created by Uzuki. The purpose seems to be some kind of experiment. Are those ninjas here to attack us? Kato Megami asked again. Yes. Uchiha did not hide anything, and admitted frankly. Your secret experiment was exposed. Ying Lily took a breath and said, are they going to attack you, an evil scientist? That's not true. Without waiting for Uchiha to speak, Zayas Hikihoshiya replied for him, they didn't come to crusade against evil, but just to snatch the fruits. Grab the results. Ying Lily was stunned for a while, her expression a little dazed. She couldn't understand that even this kind of preliminary hollow can be regarded as a result. Don't these ninjas understand what it means to fatten up and then kill? What kind of brain circuit? Even the initial hollow is considered a remarkable achievement in the eyes of these ninjas. JIA 520 Fuja seemed to understand, and said with a little sigh, human beings are such selfish creatures full of greed, no matter which world, that's all. She remembered what she had seen and heard before she was reborn. Some are just for a piece of monster crystal, the original relatives and friends fought, and finally the monsters who heard the movement came and ate them all. Some also pushed their biological mother into the monster tide in order to fight for a second more chance for themselves. There were so many such things that she was even a little numb. Don't be so sentimental. Uchiha shook her head and said with a smile, human beings are not only greedy and selfish, but there are also people with noble morals, such as... It's like your ancestor Uchiha Madara, right? Zayas Hikihoshiya didn't have to finish his sentence, took over the words and rolled his eyes. Uchiha Madara. Of high moral character. Ying Lily felt that she had heard it wrong. That guy is considered a ghost with noble morals. Can such a person be regarded as a noble person who entraps innocent young people and plans to destroy the world? That's right, my ancestor has never been self-interested, and has always been dedicated to benefiting others. His conduct can be called the number one benevolent man in the ninja world, and he is admired by the world. My admiration for him is like a torrent of rivers, endless. Are you serious? If there is even a little bit of hypocrisy, my ancestor will be blocked by Afe on the spot. Chapter 73. The country of Sichuan, the frontier. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the large Loess wasteland in front of him, with a slightly doubtful expression on his face. Hiruzen, what are you thinking? Danzo next to him seemed to see that he was thinking, and asked in a low voice. Danzo, don't you think it's too quiet here? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around and said, it stands to reason that Uchiha Uzuki must know our intentions, right? Where's his broken army?
They have all entered the territory of the kingdom of Sichuan, but they still haven't seen half of Arankar. This is absolutely unreasonable, and it also makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a faint uneasiness in his heart. You suspect an ambush? Danzo frowned, understanding what the other party meant. I have sent White Zetsu's clones out to investigate. If there is an ambush, they will come over in time. Most of the detective ninjutsu is ineffective against Arankar, and even the White Eyes can't catch their chakra circuit, so they can only rely on White Zetsu to find out the news. You are too cautious, Third Hokage. AI, who was not far away, obviously heard the conversation between the two, curled his lips in disdain. Since we've come this far, what if they have an ambush? The army has set out, and now no matter what happens, it is impossible to turn back. The entire ninja coalition forces have divided into 3 groups to attack the country of Chuan. If they hesitate to move forward now, what about the other 2 groups? And, as AI said before, what if there is an ambush in the kingdom of Sichuan? They have previously estimated that the total population of the entire Kawano country is less than 2,000. There must be even fewer transformed into Arankars, probably less than 1/10. And their group of ninja allied forces has a total of 80,000 people, and Arankar has more than 200 people. This kind of combat power comparison is obviously my advantage. No matter how I think about it, it is impossible to lose. AI doesn't understand, why is this third Hokage still so cautious? Uchiha Matsuki is not an ordinary person. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an exclamation tone. He was tricked badly by the Uchiha boy, and almost lost his life at the end of the day. So much so that he couldn't swallow this bird's breath, he resolutely decided to take the lead as Hokage, and held the 5 Kages conference to discuss the kingdom of Sichuan. But he had to admit in his heart that the other party really had 2 brushes. All kinds of methods emerged one after another, so that he was still a little timid when he really had to face the boy. Humph! I think you've been psychologically shadowed by that kid, Hiruzen. Danzo snorted coldly, and said, Uchiha Wyu is indeed a formidable opponent, but it's not a perfect plan. Otherwise, we will take Kawano Kuni's hollow technology away from him. You stole it, obviously someone White Zetsu stole it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite speechless, his old friend always likes to put gold on his face. But what he said is also true. If the other party is really exhausted, how can White Zetsu steal the most core hollow technology of the Kawano kingdom? It can't be that he voluntarily contributed it to Danzo, right? That's impossible, it's too nonsense. So this Uchiha Mizuki is actually careless, not as dangerous as I imagined? Master Danzo. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and the figure of White Zetsu emerged from the ground. Something happened up front. Has Uchiha Moonless Arankar arrived? Danzo nodded inwardly. How many are there? 1. What? You heard me right, there is only 1 person. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and AIG looked at each other with incredulous expressions on their faces. 1 person? Just 1 person wants to stop their entire army? Why not? Think he is the god of ninjas, first Hokage? But even if first Hokage is resurrected, Arankar would not dare to be so arrogant in the face of dozens of them. Could it be that Uchiha Mizuki came out in person? Danzo frowned, and said in a low voice, Be careful, everyone, don't give him the chance to hold the hypnosis ceremony. As for how Kyōka Suigetsu should respond, they actually discussed it in the meeting. That kind of powerful illusion ability that can be called unsolvable must be quite cumbersome to activate. Although I don't know what the specific ceremony will be like, but according to the common sense of ninjas, it must take a long time to prepare. Just launch a surprise attack the moment you see Uchiha Mizuki, and it will definitely disrupt the ceremony. Soon, several leaders formulated this tactic. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in command at the rear, and Danzo and AI each led an army to encircle the front. But when the vanguard led by Danzo arrived,
they found that the person in front of him was not Uchiha Uzuki as he thought. White Arankar uniform, silver hair. There is a vertical braid in the center of the hair, and a white bone mask covers the position from the nose down to the neck. Ghost, full moon with ghost lights. A ninja had already recognized the identity of the other party, and exclaimed, "Oh! Someone actually knows me." Guidang Menu pressed her right hand on the handle of the knife at her waist and stepped forward. "It's really surprising. It's really just you." Danzo looked around, except for the ghost lamp full moon, he really didn't see anyone else. "Danzo, I know you." Guidang Menu tilted her head and said, "You stole the technology of our country of Sichuan, so you must have been hollowed." "So what?" Danzo wasn't ashamed at all, instead he puffed out his chest proudly. "Since that's the case, don't you know how to use nerve detection?" Guidang Menu pointed to his head and said, "As long as you open that thing, how many people can see it at a glance?" Probing nerves? This is another new term, and Danzo's expression is a bit confused. "Ah, I forgot." Ghost Lantern Moon grinned, revealing sharp shark-like teeth. "Semi-finished waste like you, it's normal to not understand." "Maid Zhao. What do you mean by that?" AI who came after him also heard the conversation between the two, which made him very concerned. "Are you trying to say that our hollow is not complete, Arankar?" "Arankar." Ghost Lantern Full Moon grinned as if hearing some funny joke, her eyes widened. "You kind of trash deserves to be called Arankar? Price. Is it a bluff?" Danzo snorted coldly, his complexion a little ugly. "Anyone who is called a waste, I am afraid the mood will not be too beautiful." "Forget it." Guidang Menu shook her head, sighed, "Just let me." Pulling back her collar, revealing her muscular chest. Visible to the naked eye, a clear 8 is printed on his left chest. "The 8th Espada Ghost Lamp Full Moon is here to tell you what the real Arankar is." The terrifying sense of oppression was like overwhelming the sea, attacking all the ninjas present. Chapter 74. This is... At this moment, Danzo felt that every cell in his body was trembling. It was an instinctive fear, just like a lower creature meeting a higher creature. Ryatsu. Ghost Lantern Full Moon pressed the handle of the knife and slowly opened her mouth, and said lightly, "The real Arankars use the foundation to fight. This is a sense of oppression that comes from the instinct of the soul, and it has nothing to do with your personal willpower." Plop, plop. Under the tyrannical oppression of the ghost lamp full moon, the ninjas under Janin directly knelt down on the ground in panic. Some couldn't bear it and even rolled their eyes directly, and those who foamed out passed out. Even Janin is struggling at the moment, most of them are clenching their teeth and their eyes are bloodshot. As long as it is shrouded by my Ryatsu, ninjas with insufficient chakra strength will completely lose their ability to fight. Ghost Lantern Moon looked at the scene in front of him calmly, with neither sad nor happy expression. "So, your crowd tactics don't make any sense from the start. Hateful." At this moment, Fourth Raikage is also clenching his teeth, trying hard to resist this mountain-like sense of oppression. Thunder and lightning crackled all over his body, and his hair stood on end. "You guys don't underestimate Lao Zi." "That's right, after all, it's the shadow of a village." Ghost Lantern Moon nodded and said, "I'm afraid it will be very difficult to just rely on Ryatsu to make you submit. In this case." The figure disappeared suddenly, leaving only an afterimage in the original 450. "Get out of the way, get out of the way!" Danzo warned loudly. But it didn't help at all. Before he finished speaking, the full moon of the ghost lamp was already standing behind Fourth Raikage. He formed a knife with his hands and swung it towards his neck. Leaf Great Whirlwind. At the very moment, a dark green figure with blue light all over his body flashed over and kicked towards the full moon of the ghost lamp. The fists and feet intersected, and the figure braving the blue light flew backwards. Ghost Lantern Moon turned his eyes sideways, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting, are you the might guy who injured Romy? Fourth Raikage also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly distance himself, a look of fear flashed in his eyes. No response. He really didn't react at all just now. The opponent's speed even surpassed his reflexes. This is simply impossible. How did the opponent, Siba, do it? Might guy, the Konoha blue beast, come on. He raised his hands, and Might guy, who had already opened the seventh gate, made a strange gesture. Day Tiger. Boom. The surrounding air was condensed and compressed, forming a huge ferocious tiger. Like a cannonball, it rushed towards the full moon of the ghost lamp. Wherever it passed, the entire ground seemed to have been plowed, forming a ravine with a width of more than 10 meters. Sure enough, it's a pure body technique. Guideng Menyu's eyes showed a little admiration, and said, "It's a pity." He raised his right arm and spread his 5 fingers. What? Under the stunned eyes of everyone, the huge tiger directly hit the palm of Guideng Shuiyu, but it couldn't move its footsteps. Arankar's second ability, Steel Skin. Ghost Lantern Moon said lightly, pressing his palm on the handle again. With strong Ryotsuo attached to the surface of the body, forming a nearly impenetrable skin. So that's it. Might Guy thought the other party was explaining to him specially, and took a deep breath. Looks like it's time to use that. Konoha's Crimson Beast is coming, and I thought I'd save him for Kakashi. 8 inner gates, 8 gate, dead gate. Before he had time to turn it on, the ghost lamp Manyu had already appeared beside him like a ghost. Stretch out your right index finger and lightly touch his neck. Slap. Might Guy rolled his eyes and passed out. Arankar's third ability is ringing. The full moon of the ghost lamp passed over Might Guy's body and continued. Arankar's exclusive fast movement, seriously, is more like a space transfer similar to Flying Thunder God. Similar to Flying Thunder God. Fourth Raikage swallowed, his expression full of shock. No wonder I can't keep up with the opponent's speed. This feeling is indeed like facing the original Namikaze Minato. So, is the hollow substance brought by Danzo really just half-finished waste? He glanced at Danzo, who was also shocked, and then turned his gaze to the ninjas of various villages lying densely on the ground who were stunned by Ryotsu. At this moment, Fourth Raikage felt very aggrieved in his heart. This wave of them came to attack the country of Sichuan with full confidence, but it turned out that they were almost killed by the ghost lamp full moon after just a face-to-face meeting. Aggrieved. Fourth Raikage is so aggrieved that he wants to explode. Immediately, he heard a loud bang sound from a distance. The entire sky over there was shrouded in crimson light, and 10 large groups of mushrooms slowly rose up. It seems that the Gold and Silver brothers still haven't got rid of their problems, so they are inevitably a little anxious. Ghost Lantern Moon shook his head and said, "They even used Zero." Sensing the puzzled eyes of Fourth Raikage and Danzo, Ghost Lantern Moon explained calmly, "Well, Zero is our Arankar's fourth ability. If it is released by our Espada, it should be slightly stronger than Tailed Beast Bomb. In fact, not just slightly, it should be said to be much stronger." But Ghost Lantern Moon felt that the blows to these ninjas today were enough, and there was no need to let them break through. That was the position of the troops on the Eastern Front. Fourth Raikage and Danzo stared fixedly there, the expressions on their faces were full of bitterness and loneliness. If nothing else, Oniki and the others who were in charge of the Eastern Front also encountered Arankar, who was similar to the ghost full moon in front of them. Gold and Silver brothers? The 2 Cloud Shinobi village traders who killed Second Raikage and Second Hokage? I'm sure you already know what a real Arankar is. Ghost Lantern Full Moon curled up his lips and said with a smile, "The new era will be created by the real leader of our Chuan kingdom, and in this new era, you old ninjas are no longer needed. What does Uchiha Uzuki want to do to us?" Danzo took a breath and asked in a low voice. "Our leader just wants to invite everyone back to be our guests." Familiar rhetoric, familiar style. Danzo couldn't help but tremble all over, with a shameful expression on his face. He struggled violently in his heart, as if he was considering whether he should let him go or fight hard. After being captured back, Uchiha Uzuki might have to spend all his energy to recruit himself again, right? That's all. The old man will firmly reject him again. The old man will always be the root of Konoha, and he will never betray Konoha. If you want to kill or cut him, just listen to him. Closing his eyes in resignation, Danzo no longer resisted. Ghost Lantern Full Moon held Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wanted to run but was caught, with his left hand, and Fourth Reikage, who was knocked unconscious, with his right hand, and disappeared in place. Danzo was ignored. Chapter 75. It's so strange. Looking at the picture on the screen in front of her, Ying Lily tilted her head. This Danzo has obviously been let go. Why does he have a dull expression on his face? It should be that the gap in my heart is too big, and I feel that I am not taken seriously. Kato Megami said hesitantly. Almost. Zayas Hikihoshiu knew that Danzo had been imprisoned by Mizuki, and Mutsuki still showed great importance to him at that time. What do you say? Senju Tobirama did not choose him as Hokage, it is simply the biggest mistake in this life. The Danzo at the time was so exaggerated that he even raised his ransom from 50 million to 500 million without saying a word, which made Konoha even worse at that time. But just like that, Danzo is still proud. I feel that I am an indispensable cornerstone for Konoha, even Uchiha Uzuki, who is an enemy, should take him seriously. But he was ignored. This caused Danzo to have strong self-doubt, so much so that he is now in a state of confusion. Master Danzo has worked hard and made great contributions to the progress of the entire ninja world. Mizuki shook his head and sighed, our country of Sichuan can't bear to let this old hero who is over 50 years old suffer and suffer twice, so let him ask Konoha. Ying Lily froze for a moment, with an extremely strange expression on her face. He has worked hard and made great contributions to the entire ninja world? An old hero? Are you talking about Danzo? Kato Megami raised his eyebrows, and said softly, the other enemy, my hero. Miss Hui understands very well. Weil looked at her with admiring eyes, as if she saw her confidant. I don't really understand. Kato Megami shook his head, and said calmly, I only guessed it after Weil-kun reminded me. I understand. Ying Lily suddenly realized at this moment, looking at Weil. You are taking advantage of Danzo's deceitful attributes, and are planning to put him back on purpose as Konoha's disgusting person, right? No, I respect the old and love the young. Weil grinned. Hammer respects the old and loves the young. Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously an old man, why didn't he let him go? Ying Lily rolled her eyes speechlessly, and at the same time she was muttering to herself, this Kazumi Hill's boyfriend doesn't seem to be as gentle and jade-like as he looks on the surface. To use such a poisonous trick. But think about it too. If this guy is really kind and gentle, how can a super boss like Aizen befriend him? Ying Lily turned her head and glanced at Wu Yu, who was chatting and laughing with Aizen, suddenly felt a little strange in her heart, and her cheeks were slightly red. Even a guy like Aizen can teach him with all his heart, which in a sense is quite remarkable, right? Xia's Haikyu, I really found a treasure. Just as Ying Lily was thinking this in her heart, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear, what I said before still counts. If you are interested, I don't mind. Hiss. Ying Lily gasped, and quickly turned her face away. What caught my eyes was Kazuma Jayakashiwa's playful gaze. How is it, are you excited? Are you crazy? Ying Lily blushed, lowered her voice and said, this kind of thing, how is it possible? How is it impossible? What are you worrying about, Anulun? No. For that childhood sweetheart, there is only a little bit of affection. It has nothing to do with that guy, this is a matter of principle. Oh. That's your boyfriend, I can't.
But I allow it. Even so, the law doesn't allow it. That is the law of the island country, not the law of the country of Sichuan. This. Ying Lily was stunned for a while, and suddenly felt that what the other party said seemed to make sense. This is the country of Sichuan, not an island country. Why do we have to abide by the laws of the island country? They are married after all. Is your heart moved? The corners of Xia's Hikihoshiu's mouth curled up, like a little fox who had succeeded in plotting. It's a little. Wait. Ying Lily suddenly came to her senses, her cheeks were flushed and she said, I'm so excited, you are absolutely crazy. I, Ying Lily, would never do such a thing. Ah, that's a pity. I'll ask Kato-san later. Ask for her flowers. Ying Lily suddenly felt a little regretful, but she had already said her words. And two people using the same boyfriend, this kind of thing is very strange, right? The light curtain in front of him changed, from the battlefield on the eastern front to the western front. Compared with the more elegant fighting style of Ghost Lantern Full Moon, the Gold and Silver brothers are obviously more ferocious. The entire battlefield is full of potholes and hollows. These potholes are hundreds of meters in diameter, and the small ones are at least a dozen meters in diameter. Most of the ninjas in the villages lay at the bottom of the potholes, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Occasionally, broken limbs can still be seen scattered around. Not to mention Kazuma Kashiwa and Irari living in the modern society, even Mutsuki couldn't help frowning in this scene. It seems that they were deeply affected by the violent emotions, and they were reduced to defective products. Naturally, Aizen was not affected by the scene in front of him, and his tone was still gentle. It's a pity. It is said that they are Jinyan brothers, it sounds like they should be Jinjiao and Yinjiao. But in fact, the process of Arankarization allowed them to fuse physically into a new individual. It stands to reason that the strength of these two brothers is not weak, and combined, they should be stronger than most espadas. But the result is that they can only be the bottom of the espada. The violent emotions during Arankarization affected their consciousness, resulting in imperfect fusion. There are two kinds of soul consciousness in the same body, neither of which obeys the other. Naturally, in such a state, it is impossible to exert its full strength, so it is a defective product. So, you actually want defective products? Xia's Hikihoshiu turned her face away and asked with a frown. What you said is wrong, Axia. Wuyu shook her head and said, in our country of Sichuan, we have always made the best use of things and fulfilled our duties. Not to mention the defective Arankar, even a toilet and a roll of toilet paper will make it play its due value. What kind of black-hearted boss is speaking? The corners of Xia's Hikihoshiu's mouth twitched fiercely, and his eyes rolled straight away. Hey, there's still someone there who hasn't completely fallen down. Ying Lily pointed at the curtain in front of her, with a surprised expression on her face. Chapter 76. Unexpected, it really was unexpected. Facing the brutal 9th Espada Gold and Silver brothers, even 3rd Tsuchika Jonaki and 4th Mizukage Yagura did not survive a few rounds. But the figure squatting beside the pothole is still firm, although the expression on his face has reached the ultimate level of panic. Yuhi Hong. Kato Megami had already recognized the identity of the figure, and his face showed a little disbelief. Everyone else is down, why is she still standing? According to the plot of the original Hokage, she should be just a Jainin of the Grand Master Illusion. And looking at the horrified expression on her face, it is obvious that she did not survive by strength. Is it luck that it was not affected? Not right either. Even if it is not affected by the battle, it cannot escape being affected by Ryotsu's all-round coverage. However, although Rihong looked terrified on the eve of 590, she didn't seem to be intimidated by Ryotsu of the Gold and Silver brothers at all. How is this going? Kato Megami looked at Wu Yu with a puzzled expression. Of course it's because someone cheated on her. Xia's Hikihoshiu explained in a sour tone, tisk tisk tisk, I understand how pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. You're wrong again. Wu shook her head and said, Sister Hong and I are innocent friends. As friends, it's okay to give them a little special care, right? Hee hee. Zai's Uchiha believed him to be a ghost. Earlier he also said that he and Kushina were innocent, and earlier it was Rina. The result? They all came together to have S**X, so innocent. Eri and Kato Megami don't know much about Wu yet, but at the moment they believe that they are innocent friends. I feel that the date of sale is obviously eating vinegar. As for Aizen, he just curled his mouth meaningfully. Speaking of which, he quite liked watching a certain group leader talking nonsense. And he was obviously talking nonsense, yet he was still able to speak righteously. Just being so thick-skinned is quite admirable. In the curtain, at this moment, Xi Haihong's heart can be said to be full of fear and suffering. As a Konoha shinobi, she joined the coalition forces against Kawa no Nation under the order and call of the third Hokage. It wasn't until she joined that she knew that the leader of Kawa no Kuni was Uchiha Wumu. At that moment, Yu Haihong was stunned, full of hesitation and apprehension. She wanted to inform Wu, and also wanted to persuade him to surrender. After all, no matter how powerful that boy is, he can't fight against the entire ninja world. But thinking so, she suddenly found that she couldn't find any way to deliver the letter to the country of Chuan. In addition, the ninja army was gathering at that time. In order to prevent spies from spying on the information, the vigilance of the patrolling and guarding was extremely high. It was impossible for her to sneak out even if she wanted to, so she could only be dragged into the border of the kingdom of Sichuan by the army. Then, they met this gold and silver brother who called himself the Ninth Espada. Without saying a few words, the other party grinned grimly and made a sudden move. The ninja coalition forces on the entire Eastern Front battlefield totaled 50,000 people. To be completely defeated by the opponent in just a few breaths. Yu Haihong was completely dumbfounded at the time, she didn't even know how everyone lost. Why is it so inexplicable that tens of thousands of people just lay down like this? And then, a red light appeared in her line of sight, and the earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded. The strong wind blew the evening sun swaying to and fro, and her cheeks ached. And when all the lights and noises stopped, Xi Haihong realized that there was no one standing in the field except herself. Horrible. Fear. Kurane Yui couldn't understand what level of power the other party possessed, and felt that the other party was not a ninja at all. It was a complete monster. Now, the monster had already set its sights on her, with a cruel smile on the corner of its mouth. It's really surprising that there is still a ninja here who hasn't fallen. Look at her forehead protector, it seems to be from Konoha. Konoha still exists, and can completely ignore our Ryutsu. The monster was talking to himself, saying things that Kurane Yui couldn't understand. This made her feel even more that the other party was crazy, and she must be doomed this time. Inexplicably, the figure of a certain boy appeared in front of Yu Haihong's eyes, and she recalled every bit of the relationship with the other party in her mind. He always calls himself Sister Hong with a smile on his lips, he will brave the rain to buy meatballs for himself without any complaints, he will accompany her when he is unhappy, and he will be willing to be her test dish. Yu Haihong regrets now that she didn't express her feelings to the other party. If she had been braver that night, it would have ended differently now. Kill, holy her. Damn Konoha shinobi, it's a waste of food to keep. The gold and silver brothers were still talking to themselves, and the red light of the palms spread out gathered again. Slap. Just when Yu Haihong was waiting quietly to die, a figure with orange hair suddenly appeared and grabbed the gold and silver brothers' wrists. It's over, old nine. This figure was wearing the same white uniform as the gold and silver brothers, his forehead and sideburns were covered by a white bone mask, and the expression on his face was calm and indifferent. It is you. Yahiko. What? You fell in love with this stinky girl from Konoha, and you want to. Boom.
Brother Junyang hadn't finished speaking when he flew backwards under the astonished eyes of Xi Hai Hong. With a bang, the small hill behind it collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the air. UBD. The angry voice of the Gold and Silver brothers came from the ruins. His body burst out of the smoke, and he rushed towards Yahiko. You are courting death. See 3.3 clearly. Yahiko grabs him by the neck with little effort. Raising his left hand, he pointed to the pendant on Yuhi Hong's neck. That's what the leader left her. Brother Junyang, who was still full of anger at first, froze when he wanted to break free. Glancing at the pendant, his body couldn't help but began to tremble. Come with me, Ya King is ready to punish you. Yahiko just carried him like this, raised his hand and pointed 3 points at the void. Click! The black hole slowly opened, and the figures of the two disappeared in place. It wasn't until the black hole closed again that Yuhi Hong let out a long sigh of relief, and slumped on the spot with some fear. Reaching out, he gently touched the pendant hanging around his neck. Moonless. Chapter 77. Adultery. Looking at the picture of Kuriko Yui muttering to himself in the curtain, even Irari and Kato Megami could sense that there is definitely adultery in it. Hell, ordinary friends, which ordinary friend still blushes affectionately when he says his name? The two girls glanced at Wu, as if looking at a scumbag. Hey, you're still wearing this pendant? Wu pretended not to see it, and sighed, I thought she lost it, but I didn't expect Sister Hong to miss friendship so much. Acting, you're acting awkward, aren't you? Is that friendship? Any fool can see that Kurane Yui is not treating ordinary friends at all, okay? Hee. Zayas Hikiyoshiu sneered, and said, aren't you bringing this ordinary friend to the country of Sichuan? Friends can meet sooner or later. Wu shook her head, and said sincerely, but I am here today mainly to accompany Axia, Ali, and Ahui. Where is Brother Dai? Brother Dai is here to accompany me. Kashoma Jayakashiwa, Irari, and Kato Megami were stunned at the same time, looking suspiciously at Mizuki and Aizen back and forth. We are pure friends, please don't look too strange. Wu shrugged and said, Brother Ran and I have normal orientations, thank you. Fortunately, it is not innocent. Zayas Hikiyoshiu breathed a sigh of relief. She had already figured out Wu's speaking style earlier. If he used Kinking Bai, it meant that he was not innocent at all. The light and shadow of the curtain jumped again, and this time the camera showed the picture in the territory of Kawa no Kuni. A team of about 20 people passed through the gate tower and entered the boundary of Black Rock City. Among them, the leader is about 35 or 16 years old, with red hair and wearing tope mali. It is Tsunagakure's 4th Kazekage, Luasha. Their team is the 3rd Army of the Ninja Alliance, and it is composed of elite ninjas selected from each village. These include Kakashi from Konoha, Cho from Tsunagakure, Killer Bee from Cloud Shinobi Village, Terumi Mei and Kisame from Kirigakure, Yellow Earth from Iwagakure. Except for Terumi Mei, this team is an all-member Hollow team. It's not that Terumi Mei doesn't want Hollow, but that Kirigakure's finances are tight. During the period when 4th Mizukage was under the control of Obito, the whole Kirigakure was seriously injured. The working capital that can be obtained is only enough to buy 5 tubes of Hollow. Here I have to say that Danzo is also quite shady. A tube of Hollow stuff was sold for a sky-high price of 200 million. His success in this wave of business not only recovered Konoha's previous losses, but even made Konoha a lot of money. Of course, Wu can't understand his shameless behavior of defrauding consumers, so those stolen money have been temporarily confiscated by Chuanzi country and deposited in the treasury. This was done without anyone noticing. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Danzo knew about it at the moment. I believe they will be very pleasantly surprised when they find out. They are here. Ying Lily's attention was also attracted by this team. After all, most of the faces in front of her were acquaintances. It's a secret beheading operation. The old god Wyu sat on the chair and pointed to his head. That's right, just cut off my head. Ying Lily didn't know what to say. The secret decapitation operation of the gods has long been exposed to the point where the pants can be seen. Hey! These ninjas really don't know what kind of enemy they are facing. At this moment, Luo Shat and the others really didn't know that their every move was being monitored by the target, but they also noticed the abnormality. It seems that this place has been abandoned by the country of Sichuan. Looking at the empty house in front of him and the logo of District 9 hanging on the lintel, Kakashi frowned. Are we in the wrong place? It's not abandoned. Cho shook her head slightly, and glanced at the spotless furnishings in the room. It's that they seem to have encountered something and chose to evacuate in advance. What happened? Luo Sha stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and couldn't help but think of the scene he saw when camping in the country of grass a few days ago. The fire that seemed to burn the entire sky seemed to spread from here. Master Kazekage, when did you get the habit of licking your lips? Cho stared at him and said, You have licked your lips more than a dozen times since you just entered the door. Are you very... What? Master Kazekage, and everyone. Before Luo Sha could answer, the white-haired ninja wearing glasses in the team said, There seems to be someone in the clock tower ahead. Hey! The moment they saw this white-haired ninja, no matter Kazumajayaka Shiwa, Irari, or Kato Keijo were stunned, with astonished expressions on their faces. Yakushi Kabuto. This is really weird, why is Yakushi Kabuto here? Shouldn't he be following Orochimaru at this point in time? Etc. None of them were idiots, they seemed to understand something immediately, and looked at that Luo Sha. No wonder I like to lick my lips, this is really... A certain Luo Sha of course didn't know that he had been exposed, and was looking at the clock tower in the direction of the bag. The white figure flashed past. Welcome to the country of Sichuan. The white figure appeared in front of everyone as if teleporting, with eyebrows and eyes curled up, and a smile on the corner of the mouth. Looking at the person in front of him, Yakushi Kabuto felt as if he had been struck by lightning for 300 moments, with an incredible quiet expression on his face. Fifth Espada Yakushi Nanoyu, I'm here to welcome everyone. The familiar voice, familiar name, and familiar person are exactly the same as in my impression. Yakushi Kabuto's body trembled slightly, and his Adam's apple moved. Espada. Orochimaru, who was disguised as Luasha, grinned and said with great interest, Is that the name of the higher-level Arankar in your country of Sichuan, right? A more advanced Arankar? Kakashi and the others gasped, with incredible expressions on their faces. Are you kidding, there is a more advanced Arankar? Ah, it seems that this Mr. Luo Sha knows our country of Kawa very well. The Arankar uniform on Yakushi Nanoyu was like a snow-white nun's robe, with golden hair hanging on his chest. Or you can stay here temporarily so that I can. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's body moved. The more advanced Arankar, he couldn't wait to study. With a mixed movement of the arms, long snakes have already swept towards the opponent. Puff puff. Bright red blood spattered, Orochimaru's excited expression froze, and a horrified look appeared on his face. With a stiff expression, he lowered his head and looked at his chest, a blood-red hole formed impressively. I'll explain it to you in detail. Yakushi Nanoyu still had a smile on his face, and his snow-white Arankar uniform was spotless. Chapter 78. Crash. The body of Orochimaru, who was disguised as Luasha, suddenly turned into a ball of rotten flesh, scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp, with expressions of horror on their faces. Kazekage-sama. No. He's not Kazekage at all, he's Orochimaru. The expression on Chiyo's face was ugly, and she couldn't even believe what was happening in front of her eyes. Why? Why did their Tsunagaku Kazekage turn into Orochimaru? How did he do it, and where did the real Kazekage himself go? Cho had a very bad feeling at this moment, and she also had the idea of retreating in her heart. Compared to dealing with the country of Kawa, finding the shadows in their village is the top priority. However, the current situation is no longer up to her to choose. Yakushi Nanoya pushed the white-rimmed glasses on his cheeks, and said with a soft smile, "Then, who else wants to know about the situation in our country of Kawa?" Silence. All the ninjas opposite her fell into silence, and no one made a sound. Regardless of whether the one she killed earlier was Rosa or Orochimaru, it was a solid cage-level powerhouse. Moreover, he was a cage-level powerhouse who had been through Hollow, so he couldn't stop the opponent's move. Advanced Arankar, are all monsters like this? Is Orochimaru really dead? Looking at the picture on the curtain in front of her eyes, Ying Lily wondered. Of course not. Wu Yu shrugged and said with a sigh, the most difficult person in Hokage to die is not joking, it is just his substitute. Kashima Jayakashita frowned, and suddenly asked, you already knew that Luo Sha was Orochimaru in disguise? It's not too early, I only found out when he joined the Ninja Alliance. Wu Yu shook his head. Oh. Zayas Hikiyoshi's expression was suspicious and playful. What do you mean? Zayas Hikiyoshiu opened the group chat and sent a message, just pretend you didn't find it before. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hey? I didn't find it in the first place. I don't need to hide this kind of thing at all. Poisonous old fat, who knows? Maybe you guys just don't want to reunite couples? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Asya, do you think I am that kind of person? Poisonous old fat, you have such a good time with his wife every day, and you still ask me this question? Are you that kind of person? Don't you have any points in your heart? Uchiha was silent for a moment, with a solemn expression, at least not before. Before he established a relationship with Kushina, he also wanted to find Orochimaru to return the bones of the fourth Hokage so that the husband and wife could be reunited. However, the result. So, it's Orochimaru's fault. Who told him to hide in Tibet so much? It wasted time. Xiao's Hikiyoshiya was quite speechless. What is the difference between the past and the present? Do you understand what it means to stick to the end? It's okay to change your mind temporarily after robbing someone's wife. Mentally disabled female nerve? Poisonous old man? Seeing the question mark from Akiya, Kashima Jayakashiwa realized that not only the three of them in the screening room were online in the group. Fortunately, she refrained from saying the names of the characters in Hokage. Otherwise, this wave will go through the gang properly. In fact, it's not impossible to let Akiya know, after all, their acting is only aimed at the ancestor Madara. But Akiya's IQ and personality are hard to guarantee that she will not slip up. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, wow, Master Aqua has been unblocked? This is really gratifying, and I can't help but want to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Akiya gritted her teeth immediately, UBD. Obviously you were the one who silenced me, congratulations there. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, this is not a conflict. Just like the criminals caught by the police, when the other party is released after serving his sentence, he will occasionally go to congratulate him. Celebrate that the other party has changed his mind and started a new life. Mentally disabled female nerves, I am not a criminal, UBD herd owner. Wait. Now I have a very serious question, what does it mean to rob someone's wife? You actually. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, we really love each other. At this time, no matter what is said, the dog will not believe it. The man with the hairspray, humph. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, brother die. Man with hairspray, nothing. I just thought the movie was hilarious. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, she is a widow and her husband is dead. There's nothing wrong with me being with her, is there? Poisonous old fat, what about the gift Aizen gave you? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, she is already dead, and now she has come to a brand new world. Can't you start a new life? Poisonous old fat, hee hee. Zayas Hikiyoshiu stopped talking, and the more he talked, the more angry he became. Some time ago, I was innocent with Kurosaki Masaki, but now I have changed the rhetoric. It is obvious that their relationship has taken a new leap. This Nima is outrageous. Even if Zayas Hikiyoshiu's color began to fade when he was so angry, he had to admit that this guy hooked up with the wives. That's really true, one hook and one hit. Those wives also lingered around him like moths to a flame. At this time, Akiya gradually came to her senses, with a dazed expression. So, it's not just a wife? The group leader, are you a married woman? Sand sculpture group leader, what stupid things are you talking about? Why can't you control it? Why do you have to have some peculiar hobbies and orientations in other people's pure love? You are wrong. Boom. Just as he sent out this message, there was a sudden explosion on the screen. Killer Bee has turned into the form of 8 tails at this moment, and the octopus tail on the back is fiercely drawn towards Yakushi Nanoyu, who is opposite. I'll hold on, Zhao Ziyahao, you support. Kill Arankar and complete the mission. With a unique rap accent, Killer Bee shouted at his other companions. However, before Kakashi and others responded, Killer Bee in 8 tails form was already flying into the sky. I saw Yakushi Nanoyu grabbing his tail with one hand and flicking it casually like throwing a rag. Killer Bee was thrown out, and his body directly left the range of Black Rock City. Boom! The huge body fell into the mountains in the distance, stirring up a large cloud of smoke and dust. Gulp! The rest of the ninjas who saw this scene swallowed and spit, with expressions of astonishment and horror in their eyes. The gap is too big, really too big. The opponent didn't even take it seriously, and he had already lost 2 of the top fighters. Can such a battle still be fought? Chapter 79. It looks like it's almost over. Even as an ordinary person without strength, Ying Lily could see the situation in the field at the moment. Yakushi Nanoyu stood there not serious at all, just playing cat and mouse game. But even so, Kakashi's team couldn't hold on anymore. Can't fight. Faced with such a disparity in strength between heaven and earth, it is good that the mentality does not collapse. Yakushi Nanoyu's gesture reminds me of the Sky Swordsman before his rebirth. Kato Megami said calmly, with a blank face, she is like this too, as long as she stands there, she will make the enemy collapse. Even the fallen who have been corrupted by monsters will tremble when they hear her name. Sword Master of the Sky. Uchiha became interested, blinked and said, this title sounds awesome, a human hero after the gate of the other world is opened? Kato Hue nodded, and said, after the 8th gate to another world was opened, many high-level monsters gradually appeared. Most of the entire island country fell, and Kyoto was in danger. If it weren't for the support of these human heroes, I'm afraid it would be over. Several people present could imagine that scene, it was indeed quite hopeless. Kato Megami continued, I died after the 8th gate to another world was opened. At that time, I faced an explosive beast, and I didn't dodge the aftermath of its explosion. What about me, when did I die? Ying Lily asked curiously. She already knew that Kazuma Jayakashiwa died when the door was opened for the 4th time, and Megami Kato died when the door was opened for the 8th time. How many times is it your own? You're not dead. Kato Megami replied. Ha! At least you didn't die before I died. No, it won't. Ying Lily looked a little stunned, her eyes wide open. She is very self-aware, and feels that her character is not suitable for fighting at all. In other words, it is a weak chicken, and a weak chicken like her died behind Kato Megami? Kato Megami looked at her, and said without any haste, your title is the Holy Maiden of Light, one of the 10 heroes who came to the island country. What the hell? Ying Lily was stunned for a moment, her face full of disbelief. Not to mention her, even Mizuki and Kazuma Jayakashiwa showed extremely shocked expressions, looking at Eri as if they were looking at something rare. The Holy Maiden of Light? The hero of the island nation in the future? Just this cute creature? It's because of senior sister. Kato Megami turned to Kashumajaya Kashiwa, and said, after senior sister died, you and Anulun also parted ways, and your personality has changed a lot since then. You are more and more proficient in treating monsters with hatred. I didn't expect that, Ying Lily. Xiao's Uchiha bent her mouth and teased, so I am so important to you. You guy, don't say things that make people misunderstood. Ying Lily's cheeks were as red as a monkey's butt. She turned her head and said, I should just be disappointed in Anulun, it's definitely just like that. During the years when we lived together, you always hugged me and called me senior. Kato Megami ruthlessly added. Click. Ying Lily froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Myself, I actually hugged Megami Kato and called Kashumi Hill? Impossible, this is a joke. My own orientation is obviously normal. Puff. Uchiha burst out laughing when she saw her funny appearance, and beat her leg hard with her palm. But at this moment, the battle in the curtain has been completely over. Without any accidents, the elite team of the Ninja Alliance army was wiped out. Only Yakushi Kabuto remained standing. Long time no see, Do. Of course, Yanaiu also recognized this student who was like an adopted son, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I'm so relieved to see you grow up so big. Dean. Do lowered his head, with a wry smile on his face. You deliberately kept me, do you want to seek revenge on me? Nanoyu stood opposite Yakushi Kabuto as if teleporting, and slowly raised his right hand. Closing his eyes in resignation, his expression was calm, and he didn't plan to make any more resistance at all. Result. The palm just landed on his head and rubbed it lightly. Just like the day when he first entered the orphanage, CIBC, back then. A look of astonishment appeared on Do's face, and his eyes were dull. I'm sorry, Do. No, you had a gentle expression, full of apology. I'm really sorry that I didn't recognize you at the beginning. You must have hated me for letting you bear the pain for so many years. Dean, Mom. Do suddenly squatted on the ground, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from his eyes. Congratulations, you have recruited another incredible talent. Zayas Uchiha crossed his arms, looked at Ryuki and hummed softly. There is no doubt about his talent, and there are not many people in Hokage who can match it. That's why you always look at things so vulgarly. Uchiha shook her head and sighed, did I let Yanai go to attract others? No. I just don't want to see their mother and child separated, isn't that true? Shouldn't it? Hehe, then you are really noble. Must. Just look at our ancestors, our Uchiha family has always been noble. Zayas Uchiha felt that he couldn't answer these words, so he shut up immediately and looked at the curtain again. Suddenly, he frowned, pointed at the car in front of him and said, why did Nanoyu take Terumi Mei away? She shouldn't be a Mizukage yet, right? Her value is relatively high. Uchiha explained calmly and unhurriedly, in the future, Mizukage will be very valuable. So that's the case. I thought you wanted to catch up with this old friend. Hey, this is too much. Although we have met before, we are not old at all, okay? We are almost enemies. When he was on a mission in the Land of Water, he ran into Terumi Mei's team and almost gave up his life. Brother Ran hadn't joined the group at that time. He escaped by relying solely on the strength he had cultivated in the ninja world, and he still has lingering fears when he thinks of that. That girl Terumi Mei is really terrifying in a sense. Holy Maiden of Light, what do you think? Kashuma Jayakashu turned her gaze to Ying Lily, and asked with a serious expression, do you think it is a deadly enemy or an old friend? I think. Ying Lily stopped in the middle of her sentence, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Wait. What the hell are you calling that? What a god, the Holy Maiden of Light, sounds super embarrassing, okay? The Holy Maiden of Light, Ying Lily, it's quite pleasant to connect like this. Weehu touched her chin and said, Ah wei, do you have any title? No, I'm not a hero. Kato Megami shook his head, glanced at Arari and said, I can't compare to Arari, the Holy Maiden of Light, and Saiko Busujima, the Sword Master of the Sky. Weehu's expression that was still smiling suddenly froze, she was stunned and said, Who is the Sword Master of the Sky? Chapter 80. Saiko Busujima. Megami Kato blinked his eyes and announced his name again. Weehu's expression was stunned, and the whole person seemed a little confused. After a long silence, he opened his mouth and said, that Saiko Busujima with dark purple hair, cool appearance, good figure, and great swordsmanship. Weehu-kun actually knows her. Kato Megami looked slightly surprised. Weehu doesn't know what to say anymore. As long as she has read Apocalypse, she will naturally know that Sister Saiko who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. The words guarding a man's dignity is a woman's reserve had sparked his love for a long time back then. But this is a bit unbelievable, the passerby heroine is actually connected to the world of Apocalypse? Weehu lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then said again, except for the Sky Sword Sage, Saiko Busujima, and the Saint of Light, Ying Lily, can you tell me a little bit about the names of the other heroes? He had a guess, not sure if it was right. Well, of course there is no problem. Kato Megami nodded and said, Surawich Yukinashita Yukino, Sword Ghost Guian Yi, Black Cat Saint Envoy Wujin Liulai, Demon Princess Shinomiya Kagaya, and Dragon Fist Springfield Dome. Weehu's mouth opened, as if thousands of words were stuck in her throat. But in the end, he held back. Silently opened the group chat, and then uploaded all the memories of Apocalypse, Chunwoo, Rise A Campus, My Girlfriend, Love Brain War, and me as Hikong into the group. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, this is the situation. The surface is very calm, but the heart is like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping. What the hell? What the hell is this? After a long time, Zaya's Hikihoshia's side is not a passerby heroine at all, but Nima's Zongman. If Kato Megami hadn't revealed this, he would not have noticed it at all. The man with hairspray hands, that's how it is, a world where multiple works are mixed and matched together. Mentally disabled female nerves, what mix and match together? Hey, where did you just go? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akia, stop making trouble, there is serious business. Axia, what do you think now? Poisonous old fat, it's unbelievable, why are you posting these memories now? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, because I didn't know that you were in the Zongman world at all. It should be because you rarely have any connection and interaction with the characters in other works. Poison-tongued old fat, the major shareholder of our school is the Shinomiya Foundation, and Shinomiya Kagaya came to us to give a speech before. You don't have any connection? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, did you tell me? Zaya's Hikihoshiya was silent for a moment, and let out a foul breath, forget it, there is no point in blaming each other. Now that we know this information, we can play big. Sand Sculpture Group Leader? Mentally disabled female nerves, Axia, I can hear madness from your tone. Poisonous old fat, believe me. If you see the possibility of becoming a billionaire from a hard-working light novel author like me, you will also become crazy. Weehu glanced at Zaya's Hikihoshiya beside him, but saw that the other party even showed the Sharingan. The whole person exudes a strange evil charm and ominousness. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Axia, calm down. At least in the ninja world, you are still a rich man. I haven't touched any of your dividends, I'll keep them for you. Poison-tongue old man, humph, a mere rich man in the ninja world is not my pursuit of Uchiha Shiwa. Mentally disabled female nerves, this tone, this style of speaking. Push group owner, it's a real Uchiha. Man with hairspray, so? Poisonous old fatty,
even in the Zongman world over there, I still have a net worth of tens of billions. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, dreams are always good, but reality is always a bit cruel. Asya, listen to me. As a human being, it is better to be down to earth. You are a student now, you should focus on your studies. Poisonous old fat, Mr. Group Owner, don't you want to have a complete information production line? Even semiconductor production workshops, chip factories. Don't you want to popularize mobile phones and computer networks in the ninja world? Wu's eyes were wide open, he had to admit that he was hit by this big cake of Zaya's Haikyoshiu. Mobile phones and computer networks, how inaccessible are these terms to the current technology tree of the ninja world? And how long is this nostalgia for myself? Without this thing, he could only pass the time by teasing the spring in the first few years of time travel. Ask for flowers. It was only after getting to know Zaya's Haikyoshiu that he found a new substitute. If you can also use the mobile phone and computer network in this ninja world, it would be a paradise on earth, okay. He even thought about setting up an app like 9yen and Ningxin to harvest wealth. Swallowing the saliva that almost overflowed, Wu let out a foul breath. Tell me, what are you going to do? Poisonous old fat, of course it starts with Kaguya in the Four Palaces. Hiss. Wu gasped, and her body shook twice involuntarily. This Shiba-chan made him feel very strange. Aizen didn't feel that there was anything wrong, instead he curled his mouth. Sure enough. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Axia, you are still young now. You must not go on the path of crime. Kidnapping girls or something, I think it's a bit too much. Although it is true that the Four Palaces Consortium is an evil monopoly capital, it is not as bad as the family. The corners of Kazuma Jayakashiu's mouth twitched, and his eyes rolled straightly. Who told you that I was going to kidnap tickets? You guy, you are used to playing kidnapping games in the ninja world, right? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, oh? Besides committing crimes, is there any other way to make you worth tens of billions? Poisonous old fat, yes. The simplest thing is that I will arrange a blind date for you, and when you become the son-in-law of the Sagong family, we can get rid of the other heirs and divide up their family property reasonably and legally. Mentally disabled female nerves? This. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, damn it. How the hell can you figure this out? Wu was shocked, this Shiyu-chan was really spoiled, she even thought of the trick of fraudulent marriage. The man with hairspray, it is indeed the simplest and most effective method. The owner of the Sand Sculpture Group, Brother Ran, don't make trouble, I'm not that kind of person. I can't do such a thing to cheat a girl's feelings for family property. Poisonous old fat, when Kaguya gave a speech last time, her sister-in-law who died of her husband also came along. Very moisturizing, and has a kind of high-cold extravagance. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I am sworn to death with the evil Chable. Comrade Axia, when will you arrange a date? Mentally disabled female nerve? Poisonous old fat. Hairspray hand man, dry. Chapter 81. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, well, Axia should know what kind of person I am. That was obviously a joke, why are you angry? After the message was sent, Wu threw a popcorn into her mouth. Movie time is over and the screening room is closed. According to the original plan, he should now take a few girls from the world of passerby heroines to wander around the country of Sichuan to learn about the customs here. But because Shiwa-chan suddenly became emotional, this matter can only be shelved for the time being. Man with hairspray hands, is there a possibility that she is angry just because she knows what kind of person you are? Aizen also returned to the Soul Society this time, and changed into a loose kimono. Vice Captain Hinamori Momo, who was kneeling beside her, looked at the proposal in front of her with an incredulous expression on her face. Female, made 603 cafe. Ah, what's the problem? Aizen glanced at her. There is a problem, of course there is a problem.
Hinamori Momo's eyelids twitched wildly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Maid cafes or something, this obviously doesn't fit the style of Seoul society at all. Why would the serious Captain Aizen want to do this in the festival? How strange! Is this really Captain Aizen's plan? Hinamori Momo is very suspicious in her heart. The Aizen captain in her mind is definitely not such a deviant person. Who the hell, which BD led his Aizen captain to death? Moreover, her figure is not suitable for wearing a maid outfit at all. Shouting crazily in his heart, Hinamori Momo remained calm on the surface. No problem. I'll pass it on to each team. Trouble. Aizen nodded, and continued to look at the group chat. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Brother Ran, you will lose friends if you speak out of conscience like this. How could I become someone's son-in-law just because I was greedy for someone's wife? This kind of humiliating thing is not my style. Retarded female nerves, pft. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akiya, what are you laughing at? You are very happy just out of prison, do you want to be happier? For example, go in again? Akiya's face suddenly changed, and her expression was terrified. Stop. People are not laughing at you. I was laughing at the reincarnated person just now, the cause of death is too nonsense. I read Furukong's book and became angry because the author didn't play cards according to common sense. Touched the plug and got electrocuted. Isn't it funny? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, hee. Mentally disabled female nerves, why did the group owner react like this? Isn't this funny? Furukong's book, hey, he became angry from embarrassment, touched the plug. These few can be connected in series, isn't that funny enough? Sand Sculpture Group Owner, very funny, goodbye. Mentally disabled female nerve, hey? Akiya was full of doubts, this is obviously very funny. The man with hairspray hands, Ms. Akiya, have you ever thought about how the group leader travels through time? Mentally disabled female nerves? Akiya trembled all over, and gasped. The entrance of the guest house in the country of Kawa. Uchiha, who turned off the group chat, had a slightly distressed expression. In fact, he was indeed reminded of the sad memory of his previous life by Akiya's words. Certainly. It's not about being sad about being reincarnated in the ninja world after death, but about the plot in the sad book. The coquettish mother fox has already peeled off the little hero's clothes like peeling an egg, and is ready for the last step. But the next screen. But the little male protagonist seemed to be possessed by a god, and suddenly exploded. Directly use the true spirit magic with one hand, and burn the delicate and charming mother fox into a pile of carbon? Why did you draw like this in your notebook? That dog author is simply poisonous. How can such a considerate mother fox be able to do it? I can't think about it, and I'm a little depressed again. Uchiha stood up again, and saw a girl in school uniform standing by the passage. Holding a food box in his hand, his long straight black hair swayed slightly, as if walking out of a painting. Axia. You're. Remember the V50? Zayas Hikiyoshiu handed him the food box in his hand, turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, Uchiha grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her into her arms with a slight force. Plop, plop. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's heartbeat began to intensify, and her face gradually turned red. Vermilion lips parted slightly, and said, "You, let go." Although the mouth is refusing, but the body does not have any struggle. Instead, they lay in each other's arms very cooperatively, just like a real couple in love. Uchiha lowered her head, her black eyes looked at her affectionately. Their eyes met, and there seemed to be a strong pink atmosphere brewing between the two of them. "Yes, are you coming?" Zayas Hikiyoshiu swallowed nervously, looking at the other's handsome face that was getting closer to her, suddenly remembered that this guy didn't seem to have confessed. But at a time like this, it's okay to not think about it for the time being, right? Zayas Uchiha finally decided to compromise and closed his eyes lightly. 50 is too expensive, can you give me a discount? The voice in her ears made her eyes widen with anger, her face full of annoyance. The pink that lingered around her before dissipated again, turning into a rich black. God, what a discount, you are still thinking about that kind of thing at this time? I have decided not to resist, I have decided to be at your mercy. Even the bottom line of my heart has been compromised for you, why are you just thinking about discounting? The BD. Xiao's Uchiha opened her mouth and wanted to curse, but saw the boy opposite suddenly took a piece of fried chicken from the food box and stuffed it into her mouth. Well. 3.7. Kashoma Uchiha, whose mouth was gagged, was speechless, and the anger on his face turned into astonishment. This BD just wanted to be angry with himself on purpose. Having figured it out, Kashoma Uchiha bit the chicken nugget hard, chewed a few mouthfuls and swallowed it down. Apparently not biting a chicken nugget, but mistaking it for someone's meat. Is it delicious, Axia? Not tasty, smelly. Oh, that's it. Uchiha blinked her eyes, and before Kashoma Uchiha could react, her whole face moved closer. Zayas Uchiha was a little caught off guard by him, his eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body tensed up. As time went by, he gradually became limp, and his cheeks flushed red. The black cavity slowly opened, Uchiha held her in her arms like a princess, and walked into the black cavity. Chapter 82. Jingle Bell. A crisp bell rang, and the elementary school students of Kawanokuni Academy began to leave the school one after another. Ah, school is finally over. Naruto walked out of the door with a small fox-patterned school bag on his back, and said loudly, I'm back to life again, ha 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 ha. Idiot. Sasuke rolled his eyes and snorted softly. Hey? Fart Sasuke, you're yelling at me again. Idiot. You BD, you want to fight, don't you? You two started again. Xianglin covered her head, sighed, can I be a little more mature? Obviously he was the one who picked things up first. Naruto pointed at Sasuke's nose. You were the one who was stupid first. Sasuke, who was carrying the little blue cat school bag, folded his hands on his chest, and said lightly, you seem to be yelling there like a fool. You really want to fight, right? You think I'm afraid of you? Watching the two confront each other again, Xianglin slowly raised his fist and said lightly, how about you go up together? Sasuke and Naruto fell silent for a moment while turning their faces away. You are lucky this time. 28. That's what I want to say. Let's go, I have to fill out the volunteer form tonight. Xianglin dragged the two of them away from the school gate. Ah, yes. There is also a volunteer form, what is Sasuke planning to elect? Of course it's the spiritual arts class, Shinigami is in line with the identity of our Uchiha clan. No wonder, obviously we Uzumaki clan are suitable to be Shinigami. Noisy and noisy, the figures of several people walked further and further away. Looking at the backs of them leaving, Ying Lily in the breakfast shop at the school gate showed a strange face, it's really Sasuke and Naruto, but the spirit class. It is to teach how to absorb spirits and become Shinigami's subject. Sitting next to her, Kashoma Uchiha raised her legs and said with a bad face, you can only learn it after the 3rd grade of elementary school, and it is an elective subject. What you said makes me want to go back to elementary school. Ying Lily twitched the corner of her mouth and said, the elementary school in our world will not teach you how to become a Shinigami. Zayas Uchiha raised his eyebrows and said, if you want to stay here, I can sign up for you. It's still free. Ying Lily was a little moved, but there was still her family in the world over there. Although the flow of time on the two sides is different, even if you stay here for 10 years, it is estimated that it will only be more than a month there. But the changes in the body can't be explained. Teenage mature woman, just thinking about it is scary. Kashoma Uchiha senpai seems to be in a bad mood. Megami Kato sipped the soy milk in the bowl, pursed her lips and said. Not in a good mood. Ying Lily also looked at Zaya's Hikihoshiu, her sky blue eyes blinked and said, no way? You obviously took away that dress yesterday, you should have a good time. Right. That dress. Kato Megami looked slightly stunned. Ah, it's a girl, woo woo woo. Before he finished speaking, Zaya's Haikyuu Xi covered her, stopped turning red, and shut up. So that's how it is, the maid cosplay. Even if Ying Lily didn't finish speaking, Kato Megami understood what she meant. With a calm expression, she nodded slightly, and said, it must look good with the figure of senior sister, Woo Jun has made a lot of money. Xiao's Hikihoshiu let go of Ying Lily and stopped talking. What's going on, you two really quarreled? Ying Lily stared at her, and suddenly said, no wonder he didn't come to be our tour guide today, the relationship has changed. Humph. This is also Uchiha's territory, can I, Uchiha Shiwa, be your tour guide? Kazuma Jayaka Shiwa revealed her Sharingan. You sound like a Uchiha. Really? Ying Lily and Kato Megami didn't know what to say, so they just twitched slightly. So, what was the fight about? There's no quarrel, it's just that I don't want to talk to him for the time being. Let's go back after Kato finishes eating. On the other side, Kawano Country Office. Sitting at the desk, Wheel looked at the several photos in his hand repeatedly, with a slightly pensive expression. The people in these photos are the captured 5 cages. In the picture, they are all shirtless, with expressions of reluctance but helplessness on their faces. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old man usually uses a crystal ball to spy on other people's privacy, but when it's his turn to take 2 photos, he hides and hides, which makes people angry. Go and ask him to cooperate and take a few more photos. Woo handed the photos to Arankar, the guard in front of him, and said calmly, otherwise, I'll give him an extra box of BD cream for dinner today. I see. The guard Arankar nodded, turned, and left. Ha 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 ha, BD. Kushina's figure emerged from Woo's chest, and laughed loudly, you actually gave 3rd-generation old man that kind of food, aren't you afraid that he will die? That thing is usually eaten by the bulls in the cattle pen, so that the dairy herd can flourish faster. Now Woo actually eats it for people. He is still a little old man who is over half 100 years old. It's a merit for me not to lock him up with the other shadows. Woo shrugged and said lightly. Close, together. Kushina gasped, her face full of shock. Let the 3rd-generation old man who has eaten the BD paste be locked up with several other shadows, wouldn't that be? I can't think of it, it is definitely a taboo picture. Wu Yu told Rina's mother who was behind her, paste their photos on the newspaper later, and let Uncle Zhengyang do an artistic processing with writing brushes. We must let the country of Sichuan stand on the commanding heights of morality. Okay, sir. Rina's mother nodded with a solemn expression. Tisk, you are really bad. Kushina probably understood what he meant, and only in the position of a victim can he get more compensation. Although the 5 cages were captured and photographed by us, we were forced to defend ourselves. Normal. Weo waved her hand with a calm expression. After dealing with the official business, what about your private affairs? This time, it made people angry. Who do you think did it? Weo's indifferent expression instantly broke, and his face was speechless. Last night, he and Xiao's Hikihoshiu were going very smoothly, and the last step was completed, and they even started a cosplay later. Get up early in the morning. When the 2 of them were getting bored, Shiwa-chan suddenly asked from Fulin's heart where did Kushina and Masaki went last night. Shiwa-chan thought subjectively at the time that the 2 wives would definitely not stay in Hagyaku if they were 2 young lovers living in a 2-person world. Probably went for a stroll elsewhere. After all, no matter how good the relationship is, there are some things that should be avoided. As a result, before Mutsuki could speak nonsense, Mrs. Kushina replied with a pretentious cover. Don't worry, we didn't hear anything last night. At that moment, the whole air became very silent. Chapter 83. Tianziguo, the underground base of Yunnan village. What a terrifying power! Orochimaru touched the hollow in his chest with a serious expression on his face. Even though he had already used Orikyu as a substitute in advance, that punch almost sent him away. Quick! Too fast! That kind of speed is beyond his reach. The naked eye, nerves, and body are unable to respond, and after recovering, they have already been tricked. In the end, I was spared my life. Taking a breath, Orochimaru said in a low voice, "Is it to thank me for taking care of the bag?" Nanoyu. He is very clear. If the opponent launched a pursuit at that time, he would not be able to run away at all. Those high-level Arankars called Espada have completely surpassed the category of ninjas. Even if it is the god of ninja, Uchiha Madara resurrected, I am afraid it is not an opponent. With this in mind, Orochimaru slowly sat up from the chair and walked towards his hollow laboratory. Since the appearance of the hollow thing, he has stopped all his other experiments and focused on this research. Because he found that this hollow thing can not only improve the strength of the ninja, but also greatly extend the lifespan. The road to eternal life is just around the corner, research in other aspects is nothing. Speaking of which, he is worthy of being a research genius in this world. Although the time to get the hollow object is still short, it has indeed made a lot of improvements. For example, the increase in strength, or the beauty. Other hollows have half or the whole face covered by white bone, but Orochimaru is only covered with a mask around the jaw, much more handsome than most hollow ninjas. Originally, Orochimaru was a little complacent, and felt that Uchiha Mizuki was just like that. He even approached 4th Kazekage to seek cooperation with great enthusiasm, wanting to follow behind the army of ninjas to pick up leaks, evacuate Kawa no Kuni's laboratory and so on. The price of cooperation is naturally the improved hollow thing he made. 4th Kazekage is also worthy of being a person who is very good at seizing business opportunities, and he made a decision to cooperate with him without much consideration. And in front of him, tried his modified hollow. The result was unexpected, 4th Kazekage turned into ashes directly. Orochimaru's expression at that moment was stiff. Be reasonable. At that time, he really didn't intend to kill this Feng Ying, and he really wanted to cooperate with him. After all, they have no conflict of interest, and Orochimaru also intends to let Kazekage, who has received the improved hollow, to test the bottom of Kawa no Kuni. But I didn't expect him to be so useless, simply. After a series of practice, he finally understood that there is a limit to the ability of people to bear hollow. Like myself, you can use Danzo's hollow first, and then use the improved hollow. But the 4th Kazekage didn't work, and died on the spot after it was used up. Orochimaru thought for a long time, and finally came up with the decision to replace 4th Kazekage with himself. The plan went smoothly. Even the old lady Cho didn't see that he was a counterfeit, and took him for the real Luo Shat. And Demao recommended himself as the captain of the beheading team. After successfully breaking into the country of Sichuan, he became excited and started licking his mouth subconsciously. Because the next part will be his most dreamed treasure hunt, the laboratory of the country of Chuan seems to be close at hand. As a result, I ran into Yakushi Yi. Still too far away. Being killed by the opponent with one punch, this kind of encounter made Orochimaru put away his arrogance. Senior Arankar's incomparable strength left a deep imprint on his heart. He wants to try more. If he wants to possess or even surpass the power of the advanced Arankar, Hollow's research must not stop. Click. Pushing open the laboratory door, Orochimaru saw a man in a black robe with a Uzumaki face mask. Uchiha Obito. He has already known the identity of the other party from the information given by Konoha, and he has been hiding all this time because of this man. Orochimaru, I think you should know why I'm here. Obito didn't talk too much, and said straight to the point, hand over the teacher's body, otherwise. Don't worry, Obito-kun. Orochimaru grinned, we can talk. Talk. Obito frowned and said, what do you want? I can hand over the bones of the 4th generation, but you must bring me back Yakushi Kabuto. Orochimaru made his request. Yakushi Kabuto is still very easy to use, and he is an all-around support talent. He felt it was a pity to just give it to the country of Chuan. Are you dreaming? Obito sneered and said, Do is now from the kingdom of Sichuan. Not to mention that it is impossible for Obito to agree, even if he agrees, he will not be able to bring it out. The entire Chuan country is under the control and surveillance of Wu Yu, and no one can sneak people away from under his nose. Not even the resurrection of Sage of 6 Paths. It's even possible that you thought you were taking someone away, only to find out in the end that it was an illusion of Kyōka Suigetsu. That guy who likes to watch people have fun can definitely do this kind of thing. Allah, that means the negotiation has broken down. Orochimaru took 2 steps back with a dignified expression, and quickly sealed his hands. If this is the case, then this is the only way to go. Reanimation Jutsu. Click. A taupe wooden coffin rose from the ground, with the capital 4 written on the coffin lid. At this moment, Orochimaru already knew the power of the Kawa no Kuni, and felt that the Obito in front of him should also be a high-level Arankar. It is definitely impossible to fight. He didn't even intend to fight the opponent, using impure world reincarnation and only expecting 4th Hokage to stall for a while. Speaking of it, I have to praise him for his foresight, so he went to Namian of Wakaogan on purpose. Good Nyonyo, this wave of impure world reincarnation has come into play. But he didn't know that the face of Obito in front of him had changed drastically at this moment, and his mentality almost collapsed. Orochimaru, you bloody BD! Laozi swears, I will never let your store go. Putting down the harsh words, he turned into Uzumaki and disappeared. What can I do if it doesn't disappear? He came here only to retrieve the teacher's bones and return them to the country of Sichuan for a proper burial, so that Naruto could have a thought and let him know what a great man his father was. But now it's time to face Namikaze Minato, and he decides to run away. He is willing to reveal the mistakes he made to teacher Minato, and he is willing to admit that he killed the other party. If he doesn't ask for forgiveness, he is not afraid even if he gives his life back to the other party. But he really can't bear it. Does he want to tell the teacher that Mrs. Kushina is about to remarry? What a crime! Chapter 84. Dark Dungeon. Sarutobi Hiruzen posed with a stiff expression, letting Arankar, the guard on the opposite side, keep patting him back and forth. It is unreasonable to think that his dignified Hokage should suffer such a great humiliation. But what can he do? If he dared not cooperate, the price he would pay would be even greater. He really didn't want to eat the bad ointment. He didn't want to try again with the feeling that the blood vessels in his body were about to burst. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very confused, and how did these bastards come up with this way of burying people? Is this something normal people can think of? Very good, Lord Hokage. Guard Arankar put away the camera and motioned for him to put on his clothes. You cooperated very well today. After the photos are published, they will definitely cause a lot of repercussions. Published, out. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to talk at first, but he couldn't hold back when he heard this. At first, he thought that the other party took the photo to send a letter to blackmail their village, but he never expected that the other party wanted to publish it in a newspaper. How could this photo be published in a newspaper? If this is really published, do you want his old face? Do you want Konoha's face? It seems that he is not the only one who will be logged out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the rest of the shadows. Sure enough, their expressions were full of aggrieved and angry. You, the country of Sichuan, are deceiving people too much. Kill Laozi now, or Laozi will tear Uchiha Wyu into pieces someday. The old man is dozens of years old, what is the conscience of you doing this? Beast! Mizukage, movie, and Tsuchikage cursed one after another, even ignoring their own lives. After all, they are shadows. In this ninja world, the shadows of the 5 great villages can be said to be superior existences. All the major villages also follow an unwritten rule that even if the war is lost, the shadow of the defeated country will not suffer any actual aggrieved or insulted. But this country of Sichuan does not play its cards according to common sense at all. They actually humiliated shadows so much that they even published their extremely embarrassing photos in the newspaper. Is this what people did? Of course these shadows can't accept it. They would rather die than accept such an insult. Besides, if this thing really gets published in the newspapers, they are actually dead. A veritable social death. You don't have to publish it if you want, as long as your village offers 2.5 billion taels, SIB, to redeem people. Arankar, the guard, said with a calm expression, when we get the money, we will bite people immediately. 2.5 billion. This number stunned everyone present, with disbelief on their faces. Your country of Sichuan is like a lion's mouth, why don't you grab it? It was Yagura who spoke. This 4th Mizukage's whole little boy's face turned a little livid at the moment. Their Kirigakure is not rich at all, and the previous purchase of hollow items has almost exhausted their savings. Let alone 2.5 billion, 500 million may not be available. Please pay attention to your words, Master Mizukage. The guard Arankar shook his head, and said in a calm tone, our country of Sichuan is the victim, and you are the invaders. We are only asking for war compensation reasonably, how can it be called robbery? Reasonable A. The fiery 4th Raikage said angrily with blue veins on his forehead, I'm afraid that your entire Sichuan kingdom is not worth 2.5 billion, but now you want us ninja village to pay 2.5 billion each, compensation. Isn't it 2.5 billion? Arankar blinked and said, then 3 billion. You. 4th Raikage didn't know what to say, is this guy out of his mind? Laozi is reducing the price, why the hell are you adding it? Our leader will give you 2 months to think about it. The guard Arankar shrugged and said, if you are still unwilling to promise each village 3 billion in compensation within 2 months, then don't blame us for giving you 3 billion yuan every night. Extra meal. Threat, Chiguakuo's threat. These shadows have lived so big, why have they been threatened by such arrogance? Can think of extra meals. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled heavily, and said dejectedly, can you give me a message for your leader, I want to talk to him personally. Konoha has made a lot of money selling hollow items during this period, and they still have some money. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to suffer, it's worth it if he can save money and avoid disaster. But 3 billion is too much, and that's all they've paid for selling hollow stuff. They can't do it for nothing, they have to keep some labor costs, right? I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. Arankar, the guard, directly refused, shaking his head and said, our leader is accompanying the honored guest, so we don't have time. The interrogation room of Kawa no Kuni. Terumi Mei looked at the handsome young man in white in front of her, with a slightly dignified expression on her face. Who are you? In her opinion, the status of this boy should be extremely high in the country of Sichuan. The 2 Arankars who were guarding him just now couldn't be fooled by their respectful faces when they saw each other. Thinking about the age of the leader of the country of Chuanzi who should be only 12 or 13 years old, she couldn't help but thump in her heart. Uchiha no Moon. Hello, Ms. Terumi Mei. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to meet again on such an occasion. Have we met? Terumi Mei's expression was a bit unbelievable. Such a handsome and beautiful young genius is impressive with just one glance. If she really saw it, she would never forget it. So the other party is almost lying? It should be impossible, right? It's completely unnecessary.
It seems that Miss Ming really doesn't recognize me. Wu smiled slightly with her lips curled up. Stand up and walk to Terumi Mei. Stretch out your index finger and touch her collarbone like a fine work of art. What are you doing? Terumi Mei was ashamed and angry, shaking her body vigorously. But because his hands and feet were bound by special shackles, he couldn't break free at all. It's nothing, I just want you to recall it. Wu continued to move her finger down, drawing a circle skillfully. Terumi Mei was startled, as if struck by lightning. Yes, it's you. It seems that you have remembered. Wu raised the corners of her mouth, and her smile was a little evil. Terumi Mei's eyes widened, she still couldn't believe it. How can this be? That guy was obviously a young man back then, and his strength was very weak. If he hadn't played some bad tricks at that time, there was no way he could have escaped from his hands. He turned out to be Uchiha Uzuki? Hey! Miss Ming, do you want to experience that period of the past again? Wu held a black bandage and pulled it slightly, and the whole bandage made a crisp sound of snap. Chapter 85. The sun is setting low, and the setting sun is like blood. Wu sat on a chair with a big knife and a golden horse, condescendingly looking at Terumi Mei who was lying on the ground, dripping with sweat. How do you feel, Miss Ming? Humph. Sitting up with force, Terumi Mei took a breath and said, your way of pumping people is still as weak as before. You are still the same as before. Wu chuckled and said, the whole body is soft, but the mouth is a bit hard. BD, I've been looking for you all these years. Terumi Mei now completely believes that the guy who was captured by her is the Uchiha Uzuki in front of her. After all, this is a little secret between the two of them. The smile on Wu's face also subsided, and said softly, too many things have happened, there is no way to escape. I know. The previous Terumi Mei had resentment, this BD ran away after flirting, it's really hateful. She doesn't mind that the other party's strength is low, and she doesn't mind that the other party is a wandering ninja. As long as she is willing to give. Why is he still running? Now, she finally understands. The leader of the country of Kawa, the master of Arankar. If it wasn't for the fact that he was so close, she wouldn't have believed that the wandering ninja in her impression of being shameless, lecherous, and only playing tricks would one day become such a favored child of heaven. He must have been very tired all these years, right? Terumi Mei inexplicably feels distressed. Of course she didn't know that Wu would have a few days not relying on strength at all, but relying on the cheating of the account. Otherwise, not only won't feel distressed, but may give him a hammer. That's right. Terumi Mei suddenly thought of something, and said in confusion, we met back then, you were pretending, right? Wu nodded without denying it. That kind of camouflage is not a transformation technique, but a disguise technique. At that time, he was already about 1.65 meters tall. As long as he dressed himself up a bit, he could perfectly disguise himself as a young man. So, you were only 10 years old then? Yes. I had a crush on a 10-year-old boy. Terumi Mei was a little closed for a moment. It's okay, there are people worse than you. When Wu met Terumi Mei, she was at least disguised as a young man, and his sister Nan was directly attracted by her 9-year-old appearance. And Kashumi Hill, even 8 years old. Your consolation can't make me happy at all. Terumi Mei sighed, staring at Wu with emerald green eyes and said, next, how do you plan to arrange for me? Mizukage is my guest. Is the Ninja Alliance really wiped out? Terumi Mei was not surprised by this, after seeing the strength of that Yakushi Nanoyu, she expected this ending. The gap between heaven and earth is not just based on the number of people. You said that I exchanged 1 billion with Yagura to keep you here, would he be willing? Wu asked abruptly. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, feeling a little happy in her heart. This guy really treats himself.
But she didn't show it on the surface, pretending to be unhappy in your eyes. Am I just? Of course you are priceless in my eyes. Wu Yu pinched her face and said with a smile, but for your Mizukage-sama, it should be worth $1 billion, right? He knows the predicament Kirigakure is facing now, and Tianyi is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Certainly. It is impossible for Wu Yu to actually take out the money, and will only deduct it from the other party's ransom. I believe 4th Mizukage will be very moved if they know that their village has been exempted from 1 billion debts. Terumi Mei didn't speak anymore, she acquiesced to Wu Yu's proposal. She exchanged herself for 1 billion to turn around the village, and she was not considered a defector, let alone owed. Even if Master Yuan knew about this, he might not be able to say anything. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei said, "Are you going to make me an Arankar?" The Arankars of Kawagaku are all people who have died before. B. You first adapt to the environment of Zyakuan country, and see which position is more suitable for you. Okay. But before that, we still have one unfinished business. Ha! Didn't you always say that I am stubborn? Last time I asked you to try, but you ran away. Terumi Mei's emerald green eyes stared at Wu Yu, shining brightly. Wu Yu understood immediately, and of course he would not back down at such a time. 1. Holding each other's shoulders as white as jade, the two cheeks came together. Behind them, a black void also opened. The figures of the two disappeared into the interrogation room. The night was getting dark. Terumi Mei beside Wu Yu has already fallen into a deep sleep, with her head resting on his arm, wrapping around him like an octopus. The future 5th Mizukage, this sleeping pose is a bit. Shaking her head helplessly, Wu Yu didn't push her away. Close your eyes and consciously link group chats. Poisonous old fat, angry? Why should I be angry? Am I the kind of person who loves to be angry? Joke. Mentally disabled female nerve, when you said this, I could see that you were angry, Axia. The man with hairspray, even Miss Akia can tell that there is really no need to pretend anymore. Mentally retarded female nerves, yes, even me. Wait. Aizen, UBD, what do you mean? Are you looking down on this goddess? Believe it or not, I will make you look like a fool sucked up. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Master Akia is so scary, you actually want to stick a Zanpakut. Mentally disabled female nerves, hey, ghost herd owner? Tell others quickly, how did you make Axia angry? Our Axia is so cute. Although sometimes we can be very vicious and gossiping, and the headbands are a bit rustic, but those are not reasons you can make her angry. Zayas Hikyoshi rolled her eyes, thank you, I am even more angry now. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, cough, Asya hasn't slept yet? Go to bed early and get up early to be healthy. Poison-tongued old man, don't worry about the group leader, it's still afternoon here. Zayas Hikyoshi felt quite speechless, this guy couldn't even comfort others. Go to bed early and wake up early for good health. But also understandable. The bunch of mothers Wu Yu is looking for don't need him to comfort him, but they will comfort him very painfully. Thinking this way, it's normal not to comfort people. Speaking of being angry, Zayas Hikyoshi was not angry anymore. At most, I feel a little embarrassing, after all, it is the first time to do such a thing, it should be a very romantic atmosphere for men and women to be alone. The result was surrounded by people. Thinking about her performance at that time, Kushina and Kurosaki Masaki watched her performance at that time, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to get into Shiro. Chapter 86. Call. Wearing light blue pajamas, Kashuma Jayakashio lying on the bed let out a breath of foul air. Actually, it's her fault too. At that time, I was so confused that I didn't even think about these details. It was too late to react. I've already done everything I need to do, even wearing a maid outfit and calling that BD master. Kazuma Jayakashiu's cheeks turned red again, and she felt that the memories of her death began to attack her. It's too shameful, it's really too shameful. I will never play this kind of cosplay in the future, absolutely not. Sand Sculpture Group Leader at Axia, let's talk about getting rich. Don't you want to be a billionaire? Poisonous old fat, are you still thinking about someone else's mother? Zayas Hikiyoshiya felt very angry. If you are asked to hook up with a girl, you will be submissive, but if you are a girl's mother, you will hit hard at 740? Do you know that this kind of differential treatment is a bit hurtful? I always feel that I am a dwarf as a girl. Mentally disabled female nerves, are you still thinking about other people's mothers? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, no, it was just a joke. The fortune-making plan I mentioned was actually looking for the Sagong Consortium to do business with. Poison-tongued old man, doing business? With your small business, can people value it? The overall area of Kawanokuni is not as large as that of an island country, because the lack of population leads to a serious shortage of productivity. And the Sagong Consortium is the top chaebol in the island country, usually doing business on behalf of the island country and other big cities in the world. How could people look down on the niche in the country of Kamikawa? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Axia, haven't you heard of rare goods that can be lived in? We can't even buy things from the land of Sichuan in modern cities. Just use my world as a sign, you say can you make money? Mentally disabled female nerves, hey, which world is the group leader in? Can he still be a signboard? Sand Sculpture Group Leader, I am invisible, everywhere. Mentally disabled female nerves, humph, if you don't want to say it, forget it. BD, this goddess doesn't have to know. Akia pouted angrily, and went off the assembly line directly. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, this girl, has she learned to play with her temper? Poisonous old fat, is there a possibility that she is serious about wanting you to be her paladin? But your current attitude makes her very sad? Uio was stunned, and took a breath. Axia, this joke is not fun. Our country of Sichuan really has a law that prohibits people with disabilities from being shot. Poisonous old fat, but can you shoot at the long-dead mother? The man with the hairspray, humph. Sand Sculpture Group Leader, Brother Ran, why are you sneering again? Do you know how lethal your sneer is to children? Hairspray hand man, never mind. I just remembered Captain Yamamoto's expression at the meeting this morning. Sand Sculpture Group Owner, have you submitted your proposal? Hairspray hand man, it's passed. Aizen glanced at the stamped planning book, and casually placed it on the long table at hand. I really didn't expect it, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin squinted at him, and said meaningfully, it's unexpected that you would submit such a plan. In fact, it was not just unexpected, Ichimaru-jin even doubted whether Aizen in front of him was himself. Maid cafe? Damn, how did you come up with this? Ichimaru-jin was stunned when he got the news. It was just a sudden whim. Aizen smiled gently and said, there are also things we can learn from in this world. Are you in the wrong place? What are the maid cafes worth learning and learning from? Appreciate the soft and cute maids? You should not be like this, Aizen. Ichimaru-jin complained inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Captain Aizen, you seem to have changed a lot recently. Did you see it? Aizen turned his face to look at him, and said calmly, why do you think I have such a change, Yin? Ah, did something good happen? It may be a good thing for me, but not necessarily for others. Ichimaru-jin's expression froze, and he always felt that there was something in Aizen's words. But he couldn't ask Songnang directly and said, it seems that someone is going to suffer again. Ah, yes. Aizen didn't answer directly, but sighed. The good thing he is referring to here is naturally the upcoming Soul Society of Wu. As for which unlucky one will suffer, Aizen is not sure. With Wuyu's cheerful personality and unique affinity for attracting bees and attracting butterflies, any girl who sees her has the possibility of falling. Maybe, the unlucky one is the capable general beside her? Ah, Captain Aizen. Ichimarujin felt that the other person's gaze was a bit strange. Why did he always look at the top of his head? Narrowing his eyes, he asked suspiciously, "Is there anything on my head that you should pay attention to?" "Don't mind, Yin." Aizen reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "Even if some uncontrollable things happen in the future, people should try to be strong." Ichimarujin felt even weirder, always felt that a hat was stuck on his head. Of course Aizen didn't open his mouth to explain to him. Looks back to group chat. Ghost face. Sand sculpture group leader, good guy, brother Ran is awesome. I didn't say anything, I will definitely join you when the time comes. Poison-tongued old man, hat. Are you going to support brother Ran, or to support those maids? Sand sculpture group leader, how could I run after those maids? No matter how cute those maids are, they are nothing but gravel, not half as good as you, Axia. Zai's Haikyoshiha broke his power in an instant, blushing like a monkey's butt. Shut up. Sand sculpture group leader, hey, I also want to see Axia's maid. Zai's Haikyoshiha's body froze, and a strange emotion was brewing in his heart. Obviously, she had already decided not to play this kind of cosplay before, but she was a little shaken by Wuyu's pleading. To be honest, shame is shame, but 3.7 was quite exciting at the time. Obviously it was the first time, but it felt like I was going to fly into the sky. But in the end, the reservedness of being a girl suppressed this strangeness, and took a breath. No. We are going to have a final exam soon, and we have to prepare for it. I will be distracted if I can't go to your place. What she said was not an excuse, but a fact. How to learn in the ninja world, what I think in my heart is not learning at all. Sand sculpture group owner, I can't come. Poisonous old man, I am not joking with you. I really have to prepare for the exam recently, you can wait for me to finish the exam. Zai's Haikyoshiha always felt that the other party's tone was a bit lost, which made her feel a little distressed. But she really can't help it, as Wu Yu said, she still has to study as a student. At this moment, Zai's Haikyoshiha, who was already sitting at the desk and turned off the group chat, did not notice that a light door appeared behind him. Chapter 87. The sun is setting in the western mountains, approaching dusk. After a great battle, Mizuki and Kazuma Kashiwa had dressed neatly again and sat on the sofa in the living room. Why, you suddenly ran over. You can't go to my place, so I can only come here. Humph. Anyway, you have those mothers, and I'm not a lot less. No way, each of you is my wing. It's not suitable to have one less. Tisk tisk tisk, what a scumbag man's harem declaration. Xiao's Haikyoshiha smacked her lips, stood up and walked towards her desk. Now what you have to do is done, step back. Wuyo was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but gasp. Xia, why are you just pulling up your pants and denying anyone? Oh, what else? Zai's Haikyoshiha crossed his arms and said contemptuously, do you still want me to keep you BD for dinner? Hurry up and leave. That's not what you yelled when you were playing poker just now. Little husband, good brother. Shut up. Zai's Haikyoshiha's cheeks turned red immediately, and she glared at him bitterly, and sighed, you have been with me for a few hours, the ninja world should have passed for a long time, right? The great villain, 28. It's very generous, but is she really willing? The answer is of course impossible. The first taste of the sweetness of love is the time to taste the marrow. If possible, she would like to stick with each other 24 hours a day. But she can't, because the other party doesn't belong to her. Zai's Haikyoshiha is a very sensible woman. No matter how reluctant she is, she will restrain her emotions. Oh, so I was worried about this. Uchiha patted her legs suddenly, and said, "Don't worry about that kind of thing at all, now the time of the two worlds is completely synchronized." Woolen cloth. What? Zayas Hikiyoshiya was stunned, with a stunned expression on his face. Did you see that? Uchiha pointed to the light door that she opened when she came here, and said, "It is now permanently open. As long as you don't close it, the timeline of the two worlds will be connected together." Permanently open? New group owner privilege. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Happy, you big-headed ghost. Since you can permanently open the portal, why do you want me to spend points to go there? 2,000 points, BD. Zayas Hikiyoshiya felt his heart was bleeding. If you want to earn points in the group, it is not difficult to say, but it is not easy to say simple. As long as you send a message, you can get 2 points for each message. Group live broadcasts can reward points according to the number of viewers and duration, as well as group sign-in, ranging from 10 to 500 points each time. If you are lucky, you can earn hundreds of points every day. But what is regrettable is that Zayas Hikiyoshiya has never been lucky. Since she joined the group, the highest points she has obtained by signing in is only 50 points. So the points she is accumulating now are all hard-won. 2,000 points are equivalent to sending 1,000 messages. This is equivalent to more than 10 days of hard work moving bricks, and it's in vain. How can it make her not feel sad? Cough, I didn't think about it before. Uchiha scratched her head in embarrassment, and said, "It's just 2,000 points, I'll send you a red envelope later." Shut up, you damn privileged dog. Zayas Hikiyoshiya was itching his teeth angrily, and angrily said, "I don't want your charity." Unlike her, the dog group leader in front of him has always been possessed by the Emperor OU, and the group sign-in points have never been less than 200. And the most disgusting thing is that the privilege of the group owner can even carry out a critical strike on the sign-in points. 10 times the critical strike is 2,000. No wonder the other party doesn't care about the points she lost. 0. What nonsense! How can this be called charity? What's that called? Called, the love of a father for his daughter. Boom! Just as Wu Yu's voice fell, a terrifying sound of piercing through the sky suddenly sounded. Boom! Chakra's fist, wrapped in azure blue, slammed on Wu Yu's chest, and a terrifying energy spread to the surroundings. Crash! The books on the table were blown to pieces, and the surrounding tables and chairs were violently shaken and vibrated. Wu Yu naturally didn't suffer any harm, but she shouted with an exaggerated expression, "Mom, are you trying to murder your husband? I wish I could hammer you to death." Zayas Hikiyoshiya snorted coldly, turned around and began to clean up the mess. "Really, sometimes I really want to tear your stinky mouth apart." "That can't be done." Wu Yu hugged him with a smile, and pecked her on the mouth. "I still have to use it to kiss your fragrant mouth. Stop making trouble." Zayas Hikiyoshiya's originally angry expression softened instantly, and he turned his head. "It's okay for you to stay with me, don't you need to deal with the affairs of the country of Chuan?" "Ah, that's right." Wu Yu walked to the light door and clapped her hands lightly. "Come on, Mrs. Mikoto." Under Kazuma Jayakashiwa's astonished eyes, Uchiha Mikoto in black professional attire walked through the portal and showed his figure. "Hello, Miss Shiwa. Please give me your advice in the future." Mrs. Mikoto saluted generously and said softly. You are." Zayas Hikiyoshiya's expression was very confused, and he didn't react at all. "From now on, this will be our Kawano-kuni's office in the island country." Mizuki smiled and explained, "I am the director, and Mrs. Mikoto is my secretary and liaison here." Zayas Hikiyoshiya's mouth twitched, and said, "Office? What's the problem, Shi-chan? What's the problem? This is my home, a private residence. You treat my home as an office, and you still ask me what's wrong with 120? Wait, you put the portal in my house for this purpose. Yes, but isn't your home also my home? Even if it is. That's still home. The word home I'm talking about is the key point. Isn't home a place for you to work? Even if you want to build an office here, give it to me. Go out and rent an office building. I don't have the currency of this world. Zayas Uchiha was silent. After a little estimation of my savings, I hesitated to speak. Don't worry, Axia. Uchiha put her arms around her shoulders and said softly, when our business starts here, I will give you a sea view room first. Facing the sea, the spring is warm and blooming. Think about that picture. Shut up. Sayas Uchiha covered his mouth with his hand, and said angrily, you are very like those scumbags who cheat money in S**x, drawing big cakes makes people look forward to it, right? Cough, the truth. Let's just ask. Is there no one else besides you, the director and the secretary? Well, this. Before Uchiha opened his mouth to argue, Kushina abruptly got half of his body out from his chest. There is also Mrs. Masaki, the deputy director, and me, the bodyguard. Zayas Uchiha's expression froze suddenly, and his cheeks became bloodshot and flushed visible to the naked eye. You two were just inside Hagyaku again.